Chapter 1. As a guard, you present me with the template of the pinnacle of basketball. On June 26, 2002, a momentous occasion unfolded in the realm of Chinese basketball. The highly anticipated Yao Ming, embodying the fervent hopes of countless fans nationwide, made his entrance into the NBA, the epitome of professional basketball excellence, as the first overall pick. On the same day, Ye Feng, who had registered for the current NBA draft, remained an obscure figure domestically and, as expected, went undrafted. Is it really necessary to be this reckless? It's perfectly fine to love basketball, and pursuing it in America is commendable, but selling off your house, especially in Shanghai, is utterly foolish. Selling now would be a tremendous loss. Having traversed a span of 2.5 days, Ye Feng, now acclimated to his current circumstances, found himself at a loss for words when reflecting upon the prior decisions made by his predecessor. What compounded his frustration was the realization that his predecessor, having just completed their freshman year, had merely served as a bench warmer at the University of Kentucky. In the NCAA, accumulating a dismal average of 2.3 points, 1.2 rebounds, 1.8 assists, and 1.2 turnovers per game, yet still dared to withdraw from school and enter the NBA draft. How could he possibly be selected? NBA teams are not devoid of intelligence. Aside from a fleeting burst of speed and a handsome appearance, his predecessor was virtually devoid of any commendable attributes, especially in the realm of basketball. Only a fool would consider him. Now, a starkly pragmatic question loomed before Ye Feng. What should he do next after being overlooked in the draft? Had he just recently crossed over into this world, it is highly likely that Ye Feng would have relinquished his basketball aspirations altogether. With the inherent limitations of this physique, unless his father were a miracle worker, it would be inconceivable for him to enter the NBA as a player. Knowing full well that the outcome is destined for failure, to exert effort nonetheless is to engage in futile labor. Yet at this moment precisely, when the NBA draft concluded this year, an unexpected message materialized before Ye Feng. Draft concluded, Superstar Pinnacle Template System activated. No team has selected the host commencing search for a basketball superstar pinnacle template that aligns with the STS current state. Upon perceiving this information, Ye Feng was overwhelmed with joy. At last, I am one with the system. Coach, I aspire to play in the NBA. However, it seemed he had rejoiced prematurely, for the system appeared to be malfunctioning, perpetually stuck in a search state. Surely it cannot be that it remains inoperative due to an inability to find a suitable template? After a grueling 3 hours, just as Ye Feng was on the verge of surrender, the system notification reappeared. Template search successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Ben Wallace Pinnacle template. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? I'm a guard, and you provide me with Ben Wallace's template. Is this truly advisable? With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, feeling somewhat fatigued, Ye Feng promptly nodded. Fusion. In an instant, it felt as though he had been immersed in a warm spring. Every part of his being, every single cell radiated warmth. Simultaneously, a wealth of basketball knowledge flooded his mind, primarily emphasizing defense and rebounding. This was not a forced indoctrination, rather. It felt akin to the commencement of a second life, where Ye Feng became Big Ben, battling on the basketball court for over a decade, amassing a treasure trove of experience. His personal abilities had significantly improved as a result. The entire process lasted approximately 1 minute. Fusion successful. The system ensures a minimum fusion degree of 50. The current fusion degree of the host with Ben Wallace's peak template. 50 to the fusion degree can be enhanced through training and competitions. Does this mean I've merely received a basic allowance? Ye Feng remarked with a hint of exasperation, yet the joy in his eyes was unmistakable, for he could distinctly feel the transformation within himself. Not only was his body brimming with strength, but the over a decade of experience playing in the NBA had also proved immensely beneficial. Undoubtedly, even with a mere 50 fusion degree, his capabilities had undergone a substantial enhancement. After all, starting as an undrafted player and ultimately becoming an NBA superstar, Ben Wallace certainly possessed something remarkable. Before him, the system information reappeared. Personal attribute panel unlocked. Specific details may be reviewed by the host. Conditions for unlocking the second template. Join an NBA team and start 5 regular season games as a starter. No time limit for this task. The second template. I wonder how my current attributes measure up. Am I adequate to join the NBA? Ye Feng mused with anticipation, fully aware of the reality. If I cannot join the NBA, I can always conclude my hiatus and return to my college team for another year in the NCAA. Having assimilated the essence of the Ben Wallace archetype, albeit with positional disparities, his capabilities have undergone a substantial augmentation. Securing a starting position on the school team presents no significant obstacle. The University of Kentucky boasts commendable prowess and visibility should he perform admirably. There exists a considerable likelihood of being drafted in the subsequent selectio. In process, of course, this represents the least favorable contingency. Seizing the moment, he harbors a genuine aversion to squandering another year, unless absolutely imperative. Muttering softly, Ye Feng scrutinized his current attribute profile. Ye Feng. Age, 19 years. Gender, male. Height, 191 centimeters. Weight, 78 kilograms. Wingspan, 202 centimeters. Strength, 75-92. Speed, 80-82. Stamina, 83-91. Explosiveness, 72-80. Body coordination, 76. Initially, Ye Feng's physical endowments came into view. Save for coordination, the others have been elevated considerably and are still far from the zenith of the Ben Wallace temp. Late, affording ample room for further advancement and a significantly elevated ceiling. Subsequently, the various basketball attributes were assessed. Dunk, 73-86. Layup, 68-75. Midrange, 56-58. Three-pointer, 53. Free throw, 75. Ball control, 68-70. Breakthrough, 63-70. Passing, 71-73. Defense, 80-95. Rebound, 77-97. Overall rating, 70 NBA regular rotation. Assessment, a power-oriented defensive guard brimming with potential, yet conspicuously deficient in scoring prowess, and possessing only rudimentary ball handling and playmaking AP. Attitude. Note, the attributes in parentheses represent the status after complete integration with the template. His physical coordination and three-point shooting, as well as free throws, have surpassed the peak standards expected of a player like him, leaving no room for further improvement. Fixating on the comprehensive ratings and evaluations, Ye Feng let out a long sigh. Given his current level of prowess, it should pose no challenge for him to secure a place in the NBA, provided he is given the opportunity. But the question arises, where will this opportunity come from? A sudden knock at the door jolted Ye Feng from his reverie. Rising to open the door, he was met with the sight of a young Caucasian man in his 30s, during which relevant information about the individual swiftly surfaced in his mind. Philip, his agent. Since signing, they had only met in person once. Philip was the agent for Tayshaun Prince, and upon learning that Ye Feng had also registered for this year's NBA draft, expressed his willingness to represent him, subsequently signing a one-year contract. In exchange, an initial fee of $5,000 was paid. "My dear Ye, it is unfortunate that you were not selected," he stated. Yet, despite his words, a smile adorned Philip's face. "According to the terms of our contract, if you fail to be drafted, our agent agreement will become null and void." So, before Philip could finish his sentence, Ye Feng interjected. No. Philip, you seem to have overlooked the stipulation in the contract that requires you to arrange at least 3 tryouts with NBA teams for me. If I recall correctly, I have only attended 1 tryout, leaving 2 opportunities remaining. Ye, your passion for basketball is truly admirable. However, it is regrettable that the NBA is a battleground for prodigies, and your talent evidently does not reach the level of G. Neos, Philip stated with an indifferent expression. Observing this, Ye Feng's countenance grew solemn. "Philip, I trust you do not wish to find yourself in the defendant's seat." Chapter 2. Charge. Still charge. 3 days later, Ye Feng arrived in Detroit. Not wishing to bear the burden of a lawsuit, Philip ultimately chose to compromise. Their managerial contract was rendered void after their agents diligently arranged 2 trial opportunities. Thus, Ye Feng embarked on this trial alone. With less than $4,000 left in his possession, he had no inclination to admire the sights of Detroit and headed straight to the Palace of Auburn Hills. Located 80 kilometers from the city center, public transportation in America is indeed lacking, which left Ye Feng, accustomed to the convenient transit of the modern era, quite displeased. Fortunately, he arrived at his destination without further incident. Despite the Pistons' notorious reputation in the league, often labeled as the bad boys for undrafted players and free agents, the opportunity to play in the NBA is paramount, rendering the team affiliation secondary. Of course, they had little choice in the matter. Along with me, there were 7 participants in total, judging by their heights, for appeared to be guards, indicating fierce competition. Ye Feng observed discreetly. As the only Asian present, he naturally attracted heightened attention. Aware of the disdainful and scrutinizing gazes directed at him, Ye Feng remained composed. In the realm of basketball, performance speaks volumes. In the NBA, he was merely an ordinary rotational player. However, he felt confident in his ability to surpass these individuals, none of whom left any impression on him and who lacked NBA caliber. Soon, Smith, the assistant coach responsible for this trial, appeared on the court. Prior to the scrimmage, physical assessments and various basketball skills tests were conducted. After integrating Ben Wallace's peak template, Ye Feng merely engaged in a few casual games on the local basketball court and took some time to practice and acclimate to the changes in his physicality and skill set. To be candid, he harbored no clear concept of his current prowess. Fortunately, this testing opportunity presented itself with professional personnel present, and the players auditioning were undoubtedly more skilled than those from the local court. Ye Feng was determined to explore the limits of his abilities. There were only 7 trial participants, and within half an hour, the assessments were completed, though the results were not disclosed. However, Ye Feng could discern from the astonished expressions of the staff that his performance was commendable. Next came the scrimmage. With only 7 trial participants and the Pistons players having just concluded a season, they were on break and thus absent from the gym, leaving a 3v3 format as the only option. It felt rather informal. As the sole Asian participant, Ye Feng found himself sidelined, observing from the periphery. Unbeknownst to him, Smith was reviewing his physical assessment report, his eyes glimmering with surprise. Initially, he had no intention of giving a chance to an unproven Asian guard in the NCAA, deeming it a mere waste of time. However, after exchanging contact information with Philip, Prince's agent, who persistently requested a tryout without the need for the team to cover travel and accommodation expenses, he reluctantly acquiesced. Little did he expect Ye Feng to deliver a resounding surprise. The physical prowess displayed is no less than that of most guards within the league. Has the intensity of NCAA competition escalated to such heights? Smith found himself intrigued by Ye Feng. He promptly summoned his staff and whispered something in their ears. Within moments, Ye Feng made his appearance on the court. The player who had just been substituted, a rather disgruntled young man, glared at him with evident dissatisfaction. Feeling deprived of the opportunity to showcase his skills, Ye Feng cast a dismissive glance his way and remarked, "Brother, I suggest you purchase a ticket home." "What's that supposed to mean?" the young man retorted, his expression brimming with anger. Ye Feng nonchalantly waved his hand, dismissing any further exchange, and stepped onto the court. Having observed the game from the sidelines for a few minutes, he had garnered a preliminary understanding of the abilities of the 6 players on the floor. Among them, the recently substituted player appeared to be the weakest. If not him, then who should be replaced? The contest continued. Soon enough, Ye Feng, eager to make his mark, encountered a significant issue. The players predominantly sought to dominate the ball, eager to exhibit their individual skills and capabilities. Passing, that seemed entirely absent. Nevertheless, Ye Feng had no intention of flaunting his mediocre offensive prowess. Defense was his forte at present. With ball handling rated at 68 and a driving ability of 63, he could only adopt a power-based approach. Starting from beyond the 3-point line, he aimed to back his way into the paint, a vision of beauty indeed. Given his current defensive capabilities, containing the opposition should pose no challenge. Ye Feng was determined to give his utmost effort. In the temporary teammates' realm, the imposing figure of Dahe attempted a layup but failed to score. The opposing team secured the rebound, and Xiaobai swiftly advanced past the half-court, his expression revealing a glimmer of delight upon noticing that his defender was Ye Feng. However, before he could make a move, Ye Feng closed in aggressively, eagerly seeking physical confrontation, and immediately made his move. The intensity of the defense was at its peak. In the current NBA league, hand-checking is still permitted, allowing defenders to place their hands on their opponents. This sudden and forceful defense left Xiaobai momentarily flustered. To his astonishment, the player he had previously underestimated, Ye Feng, exhibited remarkable strength and an exceptionally aggressive defensive style that far exceeded his expectations. Daring to lose focus, Ye Feng feigned a steal with his left hand, prompting Xiao Bai to hurriedly protect the ball, while Ye Feng's right hand swiftly reached out. With a resounding slap, the basketball was knocked away. Leaning forward, Ye Feng sprinted a few steps to retrieve the ball, immediately hearing the shouts of his temporary teammates nearby. "Quick, pass it over. Give me the ball. Pass it now." Initially, Ye Feng intended to showcase his defensive prowess while leaving the offensive duties to his teammates, driven by his inherent kindness. Yet, the authoritative tone of these two individuals irked him greatly. If it was going to be embarrassing, so be it. He would take matters into his own hands. With a firm resolution, Ye Feng dribbled the ball across half-court without hesitation, charging directly at Xiao Bai, who had just been stripped of the ball. Lacking skill, he relied on strength instead. "My goodness," Xiao Bai thought, feeling as though he had been struck by a truck. As he lost his footing and was sent sprawling to the ground, a look of terror etched across his face. "I am incredibly strong." Initially, Ye Feng intended to gradually maneuver his way into the paint, but he suddenly realized that such complexity was unnecessary. He surged past the three-point line, planted his feet on the free throw line, and leaped effortlessly after 3 swift steps. The opposing African-American center immediately approached him. In the air, as they collided, Ye Feng observed that while his adversary was indeed tall, their strength was comparable to his own. Leveraging the momentum from their clash, Ye Feng found himself at an advantage, successfully scoring amidst the confrontation. Smith, who had witnessed the entire transition from defense to offense, was taken aback. The defensive play appeared commendable, demonstrating an astute awareness of exploiting one's strengths. Smith's regard for Ye Feng intensified. He sensed he might have stumbled upon a gem. This was the essence of on-the-spot combat. Such was the exhilarating feeling of playing on the court, reflecting on his earlier, technically simplistic approach. Ye Feng, who should have felt a sense of awkwardness, instead experienced a flicker of delight. It seemed that this unrefined style of play had its merits. As the game progressed, Xiao Bai clearly harbored frustration over his prior offensive failure, eagerly demanding the ball to redeem himself. Regrettably, his teammates disregarded his plea, opting for individual plays. The defense from his own side was woefully inadequate, allowing the opponents to penetrate the paint. Just as it appeared the opposing player was about to leap for a thunderous dunk, Ye Feng swiftly approached from the side and executed a formidable block. With his left hand, he swatted the ball, while his right hand deftly snatched it as it fell, landing securely. He disregarded the pleas for the ball from his two teammates, who were poorly positioned defensively yet eager for a fast break. Ye Feng took control and crossed half-court with purpose, launching into a rapid offensive thrust. Recalling the moment he was subdued by Ye Feng's formidable strength, this time, Xiao Bai did not foolishly rush forward. As for He, he remained in the background, still wallowing in the dust. With no opponents ahead, Ye Feng effortlessly penetrated the paint, executing a powerful dunk to score. "Excellent." Smith at the sidelines nodded subtly in approval. During the subsequent moments, facing opponents who had begun to harbor a sense of dread towards him, Ye Feng played with remarkable aggression. His defense was impenetrable, while his offense was characterized by relentless bulldozing. Charge, charge, yet more charges. Both ends of the court showcased his dominion. 15 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Ye Feng led his team to a decisive victory over their rivals. Chapter 3. Prepared and unruffled. The once bustling arena now housed only Ye Feng, the sole trial player. The outcome was unmistakable. He had been selected. "What about Philip? Did he not accompany you?" Smith inquired. Ye Feng smiled. "Our time together has concluded. I currently do not have an agent." "That is his loss." "I believe so too." They exchanged knowing smiles. In the ensuing conversation, Ye Feng and Smith, with an unspoken understanding, refrained from broaching the subject of Philip, instead transitioning into discussions regarding contract matters. Upon realizing his own esteemed status, and the moment he discerned his ability to easily dominate other trial players, Ye Feng felt no surprise. "Ye, your defense has truly astonished me. In my view, you possess the capability to establish yourself in the NBA. It is truly hard to believe that a player of your caliber receives no playing time in the NCAA." In the midst of their conversation, Smith was not at all stingy with his compliments. However, he soon shifted his tone. "But you must understand, this is merely a routine tryout, and the competitors you faced were of average caliber. You still need to prove yourself on the NBA stage. Therefore, at this moment, we can only offer you a 1-year non-guaranteed minimum salary contract with a pre-tax salary of $200,000. I need to think it over, Ye Feng replied, refraining from making an immediate decision. After all, he still had one more tryout opportunity ahead of him. That's perfectly fine. You can call me anytime within a week once you've made your decision. We would be very pleased to welcome you aboard, Smith said, his demeanor remaining exceedingly cordial. Ye Feng displayed commendable skills, particularly on the defensive end, and at the tender age of 19, he possessed ample room for improvement. For a player who had seen limited action in the NCAA and had yet to step foot on an NBA court, a one-year non-guaranteed minimum salary contract was already a significant show of sincerity. The NBA is not short of prodigies. Ye Feng's abilities and potential were commendable, yet he had not yet reached a level that would compel Smith to sign him unconditionally. Smith believed that ultimately, Ye Feng would indeed join the Pistons. After departing from the Auburn Hills Palace, Ye Feng spent a day resting in downtown Detroit before flying to Los Angeles the following morning. In stark contrast to the declining automotive city, Los Angeles, as the second-largest city in the United States, was undeniably more vibrant. With his limited finances, Ye Feng had no time to dwell on such matters. He headed straight to the arena upon landing. At 3:15 p.m., he arrived at the Staples Center. With the tryout looming so closely, it was evident that Philip was doing this intentionally. Murmuring to himself, Ye Feng stepped into the gymnasium. Los Angeles is home to two NBA teams, the Lakers and the Clippers. The former has just accomplished the remarkable feat of a three-peat championship and is now poised to pursue the legendary achievement of a fourth consecutive title in the upcoming season. The latter, however, has languished as a bottom-tier team, failing to reach the playoffs for 5 consecutive seasons. Initially, Ye Feng felt a surge of excitement upon learning he would be trialing in Los Angeles. Yet, his enthusiasm waned upon discovering it was with the Clippers. His demeanor quickly settled into calmness. Following their 3 consecutive championships, it seemed the Lakers were entering a tumultuous period, and joining them now felt ill-timed. Conversely, the Clippers, being a struggling team, might offer more opportunities for playtime, though their owner is rather unpleasant. Contemplating his position as a mere backup, Ye Feng felt no anxiety. If worse came to worst, he could always head to Detroit. While that place may be somewhat run down and have a poor atmosphere, he could rely on his NCAA teammate, Prince, for support. Furthermore, the Pistons' reputation for toughness is directed at their opponents. As a teammate, he would have no such concerns. Reality, however, did not afford Ye Feng ample time for such musings, as the Clippers' trials commenced promptly. Once again alongside a cadre of relatively unknown trialists, Ye Feng felt a surge of confidence. After all, as a team located in Los Angeles, the number of trial participants far surpassed that in Detroit, with a total of 13 present. During the physical assessment, Ye Feng astounded everyone once more. With his current athleticism, aside from a slight deficiency in explosiveness, he exhibited outstanding attributes for a 19-year-old. However, as the only individual of Asian descent present, he once again found himself relegated to the role of a substitute during the competitive segment. In the 20-minute trial match, Ye Feng was only substituted onto the court after 10 minutes had elapsed, providing him a mere 10 minutes to showcase his abilities. With an increase in the number of players on the court, the available space became somewhat constrained. Nevertheless, this posed little challenge for Ye Feng, who once again excelled defensively, suppressing his opponents. On the offensive front, his aggressive charging tactics, bolstered by an impressive strength rating of 75, rendered him virtually unstoppable against ordinary guards. This was especially true for those unable to secure a position in the NBA. Unless they were willing to risk committing offensive fouls, no one would truly exert themselves in a mere trial match. Within just a few minutes, Ye Feng had undeniably emerged as the most captivating presence on the court. His above-average athleticism, combined with exceptional strength, would undoubtedly yield a degree of success even in the NBA, given his bulldozing style of play. The assistant coach of the Clippers, Bacon, discreetly nodded in approval as he observed Ye Feng successfully defend once more, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. It was truly astonishing that such a remarkable defensive player had not been afforded playing time in the NCAA. It seemed unjust. At that moment, no one noticed a figure clad in training attire at the player's entrance, who had also taken notice of Ye Feng, their eyes growing increasingly bright with interest. The competitive match concluded swiftly, and in less than 10 minutes, Ye Feng had won over Bacon. Aside from Ye Feng, a towering African-American center was also retained. A one-year, non-guaranteed contract with a total value of $250,000 USD. Bacon wore an expression that seemed to implore gratitude. To his astonishment, the expected look of surprise did not materialize. Ye Feng appeared remarkably composed, hardly resembling a draft pick who failed to secure a place in the NBA. This response is quite understandable, considering that the Pistons also offer such non-guaranteed contracts. The only difference is that the Clippers' salary package includes an additional $50,000. After taxes, he would receive less than $200,000 USD. In this era, an annual post-tax income of $100,000 USD is indeed considered quite commendable in the United States. What Ye Feng received was merely a minimum salary contract, which explains why so many aspire to join the NBA. It is genuinely lucrative. I'm sorry. I need to think it over. I cannot provide a definite answer at this moment. Ye Feng refrained from making an immediate decision. Upon hearing this, Bacon was unconcerned. I hope to receive your response within 3 days. Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement. He then exited the office, leaving behind envious glances from the nearby African-American Center. Not far along, he was intercepted by a figure. Hi, rookie, I need a practice partner. Huh. Turning towards the voice, Ye Feng was taken aback by the familiar face before him. What brings him here? Chapter 4. Altering plans. Joining the Lakers. Thud, thud, thud. The basketball danced upon his fingertips. The rhythmic sound of dribbling resonated in his ears, and as he beheld his opponent, exuding palpable intensity, Ye Feng's expression sharpened with focus as he slightly bent his knees, adopting a defensive stance. Without waiting for his adversary to make a move, he surged forward to apply pressure. Half of the bodies were pressed tightly against each other, the right hand persistently attempting to intercept, while the left rested on the opponent's waist, gauging their forthcoming movements, exerting defensive pressure with all their might. The tactics that had proven effective in practice failed to yield the desired results this time. The opponent maintained an exceptionally steady grip on the ball, revealing no weaknesses whatsoever. Sensing a power that was no less formidable than his own, along with a dribbling rhythm that rendered him incapable of predicting the opponent's intentions, Ye Feng dared not let his focus waver, his eyes fixed intently on the opponent's shoulder. In a clash of skilled adversaries, victory or defeat could hinge on a mere instant. In the blink of an eye, the opponent suddenly surged forward, their raw explosive power causing Ye Feng to perceive only a fleeting shadow before his body instinctively reacted to defend. Yet he still found himself at a half-body distance as the opponent slipped past him. As he turned, just as he shifted his center of gravity, he discovered the opponent abruptly halted and pivoted, darting past him from the opposite side. It was too swift. Straining to turn and apply further defensive pressure, he was met only with the sight of the opponent's receding figure. With a mere 67 points in explosive power, Ye Feng's acceleration was insufficient to keep pace, and he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, he could not defend against it. Watching the opponent penetrate the basket and deliver a powerful one-handed dunk, he felt a surge of frustration. Yet, such a scenario was to be expected, as he was facing an adversary of NBA superstar caliber. As the opponent landed smoothly and turned around with an air of nonchalance, they remarked, 21-2, rookie, is this truly the best you can do? Ye Feng retorted internally, veteran, has no one ever told you that your smug demeanor is simply asking for a beating? Narrowing his eyes, Ye Feng mused, this power, this explosiveness, this ability to change direction, it is pure, unadulterated top-tier talent. How can anyone claim that Kobe's gifts are lacking? Indeed, the opponent he faced in this one-on-one duel was none other than the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. The Lakers had just completed a triumphant three-peat, and the celebrations were still fresh. Instead of resting or attending commercial engagements, this man chose to seize the opportunity presented by the absence of other sporting events at the Staples Center to hone his skills, fortuitously witnessing Ye Feng's trial and instantly becoming intrigued. Thus, this confrontation ensued. Ye Feng suffered a crushing defeat. As a rookie aspiring to enter the realm of professional basketball, one must learn to let the basketball do the talking rather than resorting to fists. Kobe scoffed at him. In response, Ye Feng retorted coolly, that sounds nice, but I seem to recall that certain old birds never win a fight. It appeared that Ye Feng had struck a nerve, as Kobe responded with irritation. Keep going. Come on. With a paid practice partner presenting itself, Ye Feng certainly would not decline. Initially, he had been reluctant to serve as Kobe's sparring partner, but the compensation was simply too enticing. Regardless of the outcome, as a practice player, Ye Feng stood to earn 300 yuan for each game played to 21 points. For someone whose total funds barely exceeded 3,000 yuan, it was indeed a challenge to refuse. The second match commenced swiftly. Faced with the formidable Kobe, all Ye Feng could do was give his utmost effort. After several minutes, the second bout came to a conclusion. The outcome requires little elaboration. Whether on the offensive or defensive front, Ye Feng was undeniably at a disadvantage and ultimately succumbed to defeat. Despite being a top-tier talent and a superlative two-way guard, he was not yet a match for his opponent. A score of 21-4 is commendable. There is progress to acknowledge. Kobe, as ever, displayed his characteristic sharp tongue, laced with sarcasm. Unfazed, Ye Feng maintained his composure, asking, "Shall we continue?" Kobe smiled, relishing the challenge. Following his championship victory, he had scarcely touched a basketball for over 2 weeks, and encountering such a resolute and defensively adept sparring partner, he was reluctant to conclude their bout too soon. Ultimately, they played 5 games, with the score standing at 5-0, with Kobe in the lead and Ye Feng trailing. Reflecting on his earnings of 1,500, Ye Feng found some solace in his defeat. At this early stage of his development, it was understandable that he could not yet compete with a superstar of Kobe's caliber. A fleeting loss signifies little. He could always reclaim victory in the future. Had it not been for the limitations of his stamina, he would have gladly played several more matches. Engaging with a superstar like Kobe yielded invaluable experience. Rookie, your defensive skills are commendable, but unfortunately, you have crossed paths with me. Ignoring Ye Feng's eye roll, Kobe regarded him with a hint of admiration, asking, "Are you interested in joining the Lakers?" Ye Feng chuckled at the audacity of such an overt recruitment. Initially, he had little desire to become entangled in the Lakers' affairs, but circumstances prompted a reconsideration. It was not so much Kobe's charisma or prowess that swayed him. Observing the slight enhancements in his strength, defense, and breakthrough attributes, he recalled Kobe's relentless dedication to training. Should he join the Lakers, he would frequently engage in high-intensity, high-caliber one-on-one matchups, which would significantly benefit his further integration of the Shaquille O'Neal template, a privilege not afforded by the Clippers or the Pistons. Once he fully assimilated the Shaquille O'Neal model, his strength, stamina, defense, and rebounding attributes would surpass 90, rendering him unparalleled among guards in terms of power and rebounding capability. Beginning with a defensive foundation, he could subsequently merge other templates to enhance his offensive skills, promising a bright future. At that moment, noticing that Ye Feng had not outright declined, Kobe promptly took action. "Please provide me with your contact details. The team will reach out to you within these couple of days." "All right," Ye Feng nodded with a smile, adding, "But I must make it clear that if your offer is inferior to that of the Clippers, I will not be joining. The contract we present will undoubtedly reflect your capabilities," Kobe assured earnestly. Ye Feng shrugged, opting not to elaborate further. The two soon parted ways after reaching a verbal agreement. He found a hotel near the basketball court, dropped off his luggage, and ventured out to find a quick dinner before returning to the hotel to rest. Financial constraints left him little choice. The vibrant nightlife of Los Angeles was, for the time being, beyond his reach. He had anticipated waiting 2 days for a response from the Lakers, but to his surprise, that very evening, before he could drift off to sleep, he received a call from the assistant to the Lakers' general manager. They arranged to meet the following morning to finalize the contract. As for the contract amount, it once again exceeded Ye Feng's expectations, a year's salary of 450,000, and it was a guaranteed contract. Has Kobe's stature with the Lakers grown so considerable? Chapter 5. Encounters in a Foreign Land. Using a general as a stepping stone the following morning at 10 o'clock, Ye Feng successfully completed the signing of the contract with the Lakers. As a player of the Lakers, he would officially make his debut in the NBA for the new season, selecting the jersey number 10. Although he had hesitated about choosing number 24, which he quite liked, he ultimately decided against it to show respect for Kobe. After all, he would need this individual's assistance to swiftly integrate into the role model of Shaquille O'Neal. Having sold his house back home, and with no relatives to visit, Ye Feng chose not to return to his homeland. Instead, he remained in Los Angeles. Advancing half of his salary from the team, he rented an apartment near the training facility, facilitating his daily training. The Staples Center was solely rented out to the Lakers and the Clippers, and most of the time, both teams conducted their regular training sessions in their respective training facilities. The walk from his apartment to the training venue was merely 10 minutes, making it quite convenient and saving him the expense of purchasing a vehicle. After taxes and a portion allocated to the league, his net income would amount to less than 240,000, and having advanced half, he was left with nearly 120,000 USD. With rent consuming 20,000, he had 100,000 left to sustain himself in Los Angeles for 6 months, which was indeed tight, compelling him to economize wherever possible. In just over half a month, time swiftly passed. During this period, Ye Feng led a remarkably regimented life, the allure of nightlife having no bearing on him. Each day, he diligently practiced at the Lakers training facility. Initially solitary, he was occasionally joined by Kobe, which significantly elevated the intensity of their training sessions. They would exhaust themselves completely before parting ways. Ye Feng would leave on his own, while Kobe was collected by Vanessa. This was rather amusing. Already fatigued, he found himself unwittingly consuming a dose of relationship envy. As their encounters became more frequent, Ye Feng grew familiar with Vanessa, who took the initiative to engage him in conversation. Initially, he felt indifferent, but gradually, he began to understand the implications. It was likely that Kobe, with his relentless companionship, had inadvertently sparked an interest in him, given his strikingly handsome appearance. After more than 10 days of rigorous and systematic training, Ye Feng successfully integrated elements of the Ben Wallace archetype, resulting in a significant enhancement of his personal attributes. Ye Feng, age, 19 years, gender, male, height, 191 centimeters, weight, 81 kilograms, wingspan, 202 centimeters, strength, 79, 92, speed, 81, 82, stamina, 85, 91, explosiveness, 70, 80, coordination, 76, dunking, 76, 86, layup, 70, 75, mid-range, 56, 61, 3-point, 53 free throw, 75 ball handling, 70 breakthrough, 66, 70, passing, 71, 73, defense, 85, 95, rebounding, 79, 97, overall rating, 73, NBA regular rotation, evaluation, a powerfully potential defensive guard with a significant deficiency in scoring ability and poor ball distribution skills. Note, the values in parentheses represent the attributes after complete integration with the template. The most notable improvement is undoubtedly in the defensive attributes, which have reached 85 points, marking him as a competent defender in the NBA, especially with the likes of Kobe, a top-tier scorer, as a training partner. Quite commendable. He should continue to strive and aim to fully integrate the template before the commencement of the new season. Ye Feng is filled with ambition. He can distinctly perceive his continuous growth and strength, an exhilarating feeling that fuels his inexhaustible motivation. As July approached its midpoint, the Summer League commenced as scheduled. As a newcomer to the team, albeit an undrafted player, Ye Feng was still required to participate, even with a guaranteed contract. On this particular day, he encountered his Summer League teammates at the training facility. The temporary team primarily comprises rookies, substitutes, undrafted players, and free agents from the Lakers, including Ye Feng. There are 4 guards in total. Standing at 198 meters, Kareem Rush, selected by the Raptors as the 29th pick in the first round of this year's draft and subsequently traded to the Lakers, is the most renowned player on the team. Lacking any vivid recollection of this player's presence in the NBA, Ye Feng paid little heed to him. Their inaugural match pits them against the Warriors. The Summer League generally garners little attention, given the absence of heavyweight stars. However, within the Warriors roster is a player whom Ye Feng knows all too well, the future legend, Gilbert Arenas. Making his NBA debut as a second-round pick, he averaged 9 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, and 5 steals last season with the Warriors, showcasing an impressive performance. Ye Feng did not foresee this individual participating in the Summer League, which only heightened his anticipation. Without making him wait too long, on the 3rd day following the team's assembly, the Summer League opener against the Warriors commenced. During these 3 days, Ye Feng successfully endeared himself to his teammates and gained the trust of the Lakers' assistant coach, Tex Winter, who would act as the head coach for the Summer League. Consequently, Ye Feng was appointed as the starting point guard, coincidentally matching up against Arenas. At this moment, both teams had completed their player introductions. Contrary to Ye Feng's expectations of a sparse crowd for a Summer League game, Reality astounded him as thousands of spectators filled the venue, creating a vibrant atmosphere. In such an atmosphere, the pressure of playing is considerable. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself entirely devoid of tension, instead feeling an exhilarating eagerness. Even more surprising to Ye Feng was the realization that he was not the only player with yellow skin on the court. "Hello, Wang Gu." Ye Feng approached him with a friendly greeting. Sharing the same skin tone and nationality while being abroad made the other seem particularly amiable. However, for Deji, Ye Feng was evidently a stranger. "Who are you?" "I am Ye Feng. I participated in the draft this year, but unfortunately, I was not selected." Noticing Deji's scrutinizing gaze, as if he was trying to recall something, Ye Feng elaborated, "I did not receive formal basketball training in my home country. I came to the United States to study at university at my own expense and joined the school basketball team, playing a year in the NCAA. You are quite brave," Deji remarked with admiration. Ye Feng smiled. "From the perspective of the outcome, I have succeeded." "Did you sign?" "Yes, I signed a one-year contract with the Lakers." "That's wonderful," Deji said, a hint of envy in his tone. In the previous 2 seasons, he had played for the Mavericks, but had not been afforded many opportunities on the court. With no contract renewal for the next season, he faced the grim prospect of being without a team. To participate in this summer league, he had even foregone reporting to the national team. If no teams were willing to sign him afterwards, he would find himself in a dire predicament. Reflecting on the attitude of the Domestic Basketball Association, he felt a wave of exhaustion. After exchanging a few more words and agreeing to meet after the game, Ye Feng and Deji returned to their respective halves to warm up. Watching Deji's somewhat heavy figure retreat, Ye Feng sighed. It's a pity for Deji. Regrettably, he has only just joined the NBA and lacks influence within the Lakers. Otherwise, he could lend a hand. Shaking his head, he refrained from dwelling on such matters and concentrated his attention on the upcoming match. To truly establish himself within the Lakers, mere endorsement from Kobe would not suffice. He must prove himself on the court. Gilbert Arenas serves as an excellent stepping stone. Chapter 6. Dimensionality Reduction Strikes. Arenas succumbs. Beep. A somewhat jarring whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the Lakers Summer League opener against the Warriors. Standing at an impressive 2 meters and 13 centimeters, Somela Samako triumphed over Yao Ming, granting the Lakers the opportunity to initiate their offensive play. Seizing the ball, Ye Feng launched forward, forcefully barreling past the approaching Arenas. "What?" Arenas was taken aback. The Warriors had shared the league's worst record with the Bulls last season, failing to reach the playoffs. He had entered vacation mode early, harboring a simmering frustration. Originally, he had come to participate in the Summer League to dominate and release his pent-up dissatisfaction. Yet in the very first play of the game, he nearly found himself flattened by an obscure Asian guard. Was this some sort of joke? At that moment, Ye Feng paid no heed to his opponent's feelings. In full throttle, he resembled a freight truck racing ahead, powerfully penetrating the paint, pushing aside the Warriors' interior defense, and delivering a thunderous dunk that elicited gasps from the crowd. My goodness, this Asian player is incredibly dominant on the court. Despite his seemingly unimposing physique, his strength is astonishing, almost sending Gilbert flying. I, too, would relish the opportunity to be struck by him. Gilbert should not be performing at such a lackluster level. Perhaps he is yet to find his rhythm in this opening act? Let us observe further. This individual of Asian descent possesses intriguing qualities. I wonder if he hails from Korea or Japan. Could he possibly be from the Dragon Country? Unlikely. That person, Yao, bears little resemblance to this strikingly handsome figure. They must certainly originate from different nations. The presence of Daji within the arena was equally astonished. Memories of their earlier parting flooded his mind, particularly the words of Ye Feng urging him to take it easy during the game. A wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. With your skill level, why would I need to ease up? At the same time, he found it perplexing. Given Ye Feng's capabilities, he should not be so obscure in his home country. How could he leave no impression whatsoever? As the match continued, the Warriors regained possession. Feeling embarrassed, Arenas quickly relinquished the ball, seeking out Ye Feng. Rookie, don't get too cocky. I was just unprepared earlier, which is why you managed to score. With an indifferent nod, Ye Feng chose not to engage in banter with this individual and instead escalated the intensity. He denied Arenas any opportunity to initiate a breakthrough, closing the distance and seeking physical confrontation. As anticipated, although Arenas had recently concluded his rookie season and displayed notable talent, his prowess had yet to reach its pinnacle. Especially in terms of physical confrontation, he is, much like many rookies who have just entered the league, utterly inadequate. Why is this player's defense so formidable? Arenas was taken aback. Originally intending to reclaim his presence on the offensive end, he signaled his teammates to spread out as soon as he received the ball. As the most prominent and valued player on the current Warriors team, his teammates obediently created space, allowing him to engage in a one-on-one duel with Ye Feng. However, despite numerous attempts, Arenas found himself unable to shake off Ye Feng's defense as the shot clock dwindled. His teammates merely observed from the sidelines, showing no inclination to assist, leading to an awkward situation. Ultimately, it was the temporary head coach of the Warriors Summer League who realized the predicament and called out for the reliable Wang Zhizhi to set a pick. Arenas possesses remarkable explosiveness, while Ye Feng's explosive attributes only reach a modest 70, creating a noticeable gap. After being briefly impeded by Wang, catching up became increasingly challenging, and the distance grew. Nevertheless, his teammates swiftly reacted, converging on Arenas with a concerted effort. The latter attempted a forced shot, but the basketball ricocheted off the rim. My goodness! Just before Wang could intervene, Ye Feng seized the opportunity to snatch the rebound and pivoted, taking long strides forward with the ball. He immediately advanced on defense as Arenas hastily approached. Having learned from previous encounters, he refrained from seeking physical contact, instead staying close to his opponent to maintain defensive pressure. The attention of the Golden State Warriors' other players was entirely focused on Ye Feng. In this situation, Ye Feng astutely passed the basketball to the unguarded Kareem Rush on the right side. However, as Rush drove towards the basket, he was hindered by the defensive players who had rotated in to help, resulting in a missed layup. Arenas, sprinting ahead in an attempt to secure the rebound, found himself outmaneuvered by Ye Feng, who effortlessly claimed the offensive rebound and scored with a simple layup. Frustration overwhelmed Arenas as he watched helplessly. With 4 points and 2 rebounds, including 1 offensive rebound, Ye Feng's exceptional individual defensive prowess was unmistakably on display. Within less than a minute, he had etched his name in the minds of all present spectators. His defensive capabilities were remarkable, his rebounding skills commendable, while his explosiveness was average, speed adequate, and strength impressive. Numerous scouts from various NBA teams were present, all now directing their attention towards Ye Feng, ready to evaluate his performance. At that moment, the scouts resolved to closely monitor him. On the court, the Warriors initiated a new offensive play. Once again, Arenas took charge of the ball, but this time he denied Ye Feng the opportunity to closely contest him, launching a powerful drive instead. Utilizing his impressive explosiveness, he managed to gain a 2-step advantage over Ye Feng, though he was not entirely free from defense. Just as Ye Feng contemplated Arenas' next move, preparing to counteract, he witnessed Arenas abruptly halt at the free throw line and release a quick jump shot. The speed of the shot was astonishing, yet the selection appeared somewhat haphazard. Ye Feng reacted swiftly, his right hand instinctively shielding the opponent's line of sight. With a resounding thud, the mid-range shot clanged off the rim, and Samako swiftly seized the rebound, delivering it to Ye Feng in an instant. Possessing only average ball-handling skills, Ye Feng, in a bid to capitalize on his strengths, activated his explosive speed the moment he received the pass. This left Arenas in a state of dismay, akin to a scholar confronted by a soldier, struggling to articulate his reasoning. Ye Feng offered no opportunity for a battle of finesse, opting instead to overpower his opponent with sheer strength. It was both frustrating and helpless. He felt utterly defeated. Who was this extraordinary player that had seemingly emerged from nowhere, lacking any prior notoriety? At this moment, Arenas had long since shed his earlier contempt for Ye Feng, now regarding him as an equal. In the realm of basketball, it is prowess that prevails, and Ye Feng had unequivocally demonstrated his capabilities. Throughout the ensuing minutes of the game, Arenas attempted several more shots, only to find that in one-on-one situations against Ye Feng's defense, his success rate was alarmingly low. Of 5 attempts, he managed to score just once. Continuing down this path would not only frustrate him, but would also displease his coach and teammates. Thus, he was compelled to alter his offensive strategy, relying more heavily on his teammate screens to create shooting opportunities, which significantly improved his success rate. Yet, the point differential continued to widen, as Ye Feng's performance reached even greater heights. On the defensive end, whether in isolation or help defense, Ye Feng exhibited exceptional prowess. effortlessly dismantling his opponents with what could only be described as a dimensionality reduction. He consistently made pivotal contributions. Offensively, Ye Feng relied on a singular yet effective approach, utilizing his strength and speed to bulldoze his way to the basket, executing various powerful dunks and layups. The concept of shooting from distance? It simply did not exist in his repertoire. In the end, the Lakers triumphed over the Warriors, largely due to Ye Feng's extraordinary performance, which included 31 points, 3 assists, 13 rebounds, 5 steals, and 3 blocks. Scouts who witnessed the match added a new note to Ye Feng's evaluation: outstanding physical fitness. Chapter 7. The attention of Phil Jackson. As the game concluded, Arenas swiftly approached with determination etched on his face. Gilbert Arenas. Ye Feng's demeanor remained composed. With a piercing gaze, Arenas stated earnestly, "Feng, when we meet next, I will obliterate you." "Not quite, my friend. It shall be I who will make you wish to return home to your mother," Ye Feng retorted, having thoroughly ensured that Arenas bore no concealed weapon. This summer league only allowed for a single encounter between the Lakers and the Warriors, meaning their next clash would likely not occur until the preseason or regular season, a matter of over 3 months hence. Given Ye Feng's rapid progress, it was not far-fetched to anticipate that he would not only embody 90 of the attributes of the formidable Big Ben, but would also experience a qualitative enhancement in his abilities. With a defensive prowess already rated at 85, he had repeatedly outmaneuvered Arenas, and once his defensive attributes surpassed 90, contending with the still-maturing Arenas would be a mere formality. "I hope you maintain such confidence when that time comes." Without granting Ye Feng a chance to respond, Arenas turned and departed, clearly not entirely convinced. As time passes, one grows accustomed to defeat. Eventually, acceptance follows, Ye Feng mused. The gaze shifted toward the approaching Deji. "Brother Wang, shall we have lunch together?" "Sure. Where shall we eat?" "At the hotel." The anticipation was fleeting. The Summer League lacked post-game press conferences. They were deemed unworthy. Nonetheless, a reporter approached to interview Ye Feng, posing some rather insipid questions. Despite showcasing dominance in the Summer League, the attention received remained rather limited. At 12:30 in the hotel restaurant, encountering a fellow countryman abroad brought a sense of warmth that was palpable. Ye Feng and Deji quickly grew comfortable with one another. "Feng Zi, with your talent, you will undoubtedly establish yourself in the NBA. However, you are not a product of the system. Given the current state of basketball in our country, merely playing in the NBA is insufficient to join the national team. You must achieve tangible results." Deji's expression turned serious. From Ye Feng? He learned that Ye Feng had not received systematic basketball training domestically and could only be regarded as an amateur enthusiast. It was only upon arriving in the United States that he began formal training. Within a mere year, he had reached his current level of prowess. Undoubtedly, in Deji's eyes, Ye Feng was a basketball prodigy. Frankly, had the evidence not been before him, he would hardly have believed that someone could progress so swiftly. Having been hailed as a genius in his own right, he suddenly felt the disparity that existed among talents. However, since Ye Feng played as a guard while he was a big man, there would be no conflict. In fact, he was genuinely pleased to witness the emergence of NBA-caliber guards from their homeland. The rise of Ye Feng serves to alleviate the aging and diminishing capabilities of the national team's defensive line. In the interior, both he and Yao Ming are more than capable of shouldering the responsibilities. The thought of the three of them representing the national team in future competitions fills Deji with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng maintained his usual demeanor. Unperturbed by any concerns, his ambitions extend beyond merely playing in the NBA. He aims to achieve remarkable success. As for the national team, joining would be ideal, but he would not impose himself should that not be the case. Naturally, once he shines in the NBA and attains exceptional accomplishments, it is likely that the national team would not turn away such a talent. Reflecting on the national team, Ye Feng turned his gaze toward Deji and inquired, "Brother Wang, what about you? Will declining the national team's invitation for the Summer League have any repercussions?" Deji acknowledged the impact, yet his resolve was unwavering. "I truly wish to remain in the NBA. I aspire to compete in the highest echelon of professional basketball." Contemplating Deji's past experiences, Ye Feng opened his mouth to speak, but found the words stuck in his throat. It would be inappropriate to reveal that he was a time traveler aware of the arduous journey that lay ahead for him. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation to their respective experiences playing in America and their future aspirations. Their meal stretched over 2 hours. A fortunate circumstance given their accommodation at a hotel, which alleviated many logistical concerns. Meanwhile, as Ye Feng and De Ji engaged in their lively discussion, Lakers assistant coach Tex Winter was on the phone with the vacationing Phil Jackson, specifically highlighting Ye Feng in their conversation. "Phil, you need no longer be troubled by the inadequacy of the team's bench strength in the new season. Has the rookie acquired from the Raptors performed well? Not him, but rather the undrafted player recommended by Kobe for the team to sign." Recalling Ye Feng's performance in this match, particularly his remarkable defensive prowess against arenas, Turks displayed a look of delight. Despite the Lakers recently clinching their third consecutive championship and establishing a dynasty, numerous issues plague the team. Among these, the lack of competitiveness within the bench is undoubtedly the most pressing concern for the coaching staff. With Ye Feng's arrival, the bench has undoubtedly received a much-needed boost. In fact, he believes that in certain games, Ye Feng could even be elevated to the starting lineup to specifically guard the opposing team's star guard, which should yield positive results. Of course, this is contingent upon Ye Feng's ability to acclimate to the intensity of NBA play. Considering Ye Feng's explosive driving style and exceptional physical attributes, Turks Winter feels that he will swiftly adapt to the rigors of the NBA. Kobe recommended an undrafted player? Phil Jackson was left bewildered. Upon hearing this, Winter explained, "I forgot you weren't aware of Feng. He initially tried out for the Clippers, and coincidentally, Kobe was at the gym practicing and discovered his talent, bringing him over." On the other end of the line, Phil Jackson's expression conveyed his incredulity. The information was rather overwhelming. Is it permissible to poach like this? Unaware of Phil Jackson's current emotional state, Winter began to express his thoughts on Ye Feng. Patiently listening, Phil Jackson nodded. He had always placed great trust in Winter, his longtime collaborator of over a decade. If what you say is true, then this Dragon Kingdom Feng could indeed provide substantial support to the team. However, he swiftly altered the tone of the conversation. Yet his scoring ability is limited to forceful drives leading to layups and dunks. A guard lacking shooting prowess is easily targeted. While he may suffice in a bench role, as a starter, we do not require him to score. We have Shaquille and Bryant. Turk Winter chuckled and continued to articulate his perspective. Feng is merely 19, still in the phase of growth. With dedication, he should be able to develop his shooting skills. Even if he cannot, his defensive capabilities warrant a minimum salary contract. Indeed, it would be prudent to observe further and review the footage. Understood. After discussing a few other matters, Winter finally ended the call, gazing out the window with a smile. "Feng, I shall grant you the opportunity. It is up to you to seize it." Chapter 8. The conclusion of the Summer League, attracting attention due to the generally lower skill level of the players. The intensity of the Summer League is typically moderate, thus the schedule is quite dense, with games occurring almost daily. The Lakers are continuously engaged, facing off against the Heat. In the recently concluded opening match, the formidable duo of Karen Butler and Rasul Butler combined to score an impressive 43 points, leading their team to victory. Karen Butler and Rasul Butler are both rookies this year. The former is an aggressive scorer, characterized as a wing player with a keen offensive prowess. Albeit with relatively weaker defensive skills, the latter exemplifies the quintessential 3 and D player, possessing both three-point shooting and defensive capabilities. Of course, both players have yet to fully mature, remaining as fledgling talents. In the Summer League, they faced the formidable defensive prowess of Ye Feng, who delivered a significant impact in one-on-one situations, resulting in average scoring efficiency for both players. Despite being 10 centimeters shorter than them, Ye Feng's defensive advantages were markedly evident. Ultimately, after playing for 35 minutes, Ye Feng achieved an astonishing shooting accuracy of 80, amassing a game-high 33 points, alongside securing 15 rebounds, 6 of which were on the offensive end. In addition to these impressive statistics, he also recorded 2 assists, an impressive 6 steals, and 3 blocks, effectively dominating the game on both ends of the court. However, in the subsequent third match against the Clippers, a team he had previously tried out for, the interior combination posed considerable challenges for the Lakers. Chris Wilcox, possessing remarkable physical attributes, frequently showcased his explosive dunks on the court. Melvin Ely also delivered an outstanding performance, standing at 2.08 meters. Both players created a formidable presence in the paint, making it difficult for Ye Feng to compete for rebounds despite his commendable rebounding skills and strength. His breakthrough style of play was similarly hampered, as the under-basket area became overly congested. After several attempts, the results were rather modest. Continuing to charge recklessly towards the paint proved to be an unwise strategy. Thus, Ye Feng altered his approach, opting for a breakthrough followed by a pass. The results were commendable. In this match, Ye Feng exerted himself to the fullest, playing the entire 40 minutes, with each quarter lasting 10 minutes in the Summer League. Although he only scored 18 points, he delivered a personal best of 12 assists since the commencement of the Summer League, finally showcasing himself as a true point guard. Additionally, he recorded 7 rebounds, 5 steals, and 2 blocks, demonstrating an exceptionally brilliant performance. He led the team to a victory over the Clippers with a 7-point advantage, achieving a 3rd consecutive win in the Summer League. However, the issue of his overly singular scoring method was glaringly apparent. When faced with formidable interior players from the opposing team, especially when they had successfully established their defense, his scoring efficiency would significantly wane. A guard who lacks shooting ability is undeniably an easy target. Nevertheless, it was commendable that he recognized the ineffectiveness of relentless drives and opted for passing instead. Coach Tex Winter nodded in appreciation. As the head coach of the team, he refrained from providing immediate guidance or altering tactics when Ye Feng encountered difficulties on the offensive end. Instead, he allowed the situation to unfold, eager to observe Ye Feng's adaptability in real time. The outcome undoubtedly pleased him. Even if Ye Feng's passing lacked technical finesse and his organizational skills were rather average, his willingness to pass and understanding of how to win were truly commendable. If Bryant possessed the same adaptability as Feng, how advantageous it would be. Winter sighed, reflecting on the 2 absolute core members of his team, one lazy and the other stubborn, none of whom were easy to manage. Ye Feng was acutely aware of his predicament, yet resolving it within a short span of time seemed implausible. At present, his primary focus remained on further integrating the primary template. As for enhancing his offensive capabilities, he could only pin his hopes on unlocking the secondary template. To achieve this, 2 conditions must be fulfilled. First, he must join an NBA team, which had already been accomplished. The second requirement was to start in 5 regular season games. Initially, he would certainly be a substitute, as the Lakers' starting point guard, Derek Fisher, enjoyed the unwavering trust of Phil Jackson. However, if it was merely 5 starts, it should be attainable within this season, shouldn't it? Shaking his head, Ye Feng chose not to dwell on an uncertain future and instead directed his attention to the present. A 3-game winning streak had already been achieved. So could one dare to hope for a 6-game winning streak, which would signify a perfect Summer League performance. Reality swiftly dealt Ye Feng a harsh blow. In the 4th game against the Suns, the Lakers' interior defense was effortlessly breached by the towering and athletically gifted Amare Stoudemire. Despite Ye Feng's impressive strength attribute of 79, which would dominate most rookie players, he found himself overmatched against the extraordinarily talented Stoudemire, who held a significant advantage in height and weight as an interior player. After playing for 33 minutes and posting a stat line of 11 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, Ye Feng reluctantly tasted the bitter fruit of defeat. The sensation of failure was profoundly disheartening, yet he understood that adaptation was imperative, for he was not yet strong enough. Had he possessed a broader array of offensive techniques, coupled with consistent shooting prowess or incisive drives, the match would undoubtedly not have unfolded in such an unflattering manner. Defeat is merely a facet of the game. Ye Feng is not one to be disheartened by a loss, for he can easily reclaim victory in the next encounter. All his frustrations and grievances were unleashed in the subsequent face-off against the Mavericks. Observing Ye Feng, who relentlessly surged forward and overwhelmed his opponents, the seasoned player de Ji, who had come to lend support, felt his intentions were rendered superfluous. A man who had boldly liquidated all his domestic properties to pursue his basketball dreams in America could hardly be disheartened by a single setback. In this match, Ye Feng once again showcased his remarkable physical attributes, playing the full 40 minutes and scoring an impressive personal best of 42 points since the commencement of the Summer League, leading his team to a resounding victory over the Mavericks. Thus, only one final game remained for the Lakers in the Summer League. Their opponent was none other than the Rockets, who had secured the first overall pick in the draft to select Yao Ming. Regrettably, Yao Ming was still in his homeland and could not participate in the Summer League, a fact that weighed heavily on Ye Feng's mind. Regardless of Yao's post-retirement endeavors, His contributions during his NBA career are undeniably commendable. He rightfully holds the title of the foremost figure in Chinese basketball. However, with Ye Feng's arrival in this realm, Yao must step back to the second position. The absence of Yao Ming and other notable rookies or players on the Rockets facilitated an effortless triumph for Ye Feng and his team. In his previous life, he had been a fervent fan of the pseudo-Rockets for a time, and having vented his frustration from losses primarily on the Mavericks, he played with a newfound gentleness, achieving victory without shedding blood. With a record of 5 wins and 1 loss, the Summer League came to a close. Over the course of 6 games, Ye Feng showcased his multifaceted abilities, with both his strengths and weaknesses becoming strikingly apparent. Simultaneously, he garnered the attention of numerous teams, particularly those seeking to bolster their bench depth and in need of immediate impact players. Following the scouts' reports on Ye Feng's performance, these teams began to engage with the Lakers management. Chapter 9. League's Elite. A power beyond compare. Upon receiving trade inquiries regarding Ye Feng from multiple teams, Lakers executive vice president Mitch Kupchak appeared somewhat bewildered. However, with the assistance of his aides' explanations, he quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that this young talent from Longhua possessed commendable skills. Intrigued, Kupchak perused Ye Feng's Summer League statistics. Typically, he would dismiss such personal data from games of this caliber, even neglecting to monitor his own team's participants in the Summer League. Yet, the interest from various teams regarding Ye Feng piqued his curiosity. As the unequivocal core of the team, with the freedom to shoot at will, Ye Feng participated in each game for over 30 minutes. And given his exceptional talent among Summer League competitors, his statistics were indeed impressive. Nevertheless, Kupchak was not swayed by mere numbers. He was primarily interested in the assessments from Turks Winter and the team's scouts regarding Ye Feng, a remarkably skilled defensive guard, yet to cultivate a shooting ability. His scoring repertoire is limited to layups and dunks, relegating him to the role of a bench player. Upon this realization, Kupchak's interest waned. Despite Ye Feng being merely 19 years old with considerable potential for growth, the Lakers, as a prestigious franchise, cannot afford to invest excessive time in nurturing young talent. Nor do they possess the inclination to wait for gradual development, unless one is an extraordinary basketball prodigy. It is evident that Ye Feng has yet to attain such a status. What is Phil's stance? Kupchak inquired. An assistant responded candidly. He is currently on vacation. However, Winter seems to have mentioned this Long Guofeng to him, and Long Guofeng was recommended to us by Kobe. Dismiss those trade requests, he concluded. It is not worth creating discord with head coach Phil Jackson over a rookie of mediocre trade value, especially when it risks alienating Kobe, a pivotal player in our lineup. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, who was on the verge of being traded, he concluded the Summer League and, after bidding farewell to Deji, returned to his apartment in Los Angeles to continue his training regimen, gradually increasing the intensity. It was on the 3rd day of his training upon returning to Los Angeles that he encountered Kobe again after nearly 10 days. They exchanged few words, diving straight into a one-on-one matchup. With your level of prominence, shouldn't you be busier? Ye Feng queried, his focus unwavering as he closely monitored Kobe's ball handling. After enduring 6 Summer League games, his defensive capabilities had improved by 1 point, bringing his current rating to 86. However, such a slight improvement is of little significance when facing Kobe. The relentless, pressuring defense that has proven effective in the Summer League fails to exert much influence over him. Out of 10 defensive attempts, one might succeed only 2 or 3 times. Kobe, still in a state of holiday and not in peak competitive form, will undoubtedly become even more lethal once he truly enters game mode. Consequently, Ye Feng's success rate in defense will further diminish. With a graceful leap and a fading jump shot against Ye Feng's defense, Kobe effortlessly scores 2 points and lands smoothly, his expression unyielding as he remarks. The intensity of the Summer League pales in comparison to that of the regular season, let alone the playoffs. Rookie, you have no grounds for pride. I'm not proud either. Ye Feng internally sighs, yet he refuses to concede verbally. Veteran, can't you refrain from posturing? He quickly interrupts Kobe. Let us continue. Today, let's see who falls first. Is that so? Don't speak too confidently, Kobe retorts, his brashness igniting a fierce determination within him. Today, I shall utterly overwhelm you. Over an hour later, the duel comes to an end. Ye Feng has exhausted every last vestige of his stamina, reluctantly halting and collapsing onto the floor, staring up at the ceiling with a resolute gaze. By the time the regular season begins, I will be stronger than I am now. Remember your words. You have no right to be complacent. Kobe, drenched in sweat, realizes that today's training regimen is now beyond his reach. Do not be deceived by his ability to stand. His physical stamina has nearly been depleted. He is acutely aware of Ye Feng's prowess and the rapidity of his advancement. To describe it as astonishing would be an understatement. It borders on the terrifying. How could an ordinary person progress at such an extraordinary pace? It is indeed unfathomable. This remarkable speed of improvement is one of the primary reasons he holds Ye Feng in such high regard. Such a bewildering trajectory of growth ignites considerable anticipation for his future. Naturally, to prevent Ye Feng from becoming complacent, Kobe would never express this sentiment aloud. At this moment, upon hearing Kobe's admonitions, Ye Feng chose to disregard them. He possesses a clear understanding of his own progress, as he has a comprehensive assessment of his abilities. Complacency is out of the question unless he were to elevate all attributes to 99. In the days that followed, Ye Feng continued to sweat profusely in the training facility, while Kobe still occasionally joined him for practice. A tacit understanding forged between the two. However, as time passed, Ye Feng's fleeting fame from the Summer League began to wane, and he was ultimately forgotten by the fans. In contrast, Deji, who had excelled while representing the Warriors in the Summer League, subsequently signed a 3-year contract with the Clippers. The consequence of his decision to forego returning home was his dismissal from the national team. While in Los Angeles, Ye Feng had hoped to train alongside Deji. However, his elder brother returned home shortly after completing his contract. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, due to his impressive performance in the Summer League and Deji's influence, he had already garnered attention from certain figures in the domestic basketball community, including the great Yao Ming. Upon learning that besides himself and Yao Ming, there was yet another compatriot in the NBA, a guard, no less, Yao felt a surge of excitement. The national team currently boasts an abundance of exceptional interior players, yet a glaring issue remains: the deficiency in the guard position. If Ye Feng could truly make a mark in the NBA, it would undoubtedly indicate considerable talent, perfectly addressing this pressing concern. With this thought, Yao's anticipation for his journey in the American NBA intensified, eagerly looking forward to meeting Ye Feng and engaging in competitive play on the court. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Feng was wholly devoted to his training. Time subtly slipped into October, with less than a month remaining before the commencement of the new season's regular games, and the preseason was about to begin. The coaching staff was the first to conclude their hiatus, initiating preparations for the new season, while players gradually returned. It was not until October 10th that the Los Angeles Lakers held their first assembly for the new season. However, an unfortunate announcement soon arrived. The team's star player, Shaquille O'Neal, opted to undergo surgery on his toe just as the new season was on the brink of starting. The surgery, coupled with recovery time, would require at least 2 months, meaning O'Neal would miss the preseason and a minimum of 15 regular season games. This news undoubtedly struck a significant blow to the Lakers, who were striving for a 4th consecutive championship title. Apart from O'Neal, they lacked any other formidable interior presence. In an NBA landscape where dominance in the paint reigned supreme, the Lakers would undoubtedly face immense pressure at the onset of the new season. Regarding O'Neal's decision not to undergo surgery during his vacation time, followed by the announcement of the procedure just before the commencement of the preseason, Ye Feng refrains from passing judgment. His primary focus lies on his own development. After a period of rigorous training and the invaluable experience of practicing alongside Kobe, the anticipated outcome has materialized. Although he is yet to fully integrate the fundamentals of the Big Ben model, his prowess has undoubtedly surged. Previously, when he faced Kobe in 10 possessions, he could only defend against 2 or 3. Now, he is capable of thwarting 5 or even more, provided that Kobe does not resort to any tricks. In Kobe's own words, Ye Feng's defensive capabilities have ascended to elite status within the league, particularly highlighted by an almost superhuman strength among guards, which has become his sharpest weapon. In the face of such overwhelming physical advantage, technical skills have indeed become secondary. Chapter 10. A Surge in Strength. Ye Feng's ambition. Ye Feng. Age: 19. Gender: male. Height: 193 centimeters. Weight: 84 kilograms. Wingspan: 204 centimeters. Strength: 89, 92. Speed: 82. Stamina: 89, 91. Explosiveness: 80. Coordination: 78. Dunking: 86. Layup: 77 mid-range, 64 three-point, 56 free throw, 79 ball handling, 73 breakthrough, 71 passing, 74 defense, 89, 95, rebounding, 89, 97, overall rating, 83, NBA starting player, evaluation, an exceptional strength-oriented defensive guard. Lacking in mid to long-range scoring capabilities, with average ball handling and organization skills. Note: the values in parentheses reflect the attributes after a complete integration with the Ben Wallace template. It remains uncertain whether the changes in American dietary habits, the recent increase in exercise intensity, or the natural growth potential of youth are responsible, but Ye Feng has experienced a notable height increase, along with an extension of his wingspan by an additional 2 centimeters. At just 19 years old, he still possesses developmental potential. 193 centimeters is not his ultimate height. His gaze swiftly scanned the contents of the panel, quickly settling on the overall rating. The impressive score of 83 points provided Ye Feng with a clear understanding of his current prowess. With such abilities, he could easily assume a starting role on any NBA team, provided the guard position is not occupied by a superstar. The sole drawback is the lack of shooting range. Currently, aside from strength, stamina, defense, and rebounding, all other attributes have seamlessly assimilated the quintessential qualities of the legendary player, known as Big Ben. In fact, attributes such as coordination, layups, and mid-range shooting have reached a level where Ye Feng surpasses even the peak of Big Ben's prowess. The latter's offensive capabilities are, admittedly, rather mediocre. This realization has led Ye Feng to understand that after integrating the template of a certain superstar, his innate talents have not been eclipsed. If his specific attributes exceed the talent level of the superstar he has integrated with, he can enhance them through training, achieving a higher echelon than his counterpart. At present, Ye Feng's offensive strength has indeed surpassed that of Big Ben at his zenith. However, this is not something to boast about, as Big Ben's offensive talent is genuinely limited, and his abilities are rather average. The 4 attributes where Big Ben excels, strength, stamina, defense, and rebounding, are currently all capped at 89 points. Considering the time elapsed, it has been nearly 10 days without any advancement, suggesting that mere daily training may not suffice. He must engage in more intense competitions. Ye Feng mused to himself. With a perfect score being 100, an attribute level of 89 is remarkably impressive. Not to mention, as a guard, an 89 in strength is undoubtedly exceptional. It is likely that most interior players in the NBA lack such high strength attributes. In their confrontations, Kobe has ceased to confront him directly. As for the upcoming season, Ye Feng is filled with anticipation. Regarding Shaquille O'Neal's absence, to be honest, he is not particularly concerned. Ultimately, the matter has been settled, and further entanglement is devoid of any significance. The crux lies in the fact that no one truly cares for his opinion. In one's position, one must fulfill one's responsibilities. The affairs surrounding O'Neal are not within Ye Feng's purview. Those are concerns for the coaching staff and management. Although O'Neal was absent, the team successfully convened for the inaugural gathering of the new season. The composition of the roster bore little difference from the previous season, with both core players still present. Aside from Kobe and O'Neal, the only player who could be deemed exceptional within the team was Derek Fisher, who, apart from the 2 superstars, was the sole player to average double digits in scoring. The dominance of the OK duo was evident. Fisher stood as Ye Feng's direct rival, ostensibly occupying the position of point guard. To secure a starting role, Ye Feng must outshine him in performance. A resolute determination gleamed in Ye Feng's eyes. While it would indeed be far easier to dominate in the bench lineup, he preferred to engage with formidable opponents. High-intensity competition would also facilitate his further integration of the template. Moreover, unlocking the second template necessitated Ye Feng to start 5 games, compelling him to vie for a starting position. Soon, Ye Feng's attention was captured by a figure emerging from the corridor, Phil Jackson, the head coach of the Lakers. This was Ye Feng's first encounter with him. The man appeared to be a genial and tall elder, possessing no particularly remarkable traits. Previously, Turks Winter, who served as the interim head coach during the Summer League, followed in the footsteps of Phil Jackson. His gaze did not immediately settle on Kobe, but rather on Ye Feng. He appeared considerably more robust, indicating that he had indeed not been lax during this period. With a smile gracing his face, Winter acknowledged Ye Feng's relentless dedication to daily training at the gym, which had even rekindled Kobe's competitive spirit. What began as sporadic visits had gradually escalated to a daily presence, a fact that Winter was well aware of. No coach would harbor any disdain for a diligent player. And if that player not only exhibited diligence, but also possessed commendable talent, the admiration would be even greater. Ye Feng was precisely such a player. With the arrival of Phil Jackson and the coaching staff, save for Shaquille O'Neal, all the relevant individuals had gathered. As it was the team's first assembly for the new season, no training was scheduled. Phil Jackson merely offered words of encouragement before stepping aside. What followed was a testing phase, overseen by Winter and the assistant coaches, along with a host of staff members. Among the players, the most impressive physical conditions were undoubtedly exhibited by Ye Feng and Kobe. The other players had, to varying degrees, indulged during the off-season, resulting in less favorable test outcomes. It was evident that the previously jovial expressions of Winter and his colleagues had turned serious. However, upon observing the testing results of Ye Feng and Kobe, their faces transformed into expressions of astonishment, even catching the attention of Phil Jackson. One could distinctly sense the collective focus of the group converging on Ye Feng. It seems that your test results astonished Phil and the others, while Kobe remained remarkably composed, evidently having anticipated this outcome. The two engage in at least 5 one-on-one matches daily, each lasting until one scores 21 points. As Ye Feng's abilities advance, Kobe realizes that in order to secure a decisive victory, he must exhaust every possible strategy. With Ye Feng in a disadvantaged position, he cannot afford to hold back, giving his all in every encounter. Thus, Kobe possesses a comprehensive understanding of Ye Feng's current physical prowess and skill set. He recognizes how astonishing this capability is for a player who has never graced the NBA as an undrafted rookie. The absence of lazy teammates is inconsequential. With both himself and Feng on the court, victory is still within reach. Kobe is brimming with confidence. The testing phase swiftly concluded, and the coaching staff will soon devise a tailored training regimen aimed at ensuring the players regain their physical and competitive form before the regular season commences. Regarding Ye Feng, this remarkable surprise has piqued Phil Jackson's interest even further. However, instead of directly discussing it, he merely cast a meaningful glance at Ye Feng before turning to depart. Ye Feng, naturally aware of this, believes that true talent will inevitably shine. He is confident not only in his ability to establish himself within the Lakers, but also to make a significant impact. The 4 consecutive championships that eluded the Lakers in his previous life may now be attainable with his addition, suggesting that the towering obstacle of the Spurs is not insurmountable. This is his ambition. With this thought, Ye Feng turned to Kobe, who also had no intention of returning home after practice. "Are we doing this?" "Absolutely," Kobe replied without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 11. Sister-in-law. Such words should not be uttered lightly beyond the three-point line, with both hands firmly gripping the ball. Ye Feng's gaze was intense, fixed upon the poised Kobe Bryant before him. Sweat trickled down the chiseled line of his jaw. In an instant, he sprang into action. With an explosive power rating of 80, combined with a speed of 82 and a formidable strength of 89, Ye Feng's drive to the basket became astoundingly sharp. Once he managed to surge forward, the impact and destructive force were indeed remarkable. Although Kobe, the little flying man, had not gained weight and retained commendable strength among guards, he dared not confront Ye Feng's brilliance head-on. With the new season on the horizon, he was keen to avoid injury. Unable to engage in a direct contest, he resorted to sidestepping defense to disrupt Ye Feng's advance. Entering the league in 1996, Kobe had completed 5 seasons, during which he had secured 3 consecutive championships as a core player. His wealth of experience in the game rendered him a seasoned defender, and his relentless attitude was beyond question. Yet, when confronted with Ye Feng's relentless charge, Kobe found himself at a loss for effective countermeasures. Although Ye Feng was right-handed, he adeptly maneuvered the ball with his left hand when Kobe positioned himself to the right. Conversely, he utilized his right hand when Kobe was on his left, always striving to keep the basketball at a distance from his opponent. This instance was no different, as Kobe could find no opportunity for a steal. He trailed Ye Feng into the paint, where an aerial confrontation ensued. The disparity in strength was significant, and he was forcefully shoved aside, helplessly watching as Ye Feng executed a powerful left-handed dunk to score. Your ability to control the ball with your left hand is commendable. However, in formal competitions, Opponents are unlikely to grant you numerous one-on-one opportunities, as other players will undoubtedly provide assistance in defense. Consequently, your inadequacies in ball control will be magnified. Kobe imparted this wisdom. Ye Feng comprehended Kobe's intent. From now on, he would dedicate more time to honing his ball handling skills. Kobe appeared as a mentor eager to guide. Observing this, Ye Feng smirked. Proceed, it is currently 10:18. Do not entertain thoughts of what you cannot achieve, such as defeating me. Whether or not you can accomplish it cannot be determined by mere words. One must truly undertake the endeavor to grasp the reality. So come on, I shall make you aware of how harsh reality can be. The contest continued. Leveraging his physical advantage, Ye Feng scored consecutively, altering the score to 16-18. In the subsequent possession, amidst tight defense, his layup skimmed the rim and failed to land. Then, Kobe sank 3 consecutive shots, securing victory in this round. Rookie, you have lost, Kobe declared with an air of superiority. Picking up the basketball, Ye Feng passed it to him. Enough chatter, let us have another game. Today, however, they would end here. Unlike previous occasions when he would exhaust himself before departing, this time Kobe exhibited remarkable restraint. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng, perplexed, inquired, "Did your siblings send you back to submit your homework?" Submit homework? Kobe was momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon observing Ye Feng's expression, he, as a man, instinctively understood. Where did you pick up such cheeky phrases? Kobe's lips twitched. There's more. I am older than you, so you should refer to me as Sister Vanessa. From now on, when we dine out, you will cover the expenses. Why should I? You are the elder. At that moment, Kobe found himself at a loss for words. Whenever he dined with Michael Jordan, it was always the latter who picked up the tab. The reason was simple. Jordan was older. Without further contest, Kobe presented an irrefutable argument to Ye Feng. Vanessa was 7 months pregnant, and he needed to return home to accompany his wife. Reflecting on his own status as a single man, Ye Feng suddenly felt a desire to find a girlfriend. However, he quickly abandoned this thought. As a member of the Lakers, seeking a woman in Los Angeles was undoubtedly a simple task. Yet, Ye Feng chose not to pursue such endeavors. At this stage, he preferred to focus his energy on enhancing his basketball skills. Women would only impede the speed of his shooting. Initially contemplating that Kobe's early return home meant he could practice alone, Ye Feng ultimately succumbed to Kobe's warm invitation and accompanied him to his villa, where he reunited with Vanessa, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Vanessa, now nearly 7 months into her pregnancy, had begun to show, and as a result, she rarely left the villa unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, Kobe's villa was spacious, well-equipped, and staffed with numerous caregivers and family members who occasionally visited to keep her company, ensuring she did not feel lonely. It was evident that Kobe cared deeply for Vanessa. However, Ye Feng's perceptions soon changed. Are you seriously feeding Vanessa this? Staring at the table laden with steak, fruits, nuts, and bread, Ye Feng was taken aback. Is this truly fit for human consumption? What shall we eat then? Kobe inquired, his expression one of perplexity. Beside him, Vanessa mirrored his confusion. Observing their bewilderment, Ye Feng recognized the necessity of elucidating the concept of sustenance to these two, and thus rose to his feet. What ingredients do you have at home? Noting the blank stares from Kobe and Vanessa, Ye Feng shifted his gaze to the housekeeper nearby. After a lengthy discourse, he grasped the essentials and promptly addressed the matter at hand. Since it's a rare occasion, allow me to demonstrate my culinary skills. Can you cook traditional dishes from the Dragon Kingdom? Kobe's face lit up with astonishment. Ye Feng smirked slightly. I am from the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, I will prepare its cuisine. With that, he disregarded the duo and made his way into the kitchen. Despite the seemingly modest eating habits of Kobe and Vanessa, the kitchen was replete with an abundance of high-quality ingredients and a plethora of cooking utensils, albeit underutilized. It was a classic case of a student with an array of supplies, but lacking the know-how. With deftness, Ye Feng began to prepare a hearty chicken and mushroom stew, a low-sugar sweet and sour pork, and a salad infused with Dragon Kingdom flavors. As Kobe and Vanessa observed Ye Feng's flurry of activity, their initial confusion transformed into astonishment and anticipation, spurred by the enticing aromas wafting through the air. Americans have a penchant for sweets, and Vanessa and Kobe were no exceptions. However, it is crucial for a pregnant woman and an athlete to moderate their sugar intake. The low-sugar sweet and sour pork was an impeccable choice. complemented by the delightful flavors of the Dragon Kingdom-inspired salad. In his previous life, Ye Feng had a profound appreciation for diverse cuisines and a penchant for culinary experimentation. After sampling Western dishes in America, he resolutely opted to prepare his own meals. The culinary fusion of American flavors with the exquisite dishes from the Dragon Kingdom not only enhances the taste, but also offers a unique gastronomic experience. When in Rome, one must embrace local customs, and it is undoubtedly worth the endeavor. In retrospect, Ye Feng's venture proved to be a resounding success. By the time the fragrant chicken stew with mushrooms graced the table, the sweet and sour pork and salad had already vanished, leaving Kobe and Vanessa visibly yearning for more. Both were equally enamored with the improved chicken stew, nearly finishing the broth. The only aspect they found unfamiliar was the dining etiquette. Americans typically favor individual portions rather than shared dishes. However, this minor adjustment was inconsequential, as culinary delights can easily transcend habitual preferences. Feng, if you dedicated yourself to the culinary arts instead of basketball, you would undoubtedly achieve great success, Kobe remarked with genuine admiration. Vanessa chimed in, Feng, you are truly exceptional. Sister-in-law, such praise should be reserved, Ye Feng chuckled in response. Kobe, Vanessa. After a leisurely half-hour respite following the meal, Vanessa, feeling somewhat drowsy, ascended to rest, while Ye Feng and Kobe exchanged knowing glances before heading to the indoor gym adjacent to the villa to continue their training. As per usual, they pushed each other until they were utterly exhausted, concluding their spirited contest. The outcome was of little consequence. The following day, the coaching staff had already devised a comprehensive training regimen, and with the assistance of specialized personnel, Ye Feng's training efficiency saw a marked improvement, maintaining an impressively high intensity. As time passes day by day, the preseason is about to commence. Chapter 12. Internal Factions. Preseason commences. Following a period of intensive team practice, Ye Feng's life has once again returned to a semblance of routine. He has grown more familiar with the members of the Lakers, aside from Kobe. His understanding of the internal factional dynamics within the team has also become markedly clearer. Despite Shaquille O'Neal's seemingly reckless decision to undergo toe surgery just as the new season approaches, resulting in his absence from numerous matches, training sessions, and even public appearances, most players still look up to him. Among them, Robert Horry, Rick Fox, and Devin George stand out prominently, as Kobe's skills have rapidly ascended. Coupled with his relative youth compared to O'Neal, he has increasingly garnered the attention of the team's management, gradually establishing his voice within the squad over the past 2 seasons, thereby forming his own faction. However, he is no longer a solitary figure. Thanks to Kobe's recommendation, Ye Feng was fortunate enough to sign with the team, and the two often spent time together, which led Ye Feng to be branded early on as part of Kobe's faction. During training, there have been no significant conflicts with Horry and the others, as they all diligently follow the coaching staff's tactical directives. It remains uncertain how the dynamics will shift once Shaquille O'Neal makes his return. The remaining role players, under the leadership of Derek Fisher, have assumed a neutral stance, adeptly navigating both sides. Fisher's approach is undoubtedly the wisest, ensuring he offends neither faction. This grants him a certain degree of influence within the locker room. To be candid, Ye Feng is not particularly concerned about the factional dynamics within the team. His sole desire is to play the game well and enhance his skills. However, being immersed in the situation makes it challenging to remain aloof. His relationship with Kobe has become notably close, and aligning with him poses no significant issues, provided it does not hinder his development or the overall competitiveness of the Lakers. Reality, however, has not afforded Ye Feng the luxury of time to ponder such matters, as the preseason has already commenced. Their inaugural match pits them against the city rivals, the Clippers, featuring a formidable inside presence in Elton Brand. Alongside notable players such as Corey Maggette, Andre Miller, Lamar Odom, and Quentin Richardson, the Clippers roster appears quite impressive. Yet, these players have failed to forge effective chemistry, resulting in a rather mediocre competitive edge, one that does not even secure them a playoff berth. Thus, they pose minimal threat. The Lakers fielded a starting lineup of Samaki Walker, Robert Horry, Devin George, Kobe, and Fisher for this match. With Shaquille O'Neal absent, the team's inside competitiveness has evidently diminished. Nonetheless, Robert Horry possesses considerable acumen in defending against the stout Elton Brand and exhibits a commendably proactive defensive attitude. As the new season has just begun, Brand has yet to find his rhythm. The other Clippers big man, Lamar Odom, appears to be in a daze, frequently distracted. Consequently, the Lakers' inside presence does not appear significantly disadvantaged at the outset. Conversely, Kobe on the perimeter entered the game with remarkable swiftness, seamlessly executing both penetrating drives and external shots, accumulating points in rapid succession and demonstrating an extraordinary prowess. He effectively dismantled the defensive line of the Clippers. Although the 8th-ranked Kobe had yet to fully refine his technique, his athleticism was undeniably exceptional, and his scoring explosiveness was nothing short of terrifying. Thanks to Kobe's outstanding performance, the Lakers seized the upper hand right from the outset. Sitting on the bench, Ye Feng observed the unfolding action with keen interest, pondering whether the Clippers were simply underwhelming or if the season had yet to commence in earnest. With players perhaps having indulged too liberally during the offseason, leaving their competitive edge somewhat dulled. At that moment, he felt an irresistible urge to prove himself on the court. Soon, the opportunity presented itself. Just past the midway point of the first quarter, Phil Jackson summoned Ye Feng onto the court. The Lakers substituted their entire bench lineup. Among them, Samaki Walker, who had been the starting power forward for most of the previous season, emerged as the most familiar figure in this arrangement. In the team's regular practice sessions, Ye Feng had predominantly shared the court with him. The other 3 teammates included Brian Shaw, Mark Madsen, and Tracy Murray. As for Rick Fox, he was sidelined for this match due to a muscle strain sustained during training a few days prior. On the Clippers' side, they too exhibited a harmonious understanding, substituting their starting lineup. On the court, as Ye Feng faced Kenyon Dooling, who was of similar height but noticeably less robust, he dribbled past half-court and immediately launched into a powerful drive. What a brute, Kenyon Dooling scoffed. As a seasoned junior, he possessed substantial defensive experience and positioned himself directly in Ye Feng's path, effectively obstructing his route to the basket. However, before he could steady himself, Ye Feng had already surged forward. Unfazed, Kenyon Dooling chose to confront him, entirely oblivious to the sympathetic glances from his fellow players on the Lakers. Bang! In that instant of collision, the previously composed Kenyon Dooling felt as though he had been struck head-on by a several-hundred-pound bull, his body soaring like a kite severed from its string, landing 2 meters away. At the moment he hit the ground, a singular thought consumed his mind. My goodness! Why is this guy so strong? Ye Feng's fierce demeanor evidently startled the other players from the Clippers, causing their defense to falter. To the spectators, it appeared as though the Clippers players were collectively paying homage to Ye Feng, watching in as he penetrated the paint, leaped with full force, and executed a one-handed windmill dunk. It was only at that moment that the crowd reacted, the atmosphere igniting as all attention converged on Ye Feng. When did our team acquire such a formidable player? I remember him. He was a powerhouse during the Summer League. Upon further observation, if he can maintain this level of performance, he could become a secret weapon in our bench lineup. Our greatest challenge has been the lack of competitiveness among our substitutes. If he can quickly develop into a capable asset, it would be splendid news, as our goal this season is a 4th consecutive championship. Am I the only one who finds him incredibly handsome? I'd love to date him. Is that the expression of someone who wants to date? You mean you want to sleep with him? For Ye Feng, the Lakers fans were undoubtedly unfamiliar with him. However, as soon as the arena's host unearthed Ye Feng's information and announced it, the crowd became acquainted with his name. Whether he would be remembered depended on his subsequent performance. The game proceeded. On the defensive end, observing the disoriented Kenyon Dooling, Ye Feng refrained from immediately closing in on him. Instead, he took a moment to analyze the tactical approach of the Clippers lineup. Alas, there was little strategy to discern, merely relying on the prowess of their most formidable player. The ball swiftly found its way into the hands of Quentin Richardson. This third-year rookie had averaged 13 points per game last season, showcasing both his ability to drive and shoot with remarkable skill. On our side, Tracy Murray was evidently unable to contain him. With a few deft maneuvers, he broke free. There it was, a mid-range shot from the free-throw line, and Richardson's fingertips recognized the familiar feel of the ball, prompting a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the side, swatting the basketball away with a resounding slap. The impact of the palm on the ball reverberated, causing Richardson's expression to freeze, his mood plummeting as he turned his gaze. Who was that? Chapter 13. Is this scientific? The answer to Richardson was the swiftly retreating figure of Ye Feng. He wanted to pursue, but could not catch up. Just past the midcourt line, a teammate passed the basketball to him. Ye Feng received the ball and took long strides toward the basket, with only Kenyon Dooling and Marco Jarek as the Clippers' defenders ahead. At this moment, as Ye Feng charged forward with the ball, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed capable of crushing anything in his path, a brief moment of hesitation washed over me. I recalled that I merely held a mid-tier salary within the team. Furthermore, this was merely a trivial preseason game, which led both of us to engage in only a token defense. I once again watched as Ye Feng executed a powerful dunk, adding to his score. After entering the game, he swiftly accumulated 4 points and achieved a steal, showcasing an impressive performance that rendered him the most outstanding player on the court. As the game transitioned with the Clippers gaining possession, the basketball was passed around before ultimately finding its way to Richardson. Faced with Ye Feng's focused and piercing gaze, Richardson felt as though he was being watched by a predator, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. However, he quickly steadied himself, confident in his own abilities, and assumed a stance ready to break through. Yet, before Richardson could even initiate his move, Ye Feng expertly closed in on him, disrupting his offensive rhythm. Richardson sensed that this defense was not promising. While maintaining control of the ball, he sought an opening to break through, only to discover that Ye Feng's positioning was impeccable, his defense remarkably tight. The sheer aggressiveness of his defensive stance left Richardson feeling overwhelmed. How could this rookie be so formidable? What baffled Richardson even more was the fact that such a talented player as Ye Feng had yet to gain any recognition. During the pre-game analysis, the head coach had failed to mention Ye Feng at all. Was this truly reasonable? After several attempts, Richardson was unable to achieve a breakthrough. With time running out on the offensive clock, he decided to pass the ball. Sensing his intention, Ye Feng deliberately feigned a weakness, then swiftly reached out to intercept. Snap! The pass was thwarted. A few steps away, Brian Shaw seized the basketball and immediately passed it back. The ensuing scene mirrored the previous one, as Ye Feng once again basked in the spotlight, adding another 2 points to his tally. On the Clippers bench, the ever-watchful Yao Ming was utterly astonished. After just over 2 months, he had become so much stronger. Can this be explained scientifically? Meanwhile, on the Lakers bench, Kobe was thoroughly impressed by Ye Feng's performance. A player capable of forcing him to give his all in competition deserved such a display. Even though it was merely a preseason game, the effort was commendable, aligning perfectly with his expectations. Truly, a worthy friend in his eyes. Equally satisfied was Lakers head coach Phil Jackson, who had already been struck by Ye Feng's prowess during regular training and scrimmages. Such physical talent and basketball skill. Yet he had been overlooked, unable to even take the court in the NCAA. How could this be? Followed by a sense of relief. He was grateful that Ye Feng had not gained fame and appeared to have faced unjust treatment in the NCAA. Thankfully, the team heeded Kobe's recommendation and chose to sign Ye Feng. Otherwise, such a player, with remarkable current ability and immense potential, would surely not have been available to the Lakers. Signing the exceptionally talented Ye Feng at a base salary is indeed a remarkable gain. It is regrettable that the contract is only for 1 year. Such a player deserves a long-term commitment akin to the previous arrangement with Pippen, ideally a 7-year deal. However, observing Ye Feng's demeanor and approach to life, it seems unlikely he would make such a foolish decision. With Ye Feng on the team, the strength of the bench has significantly improved. His defensive prowess on the court is striking. He not only effectively contained his direct opponent, Kenyon Dooling, but also through vigorous assistance and supplementary defense, he greatly restricted Richardson and the entire perimeter offensive capabilities of the Clippers. His defensive skills and range are truly astonishing. Against the Clippers bench, Ye Feng exhibited dominance on both ends of the court. For a player who has never graced the NBA before, to perform so remarkably against a team of NBA caliber speaks volumes about his strength. One wonders what the outcome would be if he were placed in the starting lineup, and whether he could coexist with Kobe. Once this notion took root, Phil Jackson could hardly suppress his eagerness to experiment. The first quarter concluded swiftly, with Ye Feng playing nearly 6 minutes, amassing an impressive tally of 17 points, 3 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. The sole critique is that as a point guard, he did not distribute the ball for assists, instead taking on the role of a finisher. Yet, given Ye Feng's outstanding performance and remarkable efficiency, which helped the team extend their lead, no one could fault him. Entering the second quarter with a 19-point advantage, it was surprising to see Ye Feng remain on the court, joining Kobe and 3 other Lakers starters for continued play. It seems that Ye Feng has ignited a fierce defensive spirit in Kobe. Upon his entry onto the court, Kobe exerted every ounce of his talent on the defensive end. Coupled with Ye Feng's relentless defense, the Clippers' backcourt fell apart. Andre Miller felt utterly defeated. Facing Ye Feng was already a considerable challenge, and Kobe would occasionally come to double-team him. This was merely a preseason game, not the playoffs. Could they not maintain a semblance of camaraderie? Corey Maggette faced a similar plight. Utterly dispirited, confronted by Kobe, whose strength matched his own, and Ye Feng, whose power surpassed his scoring efficiency plummeted. On the offensive front, with Kobe drawing defensive attention, Ye Feng found himself at ease, benefiting from 3 months of mutual understanding and synergy. Even with a passing ability rated at merely 74, Ye Feng consistently delivered the ball whenever Kobe sought it. The accuracy might have been lacking, yet the timing was impeccable. Likewise, the typically reluctant passer, Kobe, who seldom distributed the ball to anyone other than Shaquille O'Neal, transformed his approach. Whenever Ye Feng made a successful cut and an opportunity arose, he readily passed the ball. Their offensive collaboration flowed seamlessly, each racking up assists. Observing from the bench, Derek Fisher was left in disbelief. Was this truly the Kobe he knew? Why was he so approachable? Had he been merely playing a character before? Suddenly, he felt that his starting position this season might be in jeopardy. At this moment, Phil Jackson's eyes gleamed with excitement. A longtime aficionado of the triangle offense, he observed the harmonious synergy between Kobe and Ye Feng, a formidable backcourt duo excelling in both offense and defense. An idea began to blossom in his mind, the desire to craft a unique strategy for these two, promising a thrilling and powerful outcome. However, as reality set in, an expression of contemplation crossed Jackson's face. It became evident that featuring Ye Feng in the starting lineup allowed for a coexistence with Kobe. More accurately, it was Kobe's willingness to share the ball that surprised many. Ye Feng, in turn, did not betray that trust. Conversely, if Ye Feng were to be placed in the bench rotation, his contributions would remain remarkably effective. In contrast, if Derek Fisher were to lead the second unit alone, he would surely struggle to match Ye Feng's dual prowess in both offense and defense. Contemplating these factors left Phil Jackson uncertain about the best course of action. Chapter 14. The regular season commences, the mighty Spurs beep. The final buzzer sounded, bringing the game between the Lakers and the Clippers to a close. The former players wore expressions of ease, laughter echoing through the court, while the latter's team trudged off with heads down, eager to leave the floor, as if not wishing to linger for a second longer. The outcome was unmistakable. The final score read 111-76. A staggering margin of 35 points, truly a game among friends turned rivals. Rarely do teams exhibit such a lack of courtesy towards their opponents in preseason matches. Yet the Lakers were not to be blamed for this outcome. Throughout the entirety of the final quarter, Phil Jackson opted to field an entirely substitute lineup. With Ye Feng relegated to the bench, the team, lacking in competitive vigor, nonetheless managed to maintain a relatively stable point differential, a testament to the shortcomings of the Clippers themselves. In his 22 minutes on the court, Ye Feng amassed an impressive tally of 31 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, showcasing an astonishing level of efficiency. He unequivocally emerged as the most outstanding player for the Lakers in this match, leaving a lasting impression on the fans who gathered at the Staples Center to witness the game. Compared to the Summer League, the preseason undoubtedly garners far greater attention. The name Ye Feng began to resonate with a wider audience in the United States. Furthermore, with the arrival of Yao Ming as the first overall pick in the NBA and the successful signing of Wang Zhizhi with the Clippers, interest in the NBA surged in China, prompting many well-informed fans and media to follow this game closely. Beyond the realm of basketball professionals, a segment of the domestic fan base became aware of Ye Feng's presence. They recognized that across the vast ocean, in the pinnacle of professional basketball, the NBA, there exists a Chinese guard. Ye Feng, however, remained oblivious to this burgeoning recognition. With the preseason underway, the commencement of the regular season could not be far behind. The team entered a phase of rigorous preparation, striving to ensure that the players' competitive form would be fully restored before the official start of the regular season. Both physical and mental readiness were paramount for the impending challenges. The preseason matches continue, with the Lakers triumphing over teams such as the Grizzlies, led by Pau Gasol, the Nuggets, currently in a rebuilding phase, the Cavaliers, and the Suns, achieving a flawless record. Ye Feng averages 23 minutes on the court, boasting impressive statistics of 206,332, leading the team in efficiency. His performance is nothing short of exceptional. He ranks second in scoring, trailing only Kobe, making it evident to all that the Lakers have unearthed a gem this season. With the already formidable duo of O'Neal and Kobe, both in their prime and showcasing extraordinary competitiveness, the acquisition of such a potent talent seems almost serendipitous. The Lakers' quest for a fourth consecutive championship is repeatedly echoed, inciting envy and frustration among rival teams aspiring for the title. They mutter in disbelief, questioning the scouts and the NCAA, incredulous that such a remarkable player could emerge without prior acclaim. Some conspiracy theories have even surfaced, suggesting a clandestine agreement between Ye Feng and the Lakers to deliberately conceal his prowess. However, any rational mind would dismiss such notions as implausible. Amidst this tumult, the Kentucky University basketball team, as well as the Pistons and Clippers, teams that Ye Feng previously trialed with, find themselves under scrutiny. The head coach of Kentucky feels deeply wronged, asserting that Ye Feng did not display such formidable strength and skill during his college tenure. Otherwise, he would not have been overlooked. Had Ye Feng showcased his current capabilities back then, a starting position would have been assured, and the team could have advanced much further in the madness of March, perhaps even clinching the championship. Alas, there are no what-ifs. As for the Clippers and Pistons, the latter felt a profound sense of regret and disappointment. Had he known, he would have offered a more generous contract, for had he done so, Ye Feng might not have departed. Meanwhile, the Clippers were engulfed in anger. The individual they had trialed was poached by Kobe, leading to an eruption of frustration directed at them. Is this truly acceptable? Among the myriad of teams and personnel, the one who felt the most desolate was undoubtedly the overlooked Philip. Initially, he had merely sought to swindle $5,000 by signing Ye Feng, never believing that Ye Feng possessed the potential to enter the NBA. This skepticism resulted in a rather unpleasant relationship between them, but he ultimately managed to extricate himself from this burden. Now, to be informed that Ye Feng is a veritable goldmine fills him with regret. He would readily slap himself for his short-sightedness. In stark contrast, Prince, treated as a treasure, appeared rather ordinary. At this moment, the preseason had concluded, and the regular season was on the horizon. Ye Feng had no time to dwell on trivial matters. He pondered how Phil Jackson would utilize him in the regular season. Throughout the preseason, Ye Feng had never started a game, always entering as a substitute, yet he had spent considerable time on the court alongside the starting lineup. Averaging 20 minutes per game, nearly half of that was shared with the starters, including Kobe. He was quite eager to discover whether he would secure a starting position in the regular season, but he found it utterly impossible to decipher Phil Jackson's intentions. The old man maintained a facade of inscrutable wisdom, exuding an air of superiority. Since clarity eluded him, Ye Feng resolved to refrain from overthinking and simply focus on performing his best. What brings him immense comfort is that after enduring the trials of the preseason, his defensive attributes have finally transcended, reaching an impressive score of 90, officially entering the ranks of the elite. Once he fully assimilates the template, his defensive attributes are poised to achieve a staggering 95, a benchmark synonymous with the best defensive player status. One eagerly anticipates the arrival of that day. On the evening of October 29th, the much-anticipated regular season opener for the Lakers arrives as scheduled, with the formidable Spurs as their opponents. With the acquisition of Tim Duncan and the esteemed guidance of coach Greg Popovich, alongside the enduring competitiveness of David Robinson, complemented by the development of a plethora of role players, the Spurs possess formidable strength this season. In the previous two seasons, against the resplendent OK Lakers, the Spurs faced bitter playoff defeats, harboring resentment from their eliminations. With a significant enhancement in their overall team strength, they are undoubtedly eager for vengeance. This adds a palpable intensity to the clashes between the two teams. David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Steve Smith, Bruce Bowen, Tony Parker. The Twin Towers within the paint exhibit extraordinary prowess. The seasoned veterans on the perimeter bring commendable competitiveness. The Spurs starting lineup is exceptionally robust. More daunting, however, is their bench. Malik Rose, Manu Ginobili, Claxton, Steven Jackson, Steve Kerr. While many may be veterans, it is undeniable that these players possess distinct characteristics and capabilities. In contrast, the Lakers' starting lineup suffers from the absence of Shaquille O'Neal, a significant blow, and their bench, lacking Ye Feng, truly pales in comparison. In the previous season's playoffs, the Lakers succumbed to the Spurs, which was quite understandable given the formidable strength of their opponents. This thought piqued Ye Feng's curiosity regarding the Lakers' chances against the Spurs now that he has joined the team. The twin towers of the Spurs front court present a significant challenge for him, especially considering his current lack of a reliable mid-range shooting ability. If he can make a meaningful contribution on the offensive end against the Spurs, it would undoubtedly bode well for his performance against other teams in the league. Phil Jackson deployed a starting lineup comprising Samaki Walker, Robert Horry, Devin George, Kobe Bryant, and Derek Fisher. As anticipated, Ye Feng did not make the starting five. The whistle blew, signaling the commencement of the game. Chapter 15, Fierce Battle. Stalemate. Popovich's jealousy faced with the Spurs' imposing twin towers. The Lakers' interior combination of Samaki and Horry was clearly at a disadvantage, garnering little faith from onlookers. However, there was a silver lining. Tim Duncan's performance in this match was far from stellar. Despite what should have been a surefire scoring opportunity, he failed to convert. It was evident that he had not yet regained his peak form at the start of the season. As for David Robinson, his role had shifted primarily to supporting Duncan, contributing his height and experience to the team. One cannot expect a 38-year-old player to deliver more than that. It was now 2002, and the intensity of NBA defense was exceptionally high, with physicality and collisions being commonplace. Particularly for interior players, the game often felt like half basketball and half brawl, with the intensity reaching astonishing levels. David Robinson, akin to an aging vehicle, was running low on fuel. Thus, he was unlikely to exert himself too much during the regular season. The Spurs' advantage in the paint during this match was not as formidable as anticipated. While their offensive efficiency faltered, the Spurs' robust defensive strategy exerted considerable pressure on the Lakers. From the onset, Kobe, firing on all cylinders, faced Bruce Bowen's relentless defense and the various double teams and helped defense from other Spurs players, resulting in a rather mediocre performance. As for the other Lakers players, their situation was even more dire. Following their 3 consecutive championships, these players exhibited a notable lack of fighting spirit, with their performance markedly declining compared to the previous season. It must be acknowledged that Coach Popovich's exceptional training in defensive systems and the enthusiasm for defense has been remarkable. Even players of average talent can, under his guidance, harness their strengths within the system, thereby imposing significant pressure on the Lakers, particularly on their role players. Both teams struggled with scoring efficiency, leading the game into a defensive stalemate. The lack of support from teammates compelled Kobe to focus more on personal offense, if passing to teammates yielded lower efficiency than self-scoring. Why pass at all? This led to a series of mistakes as the Spurs targeted him relentlessly. Derek Fisher, possessing a resilient spirit, is a player of great trust during critical moments, yet his foot speed is on the slower side among guards, making him appear sluggish against the speedy Tony Parker. His ability to score independently is somewhat limited, necessitating a strong presence to draw defensive attention. However, with Kobe refraining from passing, even when opportunities arose, he could not secure the ball. If Fisher lacked possession, one can only imagine the plight of others. The Lakers appear to be ensnared in a vicious cycle. Observing this, Phil Jackson furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping across the bench before finally settling on Ye Feng. "Feng, go warm up," he instructed. Understanding the directive, Ye Feng rose and began to engage in light exercises along the sidelines. Greg Popovich, who had been attentively monitoring the dynamics of the Lakers bench, immediately sensed the shift. Is he about to enter the game? Popovich had conducted thorough research on Ye Feng prior to the match, even taking the time to review relevant game footage. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. This 19-year-old prodigy, with the potential to refine his shooting skills, could undoubtedly ascend to all-star status. Even if he did not become the cornerstone of a franchise, he could easily serve as a formidable second option. The Lakers had seemingly stumbled upon a ready-made talent, a situation that could not help but evoke jealousy. Why couldn't the Spurs find such a gem? Reflecting on his own team's aging roster, Popovich felt a twinge of fatigue. Were it not for his insistence and pleas, David Robinson would have retired long ago, and both Steve Smith and Steve Kerr were contemplating retirement at the season's end. It was clear that the Spurs' roster strength would inevitably decline. Thus, they were determined to strive for the championship this season, though he reminded himself not to be overly ambitious. After all, he already had Tim. Attention returned to the court, where the Spurs gradually began to assert their dominance amid the fierce competition. As the first quarter approached its midpoint, Ye Feng was substituted in, with the Lakers trailing by 5 points. The Spurs also made substitutions, with David Robinson and Steve Smith exiting the court, while Malik Rose and Danny Ferry entered. The ball was in the Spurs' possession. Prior to the match, Popovich had emphasized the importance of monitoring Ye Feng, and Tony Parker exhibited restraint, skillfully protecting the ball beyond the three-point line, denying any opportunity for a steal. He then utilized his teammates' screens to create a two-position advantage but refrained from driving in himself, instead opting to pass to the moving Tim Duncan. His movements were graceful, and the timing impeccable. Tony Parker felt a sense of satisfaction with his pass. Suddenly, Parker's expression froze. It appeared as though Ye Feng had anticipated Parker's intentions. As he launched into action the instant the pass was made, with a wingspan of 2 meters and 4 centimeters, he successfully executed a steal. Pass. Kobe had already begun to move. However, Ye Feng chose not to pass to him, as Bruce Bowen cunningly hovered in the passing lane between him and Kobe. Given Bowen's modest passing ability of merely 74 points, his precision and timing were only average and easily susceptible to interception. Therefore, he opted for caution. Ignoring Kobe's demand for the ball, Ye Feng controlled it himself and crossed half-court, astonishing the Spurs players. Aside from Shaquille O'Neal, another player on the Lakers dared to disregard Kobe? In contrast, the expressions of the Lakers players were notably subdued. They had grown accustomed to such scenes during the preseason, having witnessed it numerous times before. The coach remained silent, and Kobe did not appear genuinely angered, rendering their indifference even more pronounced. Back on the court, as Ye Feng crossed half-court, he launched into action without hesitation, prompting Tony Parker to sidestep without even a hint of resistance. His slight frame evidently deterred him from confronting the challenge. Successfully penetrating into the paint, he encountered Danny Ferry, whose imposing height of 2.08 meters posed a significant threat. Unfortunately, he proved to be nothing more than a decorative pillow, easily displaced upon contact. However, just as Ye Feng leapt, a tall and formidable figure soared towards him. Indeed, he came flying in. Anticipating this, Ye Feng swiftly altered his trajectory in midair and passed the basketball. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the one coming to defend him was none other than Tim Duncan. Fortuitously, he had remained vigilant. Otherwise, that shot would have undoubtedly been blocked. With a sigh of relief, Ye Feng landed and retreated to the baseline to avoid any inadvertent friendly fire. Meanwhile, Kobe managed to catch the somewhat erratic pass with his nimble hands, leaping high to slam the ball into the basket over Duncan, who had his back turned. The atmosphere in the Staples Center erupted with excitement. What a beautiful assist. That dunk was truly spectacular. Ye Feng exchanged high-fives with Kobe in celebration. Duncan, still stinging from the humiliation of being dunked on just outside the arc, twitched his mouth in displeasure. In the subsequent possession, Duncan immediately established his position in the paint. And without hesitation, Tony Parker delivered the pass. Uncle Ho defended earnestly, yet he could not prevent the ensuing explosion. The score remained a 5-point difference. However, just as Duncan turned, the Lakers had already completed their baseline throw-in. Fast break. Kobe surged ahead, with Ye Feng trailing closely behind. As both players raced toward the front court, the former received a pass and charged into the Spurs' interior, drawing defenders before deftly returning the favor with a well-timed lob. The height was just right. With an emphatic leap, Ye Feng grasped the ball midair, descending with force to slam it into the basket. Boom. The sheer power of the two-handed alley-oop sent waves of exhilaration through the arena, elevating the atmosphere to unprecedented heights. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson wore a satisfied expression, delighted by the chemistry blossoming between Ye Feng and Kobe. He contemplated increasing their shared time on the court, confident in their youth and stamina, which could withstand the demands of the game. Meanwhile, on the Spurs bench, Greg Popovich furrowed his brow in contemplation, struggling to devise a suitable counter-strategy. In this moment, he found himself at a loss for effective tactics. After all, a clever player like Ye Feng, alongside Kobe, posed a formidable challenge. On the court, it seemed as though Tim Duncan had been roused by Kobe's spectacular dunk. He began to take charge of the game, not only scoring for himself, but also drawing defenders to facilitate his teammates' three-point attempts, as the Spurs unleashed a fierce offensive. The Lakers, on the other hand, relied heavily on the duo of Kobe and Ye Feng. In one-on-one situations, few dared to claim they could contain Kobe. prompting the Spurs to deploy significant resources to guard him. This strategy afforded Ye Feng a relatively unencumbered opportunity to attack, as Tony Parker's defense proved as flimsy as paper. While Bruce Bowen, occupied with guarding Kobe, was unable to provide additional support. Thus, Ye Feng only needed to be mindful of Duncan's position, avoiding a head-on confrontation with the Stone Buddha. On the court, it was a matter of freely driving and colliding, for no one could outmaneuver him. Once Duncan approached, he would simply pass the ball. This drive-and-dish strategy, refined through the trials of the preseason, had become second nature to Ye Feng. As the score oscillated, the margin remained within 5 points, creating a tense atmosphere. The intensity of the defense had notably escalated compared to earlier. At this juncture, the contest had transcended the realm of a mere regular season game. Both the Lakers and the Spurs regarded this match with an importance that surpassed the norm. In the inaugural battle of the new season, each team aspired to ascend over the other. The first quarter concluded in such a state. After Ye Feng entered the game, the Lakers' scoring efficiency surged significantly as he amassed a comprehensive tally of 4 points, 2 rebounds, 2 steals, and 3 assists in the quarter. Kobe, meanwhile, achieved the highest individual score of the quarter with 15 points. The Lakers collectively recorded only 23 points in the quarter, nearly monopolized by the two of them. On the Spurs side, Duncan delivered an impressive 13 points, with the team totaling 25 points, leading by 2. As the second quarter commenced, both teams fielded entirely substitute lineups. The Spurs bench was formidable, posing a significant challenge to both the Lakers and Ye Feng. Notably, Ye Feng remained on the court during the second quarter, while Derek Fisher, who had rested for half of the first quarter, entered the game. Consequently, Ye Feng transitioned from point guard to shooting guard. Observing the robust-haired Manu Ginobili across the court, Ye Feng smiled slightly, preparing to make a significant impact. Chapter 16, Overcoming the Spurs. A flawless debut, sensing the unmistakably malevolent gaze of Ye Feng directed at him, and recalling the brutish style of play he exhibited during the first quarter. Along with Popovich's emphatic instructions prior to the game, Ginobili felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He pondered whether his slender limbs would be able to withstand the onslaught. As the Spurs had won the tip-off in the first quarter, the Lakers began the second with possession of the ball. Derek Fisher, dribbling towards the three-point line of the Spurs, hesitated momentarily as he scrutinized the frail frame of Clay Skelton before ultimately opting to pass the ball instead of attempting a shot himself. Without any preliminary maneuvers, Ye Feng received the ball and launched a powerful drive towards the basket. Ginobili was caught off guard, stumbling and nearly losing his balance, his expression one of sheer despair. Defending against Kobe was one thing, but this was an entirely different level of frustration. It was as if Ye Feng was a raging bull. No guard could withstand such relentless pressure. Certainly, he could not. With Duncan and David Robinson absent from the court, Ye Feng fearlessly charged into the paint, only to be met with a double team. Clearly, Popovich had devised a targeted defensive strategy, determined not to grant him an easy scoring opportunity. However, Ye Feng was far from stubborn. Recognizing the lack of favorable options, he swiftly altered his approach and opted to pass the ball out. Samaki Walker, unguarded, caught the pass and executed a powerful two-handed dunk. "Beautiful pass, Feng," Walker exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Ye Feng smiled and exchanged a high-five with him. "Your dunk was spectacular." "Indeed, I must say, you have a discerning eye," Walker replied, embodying a sense of pride. Without further ado, Ye Feng swiftly returned to defense. Trouble loomed. On the Spurs bench, Popovich's brows furrowed in concern. Initially, he believed that Ye Feng had moderated his play due to sharing the court with Kobe. However, now that Kobe had exited, he anticipated Ye Feng would, like other rookie talents in the league, be eager to showcase his skills. To his surprise, he was mistaken. Ye Feng remained composed, undeterred by the pressure. Truly, fortune favored the Lakers. What a promising talent he could be if he were on my side, thought Popovich, his eyes betraying a sense of yearning. With Tim Duncan in the paint, Ye Feng and Parker on the perimeter, and Ginobili on the bench, the vision was exquisite. The Spurs' future appeared bright. Alas, it was merely a fantasy, unattainable. No renowned young star would willingly join the Spurs. The game continued. Though this was Ginobili's inaugural season in the NBA, he had already earned Popovich's trust, holding a position on the court akin to that of Claxton. Together, they formed the offensive nucleus of the Spurs' second unit. It was evidently implausible for Ye Feng to defend against two players alone, Thus, he opted to guard the nimble and graceful Ginobili. As for Claxton, he was entrusted to Fisher. The persistent issue remained. Fisher, or rather, the now diminutive Fisher, found himself at a disadvantage when faced with swift-footed guards. Standing at 180 centimeters, Claxton was quick and agile, leaving Fisher feeling rather uncomfortable. Ye Feng, too, felt the strain as Ginobili maneuvered him away from Claxton, rendering him unable to assist in defense or provide support. As for the possibility of restraining Ginobili, it has become even more improbable. One can only hope that the opponent fails to score. However, Clay Skelton displayed commendable form in this match. When it proved impossible to fully contain the adversary on the defensive end, the only recourse was to reclaim dominance on offense. A single skill can conquer all. Ye Feng began to frequently penetrate the paint, seizing good opportunities to shoot and passing the ball when the chances were less favorable. In the absence of Tim Duncan and David Robinson, it was exceedingly challenging for the Spurs to limit Ye Feng with just one player, thus providing him ample room to excel. Walker and Medvedenko emerged as the primary beneficiaries, often overlooked by the Spurs, feasting on easy baskets. As the first half of the match swiftly elapsed, neither side could gain the upper hand. However, the Lakers exhibited slightly higher efficiency, capitalizing on numerous open shots. The score reached 39-37, with the Lakers taking a 2-point lead. Both teams made several substitutions. Observing Ye Feng still on the court, Popovich's previously relaxed expression tightened once more, his gaze shifting towards the Lakers bench, where Phil Jackson, ever the composed strategist, remained unfazed, no matter how formidable one may be. He is merely a 19-year-old youth. Is this approach truly prudent? Reality provided him with the answer. Popovich believed that Ye Feng's high-intensity confrontational play, marked by relentless effort and defensive vigor, could not be sustained for long. Yet, Ye Feng completed the entire second quarter alongside Kobe, aiding the team in extending their lead to 6 points. Duncan's remarkable performance, scoring a staggering 27 points in the first half, the highest of the game, ultimately proved to be in vain, as it could not propel the team into the lead. Regardless of the quantity of points amassed, it bore no significance. In the second half, Ye Feng continued to exert himself without respite, joining forces with Kobe. Together, they executed a masterful display on both offense and defense, leading the team to an exceptionally sharp performance. Despite the interior being suppressed by the Spurs, they decisively dominated the perimeter, seizing the advantage. As the final buzzer echoed throughout the arena, thunderous applause and unceasing cheers filled the air. With Shaquille absent from the game, Lakers fans had initially feared the worst. However, the backcourt duo of Kobe and Ye Feng delivered an unexpected delight. Kobe's prowess is indisputable, evident to all, requiring no further elaboration. Yet, it was Ye Feng's performance that emerged as the greatest surprise of the match. It is truly astonishing that he is merely 19 years old and went undrafted in the recent selection. Are the scouts within the league blind? In 37 minutes of play against the formidable Spurs, Ye Feng recorded an impressive 21 points, 6 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. The synergy between Ye Feng and Kobe in the backcourt is unparalleled. It is difficult to conceive of any other team in the league possessing a comparable duo. Once Shaquille returns and the team reaches its full potential, we shall become extraordinarily powerful. The prospect of a four-peat feels within our grasp. Lakers fans began to express their admiration and dreams, overflowing with satisfaction towards Ye Feng. Certainly, should Ye Feng's performance falter in subsequent matches, it is highly likely that the fans will exhibit an entirely different demeanor. The reality of their expectations is palpable. Aware of this, Ye Feng remains grounded, fully cognizant that a singular stellar performance should not inflate his ego. The paramount objective at this juncture is to secure a position in the starting lineup. As the regular season unfolds, the template of his game will undoubtedly reach complete integration without requiring excessive effort. Thus, Ye Feng is increasingly eager to unlock the second template at the earliest opportunity. Lost in contemplation, Ye Feng made his way down the corridor when he was approached by a striking figure who obstructed his path. "Feng, may I ask you a few questions?" she inquired. Ye Feng nodded in assent. The woman, possessing a captivating beauty and a physique that aligns with Western aesthetics, unfortunately, did not pique his interest. "Firstly, congratulations on an impeccable debut performance in your professional career," she remarked, her expression turning inquisitive. "After witnessing your performance, we are genuinely curious. given your evident talent. Why did you not have the opportunity to play in the NCAA? Were you subjected to unfair treatment? Not at all, Ye Feng replied earnestly. I am grateful to the coach for allowing me to join the team and for assisting me in securing a scholarship, which has been immensely beneficial. Avoiding the trap laid by the journalist, Ye Feng maintained a sincere demeanor while continuing to weave a narrative. As for the lack of playing time, perhaps I was simply too low-key. Low-key? She echoed, intrigued. Indeed, Ye Feng replied with a subtle smile. His striking features and deep-set eyes left the reporter utterly captivated. However, Ye Feng had no inclination to engage her in further conversation. With a casual wave of his hand, he briskly walked away. He still preferred women with an Eastern charm. Upon returning to the locker room, he carelessly discarded the little note that the beautiful reporter had secretly given him into the trash bin. Ye Feng could hear Kobe's voice echoing in his ears. You performed admirably in this match. It's quite remarkable to hear you receive such praise. Ye Feng chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, it seemed that Kobe's earlier words contradicted his usual demeanor, and he resumed his serious expression. You need to continue honing your shooting and ball handling skills. That will facilitate your transformation. Indeed, that's more like the Kobe I know, he replied. Chapter 17, Contrasts. Problems resurface at the post-match press conference. Phil Jackson brought only Kobe along. This suited Ye Feng perfectly, as he had never enjoyed dealing with journalists. The mere thought of it was bothersome. He preferred to develop quietly. However, he had underestimated the impact of this game. Not to mention the accolades showered upon him by Kobe and Phil Jackson during the press conference. Comparisons are often daunting. In stark contrast to Ye Feng's nearly flawless debut performance, Yao Ming, also a player from the Dragon Nation and the first overall pick in the NBA draft, delivered a disappointing first outing. Coming off the bench for 11 minutes, Yao Ming shot 0 for 1, ending with a dismal stat line of 0 points, 2 rebounds, 2 fouls, and 3 turnovers, far from befitting of a first overall pick. Many American basketball fans and nosy media outlets had already begun to label him a bust. The performance of Yao has left many fans of Chinese basketball, who were eagerly anticipating his display of national prowess in the NBA, deeply disappointed. In stark contrast, Ye Feng has proven to be remarkably outstanding, prompting numerous basketball enthusiasts in China to shift their focus to him upon hearing this news. Meanwhile, in the United States, Ye Feng has once again captured the attention of various teams and the league itself. In his debut against the formidable San Antonio Spurs, he achieved an impressive stat line of 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 11 assists, an accomplishment few rookies in NBA history can boast in their inaugural game. While scouts were aware of Ye Feng's potential as a formidable player, they were taken aback by the sheer strength of his performance. This is particularly noteworthy given his presence on the Los Angeles Lakers, who recently clinched a three-peat and are now vying for a 4th consecutive championship. It is impossible for other teams to overlook him. Ye Feng's direct and aggressive offensive style has left coaching staffs across the league feeling troubled, especially those without a robust interior defense, as they can already envision their perimeter being overwhelmed. What is even more astonishing and hard to believe is Ye Feng's seasoned and formidable defensive approach, which seems incongruous for a rookie. It is well established that effective defense requires a blend of game experience, accumulated playtime, an active defensive mindset, and a certain degree of physical prowess. Despite having limited experience and playtime, Ye Feng exhibits a remarkable defensive capability that is truly perplexing. The reality is undeniable, and one must come to terms with it. Aside from the teams, media, and fans, David Stern also took notice of Ye Feng. The fact that Yao Ming became the first overall pick cannot be divorced from the significant influence of the league's commissioner. At present, Yao Ming has clearly yet to acclimate to the pace and intensity of NBA games, and despite his lackluster debut, the remarkable performance of the undrafted Ye Feng astounded David Stern. He had long been aware of Ye Feng's potential and capabilities, although he initially perceived a considerable gap between him and Yao. However, reality has turned this expectation on its head. After repeatedly watching the highlight reels of Ye Feng's games, David Stern found himself captivated by Ye Feng's strikingly handsome visage, which stood in stark contrast to Yao Ming's unparalleled charm. This revelation of Ye Feng's exceptional basketball prowess compelled him to reconsider his strategy. It would be unwise to allocate all resources to a single individual. A diversified investment could yield security. Ultimately, the NBA is a commercial enterprise that seeks profit. Ye Feng's emergence revealed significant commercial potential, prompting Stern to be generous with resources. With little time to spare, Ye Feng has already flown with his team to Portland. Such is the nature of the NBA. Once the regular season commences, players become extraordinarily busy, constantly traversing the expanse of the United States. It is important to note that the regular season comprises a total of 82 games, split evenly between home and away, with each week potentially featuring 3 or even 4 games. The schedule is meticulously packed. The vast expanse of the United States leaves little room for anything other than the journey to the next away game or the return flight to their home court. In such circumstances, Ye Feng realized he lacked the energy to concern himself with anything beyond the rigors of competition and training. As for women, he found himself devoid of the inclination to pursue romantic interests. In the second game of the regular season, they would face the Portland Trail Blazers on their home turf. Compared to the formidable San Antonio Spurs, who had consistently ranked among the top 3 teams in the Western Conference and the entire NBA over the past 2 seasons, the Trail Blazers seemed rather ordinary. They could make it to the playoffs, but typically ranked outside the top 4. In the face of such an opponent, Ye Feng noticed that, aside from Kobe, his teammates appeared quite relaxed. Phil Jackson showed no signs of concern, adopting a laissez-faire attitude. "Is the coach always like this?" Ye Feng inquired. Understanding his intent, Kobe glanced at the dazed Phil Jackson on the sidelines and nodded. "Phil prefers to let us learn through adversity rather than relying on excessive motivation or reminders." Quite the character, Ye Feng chuckled. Kobe merely shrugged, indifferent to such a laid-back approach. Though he disapproved of this laxity, he had no desire to create discord with Phil Jackson during the regular season, so he remained silent. The thought of the indolent Shaquille and Phil Jackson sharing such a temperament, coexisting harmoniously, furrowed his brow in irritation. It was quite vexing. Given that a game loomed that very evening, today's training was brief and of low intensity, concluding swiftly. There was scarcely any time to explore Portland. After preparing in the hotel and having dinner, Ye Feng and his companions arrived at the Moda Center. The match commenced as scheduled. One would assume that even with the team appearing relatively relaxed against the not-so-formidable Trailblazers, they should still hold the advantage. However, the situation proved to be less straightforward. Rasheed Wallace dominated the Lakers' interior, while Damon Stoudemire was precisely the type of player that Fisher least desired to encounter. The Lakers' defensive efforts, both inside and outside, were rather mediocre. Even though Kobe displayed commendable form, scoring consecutively at the outset, the score remained tightly contested, with neither side establishing a clear lead. Ye Feng could not discern Phil Jackson's emotional state from his expression but remained unperturbed, focusing intently on the game. The perspective of an observer is often clearer. On the Trailblazers' side, the players who posed a genuine threat were limited to Rasheed Wallace and Damon Stoudemire, as the other 3 were rather average. With Kobe's singular prowess, maintaining equilibrium seemed feasible, and once he returned to the court, the situation would likely improve. Nevertheless, Phil Jackson's subsequent decision took Ye Feng by surprise. Kobe was substituted, leaving Ye Feng to shoulder the burden with the bench players. In contrast, the Trailblazers continued to rely heavily on their starters, with both Rasheed Wallace and Damon Stoudemire remaining on the court. It must be acknowledged that Damon Stoudemire truly lived up to his moniker of Mighty Mouse. His ball handling was exceptional, advancing swiftly, executing sharp drives, and playing with considerable intelligence. Unfortunately, his height was a disadvantage, standing just shy of 6 feet, and his slender build rendered him susceptible to becoming a defensive liability on the court. Ye Feng relished the challenge of such adversaries, each attack executed with precision. The sole complication arose from Rasheed Wallace, whose towering height of 2 meters 11 transformed the paint into an impenetrable fortress. Once Ye Feng penetrated the lane, whether attempting a dunk or a layup, he first had to contend with Wallace, presenting a formidable obstacle. It proved to be rather troublesome. The Trailblazers did not resort to double-teaming him, resulting in scant opportunities for his teammates to find open shots. Given the capabilities of this ensemble of bench players, their scoring efficiency dwindled unless presented with wide-open chances. Ye Feng's initial struggles with shooting prowess began to surface. Concurrently, the Lakers' bench's inherent weaknesses became glaringly apparent. Phil Jackson, seemingly unfazed by this predicament, calmly observed Ye Feng's earnest efforts to seek a breakthrough on the court, softly murmuring to himself in a tone only he could discern, "Lacking mid-range shooting ability makes one an easy target." You are yet to possess the capacity to shoulder the team's burden. Compared to the starters, your role as the sixth man on the bench presently aligns more closely with the team's interests. Chapter 18. The NBA is not just basketball, but also the intricacies of human relations. The first quarter swiftly concluded, with the Lakers leading the Trailblazers by a mere point. Ye Feng had played nearly 6 minutes, amassing an impressive stat line of 7 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. Notably, his prowess in securing offensive rebounds posed significant challenges for the Trailblazers. Even more astonishing was Ye Feng's ability to read the game. Unbeknownst to Phil Jackson, who increasingly favored leading the bench unit, Ye Feng, amidst the team's offensive struggles, swiftly discovered a means to turn the tide through persistent attempts. His strategy was to draw fouls. With a free throw attribute reaching 80 points and a commendable shooting percentage, he was poised to inflict damage in the paint. If Rasheed Wallace failed to remain vigilant, he would inevitably accumulate fouls and be summoned to the sidelines. Without Wallace to fortify the interior, the Trailblazers' other big men appeared inadequate, significantly enhancing the efficiency of Ye Feng's penetrating style of play. However, the opposing team remained astute and did not fall into the trap. In an effort to mitigate foul calls, their defensive intensity was noticeably diminished, thereby granting Ye Feng the opportunity to shine. The team concluded the first quarter with a slender 1-point lead, largely attributable to Ye Feng's contributions. As the second quarter commenced, Ye Feng did not re-enter the fray, observing as Kobe guided the starting unit to gradually extend their advantage, which brought him a sense of ease. It was not until 4 minutes remained in the second quarter that he stepped back onto the court, with the Lakers already leading the Trailblazers by 6 points. Derek Fisher remained on the floor, allowing Ye Feng to shift to the shooting guard position. Against the Trailblazers bench unit, he utilized exceptional defense and overpowering drives to help the team extend their lead to 16 points. It became evident that allowing Ye Feng to face the opponent's reserves was a clear case of a lower-tier confrontation, with a distinctly advantageous outcome. After all, no team would be extravagant enough to keep a remarkable interior player relegated to the bench. Having witnessed this situation firsthand, Phil Jackson unexpectedly decided to place both Ye Feng and Kobe on the court simultaneously in the second half. The outcome, naturally, was remarkable. Damon Stoudemire, caught in the dual onslaught of Ye Feng and Kobe, repeatedly faltered. Rasheed Wallace, tasked with guarding the paint, found himself unable to contain both players. Moreover, Kobe, with his exceptional individual prowess, could score regardless of whether it was Wallace attempting to provide assistance. The number 8, Kobe, resembled a ferocious beast, demolishing every obstacle that dared to impede his path. His superior athleticism, coupled with exquisite technique, rendered him virtually unstoppable on the court. Ye Feng watched with admiration, quite pleased by the spectacle. It was evident that as long as Kobe was present, the opposing defense would inevitably focus their attention on him, significantly alleviating the defensive pressure on Ye Feng. On the court, although not demanding the ball at will, he exhibited remarkable efficiency. After all, whether through layups or dunks, his shooting percentage could hardly be low. The duo carried the game away in a flurry of momentum, rendering the final quarter a mere formality. Phil Jackson found himself in a quandary, experiencing what could only be described as a happy trouble. Considering Ye Feng's excellent stamina, allowing him to lead the bench while also being part of the starting lineup alongside Kobe for an extended stretch seemed quite feasible. Reflecting on this, he cast a glance at Derek Fisher and suddenly perceived that this player, once deemed competent and even entrusted with critical responsibilities, now appeared fraught with flaws in comparison to Ye Feng. Fisher. The match concluded swiftly, with the Lakers securing a hard-fought victory. Ye Feng scored 22 points in this game, marking his second consecutive performance of 20 points, an unparalleled feat among rookie players. Beyond his scoring prowess, his defensive contributions were undeniably more remarkable. The statistics of 2 steals and 2 blocks scarcely encapsulate his impact on the defensive end. Observers of the game recognized the immense pressure he exerted on the Trailblazers, particularly when he shared the court with Kobe. Their combined defensive capabilities and range were formidable, both exhibiting a willingness to defend without reservation, creating a synergy that surpassed expectations. To be candid, Ye Feng does not resemble a typical rookie. His intelligence and composure on the court are striking, and his defensive presence is as steadfast as a rock, causing significant challenges for opponents. If this year's draft were to be reordered, I believe Ye Feng would undoubtedly be selected among the top 3 picks. Is Ye Feng's shooting lacking? My friends, one cannot demand more from a 19-year-old rookie. He is already remarkably talented. Ye Feng is fortunate to have joined a prestigious team like the Lakers, and I greatly admire Phil's audacity in granting him ample playing time and opportunities to showcase his skills, something I could not have achieved. The outcome has proven Phil's gamble to be astute. At the post-game press conference, Rasheed Wallace, who scored a game-high 33 points, along with the Trail Blazers head coach, expressed profound admiration for Ye Feng, their words almost hinting at an eagerness to recruit him. Given the respect shown by the other party, Kobe and Phil Jackson certainly would not take advantage of the situation, providing an opportunity for the other side to retreat gracefully. The NBA encompasses not merely the sport of basketball, but also the nuances of human relationships. Having opted out of attending the press conference, Ye Feng had just finished his shower and, having changed his clothes, seated himself in the locker room when he received a call from an unfamiliar number. This was his personal phone, with no more than 10 individuals across the United States possessing his number. Ye Feng decided to answer. Hello, Ye Feng, this is Yao. Deji has shared your contact information with me, Yao explained. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's expression shifted to one of surprise. Hello, brother Yao. Why are you calling so late? I just finished watching your game against the Trail Blazers. Considering the time, you should have already bathed. So I thought I would call to seek your advice on a few matters. Yao appeared quite earnest. As always, post-retirement, Yao's actions are difficult for Ye Feng to assess. But during his playing days, Yao was undoubtedly a player deserving of respect. Brother Yao, you are too modest. Please feel free to ask me anything. I will share my insights candidly. Thank you. Yao then proceeded to inquire about how to swiftly acclimate to the team and adapt to the pace of NBA games. From an omniscient perspective of a time traveler, it was evident that Yao's capabilities posed no issue. He merely remained in an adjustment phase. Once he acclimatized to the rhythm and intensity of the NBA and showcased the talent he rightfully possessed, all doubts would dissipate. Without reservation, Ye Feng imparted his understanding entirely to Yao. The two engaged in conversation for nearly half an hour, ultimately agreeing to gather once more in mid-November when they faced the Rockets. A peculiar sensation of being the senior figure washed over Ye Feng, who chuckled and shook his head. Yet, to be candid, this feeling was rather delightful. As he interacted with Yao Ming, he found his impression quite favorable, contemplating that if he could offer assistance in this lifetime, he certainly would lend a hand to this elder brother. The Lakers would soon return to Los Angeles to confront the Clippers. Although termed as an away game, it was highly probable that the Lakers supporters would outnumber those of the Clippers, making it essentially a home match. Tomorrow would allow for a day of rest. Yet the team would not be on holiday, as daily training would continue. On this very day, the arrival of Shaquille O'Neal, who had just undergone surgery and was in recovery, stirred a ripple of excitement within the Lakers, who had only just commenced their regular season. Chapter 19. A surge of power. O'Neal could not remain still. Hello, my dear brothers. Your beloved Shaq is back. O'Neal, with his exuberant personality, made his presence known even before he appeared, his boisterous call echoing through the air. In contrast, Kobe resembled a closed book, his demeanor starkly different. No wonder he struggled to connect with his teammates. Comparisons can indeed be harsh. Ye Feng glanced at Kobe, whose lips twitched in irritation. The latter seemed to sense something amiss and turned to look, his eyes reflecting an inexplicable sense of intimacy. This made Ye Feng shudder slightly. He had no interest in becoming entangled with a powerhouse like him. Long Guo Feng, I have watched both of these matches, and you have truly astonished me. It is utterly unbelievable that someone of your caliber could go undrafted at the selection conference. Are those scouts blind? Approaching with swift strides, O'Neal patted Ye Feng's shoulder with considerable force, exuding an air of confidence in him. Fear not, the big shark has your back in the Lakers. Feeling the strength conveyed through the hand on his shoulder, Ye Feng smiled. Is this the might of the league's premier center? If you keep that up, I might just fall apart. Ha ha ha, the league's foremost center, the big shark, has already taken a liking to you, O'Neal replied, clearly pleased with the title. In response, Ye Feng nodded. I wonder when our league's top center will return. I am eagerly anticipating the chance to win a championship with you all. Just imagine winning the championship in my rookie season. How exhilarating that would be. Rest assured, the big shark will return in a month. And with the league's premier center on our side, the championship will be within our grasp, O'Neal chuckled heartily, as if securing the championship were as simple as drinking water. Meanwhile, Kobe, observing Ye Feng's jovial exchange with O'Neal, felt a twinge of envy and couldn't help but interject. Shaquille, you shouldn't have chosen this moment to undergo surgery. Ye Feng. O'Neal. Well, it seems that this conversation just took a rather bleak turn. Observing the sudden despondency on O'Neal's face and the earnest expression of Kobe, Ye Feng finally comprehended why the Lakers had failed to clinch the championship this season. Well, the big shark has matters to attend to. I plan to host a gathering on my day off. Long Guofeng, you wouldn't decline, would you? Of course not. Kobe will be joining us as well. Just as Kobe was about to retort, Ye Feng interjected, for the sake of team unity and the championship, Kobe, I trust you wouldn't refuse, would you? The words that were on the tip of his tongue retracted, leaving Kobe in a state of discomfort, yet he nodded. I will attend. Quite intriguing, O'Neal mused, his gaze sweeping across the duo. Over the past 2 seasons, during the parties he hosted, Kobe preferred to practice at the gym rather than grace them with his presence, which was quite disrespectful. Now, due to Ye Feng's influence, he had acquiesced, piquing O'Neal's interest in him significantly. After exchanging a few more words, he turned to leave, recovering swiftly enough that he no longer required crutches. Ye Feng pondered to himself. Then he heard Kobe's voice, you may go, but why drag me into this? Kobe, you wouldn't want rumors of discord among the core players to circulate, would you? Such whispers could undermine team morale and jeopardize our championship aspirations. He felt the urge to counter, yet found himself at a loss for words. With a huff, he turned back to his training. Observing this, Ye Feng's smile broadened. Wait for me. We shall engage in another round. I shall dominate you. How many times have you uttered those words? The reality is that my defensive efficiency against you has only improved. Enough talk, let's get to it. Ye Feng and Kobe found a secluded corner to engage in a one-on-one duel. Not far away, Shaquille O'Neal, who was conversing with Horry and other players, couldn't help but cast his gaze over, mumbling to himself, this Long Guofeng has quite the defensive prowess. Indeed, he hardly resembled a rookie in his first year. The key lies in his astonishing rate of improvement, which is truly remarkable. With Long Guofeng enhancing the perimeter, it feels as though winning in the regular season has become significantly easier. Both he and Kobe are wholeheartedly committed to defense, while also effectively challenging the opponent's defensive line, making our task much more manageable. Horry, along with Devin George and others, holds a deep appreciation for Ye Feng's capabilities, not only in games, but also during practice. They initially sought to challenge him, only to ultimately be bested. Basketball, after all, is a sport that ultimately relies on skill. Ye Feng has won their respect through his prowess. Observing their expressions, O'Neal's countenance darkened. In just 2 regular season games, Ye Feng had already earned the acknowledgement of the entire team, particularly given the strong rapport between him and Kobe. Reflecting on the management's attitude towards him, he began to regret his decision to undergo toe surgery at the start of the season. It felt as though he had been robbed of his home. He thought to himself that he needed to recover and return to the team as swiftly as possible. O'Neal cherished the Lakers and adored the vibrant city of Los Angeles. He did not wish to leave. On the other side, during the intense confrontation, Kobe and Ye Feng engaged in a discussion regarding Shaquille O'Neal. Kobe, as you well know, for the team to clinch the championship this season, Shaquille is an indispensable force. Ye Feng spoke softly. Kobe's expression betrayed his displeasure. That slacker? If he wants to rest during the regular season, let him. Ultimately, securing the championship is what truly matters, Ye Feng emphasized. As Kobe's abilities flourished, the aging O'Neal, whose competitive prowess waned, could no longer maintain his position as the team's leader. There was no urgency for him to ascend to that role. However, Ye Feng noticed that although Kobe harbored ambitions of leadership, he refrained from making his intentions overt. This restraint likely stemmed from the influence of the team's management, a matter that was beyond Ye Feng's concern. He contemplated ways to ease the relationship between Kobe and O'Neal, allowing Kobe to garner a few more championships. Whether he chose to remain with the Lakers or pursue a leadership role with another team, the honor of having championships would undoubtedly enhance his standing and credibility. I understand, Kobe replied with a serious countenance. He then made a powerful drive, abruptly halting to execute a fadeaway jumper. Although it was not blocked, Ye Feng had achieved the utmost of his capabilities. Swish! A crisp sound echoed as the net rippled. The basketball swished through the hoop. Kobe, wearing number 8, possessed remarkable athleticism, and combined with his fadeaway jumper, a nearly unguardable scoring method, made it exceedingly difficult to block, leaving only the hope that Kobe might miss. In this contest, Ye Feng ultimately faced defeat, yet he managed to score 16 points, drawing ever closer to victory. After 2 regular season games, Ye Feng's strength attribute has surged to 90 points. The significance of a mere 1-point difference is profound. Indeed, the currently unburdened Kobe cannot withstand his prowess. The team's daily training concluded swiftly, with Shaquille O'Neal making a brief appearance, greeting everyone before engaging in a short conversation with Phil Jackson and promptly departing. However, he expressed his intent to attend the next game against the Clippers, clearly eager to showcase his presence. Chapter 20. My friend is simply exceptional. The following evening at the Staples Center, the final score was 103-85. Aligning perfectly with everyone's expectations as the Lakers effortlessly triumphed over the Clippers. The new season commenced with an impressive 3 consecutive victories, positioning them alongside the undefeated Mavericks at the pinnacle of the Western Conference and the league. O'Neal indeed honored his promise to be present, entertaining the crowd with his whimsical antics, generating waves of excitement throughout the arena. Inspired by his presence, Kobe played for less than 30 minutes, yet managed to score an impressive 35 points, the highest of the game. Ye Feng continued to display his remarkable efficiency, contributing 20 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks in just 29 minutes of play, making his presence felt on both ends of the court without being overshadowed by Kobe's brilliance. Even when both players shared the court, Ye Feng radiated his own luminosity, drawing attention. As for Kobe, I have no critique. He is undeniably the most formidable shooting guard currently in the league. In response to a reporter's inquiry, O'Neal generously lauded Kobe, declaring that, in terms of performance during this match, Kobe was nothing short of perfect and formidable. One cannot simply fabricate falsehoods. Without delving into elaborate praise, O'Neal continued, filled with astonishment. As for Ye Feng, I can only say that, in my recollection, aside from Michael Jordan, no other player has exhibited such prowess during their rookie year. Upon hearing this, the reporters were left utterly astounded. While they understood O'Neal's intention to commend Ye Feng, such elevated praise seemed almost excessive. Was it truly appropriate? However, considering Ye Feng's performance in these 3 regular season games, it appeared inconceivable to find anyone, aside from Michael Jordan, who could surpass him at this nascent stage of his career. With this realization, the reporter's eyes sparkled with excitement. An undrafted player? No. This is the second Michael Jordan. Superstar-level performance. This year's Rookie of the Year is already secured. A century-old mystery. Why was Ye Feng overlooked? Averaging 65 points. If this year's draft were to be redone, the top pick would undoubtedly change hands. The following day, various basketball media outlets seemed to have conspired, all beginning to extol Ye Feng's virtues. Upon reading these headlines, Ye Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Am I truly as exceptional as you claim? Yet, one must not become ensnared by such reports. Today, they may exalt you as the god of basketball, but should you falter on the court, they will swiftly label you as the greatest bust in history. The echo of Kobe's words suddenly resonated within him. Shrugging his shoulders, Ye Feng chuckled. I am merely an undrafted player. How significant could my achievements be? For a moment, Kobe found himself at a loss for words. To enter the NBA is a remarkable accomplishment for someone who was not selected in the draft. From this perspective, even if the worst outcome were to occur, namely, an inability to further improve and merely maintain his current competitive level, Ye Feng has already achieved success. All right, enough of this. Don't forget to drive over and pick me up tonight, Ye Feng reminded. Kobe raised an eyebrow. Can you not find your way? How could I possibly know the location of Shaquille's house? You don't have a car? No car. Before Kobe could finish his sentence, Ye Feng interjected. Just tell me, are you going to give me a ride or not? Fine, Kobe replied, exasperated. This is the first time I've met someone who asks for a favor so confidently. That's just who I am, Ye Feng replied with a self-assured smile. In response, Kobe nonchalantly nodded. Yes, you are quite bold. So bold that you don't even have a girlfriend. To be honest, I am starting to question your orientation. How dare you? I must take my leave now. I need to go home and spend time with Vanessa. I'll come back to pick you up later. With that, without giving Ye Feng a chance to respond, Kobe walked away, moving with a speed that was astonishing, even in a fast break. Soon, the gym was left with Ye Feng as its sole occupant. Today, due to the absence of a game, The team had a day off. Shaquille then announced a party for that evening, even though they were set to face the Trailblazers at home the following night. Regardless of the circumstances, it is an invitation from the leader of the team. If one truly cannot attend, the members would naturally be hesitant, if not outright afraid, to decline. In the past, only Kobe had the audacity to refuse such invitations within the Lakers. This individual undeniably possesses exceptional basketball skills and talent, yet his interpersonal demeanor leaves much to be desired. Particularly at this juncture, when his standing in the basketball community is not exceptionally high, he risks offending others quite easily. The current state of the relationship between O'Neal and him is evident to all discerning observers. Even without the competition for the title of team leader or the subtle machinations of the management, their rapport has undeniably soured compared to previous times. That evening, Kobe arrived in style, driving a sleek black sports car. "Rookie, no need to envy. You will have one of these someday," Kobe remarked coolly. Struggling to enter the passenger seat, Ye Feng shook his head. "The sports car may be impressive, but it lacks genuine comfort. I would prefer a larger vehicle in the future." "You are quite practical," Kobe acknowledged with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. With a swift press of the accelerator, the black sports car transformed into a streak of light, speeding away. What would typically take over half an hour was accomplished by Kobe in less than 15 minutes. In any other city in the United States, he would undoubtedly have been pulled over by the police. "When you reach my level, the police will not stop you either," Kobe said with nonchalance as he stepped out of the car, leaving Ye Feng with an overwhelming urge to retaliate. However, he decided to give this man some grace, as he hoped to rely on him for a ride back. They then entered O'Neal's opulent villa. Ye Feng acknowledged his own ignorance in his preconceived notions. A party merely entailed gathering together, singing, chatting, watching movies or television series, and indulging in delectable cuisine. Little did he anticipate that O'Neal would orchestrate a lavish feast of excess. Was this the quintessential American party? Quite intriguing indeed. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately captivated by the stunning women adorned in scanty fabrics by the poolside. Among them were several who perfectly matched Ye Feng's aesthetic preferences. "Rookie, to achieve success in the NBA, one must first learn to master their own body," Kobe advised, swiftly making his way into the villa. Observing Kobe's rapidly receding figure, Ye Feng withdrew his attention from the women, smirking to himself. "You, who cannot restrain your desires and fell prey to a scam, dare to lecture me?" He then proceeded to follow Kobe inside. Upon entering, Ye Feng instantly attracted numerous gazes. As a burgeoning superstar in the NBA, his future appeared exceedingly bright. Coupled with his striking good looks, he had unwittingly become the object of desire for many so-called socialites in Los Angeles, as well as those seeking to alter their fates through physical allure. However, he had consistently led a life of monotony, rendering them unable to seize an opportunity. Now, having attended the same party, especially at night, the chance had finally presented itself. Realizing the fervent stares directed at him, Ye Feng inwardly sighed. "Alas, I am simply too exceptional." Chapter 21. "Alas, what can I do, for I am timid?" "Feng, it is a pleasure to encounter you here." Tall and striking, she appeared to be over 175 centimeters, with full lips and a voluptuous figure that exuded vivacity and allure, her gaze brimming with assertiveness. A quintessential American beauty, she bore a semblance to someone familiar, yet Ye Feng could not recall her name, though he sensed that she would undoubtedly become a celebrity in the future. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such an impression on him. However, what significance did that hold for him? Perhaps in the eyes of Westerners, she was a stunning beauty with a remarkable physique. Yet she did not align with his personal aesthetic. Even if he were to indulge, it would be with those by the poolside who conformed to his taste. He was far too early in his delight. Ye Feng maintained his composure, decisively circumventing her as he strode towards the villa. "You." Khloe Kardashian was taken aback, a smile of disbelief gracing her features. Quite the character, but, unbeknownst to him, this American dame would later be renowned as one of the NBA's greatest defenders, but Ye Feng paid her little heed as he swiftly located Shaquille O'Neal, who was engaging in lively conversation with several Lakers players. They were surrounded by numerous attractive women, who, judging by their appearances, surely appealed to their tastes. "Oh, our Rookie of the Year has arrived." Even if he were to claim the title of Rookie of the Year, it would pale in comparison to the illustrious name of the league's premier center. Unlike Kobe, who could be swayed by basketball prowess and diligent effort, O'Neal was unmistakably a straightforward individual, While he need not cater entirely to this fellow, he certainly had to afford him the respect he deserved. Upon hearing Ye Feng's flattering words, O'Neill couldn't help but break into a hearty laugh. "Ha, I am growing fonder of you, kid. We should certainly spend more time together." The prowess and potential that Ye Feng currently displayed had undoubtedly earned his recognition. It now remained to be seen whether our league's premier center could lead me to a championship title. Ye Feng did not conceal his yearning for the championship. In response, O'Neill exuded confidence. "Isn't it just the championship? No problem at all. Just focus on healing your injury. Even without you, we can still secure the title." At that moment, Kobe's voice rang out, and the previously vibrant atmosphere abruptly chilled, O'Neill's smile freezing in place. Ye Feng was truly impressed by the Black Mamba's manner of communication. Not everyone appreciated such an approach. However, it seemed that O'Neill and the others had long since acclimated to Kobe's Jordan-esque remarks and demeanor. The ambience, though momentarily subdued, rekindled its fervor shortly thereafter. Men, after all, often engage in discussions about cars, houses, women, and even men. Due to his youth, Ye Feng was unable to partake in alcoholic beverages, opting instead for fruit juice and soft drinks. As for the food, barbecue, steak, burgers, and fries did little to entice his appetite. He could only stomach a bit of barbecue. The skill of the barbecue chef left much to be desired, rendering the flavors rather mediocre, though he managed to preserve the meat's original taste to some extent. Nevertheless, O'Neill and the others seemed to enjoy their meal quite heartily, clearly unaccustomed to fine dining. In contrast, Kobe, who had experienced Ye Feng's culinary creations, dined with remarkable elegance. "Just now, did Khloe Kardashian reach out to you?" Kobe glanced over. Ye Feng shrugged slightly. "Yes, she did. Their family tends to be rather pragmatic, yet with your potential and strength, it should not pose any issues. However, you must not squander your time and energy on trivial commercial pursuits." Before Kobe could finish his earnest counsel, Ye Feng interjected. "I ignored her." For a moment, taken aback, Kobe remained silent, while Shaquille, who had been eavesdropping, incredulously exclaimed, "Khloe has beauty and a commendable physique. How could you possibly disregard her?" "I am not fond of that type," Ye Feng replied, shrugging. He then gestured towards the pool area, where stood slender, well-proportioned young women, whose appearances aligned more closely with his aesthetic. "I prefer those. Then go and strike up a conversation. The women at my party have their desires. With your looks and potential, you should have no trouble." Shaquille chuckled at this. Kobe, not contesting the notion, nodded in agreement. Ye Feng felt a hint of temptation. Yet recalling the unfortunate incident Kobe had faced in a previous life, he maintained his composure. "There wouldn't be any issues, would there?" "I cannot guarantee that." Shaquille understood Ye Feng's concerns, but was uncertain himself. After all, none of the women attending the party were particularly reputable. Then let it be. Ye Feng was not yet in a state of impatience that he could not endure. After exchanging a few more words with O'Neill, he sought a relatively quiet corner, sipping juice while observing the lively atmosphere of the party. It was bustling and somewhat chaotic, making him feel somewhat out of place. Adapting fully to such an environment might take a bit of time. During this period, several women approached him, their eyes revealing ambition and desire. Among them were a few who matched Ye Feng's aesthetic preferences, yet ultimately, he left with none. For some reason, he simply could not muster any interest. The return journey consisted solely of him and Kobe in the car. "I thought you would bring a woman home tonight," Kobe remarked, surprised yet admiring. Someone capable of restraining their primal desires, combined with notable talent and a diligent attitude, would undoubtedly go far in the NBA. "What can I say? I guess I'm just cautious," Ye Feng shrugged. With a promising future ahead, he did not wish to fall victim to deception or be consumed by fleeting pleasures. Nor did he want to bear the same burdens as Kobe from his past, a title that, while widely recognized as a mislabeling of the true victim, still subjected him to ridicule and jest. The thought alone was discomforting and awkward. Therefore, if he were to seek companionship, it would be with someone genuine, as engaging in a meaningful relationship was certainly an acceptable pursuit. As for sacrificing an entire forest for a single tree, Ye Feng was not inclined to do so, unless he encountered someone truly special, a potential partner worthy of consideration. As long as he can swiftly engage in fleeting relationships, even if it involves cycling through 100 girlfriends in a short span, no one can truly criticize him. At worst, he may be labeled as fickle. A sense of reverence is indeed commendable. Kobe nodded in agreement. However, words of greater depth eluded him, for he had merely graduated from high school. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, the party hosted by O'Neill had already attracted the attention of journalists, many of whom lay in wait around the villa, capturing photographs of every guest arriving. That evening, O'Neill hosted a pool party, attended by the entire Lakers roster, and reports of their indulgence in revelry swiftly surfaced in major publications, drawing considerable attention. Chapter 22. The pragmatic genius. NBA players enjoy substantial incomes, are youthful and vigorous, yet not everyone possesses the relentless work ethic of Kobe. Others inevitably seek outlets to channel their abundant energy. Occasionally, players are photographed entering nightclubs or attending raucous parties. However, it is rare for an entire team to be captured in such a manner, especially a prestigious team like the Los Angeles Lakers. The ensuing scrutiny and discussion naturally eclipse that of smaller market teams. After achieving a 3-game winning streak, the team seemed to ease up, leading to a sentiment that the Lakers may not advance far this season, a situation unprecedented in the previous 3 seasons, having already secured 3 consecutive championships. A degree of relaxation is understandable. They are not machines. With accolades in abundance, should they not be allowed to savor their success? It is said that this time, the entire Lakers team surprisingly attended the gathering. While one might question whether such laxity is appropriate, it is evident that they are quite united. Previously, the media often claimed that Kobe and Shaquille had a rift, asserting that the two never met privately. However, this rumor has been dispelled. The young player, Feng, is merely 19. Is it truly acceptable for him to partake in such events? What harm could it possibly bring? At most, he would abstain from alcohol. Kobe appeared to be quite attentive to Feng, even providing transportation for him, suggesting a commendable rapport between them. Despite the presence of numerous beautiful women at Shaquille's party, neither of these 2 men left with anyone. Meanwhile, Vanessa was observed discreetly watching. On Friendster, the largest social platform in the United States, fans and onlookers engaged in lively discussions about this situation. Naturally, the Lakers' management and coaching staff were promptly informed. However, their reaction was rather subdued. After all, this is Los Angeles, where hosting a party is quite commonplace, provided it does not interfere with the regular season games. Should Feng and the others suffer consecutive losses in the regular season thereafter, this incident would likely be subjected to scrutiny. The following evening at the Staples Center marked the 4th game of the regular season, as the Lakers faced off against the Trail Blazers in their 2nd encounter of the season. The Trail Blazers welcomed back their starting shooting guard and locker room leader, Derek Anderson, who had recovered from injury. The team arrived in full strength, eager for vengeance. Derek Anderson, endowed with remarkable athleticism, comprehensive skills, and extensive experience, posed a formidable challenge. Alas, he faced the relentless defense of Kobe. Few superstars are willing to sacrifice their physical stamina for defensive duties, as it may hinder their offensive performance. Kobe Bryant, the embodiment of athletic prowess, is undoubtedly one of these rare exceptions, a true titan of two-way play. Under Kobe's relentless defense, Derek Anderson's scoring efficiency was rather mediocre. In contrast, Damon Stoudemire consistently showcased commendable performance. Derek Fisher, however, found himself utterly unable to contend with such a nimble and agile opponent. Drawing from their previous encounter, Phil Jackson employed various strategies of double-teaming and fronting against Rasheed Wallace, effectively curtailing his impact. Relying solely on Damon Stoudemire was evidently insufficient for the Trailblazers to seize an advantageous position. In terms of scoring efficiency, Kobe distinctly outperformed him. Despite the ongoing jests about the Black Mamba's shooting struggles, his true shooting percentage ranks highest among the 4 elite shooting guards, which speaks volumes. Moreover, this iteration of Kobe, wearing number 8, exemplified peak athleticism, embodying a ferocious beast on the court, striking fear into the opposition. Once Ye Feng entered the game, the Lakers' advantage grew even more pronounced. Yet, the margin did not widen to a decisive extent. It wasn't until the midway point of the 4th quarter, when Rasheed Wallace was compelled to exit after accruing his 6th personal foul, that the scales of victory finally tilted in favor of the Lakers. The triumph proved to be quite laborious. Ye Feng exhaled in relief, having played for 27 minutes, amassing personal stats of 17 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. Regrettably, he fell short of reaching the 20-point mark, leaving a tinge of disappointment. Once again, the data cannot entirely reflect Ye Feng's performance on the court. After all, his focus predominantly lies in defensive play. Ye, Having failed to maintain his scoring streak of 20 points in this match, do you feel a sense of regret? The beautiful reporter disregarded Kobe, who had scored the highest of 37 points, and swiftly approached Ye Feng. Upon hearing her question, Ye Feng smiled and replied, "There is nothing to regret. As long as the team secures a victory, I would be content even if my score were merely in single digits." With that, he did not allow her a moment more for further inquiry and walked away. It was evident that this woman was intent on stirring something up. It was prudent for him to keep his distance. A few steps away, Phil Jackson, who overheard Ye Feng's response, nodded to himself. "It has been quite some time since I have encountered such a pragmatic young talent." He resolved internally to urge the management to expedite Ye Feng's contract extension. Such brilliance should not be allowed to slip into the hands of rival teams. Unlike the arrogant Kobe or the indolent and greedy Shaquille, Ye Feng's diligent, grounded nature, coupled with his considerable potential and outstanding ability, undoubtedly garnered Phil's favor. However, in terms of team stature, Ye Feng still paled in comparison to the dynamic duo of Shaq and Kobe, particularly regarding scoring ability and leadership, which needed no elaboration. A team leader cannot be overly pragmatic. A touch of audacity is also essential. Unbeknownst to Phil Jackson, Ye Feng had never aspired to vie for the leader's position within the Lakers. He merely regarded this as a platform for his development. After the match, there was no requirement for Ye Feng to attend the press conference. Instead, after taking a shower, he engaged in light-hearted banter with Fisher and a few others in the locker room. Without waiting for Kobe's return, he departed the arena, preparing to walk back to his apartment for some rest. Not far along the way, amidst a cacophony of car horns, a sports car sped toward him. Coming to a halt by the roadside, the window slowly lowered, revealing Khloe Kardashian with a warm smile. "Maple, would you like a ride?" With a smile in return, Ye Feng replied, "No, my home is nearby. I can walk back." "That is truly unfortunate." Without pressing further, Khloe drove away. In the rearview mirror, she observed Ye Feng continuing on his way, seemingly oblivious to her presence, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Could he possibly be gay? I've been so forward. Yet he remains unmoved. With no time to dwell on such matters, Ye Feng rested for the night, and the following midday, flew with the team to Cleveland. Upon disembarking and arriving at the hotel, dusk had already settled in. The weariness of travel was palpable among the players. The Lakers' next adversaries were undoubtedly the Cavaliers. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Aitan would be selected by the Cavaliers next year, embarking on his journey toward greatness. For now, however, Ye Feng could only face Ricky Davis, the one who had briefly held the reins of Aitan's career. Of course, whether Aitan acknowledged this was another matter entirely. Regardless, Ricky Davis certainly believed so. Consequently, after Aitan joined the Cavaliers for a season, he was traded to the Celtics. One must recognize their own place in the grand scheme of things. To enhance their chances of securing the top draft pick, the Cavaliers had unambiguously embraced a strategy of tanking this season. Faced with such an opponent, no one anticipated the Lakers would falter. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 23: Leadership Qualities. Achieving 5 consecutive victories competing as visitors, the Lakers were already fatigued from travel, and the thunderous jeers from Cavaliers fans further dampened their spirits at the onset of the game. For reasons unknown, or perhaps due to a recognition of their lackluster performance, Kobe chose to adopt a different approach to aid his team. Rather than fixating on individual scoring, he opted to facilitate and orchestrate play. This decision inadvertently revealed the issues that had been masked by prior victories. Aside from Ye Feng and Kobe, the other players' performance levels had yet to recover. While they could comfortably assume supporting roles, their frail competitive state became glaringly evident when tasked with greater responsibilities. Despite Kobe's successful efforts to draw defenders and deliver passes, his teammates struggled to find the net, leaving him in a state of frustration. Recognizing the futility of his assists, Kobe resorted to taking matters into his own hands. Yet, confronted with the Cavaliers' double-teaming strategy and his own subpar condition, his efficiency suffered. Although this season was ostensibly one of resignation, the Cavaliers were clearly unwilling to yield easily against the defending champions, the Lakers. Noticing the unfavorable circumstances, Phil Jackson opted to bring Ye Feng into the game earlier than planned. However, the results did not meet expectations. With the towering Zydrunas Ilgauskas standing at 2.21 meters, patrolling the paint, Ye Feng found himself facing an insurmountable obstacle each time he attempted to penetrate the interior. The rim seemed nearly obscured, rendering his efforts exceedingly challenging. As the ball was passed, his teammates faced similar struggles. It was imperative to devise a strategy to secure a starting position in 5 games, as unlocking the second template was essential. Otherwise, confronting such circumstances rendered him exceedingly passive. Ye Feng resolutely contemplated this in his mind. Opportunities must be seized proactively, and he resolved to converse with Phil Jackson, but only after this match. With a subpar offensive efficiency, he could only strive to reclaim his footing on the defensive end. Ye Feng took the initiative to switch defensive assignments with Kobe, matching up against the Cavaliers star, Ricky Davis, and his tenacity in rebounding intensified, allowing Kobe to focus more on offense and regain his rhythm through continuous attempts. This was the most effective approach he could conceive at the moment. Under Ye Feng's relentless defense, Ricky Davis's offensive efficiency noticeably declined, and the Cavaliers' overall offensive performance was likewise mediocre. Thus commenced a defensive battle marked by missed shots. By the end of the first quarter, the teams were locked at 17-19, with the Lakers trailing by 2 points. In the second quarter, Ye Feng played continuously until there were less than 4 minutes remaining when he was substituted. The situation remained tense. In the first half, having played nearly 16 minutes, Ye Feng recorded personal statistics of 5 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 1 block. While his offensive contributions were minimal, his defensive performance remained consistently stable and exceptional. At halftime, the Lakers managed to equalize the score, returning to square one. The team's condition showed signs of revival. Yet their key scorer, Kobe, remained in a lackluster form, hindering the team's ability to launch a decisive offensive surge. During the halftime intermission, the commentators were summarizing the first half of the match. It was evident that the Los Angeles Lakers were displaying a rather lackluster performance, which undoubtedly provided the Cleveland Cavaliers with an opportunity to potentially defeat the defending champions. Ye Feng seemed to be encountering difficulties in this game. However, we could observe that even without significantly contributing to the offensive end, he was still able to make a substantial impact through his defensive prowess, particularly in his successful efforts against Ricky Davis. I have been following Ye Feng for quite some time, and it is truly astonishing that a player with such sharp and seasoned defensive skills is only 19 years old. It seems that he is favored by the heavens. However, as far as I know, the Ye people do not worship God. That is indeed quite unfortunate. At this moment, during halftime, the Lakers players had returned to the locker room. While addressing their personal physiological needs, they were also striving to adjust their physical and mental states as best as they could. As usual, Phil Jackson refrained from entering the locker room, opting instead to allow the players, including Ye Feng, their own space. According to him, everything that needed to be said had already been addressed prior to the game, rendering further reiteration unnecessary. At first glance, this reasoning appears quite sensible. In such moments, when the head coach typically adopts a hands-off approach during the regular season, it becomes imperative for someone within the team to step up. Ye Feng glanced at Kobe and noticed that he seemed completely disinclined to speak, his head bowed in silence. It was unclear whether he was dissatisfied with his performance in the first half and sulking, or simply preferred not to engage in conversation. The atmosphere in the locker room felt somewhat oppressive. As time passed second by second, the moment for their performance approached rapidly. With a palpable silence enveloping the atmosphere, Ye Feng could no longer contain himself. "Hey, brothers, we're currently tied and not behind. There's no need for such a somber mood." Noticing that everyone's attention had turned toward him, Ye Feng continued, "Ricky Davis is being contained by Kobe and me, and the Cavaliers' big man is indeed causing us some trouble. However, that fellow's stamina is a significant concern. His performance will surely decline in the second half, presenting us with an opportunity. Let's rally our spirits. While we may face defeat, I don't believe our winning streak will halt in Cleveland." Without pausing, Ye Feng pressed on. "Despite our poor performance in the first half, we managed to draw a level with the opponent. It is improbable that we will perform worse in the second half, thus the advantage lies with us." "Indeed, the advantage is ours," Derek Fisher exclaimed in agreement. Initially, he had intended to speak, but Ye Feng had beaten him to it. Considering that Ye Feng was merely a rookie, albeit a talented one who enjoyed the coach's trust, the teammates might have disregarded his words. Yet, to their surprise, the collective focus shifted and their gazes transformed. It was evident that they acknowledged Ye Feng's right to speak at this moment. This revelation astonished Fischer. Realizing he could no longer hesitate, he immediately chimed in, "Leave the scoring duties to me. We shall emerge victorious." Kobe, exuding an aura of determination, echoed the sentiment. The core's declaration infused the team with renewed vigor. The halftime intermission swiftly concluded, and the Los Angeles Lakers re-entered the court, their spirits evidently revitalized. Sensing this shift, Phil Jackson inquired about the locker room dynamics and was taken aback upon discovering that it was Feng who had exhibited leadership qualities. An intense sense of urgency surged within him. Such an exceptional newcomer, signed for only 1 year at a mere minimum salary. If other teams harbored any intentions, he could easily be lured away. A raise, a new contract. It was imperative to arrange it promptly. On the court, the second half of the game commenced. Phil Jackson deployed a lineup that had not previously taken the floor. Kobe transitioned to the small forward position, while Ye Feng assumed the role of shooting guard, and Derek Fisher operated as the point guard. The interior was manned by Robert Horry and Samaki Walker. The Cavaliers fielded their starting lineup without reservation. With possession in favor of the Lakers, Derek Fisher handled the ball beyond the three-point arc, navigating through Walker's pick to drive inside. Ye Feng adeptly executed a cross-run, receiving the ball in a handoff and surged toward the basket, confronting the towering Zydrunas Ilgauskas. With a feigned shot, he set up an opportunity. Kobe, having anticipated the play, swiftly cut to the basket, attempting to dunk over the imposing Z. The latter, momentarily distracted by Ye Feng, was slow to react. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Z, unable to restrain himself, opted to commit a foul. The dunk was thwarted, leaving Kobe somewhat vexed. However, he quickly recalibrated his mindset. He converted both free throws, giving the Lakers a 2-point lead. Recalling the foul situation of Big Z, Ye Feng's inner understanding was instantly clear as he exchanged a knowing glance with Kobe. On the defensive end, Ye Feng closely followed Ricky Davis, skillfully maneuvering and actively seeking physical confrontation, denying him any opportunity for an easy reception. Under such circumstances, the Cavaliers timely shifted their offensive focus to the imposing Big Z in the paint. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, Uncle Ho and Walker executed a double team. Big Z opted to pass, finding an unguarded Darius Miles, who executed a thunderous dunk. With a quick baseline inbound, the Lakers launched a fast break. Kobe surged ahead, penetrating the Cavaliers' defense, and, amidst the opposition, executed a graceful layup, scoring 2 points. The score remained a mere 2-point difference. The Cavaliers persisted in attacking the paint, with Big Z posing a significant threat. However, as Ye Feng had predicted, his physical endurance became increasingly apparent in the second half. While his height and weight granted him considerable advantages in the post, they also led to rapid exhaustion. Under the Lakers' deliberate strategy of wearing him down and forcing fouls, Big Z was substituted before the third quarter concluded due to fatigue, having accumulated 4 fouls. With the prospect of being sidelined after just 2 more fouls, the absence of Big Z rendered the Cavaliers' other big men incapable of posing a substantial threat to Ye Feng, liberating his scoring potential. Coupled with a less-than-ideal performance from Kobe, who began to drive more towards the basket, the duo unleashed a formidable offensive wave, outscoring their opponents 9-2 and establishing a definitive advantage for the team. For a team like the Cavaliers, seemingly resigned to defeat, once they found themselves in a challenging situation, their competitiveness plummeted drastically. Entering the final quarter with a commanding 12-point lead, just as the Lakers were united in their desire to engage in a fierce battle, the Cavaliers unexpectedly capitulated. With this victory, the Lakers celebrated a remarkable 5-game winning streak in the new season, despite the absence of Shaquille O'Neal. In the second half, Ye Feng showcased his prowess, making 4 out of 5 attempts, accumulating 8 points, and converting 2 free throws flawlessly, totaling 10 points in the second half. His overall performance included an impressive tally of 15 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, earning him the title of the game's most valuable player. Upon returning to the locker room and finishing his shower, he encountered Kobe, who approached him with a directive. "Get ready, we are heading to the post-game press conference together." Chapter 24. "Coach, I want to start at the post-game press conference." Ye Feng realized he might have overestimated his significance. The reporters predominantly focused their attention on Kobe, with only a handful posing questions to him, attempting to steer the conversation. However, Ye Feng remained unfazed. It was far too premature to discuss the Rookie of the Year race at this early stage of the season. Amare was indeed formidable, yet he was not to be underestimated. As a first-year rookie, my playing time and ball possession largely depended on the coach's strategy. As long as the team secured victories, I had no objections. Kobe and Shaquille were irreplaceable superstars within our squad, and if possible, I hoped they would continue to play together. With both of them on the court, we were truly invincible. As an undrafted player, I am quite content with the management's willingness to offer me a one-year guaranteed contract. At this moment, I do not wish to dwell excessively on contractual and salary matters. Rather, I desire to focus on the court and immerse myself in the game. As for Khloe Kardashian, I must apologize, as I am not well acquainted with her and therefore cannot offer an opinion. Ye Feng faced the reporter's inquiries with unwavering composure, providing answers that were both meticulous and devoid of discernible flaws, which alleviated Phil Jackson's initial regret about bringing Ye Feng to the post-game press conference. He deemed the young prodigy remarkably mature for his age. Such a talent is likely to flourish within the NBA in the future. Phil Jackson felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as he pondered the delay. It had been several days. Yet that unreliable fellow Kupchak had yet to initiate contract renewal discussions with Feng. The potential and prowess of Ye Feng were unmistakable, and numerous teams within the league had their eyes set on this uncut gem. Losing him over contractual disputes would represent a tremendous setback for the Lakers. In stark contrast to Phil Jackson, Kobe's mind was preoccupied with Ye Feng's remarks about playing alongside Shaquille O'Neal. Reflecting on his current relationship with O'Neal and the management's subtle promises to him, a sense of clarity washed over him. If things continued on this trajectory, a rift was inevitable. Kobe's feelings towards O'Neal were undeniably complex. On one hand, there is an acknowledgement of this slothful individual's exceptional talent and formidable prowess. Together, they truly form a powerful competitive duo. On the other hand, there is frustration towards O'Neal, who, despite his remarkable gifts, fails to appreciate them, exhibiting a lackadaisical attitude and reluctance to exert himself. Naturally, there is also an aspiration for the position of team leader. As his abilities have grown, Kobe is no longer content with being the second in command. He yearns to assume the role of the foremost leader. Amidst these varied thoughts, the post-game press conference concluded. It was Ye Feng's first experience, and he found it rather agreeable, far less challenging than anticipated. There is comfort beneath the shade of a great tree. With Kobe drawing the spotlight, Ye Feng found himself in a tranquil state. After returning to the hotel on the team bus, he did not head straight to his room. After exchanging a few words with Kobe, Ye Feng sought out Phil Jackson. "Coach, may we have a word?" Opportunities must be seized actively. Ye Feng was not inclined to remain passive any longer. He was determined to express his desires. Observing Ye Feng's earnest demeanor, Phil Jackson nodded in agreement. Very well. Watching the duo of Ye Feng and Phil Jackson depart side by side, Kobe pondered thoughtfully, though he did not dwell on it. Not long after, in a secluded corner of the hotel by a window, Ye Feng stated directly, "Coach, I wish to be a starter." Phil Jackson maintained his composure. Gazing out at the nightscape, your playing time per game surpasses that of Derek, and your statistics are superior as well. Is being a starter truly that significant? Ye Feng fabricated a response. "I want to experience the sensation of starting and compete against stronger opponents." After a brief moment of silence, Phil Jackson turned his gaze towards Ye Feng, stating, "Rather than having you start, it would be more advantageous for the team to position you as the sixth man." Noticing Ye Feng's lack of rebuttal, Phil continued, "However, without compromising the team's performance, I am willing to accommodate your aspirations. Yet, promoting you directly would be unfair to Derek. Therefore, I will have you alternate as a starter with Derek, determining the final decision based on performance." If any other player had dared to make such a request, Phil would have merely rolled his eyes, suggesting they find a more suitable place for themselves. However, Ye Feng's words bore a different weight. Despite his outward demeanor, Phil found himself grappling with uncertainty regarding whether to place Ye Feng in the starting lineup or keep him as a substitute, especially after realizing Ye Feng's remarkable stamina. Capable of playing a full 12 minutes in the first quarter and continuing in the second, a notion began to form in Phil's mind that starting Ye Feng might indeed be a commendable choice, at least until Shaquille's return. This could ensure the starting lineup maintained formidable competitiveness. With a lack of strength in the interior, bolstering the perimeter would be essential. With both Ye Feng and Kobe on the court, the Lakers would essentially possess two athletes of extraordinary endurance and two elite perimeter defenders. The offensive potential would need no further elaboration, with Kobe drawing defensive attention, even if Ye Feng lacked long-range scoring ability. His sheer physicality would enable him to contribute effectively on the offensive end. Moreover, with Kobe being a premier scorer in his own right, the team would never find itself wanting for offensive prowess. Once O'Neal makes his return, the choices will no longer be so arduous. After all, there are only so many possessions to go around, and within the starting lineup, both O'Neal and Kobe require a significant share of the ball, leaving little room for Ye Feng to make his mark. At that juncture, Ye Feng will be the designated sixth man of the team. Hearing Phil Jackson's response, a smile graced Ye Feng's face. "Thank you very much. You need not thank me. You inherently possess the talent of a starter." With the objective accomplished, they exchanged a few casual remarks before Ye Feng retreated to his room. It was evident to anyone that the other party subtly intended for him to negotiate an early extension with the Lakers. As for the extension, to be honest, Ye Feng had yet to reach a conclusion. For him, the Lakers served merely as a training ground. He was uncertain to what extent his skills could elevate after a season. With O'Neal and Kobe on the roster, he could not remain the third option indefinitely. Of course, leaving would hinge on possessing the capability to lead any other team as the primary star. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Feng found himself increasingly eager for the imminent unlocking of the second template. It should not disappoint. Following the conclusion of the game against the Cavaliers, the Lakers' next opponent would be their long-standing rivals, the Celtics. Despite the latter's struggles since Bird's retirement, culminating in last season's ending of a 6-year playoff drought, they still found themselves in a relatively weak Eastern Conference. Transitioning to the Western Conference, the Celtics would undoubtedly fail to secure a playoff spot. From the perspective of team strength, the Lakers undeniably hold a distinct advantage. However, unlike previous encounters with other opponents, this time, everyone is acutely aware of the need for utmost vigilance, for they are facing the Celtics. As two of the premier powerhouses in the current NBA landscape, every clash between the yellow and green teams is electrifying and garners immense attention. Compounding the challenge, this time, Ye Feng and his team are competing on the road, significantly heightening the difficulty. The day following their match against the Cavaliers, the entire Lakers squad flew to Boston, preparing to rest for a day and recalibrate their condition and physique for a fierce battle against the Celtics the following night. The opposing team undoubtedly shares this sentiment. In fact, upon disembarking from the plane, Ye Feng immediately sensed the fervor of the Celtics fans. Chapter 25. Full Deck. Ye Feng as starter go back to Los Angeles. This is not a place for you. Kobe, without O'Neal, you can't even make the playoffs. Yellow skin, do you even think you can win Rookie of the Year? Return to your own country. F you all. Having endured the trials of 5 NBA regular season games, 3 of which were on the road, Ye Feng had long since developed an immunity to the so-called trash talk of American fans. After all, the same few phrases are recycled time and again. English, as a language, truly lacks creativity when it comes to insults. In contrast, the advantage of Chinese is remarkable. Unfortunately, these individuals cannot comprehend Chinese, rendering any effort futile. Observing Ye Feng's demeanor, which remained consistently composed, his assistant coach Winter nodded in admiration. The psychological resilience displayed is indeed commendable. In contrast, the countenance of other Lakers players, even the battle-hardened and resolute Kobe, is far from favorable at this moment. Alas, if Feng could refine his mid-range and long-range shooting skills and enhance his ability to penetrate defenses, he could undoubtedly be nurtured as a core player, perhaps even a cornerstone of the team. As the temporary head coach for the Summer League, Winter resolutely included the inexperienced Ye Feng in the starting lineup, bestowing upon him the privileges of a key player, viewing himself as Feng's patron and naturally inclined to favor him. However, reflecting on the current roster of the Lakers, Winter feels a sense of helplessness. It is regrettable that with Shaquille and Kobe already on the team, it is impossible to afford him such extensive ball privileges, let alone treat him as a core player. The substantial share of ball possession that Feng enjoys is largely a consequence of O'Neal's injury, which prevents him from playing, coupled with Kobe's willingness to share the ball. Once O'Neal returns, the dynamics will undoubtedly shift. As the premier center in the league, he will certainly demand his fair share of attempts, and Kobe will require a similar, if not greater, number. With the team averaging around 80 attempts per game, the two of them would account for half The remaining players, numbering over 10, would have to contend for the leftover opportunities, and the outcome is all too predictable. However, that is a matter for another time. Having successfully departed from the airport, the entire Lakers team arrived at the hotel they had initially booked, only to find they could not check in. The hotel management informed them that the rooms were fully booked, clearly indicating an intention to renege on the agreement. Are we really so unpopular in Boston? Ye Feng chuckled. In response, Derek Fisher shrugged. Their performance has been dismal since Larry Bird's retirement. Meanwhile, we have just secured our third consecutive championship, which likely stirs feelings of imbalance among them. If we win by a large margin tomorrow night, do you think they'll let us book our flights home? Ye Feng's expression was relaxed. Haha, quite possibly. In that case, we might have to hire a car to leave. He replied. The drive from Boston to Washington takes only about 7 or 8 hours, which is quite manageable. Honestly, traveling by car is far more comfortable than flying. Hey, surely we can't be that unfortunate, can we? So, should we even aim to win this game? What do you think? Other players joined the discussion, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. If we are not welcomed here, there will certainly be a place for us elsewhere. The team had temporarily rented a hotel situated quite a distance from the arena, successfully checking in. Considering the hostile attitude they faced in Boston, Ye Feng decided against leaving the hotel to avoid unnecessary trouble. With no opportunity to play ball, he resorted to lifting weights and running in the hotel gym. Of course, the intensity was kept low. After all, the game was just around the corner, and he couldn't afford to exhaust himself. In this era, the mobile phones were still of the keypad variety, and their functionality was rather limited. While they might seem novel to others, for Ye Feng, who had traversed time, they were exceedingly dull. Without short videos, various video apps, or even a place to read novels, he found that apart from training diligently, he had little else to occupy his time. Perhaps it is indeed time to seek companionship. Contemplating such thoughts, Ye Feng arrived at the gym, where he unexpectedly found Kobe, who had already been training for a while. Rookie, you've been slacking, Kobe remarked, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Ye Feng approached him and inquired, with such an intense workout, will you have the energy to play tomorrow night? This level of fatigue can be restored with a good night's sleep. You are impressive, he replied with a smile before moving to a nearby station to commence his own training. Initially, they were focused on their individual routines, but it soon became apparent that Kobe's competitive spirit was rearing its head again. Observing this, Ye Feng resolutely began to practice strength exercises. Thereafter, the atmosphere shifted, and throughout the remainder of the workout, Kobe refrained from any further eye challenges. The night passed in silence. The following evening, at the North Shore Garden Arena, the anticipated match between the Lakers and the Celtics commenced. The venue was packed to capacity, the crowd's roar reminiscent of crashing waves. This game was set to be broadcast live across the nation, promising a spectacle of grand proportions. The Celtics fielded a starting lineup featuring Tony Batty, Antoine Walker, Paul Pierce, Eric Williams, and Tony Delk. Except for the point guard, Tony Delk, the other 4 players stood over 2 meters tall, forming a formidable lineup. Antoine Walker and Paul Pierce undoubtedly served as the core players of this Celtics team. Particularly noteworthy was Pierce, who had showcased exceptional individual performance over the past 2 seasons, averaging an astonishing 26.7 points per game last season. Given the current defensive intensity of the NBA, such statistics are indeed remarkable. In this match, the primary focus of the Lakers' defense was Paul Pierce. Turning our attention to the Lakers' starting lineup, it was astonishing to discover that Ye Feng had secured a starting position for this crucial game. It was truly unexpected that Phil Jackson would boldly promote Ye Feng to the starting roster for such an important match. However, it is understandable, as Ye Feng had demonstrated his prowess with an impressive average of 18.6 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists over the past 5 games, proving his worthiness for a starting role. Nevertheless, given that he is merely 19 years old and has only played 5 games, I believe it would be more beneficial for his development to come off the bench rather than start. Perhaps you are right, but regardless of how much we discuss, it is now a fact that Ye Feng will start, and it remains to be seen how he will perform. Not only the commentators present at the venue, but also the multitude of fans watching the game on television were filled with astonishment and anticipation. This was particularly true for the Lakers fans, who had already been captivated by Ye Feng's performance and regarded him as an essential component of the team's strength. The Lakers' starting 5 had already taken the court, comprising Samaki Walker, Robert Horry, Kobe Bryant, Devin George, and Ye Feng during the playoffs to prevent excessive fatigue among core players. Star players typically do not match up against their counterparts on the opposing team. However, in the regular season, such considerations are often disregarded, as Phil Jackson directly assigned Kobe to guard Pierce. Initially, the intention was for Ye Feng to defend Pierce. Considering the significant disparity in height and weight between Ye Feng and his opponent, it was decided that Kobe would take the primary defensive role while Ye Feng would provide assistance. Without any delay, as both teams positioned themselves and prepared for the game, the referee promptly blew the whistle to signal the start. The basketball was tossed high into the air. Chapter 26. Pierce is frustrated again. Kobe's basketball philosophy with a resounding clap. During the jump ball, Tony Batty, leveraging his height advantage, was the first to touch the ball, directing it towards his own half. The Celtics initiated their offensive strategy. Paul Pierce held the ball just beyond the three-point line, and Kobe immediately closed in on him. The intensity of their movements was considerable, with both players engaged in a fierce contest. The referee remained composed, showing no inclination to call a foul. Observing this, Ye Feng understood that the officiating in this match would be lenient, which informed his defensive strategy. An exceptional defender must not only learn to observe their opponent, but also the referee. While Pierce's athleticism was not particularly remarkable, his technical skills were comprehensive and his strength formidable, particularly in his powerful lower body. However, Kobe matched him, refusing to yield any ground. The two remained entangled on the perimeter for an extended period. Realizing that a favorable shooting opportunity was not forthcoming, Pierce did not cling to the one-on-one battle. Instead, he signaled to a nearby teammate. Tony Batty quickly made his way over, and with the aid of a screen, Pierce adeptly evaded Kobe by 2 steps. He then executed a mid-range shot, which swished through the net with precision, leaving no chance for Ye Feng to assist in the defense. The score stood at 0-2. With the Celtics drawing first blood, the Lakers now held possession of the ball. Ye Feng skillfully advanced past the halfway line, noticing Kobe raising his hand high, his gaze resolute and brimming with intensity, signaling his intent to take a shot. In contrast to Pierce's reliance on brute strength to overpower his opponents, Kobe's isolation plays were characterized by his athleticism, rhythm, and technical finesse. With a series of deft maneuvers, he executed a graceful turnaround jumper. The aesthetics of his motion were exquisite, and his leap was commendably high, but alas, the shot was not to be as Kobe's touch was somewhat off. While Pierce wore a smile, the next moment caused his grin to freeze in disbelief. Suddenly, Ye Feng soared from the free-throw line, launching himself skyward to reclaim the rebound from above Antoine Walker's head. Upon landing, he faked a shot and deftly passed the ball to Robert Horry, who had quietly positioned himself beyond the three-point arc unmarked. Horry swiftly released the ball, and it swished through the net effortlessly. The score was now 3-2. A beautifully executed play that left Robert Horry in high spirits. Ye Feng grinned and remarked, "Robert, you must be the best three-point shooter among the current big men. Wouldn't you agree?" Horry, slightly bashful, could not conceal the joy in his eyes. Ye Feng's compliment was music to his ears. The Celtics attempted to initiate a fast break, but the Lakers' defense was swift, thwarting their efforts, leaving Pierce to continue with the offensive play. Tony Batty moved in to set a screen, resulting in a heavy collision with Kobe. The referees remained unperturbed. Pierce surged toward the basket, poised for a dunk, only to discover that Ye Feng had inexplicably arrived at his side. With a raised eyebrow, he swiftly altered his approach. Unperturbed, he leaned heavily into the play. As his opponent charged forward, Ye Feng opted not to confront him directly. Just as the two were about to collide, he deftly sidestepped. Damn. Pierce, prepared for impact, collided with nothingness, losing his balance and stumbling backward. However, his reflexes were sharp. He quickly flung the basketball away, denying any chance of interception. Yet, as he fell to the ground, witnessing Kobe secure the ball in his hands, his heart shattered. His gaze shifted toward Ye Feng, whose swiftly retreating silhouette filled his line of sight. That bastard. Pierce cursed under his breath. Kobe, driving into the paint, chose not to take the shot himself. Instead, after drawing the attention of the Celtics defense, he tossed the basketball backward. All eyes followed the ball, converging on Ye Feng, who was racing toward the Celtics basket from the backcourt. With a powerful leap, he soared, grasping Kobe's perfectly timed pass, and forcefully slammed the ball through the hoop. Boom. The alley-oop was a thunderous display of athleticism. The fans in the North Shore Garden were momentarily stunned, only to erupt into a cacophony of boos that reverberated through the arena. The score stood at 5-2, with the Lakers leading by 3 points. After a brief celebration with high fives, Ye Feng and Kobe hastily returned to defend. The subsequent possession saw the Celtics on the offensive. Antoine Walker advanced to set a screen, then gracefully retreated beyond the three-point line. Paul Pierce feigned an inward drive, flicking his wrist to deliver a pass. Without hesitation, Walker took the shot. However, with a resounding clang, the ball ricocheted off the rim, failing to find its mark. Beneath the basket, a tumult of players jostled for position, all eyes fixated on the airborne sphere. Suddenly, a figure clad in a Lakers jersey bearing the number 10 surged forward, leaping amidst the cluster of interior players to snatch the ball from the air. It was that same individual once again. Paul Pierce seethed with frustration. Despite their starting lineup's commendable height, their rebounding prowess was notably lacking. As a small forward, he ranked second on the team in average rebounds, which spoke volumes. From the outset of the match, their rebounding deficiencies became glaringly apparent. Ye Feng's tenacity in securing rebounds was simply formidable, swift, precise, and fierce, leaving opponents utterly unprepared. It was infuriating. After claiming the rebound, Ye Feng pivoted and dribbled forward a few paces. Noticing the Celtics' intent to double-team him, he opted to pass the ball. Devin George received the pass and continued the advance. Upon crossing half-court, he immediately fed the ball to Kobe. Receiving it, Kobe surged inward with force, practically shouldering Tony Delk aside, executing a deft layup in midair to score 2 points. The score stood at 7-2, with the Lakers extending their lead to 5 points. The din of boos reverberated throughout the arena, as the fans clearly expressed their dissatisfaction with the home team's performance. The game pressed on, with Tony Delk stumbling under the relentless pressure from Ye Feng, barely managing to dribble past the midline. Due to the close defense, he was unable to accelerate, losing his primary advantage and resigned to passing the ball. Pierce received the pass and continued to grapple with Kobe. Once again, with the assistance of his teammates' screens, he managed to shake off Kobe's relentless pursuit. However, before he could gain momentum, a figure suddenly materialized before him, igniting his irritation. When did he arrive? Paul Pierce was taken aback by Ye Feng's unexpected appearance. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to drive hard to the basket. This time, Ye Feng did not yield an inch. He boldly confronted Pierce and discreetly signaled to Kobe, who was several steps away. With a thud, Ye Feng's feet seemed rooted like ancient trees, his defensive stance unwavering despite his lack of height and bulk. This astonished Paul Pierce. How could this be possible? Reacting swiftly to avert being trapped by Kobe's impending double team, he decisively passed the ball. A sharp crack echoed as the ball was expertly intercepted by a single palm. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Kobe. Pierce was left dumbfounded. Why? With no time to acknowledge Pierce, Kobe pivoted and accelerated forward, unexpectedly opting for a three-point shot. Duong. The basketball grazed the rim and bounced out, failing to find the net, prompting a furrowed brow from Kobe. Tonight, his shooting touch seemed a bit off. The rebound was secured by Tony Delk. Before he could make a move, he found himself under Kobe's relentless defense. The possession he had lost, he intended to reclaim. This was Kobe's philosophy of basketball. Delk was in distress, barely managing to control the ball, and instinctively passed it back to Pierce. As the ball left his fingertips, Pierce's expression changed dramatically. Watch out. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ye Feng suddenly appeared in the passing lane, securing the ball in his grasp. Behind him, the players from the Pierce team were left in a state of shock. First Kobe, and now you. Are you both merely here to inflate your steal statistics? Chapter 27. The disparity in efficiency. A significant lead. It must be acknowledged that the synergy between Kobe and Long Guofeng on the defensive end is truly remarkable. They do not resemble first-time partners in the slightest. Indeed, there is no need for excessive communication. A mere glance suffices for them to understand each other's intentions. The Celtics have suffered greatly during these two possessions against the duo. It is evident that when Long Guofeng and Kobe share the court, the Lakers' perimeter defense is exceptionally formidable, with their defensive radius, intensity, and coordination being nothing short of terrifying. I have always harbored a question, given Long Guofeng's exceptional prowess. Why is he unable to secure a spot in the NCAA? It is not just you. I believe basketball enthusiasts across the United States are equally perplexed, and the head coach of the Kentucky Wildcats is drenched in sweat. The commentators expressed their admiration and recognition of Ye Feng through their words. On the court, after completing the steal, Ye Feng promptly passed the basketball. Kobe evaded Dirk's grasp, surged toward the Celtics basket, and with all his might, leapt to catch the pass, completing an alley-oop dunk. Boom. The score stood at 9-2, widening the gap to 7 points. The Celtics promptly called for a timeout. Noticing that the players on the court were somewhat disoriented by the formidable defense of Ye Feng and Kobe, the head coach of the Celtics decisively called a timeout. Upon resuming play, the Celtics regained possession and prepared for a sideline inbound. Ye Feng positioned himself strategically, maintaining a two-step distance from Tony Delk, poised to pounce at any hint of a pass in Delk's direction. Kobe mirrored this intent. However, it appeared that the Green team had discerned their strategy, opting instead to pass the ball to Eric Williams. As he drove towards the basket, Devin George maintained a solid defensive stance, successfully preventing any evasion. Paul Pierce swiftly maneuvered across the court, receiving the ball with a seamless handoff while Eric Williams effectively obstructed Kobe. Devin George promptly switched to defend against Pierce, who, with his considerable bulk, managed to push George back, creating a noticeable gap in the defense. Just as Pierce prepared to take a shot, he abruptly altered his motion, choosing instead to pass. His gaze fell upon Ye Feng, who had surprisingly appeared behind him, and he inwardly sighed with relief. This player had indeed come for him. And thankfully, he opted to pass. Otherwise, a block would have been likely. Tony Delk received the ball and, facing the oncoming Robert Horry, calmly passed it to the corner. Unmarked, Antoine Walker caught the ball and decisively took a three-point shot. Duong. The opportunity was promising, yet unfortunately, he missed. Walker was filled with frustration. Beneath the basket, Paul Pierce and Tony Batty reacted swiftly, securing their positions. Batty leaped to grab the rebound, feeling a sense of assurance. However, as soon as he landed, he heard Pierce's alarmed voice. "Watch out behind you." Huh. Tony Batty instinctively sought to protect the ball, yet he was a moment too late. A hand, almost ghostly, reached out and swatted the basketball from his grasp. The owner of that hand was none other than Ye Feng. After successfully executing the steal, Ye Feng opted for a long pass. Kobe had already sprinted ahead, unopposed, and upon receiving the ball, he drove straight to the basket. With both hands on the ball, he executed a 180-degree turn in midair, culminating in a resounding slam dunk. In the realm of practical dunks, Kobe certainly possessed remarkable skills. The score stood at 11-2. Upon returning from a timeout, the Celtics not only failed to halt their downward spiral but instead saw the gap widen even further. This was a significant blow to the morale of the Green team's players. In the ensuing plays, it became evident that Pierce and his teammates were growing increasingly aggressive on the offensive end. The referee remained unresponsive. Ye Feng, however, was not one to indulge such behavior. He immediately intensified his defensive efforts. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Ye Feng for his defensive actions. Shocked, he glanced at the calm referee, opting not to contest the call. He understood the home court bias. Adjusting his defensive intensity was all that was required. Nevertheless, while Ye Feng chose to endure, Kobe was unwilling to stay silent and approached the referee directly. "I do not believe this level of defensive contact constitutes a foul." The referee, with a serious demeanor, responded, "I am the referee, and I have my own standards for judgment. I hope your standards do not merely favor the home team." Kobe shrugged his shoulders, refraining from further debate with the referee, and turned away. "Arguing with the officials during a match is an unwise endeavor. Your approach is commendable. However, mere patience will not earn you respect. You must also learn to exert pressure on the referees to express your stance." He then shifted the tone of the conversation. "Of course, given your current status, it would be best to refrain from such actions. Keep striving, rookie." With that, he left no room for Ye Feng to respond and walked away. Ye Feng couldn't help but smile, feeling a flicker of amusement. "At this rate, I might as well become a disciple of the Mamba." Setting aside that last remark, it was evident that Kobe was imparting his wisdom. Throughout their routine training and matches, Kobe frequently shared these insights and advice with him. He owed the man a favor, and he resolved to repay it with this season's championship title. With that thought in mind, Ye Feng immersed himself in the game. Antoine Walker's shooting performance in this match was as cold as Kobe's, leading to the ball naturally finding its way into the hands of a relatively more informed Paul Pierce. Under pressure, Pierce did not disappoint the fans. He scored a two-pointer against Kobe's defense, breaking the team's scoring drought. The score stood at 11-4. In the subsequent possession, Kobe drove to the basket, drawing the defense before passing the ball. Ye Feng received the pass, feigned a shot, and then assisted Hori, who successfully sank a three-pointer. Hori's shooting touch was remarkably on point this game, bringing Ye Feng joy as he added another assist to his tally. The score stands at 14-4, with a 10-point gap widening. The Celtics continue to rely on Pierce as their primary offensive weapon, who does not disappoint, successfully executing a challenging mid-range shot. On the Lakers side, Kobe draws significant defensive attention from the Celtics, providing a more comfortable playing space for Ye Feng. Coupled with Robert Horry's hot shooting, and with Devin George and Samaki Walker willingly undertaking the arduous tasks, the Lakers demonstrate commendable efficiency on the offensive end. In contrast, the Celtics are overly reliant on Pierce's individual prowess, resulting in considerably diminished effectiveness. Kobe's defensive intensity is formidable, making it nearly impossible for Pierce to maintain a high shooting percentage. Moreover, Ye Feng frequently provides support and double teaming, leaving Pierce rather isolated, especially with his teammates underperforming. As the first quarter concludes, the Lakers have amassed an impressive 29 points, while the Celtics have managed only 15. The quarter's differential reaches 14 points, showcasing the Lakers' significant advantage. Ye Feng delivers a stellar performance with 8 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, second only to Kobe's 13 points. In the second quarter, the Celtics keep both Pierce and Antoine Walker on the court, which reveals another issue. Their bench is notably weak. It can even be said that they lack substantial substitutes. With only 8 players listed for this game, it is quite astonishing. Their head coach seems determined to exhaust the starters. As the first quarter concluded, Kobe, having played the entirety of it, took a moment to rest while Ye Feng remained on the court, accompanied by a cadre of substitutes including Derek Fisher and Brian Shaw, facing off against Paul Pierce. Chapter 28. Ingenious Strategy, Resounding Victory. The whistle blew, signaling the commencement of the second quarter, with possession belonging to the Lakers. Following the skirmishes of the first quarter, Pierce was acutely aware that Ye Feng was no ordinary rookie. He possessed a depth of skill that belied his inexperience. While his long-range shooting left something to be desired, his other abilities were formidable. In terms of strength, he was certainly Pierce's equal, particularly noted for his tenacious defensive prowess which left a lasting impression on the veteran player. On the defensive end, Pierce eagerly volunteered to guard Ye Feng. Unyielding, Ye Feng charged forward, unleashing his signature bull-like drive. Unlike other opponents, Pierce, having mentally prepared himself, did not yield easily to the impact. He absorbed Ye Feng's charge while maintaining his footing. Although his expression was somewhat fierce and his movements somewhat excessive, which irked Ye Feng, he had never anticipated that his mediocre driving skills would suffice against an adversary of Pierce's caliber. Seizing the moment, he opted to pass the ball. Fisher received the pass just inside the three-point line, stepped back to the arc, and took a shot. Duong. The effort fell short. The ball clanged off the front of the rim, bouncing away. The ensuing scene felt achingly familiar to all in attendance, particularly the Celtics fans, whose frustrations boiled over. With an uncanny foresight of the basketball's trajectory, Ye Feng surged forward, plucking the rebound from the air with remarkable agility. The Celtics, utterly at a loss, could only accept their defeat in this contest for possession. Upon landing, Ye Feng feigned a pass to the perimeter, only to swiftly descend beneath the basket, where he faced Antoine Walker's aggressive defensive foul. He effortlessly scored 2 points with a layup, while the referee, notably biased, refrained from blowing the whistle. The score now stood at 31-15, widening the gap to 16 points. Recognizing his team's substantial lead, Ye Feng chose to overlook the referee's partiality. As the Celtics initiated their play, Ye Feng took it upon himself to match up against Pierce. Although he held a physical advantage, he was at a disadvantage in height and wingspan. With Pierce adeptly protecting the ball, attempting to steal it seemed nearly impossible. Thus, Ye Feng resorted to obstructive defense. Failing to block the shot, his fingertips grazed perilously close to Pierce's eyes. As any rational player would, Pierce instinctively increased the force of his shot upon encountering such a defense that obscured his view of the hoop. The moment the ball was released, his expression shifted dramatically. Rebound. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the back rim, soaring high into the air, where Antoine Walker positioned himself perfectly to secure the offensive rebound and score 2 points with a putback. Clearly, The Lakers bench players were no match for him. Observing this, Ye Feng paid it no mind and sprinted towards the Celtics' half of the court, with Pierce closely trailing him, denying any opportunity for a fast break. In the midst of the Lakers' offensive play, Fisher skillfully controlled the ball, utilizing a screen to extricate himself from his defender's grasp. Initially poised to make a pass, he was taken aback by the sluggishness of the defensive switch from his opponent, who failed to provide adequate help. Feeling underestimated, he decisively took a mid-range shot, successfully netting 2 points. When faced with defensive pressure, his shots may falter, yet he remains confident in open opportunities. Since the arrival of Ye Feng to the Lakers, Fisher has sensed a formidable threat, leading him to strive for the head coach's favor through sheer effort and skill, albeit unsuccessfully. As a point guard, Ye Feng's playmaking abilities are rather unremarkable, and he lacks proficiency in long-range shooting. However, his defensive prowess is unparalleled, exhibiting a level of strength that overwhelms most guards. His raw power in driving to the basket is difficult to contain unless the opposing team boasts a star-caliber interior player. Most notably, the chemistry between Ye Feng and Kobe on the court is exceptional, effectively compensating for Ye Feng's shortcomings. In the starting lineup, Kobe undeniably shines the brightest, drawing significant defensive attention from adversaries. Conversely, when Kobe takes a seat, Ye Feng emerges as the focal point of the opponent's defensive strategy. Fisher suddenly found himself feeling at ease playing alongside Kobe, especially considering the Celtics bench was remarkably weak. Unless matched against Pierce, even opponents like Antoine Walker displayed lackluster defensive capabilities. The game continued with the Celtics in possession. Determined to deny Pierce an easy opportunity to receive the ball and initiate an offensive play, Ye Feng boldly maneuvered ahead, seeking physical confrontation with fervor. Pierce, unwilling to concede, retaliated fiercely. The two were on the verge of grappling on the court, each striving mightily to seize advantageous positions. Pierce, in a moment of frustration, realized that he could not find an opportune moment to receive the ball. The Celtics had no choice but to entrust the ball to Antoine Walker, who fortunately did not disappoint this time, scoring 2 points. As the ball changed hands, the Lakers initiated their offense. Pierce responded in kind, aggressively contesting and vying for position against Ye Feng. This was precisely what Ye Feng desired. As long as he could exhaust Pierce, the other Celtics players would pose little threat, allowing the Lakers to secure an easy victory. During this offensive possession, Brian Shaw penetrated the paint, successfully executing a layup for 2 points. As the game progressed, Ye Feng and Pierce engaged in a direct confrontation, their intense struggle captivating the spectators both inside and outside the arena. Such a formidable level of competition was rarely witnessed, even in the playoffs, let alone in the regular season. What astonished everyone the most was the performance of Ye Feng, a rookie who managed to hold his ground against Pierce without faltering, exhibiting an almost absurd level of physical strength. Having already played the full 12 minutes of the first quarter without rest and enduring significant exertion in the second quarter, Pierce, despite his youth, was not a machine. Halfway through the second quarter, he began to tire, gasping for breath. The intensity of his contesting notably diminished. Observing this situation, Phil Jackson on the Lakers bench brightened with realization. It was unrealistic to expect Kobe to expend himself without regard for his stamina. The team needed his scoring prowess on the offensive end. If Ye Feng were to expend his energy, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the Lakers, particularly upon the return of O'Neal, when facing teams whose core players are guards or small forwards. Allowing Ye Feng to engage in such a war of attrition would enhance the team's winning percentage by at least 30%. The sole concern lies in Ye Feng's ability to withstand such intense competition. Judging by his current confrontations with Pierce, he appears more than capable. As the latter half of the second quarter unfolded, observing the deficit balloon to 19 points, and with a rejuvenated Kobe Bryant set to re-enter the game, Pierce glanced at his teammates and felt an overwhelming fatigue. Were it not for the fact that their adversaries were the Lakers, and the game was being broadcast live across the nation, he might have contemplated conceding outright. However, even if Pierce were to persist, the outcome of the match seemed irrevocably determined. The Lakers had uncovered a pathway to victory. For the remainder of the match, as long as Pierce was on the court, Ye Feng would also take to the floor, engaging in a battle of endurance. The Celtics found themselves utterly powerless against this strategy, left with no recourse. After all, Antoine Walker was not performing up to par, unable to alleviate the burden on Pierce. As for Tony Delk and the others, they were clearly no match for Kobe. As the final buzzer echoed through the arena, amidst the furious jeers of the crowd, a drenched and nearly exhausted Pierce released a long sigh of relief. It was finally over. The final score stood at 97-68, as the Lakers triumphed decisively over the Celtics, claiming victory in this storied rivalry. Kobe's performance was remarkable, shooting 17 for 41 from the field, a perfect 7 for 7 from the free throw line, yet struggling with three-point attempts at 0 for 8, ultimately amassing an impressive 41 points, the highest of the game. As the next match commenced, Ye Feng's primary focus was on exhausting Pierce. He took few shots and managed to score merely 12 points throughout the game. However, he remarkably secured 15 rebounds, delivered 7 assists, achieved 4 steals, and recorded 2 blocks, showcasing an equally impressive performance. If one were to ponder who left the most profound impression on the audience and fans during this match, it would undoubtedly be Ye Feng. The intense confrontations between him and Pierce, akin to a meat grinder, were indelibly etched in the minds of all who witnessed the game. It was truly brutal. Chapter 29, Rookie Rankings. First place. Facing the basketball god in recent years, I have yet to encounter a rookie who possesses the formidable prowess of Ye Feng, particularly his astute defensive capabilities. I must concede that tonight's game left me feeling quite disheveled. No one can resist a teammate like Feng. He is remarkably talented and exceptionally selfless. If given the chance, I would undoubtedly wish for a partner like Feng. Regrettably, he did not come to our team for a tryout back then. As for Kobe, does he still need my evaluation? He has long been among the strongest players in the league. We lost this time, but next time at the Staples Center, we shall reclaim victory. At the post-game press conference, although Paul Pierce was visibly dissatisfied, he maintained commendable poise. His words conveyed admiration and awe for Ye Feng, while he scarcely mentioned Kobe. Perhaps he believed that under similar circumstances, he too could have amassed such points. It's evident he harbors a competitive spirit. Ye Feng, however, chose not to attend the press conference. He was simply too exhausted. Defensive play is far more exhausting than offense, and he now longs for a moment of respite. Nonetheless, the rewards from this match were substantial. Not only did the team emerge victorious, but Ye Feng also discovered that his stamina attribute had remarkably surpassed expectations, reaching a commendable 90 points, while his overall rating soared to 84 points. After just 4 more starting appearances, he would unlock the second template. The initial step is the most challenging. Having achieved his first start, the second is surely within reach. According to Phil Jackson, Ye Feng will alternate starting positions with Derek Fisher. If he remains true to his word, after 8 additional regular season games, he will unveil the second template. It is tantalizingly close. He hopes for an offensive attribute that leans towards a more formidable superstar template. Ye Feng is filled with anticipation. Reality, however, offers little time for such reflections. Following the intense showdown against the Celtics, the Lakers are set to travel to Washington for a back-to-back matchup against the Wizards. The latter possesses a rather average overall strength, merely flirting with the playoff threshold in the Eastern Conference. Yet, the intrigue surrounding this game is hardly inferior to the recently concluded clash with the Celtics. In fact, it may even surpass it. The reason is simple. Michael Jordan is with the Wizards. Thanks to the team's impressive 6-game winning streak, his personal statistics have been nothing short of spectacular. Kobe has been named the Western Conference Player of the Week for the season's first week, garnering immense attention. He stands as one of the league's premier shooting guards, and the matchup between the current elite shooting guard and the aging basketball deity is sure to ignite fervent discussion, resembling a legacy more than mere competition. Under the intentional guidance of the league, the teams of the current 4 prominent shooting guards, when facing the Wizards, often find themselves enveloped in a discourse reminiscent of legacy. Among them, Kobe Bryant, who played a pivotal role in aiding the Lakers to achieve a triumphant three-peat and establish a dynasty, stands out as the most esteemed. His exceptional individual prowess, coupled with a remarkable balance between offense and defense, has drawn frequent comparisons to the legendary Michael Jordan. During a back-to-back away game, which typically would be fraught with fatigue, Ye Feng noticed an extraordinary exuberance in Kobe. As they traveled from the hotel to the arena, he could sense a slight tremor coursing through Kobe's body. Is such excitement warranted? It's merely an aging Jordan, Ye Feng pondered. Even if he were to triumph over that old man, what joy would it bring? In truth, having only recently developed an appreciation for basketball, Ye Feng harbored no particular sentiment towards Michael Jordan. His understanding was limited to glimpses of the man's prowess through various videos and highlight reels. He recognized Jordan's exceptional skill, yet that was the extent of his knowledge. Given Jordan's current state, it was evident that he would be tasked with defending against him in the forthcoming match, while Ye Feng should focus on guarding Jerry Stackhouse. Lost in these thoughts, the team bus soon arrived at their destination, and Ye Feng disembarked with his teammates. After a series of preparations and warm-ups, they retreated to the locker room to await their entrance onto the court. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief respite, the astonished voice of Fisher pierced the air. "Feng, you're ranked first." "What do you mean by first?" Ye Feng inquired, puzzled. "First in the rookie rankings." A wave of surprise swept through the locker room. They recognized Ye Feng's exceptional talent, yet the rapid ascent to the top of the rookie leaderboard took them by surprise. A player who went undrafted securing the first position on the rookie chart was akin to delivering a slap to the face of every NBA team. After all the deliberation, the most promising talent had slipped through their fingers, leading to the inevitable unemployment of countless scouts. Yet here he was, at the pinnacle. Ye Feng remained unperturbed. After all, it was merely a rookie ranking, not the regular season MVP standings, and he held no pride in it. "Are you not a bit too composed?" The crowd's expressions were mixed. If they were in his shoes and achieved such results in their rookie season, they would surely boast about it. Observing their reactions, Ye Feng shrugged. "Given my statistics and our team's performance, is it not entirely reasonable for me to top the rookie leaderboard? What is there to be astonished about?" A moment of hesitation ensued as they contemplated counterarguments, only to discover that in the 6 completed games, Ye Feng averaged an impressive 17. 8 points, 9 rebounds, 5. 8 assists, 3 steals, and 1 blocks per game. Truly remarkable. He appeared far from a novice. His closest rival, Amare Stoudemire, averaged a mere 14.8 points, rendering any comparison moot. It would be unreasonable not to place Ye Feng at the top of the rookie rankings. Just then, the sudden sound of a door opening interrupted their thoughts as Phil Jackson entered, ready to emphasize the final tactics. Even without Shaquille O'Neal, the Lakers continued to execute the triangle offense, with Kobe already mastering low-post maneuvers, capable of pivoting effectively. Ye Feng positioned himself to receive the ball at the high post. The tactical approach is thus established. However, the reality of the game often diverges from the plan. Due to the inadequacy of mid to long-range shooting, Ye Feng frequently deviated from the principles of the triangle offense, rendering its execution nearly impossible. In response, Phil Jackson refrained from criticism and instead tailored the team's strategy specifically for him, demonstrating his adaptability. Before long, the tactical briefing concluded, and the staff timely signaled for the players to take the court. As the visiting team, the Lakers were to enter first, met by the cacophony of boos from the Wizards fans. Having just endured the deafening jeers from the Celtics supporters, the Wizards fans seemed almost too gentle, as if they hadn't eaten in days. Subsequently, amidst the cheers of the home crowd, the Wizards players made their entrance one by one. The atmosphere peaked with the grand arrival of Michael Jordan. "Kid, tonight I'm going to dominate you." Jordan immediately sought out Kobe, his gaze piercing. A guard without a shooting ability is like a toothless tiger, an easy target. "Rookie, if I were you, I would focus on refining my shot." "I will," Ye Feng replied with a smile. Observing this, Michael Jordan raised an eyebrow. "Let us see if you can actually improve. At your current level, I could defend you with one hand. If you're not afraid of having your ribs broken, come and try to guard me." Ye Feng remained composed. Seemingly stirred by unpleasant memories, Michael Jordan cast a lingering glance at Ye Feng before returning to his half of the court. Noticing this, Kobe smirked. "Feng, well done. I am merely speaking the truth." In this match, Ye Feng came off the bench. Upon witnessing the starting lineup of the Wizards, he was taken aback. Michael Jordan is also on the bench? Chapter 30. The older, the wiser, Jordan's resurgence. In this game, the Wizards fielded a starting lineup consisting of Kwame Brown, Brendan Haywood, Brian Russell, Jerry Stackhouse, and Larry Hughes. To everyone's surprise, Michael Jordan was not included in the starting 5. The towering figures of Haywood and Kwame Brown, both exceeding 2 meters 10, loomed over the court like 2 colossal mountains. Jerry Stackhouse undoubtedly shone as an all-star shooting guard, while Larry Hughes also possessed considerable prowess. The bench, however, featured the legendary veteran Michael Jordan. Beside him sat Tyronn Lue, who also had his own merits. Given that they were still in the Eastern Conference, it was reasonable to expect the Wizards to perform decently. However, their current record stood at a disappointing 2 wins and 3 losses. Ye Feng was intrigued as to how they had managed such a feat and prepared to observe closely. The game commenced rapidly. Seemingly dissatisfied with Jordan's bench role, Kobe burst forth with intensity from the outset, driving to the basket and shooting from beyond the arc, accumulating points with impressive efficiency. In anticipation of facing Jordan, the Black Mamba had already adjusted himself to peak condition prior to the game. However, with no opportunity to match up against Jordan, his frustration reached its zenith. The Wizards did not assign Jerry Stackhouse to guard Kobe. Instead, they opted for the seasoned veteran Brian Russell. The defensive outcome could only be deemed mediocre. Certainly, if the tenacious and defensively weaker Stackhouse were to guard Kobe, the situation would likely remain unchanged. Since neither can effectively contain the other, it would be futile for the team's core player to expend unnecessary energy. Focused on offense, Stackhouse exhibits a robust scoring approach. However, when confronted by the equally tall and more powerful Kobe, his signature moves of backing down and turning for jump shots yield only moderate success. Yet, the Wizards are not solely reliant on Stackhouse for scoring. Larry Hughes possesses commendable scoring capabilities that Fisher finds challenging to counter due to Hughes' exceptional athleticism. In the paint, Kwame Brown appears to lack presence, moving cautiously and exuding a palpable lack of confidence. Conversely, Haywood displays commendable vigor on the court, whether it be in rebounding, setting screens, or engaging in post-play against smaller opponents, demonstrating a spirited determination. While his contributions are notable, his scoring efficiency leaves much to be desired, rendering him more of a rough-and-tumble presence with limited threat. This deficiency means that the so-called Twin Towers of the Wizards do not exert significant pressure on the Lakers, failing to leverage their height advantage. In contrast, Larry Hughes continues to penetrate Fisher's defense with ease, scoring repeatedly and thriving in the game. Observing this, Phil Jackson furrows his brow slightly. In previous instances, he might have opted to endure the situation, as there were no superior alternatives to Fisher on the roster. However now, less than 4 minutes into the first quarter, the Lakers make a substitution, with the despondent and frustrated Fisher exiting the court for Ye Feng's entry. Ye Feng's task is straightforward: to contain Larry Hughes. As for Stackhouse, being a junior to Jordan, he was groomed by the Wizards as Jordan's successor. Kobe, unable to tolerate this, guarded him with unwavering intensity on the defensive end, leaving no room for concern on Ye Feng's part. Larry Hughes possessed remarkable athleticism, yet his physique appeared somewhat fragile. Seizing upon this vulnerability, Ye Feng endeavored to heighten the intensity of their confrontation, precisely at the threshold of the referee's judgment in this match. He had not been idly observing from the sidelines. He had keenly discerned the referee's criteria for calls. Why is this fellow so strong? Larry Hughes found himself in distress, feeling as though ensnared by a robust python, nearly rendered immobile. Meanwhile, Kobe's defense against Stackhouse was equally formidable. Both of the Wizards' primary scoring threats encountered significant difficulties, their one-on-one efficiency plummeting, forcing them to rely on screens to shake off their defenders. However, they would soon find themselves ensnared once more in the tumult of battle. The speed at which Kobe and Ye Feng exchanged defensive responsibilities and provided support was astonishing, their synergy impeccable, creating an exceptionally tight defensive net for the Lakers. Noticing this predicament, Wizards head coach Doug Collins furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to make adjustments to the lineup. On the court, Kobe suddenly sprinted to double-team Larry Hughes, throwing the latter into disarray, allowing Ye Feng to deftly secure a steal. The Lakers launched a fast break, surging forward, leaving the Wizards' 2 interior players far behind, with only Brian Russell as the sole defender ahead. As they charged into the three-point line, maintaining their speed, they collided directly with the approaching Brian Russell. Bang! The 2 individuals collided heavily, with the robust Brian Russell being forcefully knocked aside, leaving him disheartened. With the only obstacle ahead cleared, Ye Feng leapt forward in a 3-step approach, executing a one-handed slam dunk, bringing the score to 9-6, with the Lakers leading by 3 points. The Wizards regained possession, as Stackhouse and Larry Hughes faced fierce defense, struggling to break free. In a moment of desperation, Brian Russell stepped up, sprinting forward to receive the ball. After catching it, he opted for a mid-range shot. However, before he could complete his attempt, a hand suddenly appeared in his line of sight. altering the force of his shot ever so slightly. Duong. The basketball missed its mark, and although Kwame Brown secured the rebound, he failed to maintain his grip, allowing Kobe to snatch it away. Advancing a few meters, Kobe executed a long pass. Just inside the three-point line, Ye Feng caught the ball, charging towards the basket, forcefully pushing aside Larry Hughes to deliver another straightforward yet powerful dunk. The score now stood at 11-6, a 5-point gap, neither insignificant nor overwhelming. With two emphatic dunks, the momentum had clearly shifted in favor of the Lakers. The Wizards' head coach, no longer in a state of indecision, turned his gaze towards the bench where Michael Jordan sat. Without uttering a word, the latter rose to stretch and prepare for his entrance. As Jordan began his warm-up, the previously fervent Lakers supporters erupted into cheers, chanting the name of Michael Jordan. This sudden uproar startled players from both teams on the court, a testament to the immense popularity and stature of Michael Jordan. As long as the basketball deity has not retired, others can only vie for second place. Soon after, having completed his warm-up, Michael Jordan was substituted onto the court, with Brian Russell exiting and Jerry Stackhouse shifting to the small forward position. Upon Jordan's entrance, Kobe immediately abandoned Stackhouse, opting to face the basketball icon directly. The ambition in his eyes was unmistakable, and he was brimming with determination. As for Stackhouse, he could only contend with Ye Feng. In the Wizards' possession, Ye Feng stood opposite Stackhouse at the three-point line, both fixated on Jordan, who was engaged in a one-on-one duel with Kobe. The latter chose to back down, with Kobe doing his utmost to withstand him, seeking an opportunity for a steal. However, confronted by the seasoned Jordan, it was evident that a steal was unattainable. After a few steps inward, Jordan executed a smooth turnaround jumper. Despite being 39 years of age, his athletic prowess remained remarkable. Swish. He scored with unwavering precision. The phrase "the older, the more formidable" aptly describes Michael Jordan. Regardless of the reasons behind his choice to join the Wizards, his competitive spirit and prowess undeniably place him at the pinnacle of the sport. During the Lakers' possession, Ye Feng profoundly recognized this truth. Age did not diminish Jordan's defensive tenacity. His gaze was sharp, fixated on Kobe, exuding an unsettling aura. In retaliation, Kobe mirrored the approach, launching a mid-range shot that hit the backboard before finding its way into the net. Subsequently, Michael Jordan and Kobe fully engaged in a fierce rivalry, with both players demonstrating remarkable scoring efficiency. Jordan's performance left Ye Feng utterly astonished. At nearly 40 years of age, confronted by the relentless defense of the youthful Kobe, he remarkably maintained his composure while protecting the ball and executing his shots with remarkable efficiency. Truly, he is the basketball deity, displaying an almost absurd level of prowess. How formidable must he have been in his youth? It is unfathomable. Despite Kobe's utmost exertion in defense, he was unable to restrain Jordan's scoring. In light of this, Ye Feng naturally could not remain a passive observer. Seizing the opportune moment, he immediately initiated a double team. Chapter 31. Today's humiliation shall be repaid tenfold. The passage of time has inevitably led to a decline in Michael Jordan's physical capabilities. His body no longer possesses the vigor of his prime. Yet, his skills have reached an extraordinary level. Almost the instant Ye Feng made his move, Jordan sensed it, casting a sharp glance at Haywood, prompting him to spring into action. Haywood approached swiftly, leaving no room for hesitation. Before Ye Feng could close in, Haywood successfully obstructed Kobe. The maneuver was nearly an elbow strike. In the era of small ball that would follow, it would undoubtedly be deemed a foul, but in the current NBA, referees paid no heed. Faced with Jordan one-on-one, Ye Feng dared not underestimate the situation. He engaged directly, embracing the physical confrontation. However, Jordan had no intention of entangling himself with him. Instead, he executed a swift turnaround jump shot. Ye Feng reacted with remarkable speed, raising his hand to contest the shot, his fingers almost grazing Jordan's eyes. Unlike Pierce, even at this level of defense, Ye Feng's gaze remained unwavering, showing no hint of uncertainty. Swish! The sound of the net rippling behind him left Ye Feng feeling utterly powerless. He has reached the pinnacle of his capabilities, yet remains unable to guard against it. Truly, he is the god of basketball. Even in his twilight years, he remains formidable. Rookie, is this truly the extent of your abilities? Jordan chuckled softly, turning to return on defense. As he observed the diminishing silhouette of his opponent, Ye Feng maintained a calm expression, though a surge of frustration brewed within him. In the Lakers' possession, Kobe swiftly advanced to the Wizards' half, raising his hand to signal for the ball. Confronted by Michael Jordan, the young star felt an exhilarating rush. He yearned for every ball to be in his hands, desiring a one-on-one duel with Jordan each time. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ye Feng ultimately chose to pass the ball. Acknowledging the challenge and relying on his outstanding innate talent and extensive game experience, Jordan's defensive prowess at this stage remained commendable. Moreover, the referees afforded him certain leniencies, allowing him to evade penalties even for minor infractions. Kobe understood he could not afford to slacken his offensive efforts. Aware that even when faced with an elder statesman, he must exert himself fully to prevail. After an unsuccessful drive, he opted for a back-to-the-basket play, pivoting and executing a fadeaway shot. However, the techniques that had proven effective against other defenders faltered against the legendary Michael Jordan. At the moment Kobe turned and sprang into action, Jordan swiftly closed the distance, applying significant defensive pressure. Duong. The ball ricocheted off the rim, failing to find its mark. At this juncture, Kobe's shooting consistency still paled in comparison to his prime. Upon witnessing the scene, Jordan's lips curled into a smirk, ready to unleash a taunt. However, he was taken aback when Kwame Brown, positioned perfectly under the basket, found his rebound snatched away by Ye Feng, causing Jordan's expression to plummet. Incompetent fool. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, having secured the rebound, effortlessly assisted Robert Horry, who scored with a layup. Assist number 1. On the Wizards' side, Haywood showcased commendable skills, while Kwame Brown seemed lacking, timid and devoid of assertiveness. Poor child, one could surmise he was left questioning his very existence after Jordan's scolding. The match continued, with possession shifting to the Wizards. Stackhouse, holding the ball, attempted to leverage his height and strength for a powerful drive, yet Ye Feng stood resolutely in position. No matter how much force Stackhouse exerted, it seemed to dissipate into the vastness of the ocean. Changing tactics, Stackhouse spun rapidly, aiming to penetrate, but as he completed his turn, he suddenly felt an emptiness in his hands. What? Turning around, he found Ye Feng had already seized the dislodged basketball, dribbling it swiftly down the court. A Lakers fast break ensued. Kobe and Devin George flanked him, sprinting towards the front court. Together, they formed a formidable fast break trident, slicing into the Wizards' half. As they crossed the three-point line, Jordan abandoned his defense on Kobe to provide assistance. Observing this, Kobe immediately raised his hand for the ball, while Devin George found himself open on the other side. Regardless of whom Ye Feng chose to pass to, it was a golden opportunity for a score. Just as Michael Jordan speculated who Ye Feng might deliver the ball to, preparing to bolster his defense, he suddenly realized Ye Feng was right upon him. Oh no. This kid has no intention of passing. A correct guess, but alas, no prize. With a resounding thud, Ye Feng surged forward with confidence. Believing that apart from a few formidable powerhouses within the league, none posed a real threat to him, the aging Michael Jordan was powerless to impede his advance. Upon their collision, the crowd gasped in astonishment as Jordan stumbled and fell, gazing up in shock at the receding figure of Ye Feng. In his deep-set eyes, one could discern the reflection of his own prime. Had it been in his youth, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Boom. With a powerful two-handed slam dunk, Ye Feng ignited the arena. Upon landing, he could not contain his exuberance, celebrating with Kobe and Devin George, releasing the pent-up fervor within him before turning to retreat on defense. As he passed by the now upright and visibly perturbed Michael Jordan, he did not hesitate to taunt. "Old man, you weren't actually trying to stop me, were you? Rookie, don't get too cocky." Jordan responded with ire. In the subsequent play, after gaining possession, he signaled for Kobe to clear the way and set his sights on Ye Feng. Although Kobe was reluctant, he chose to honor Jordan's request. His gaze imbued with anticipation. The stage is set. Give it your all, rookie. In his mind, he recalled the previous opponent's assessments of Ye Feng and the envious glances cast in his direction. The best ally? This guy's ambitions extend far beyond merely being my support. Kobe's eyes sparkled with competitive spirit. He relished the prospect of a challenge. The age-old adage of survival of the fittest reigns supreme on the basketball court. Should Ye Feng prove capable of besting him, Kobe would not shy away from accepting the role of second fiddle, welcoming fair competition. At this moment, Ye Feng stood in a three-point standoff against Michael Jordan. The other players on both sides discreetly created space for them. leaving the audience and commentators in a state of astonishment. Just moments ago, Ye Feng had indeed embarrassed Jordan, and given the latter's competitive nature, it was inevitable that he would seek to retaliate. However, no one anticipated that it would unfold in such a manner. This was a privilege typically reserved for the absolute core of a team. When had Kobe ever been so accommodating? Willing to grant Ye Feng such an opportunity? As Ye Feng and Jordan faced off, all eyes were drawn to the two of them, leaving no room for contemplation of anything else. "Rookie, you have provoked me." Jordan's gaze cut like a knife. Ye Feng, his expression resolute, replied, "Don't just talk. Let me experience the cost of angering you. I hope it won't be disappointing. You will regret this." With no further words exchanged, Jordan opted for a back-to-the-basket play. Yet, Ye Feng was not prepared to grant him the luxury of gradually maneuvering into shooting range. The mid-range shot was the weapon of the gods. And while Michael Jordan possessed a diverse arsenal, three-point shooting remained his relative weakness. Firmly establishing his defensive stance, Ye Feng positioned himself just within the three-point line. Despite lacking height and weight advantages, his impressive strength attribute of 90 rendered him as steady as a mountain. Jordan attempted several times to dislodge him, but to no avail. Alarmed yet resolute, Jordan swiftly altered his strategy, feigning a stubborn push. After a powerful exertion, he abruptly pivoted and surged past Ye Feng's left side. Taking a sudden leap towards the basket, his eyes locked on the hoop. With a flick of his wrist, he released the shot. Ye Feng was exceptionally focused and reacted promptly, yet he fell just short of executing the block. The difficulty of the shot was considerable. It was uncertain. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed the basketball gracefully navigating its way into the hoop. Swish! A mid-range shot succeeded. "Rookie, is this the proud defense you boast about?" Jordan taunted. Ye Feng was about to retort, but realized that the old-timer had already strutted away, leaving him no chance to respond. The Lakers launched their offense, receiving a pass along the baseline. Just as Ye Feng turned, he heard Kobe shout, "Watch your back." Instinctively protecting the ball, a hand suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Michael Jordan had unexpectedly positioned himself behind him. Failing to steal the ball, Jordan immediately intensified his pressure. With Ye Feng's ball-handling ability rated at 74, he could only barely maintain possession, especially since the opponent had secured a favorable position, denying him an opportunity to exert force. Various sneaky tactics were employed, which hardly warranted elaboration. At that moment, if Ye Feng were to force his way through, it would result in an offensive foul. Reluctantly, he realized that passing was seemingly his only option. "Is this the extent of your capabilities, rookie?" Jordan continued to hurl insults. Rather than recklessly confronting him, Ye Feng seized the moment and made the pass. "Are you afraid? I am a point guard. Facilitating the play is my duty," Ye Feng declared defiantly. Internally, however, he resolved to himself that by the time he returned to Los Angeles to face the Wizards, he would likely have unlocked his second template, resulting in a significant enhancement of his skills. Today's humiliation shall be repaid in double. Chapter 32. Almost a triple-double, best of the game. A few steps away, Kobe received a pass from Ye Feng. Facing the relentless defense of Stuckey, he executed a swift spin, as agile as a leopard, driving straight to the basket. Kwame Brown rushed over, arms wide open, resembling a towering mountain. Without hesitation, Kobe launched himself into the air. In the midst of the confrontation, he executed a layup with finesse, speed, power, agility, technique. In that moment, Kobe showcased an exceptionally comprehensive and formidable personal prowess. Ye Feng gazed on with deep envy. If only he possessed Kobe's dribbling and breakthrough capabilities, he would not be so passive. He reassured himself that it would come. Everything would eventually come to pass. The game continued. In the subsequent sequences, Jordan took the initiative on the offensive end, seemingly intent on overwhelming Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng's extraordinary strength and defensive skills were no trifles. Even though Jordan was seasoned and his techniques had reached a pinnacle, basketball ultimately remains a sport rooted in physical confrontation. Mere experience and skill are insufficient without the requisite physical attributes. Confronted by Ye Feng's relentless defense, which disregarded fatigue, Jordan often found himself resorting to challenging shots, thus compromising his efficiency. In truth, relying on teammates for screens would have been the most sensible approach. Yet the veteran was too proud to do so. After 6 encounters, Ye Feng successfully defended against 3. It appeared to be evenly matched. Yet, Observing the panting and clearly fatigued Jordan, one could not help but notice Ye Feng, drenched in sweat but breathing steadily. It is evident to all that if the two continue to engage in such a manner, the one at a disadvantage will undoubtedly be Michael Jordan. Aware of this predicament, Jordan opted not to pursue a one-on-one confrontation with Ye Feng. Instead, he began to leverage his formidable presence on the court, drawing the defensive attention of the Lakers before passing to his teammates, allowing them to score. With the Lakers no longer switching their defense to Jordan, Ye Feng found himself matched against Stackhouse once more. The latter's propensity to rely on brute strength proved ineffective against Ye Feng. Meanwhile, Kobe, fully aware of Jordan's considerable fatigue, showed no mercy. He exerted himself wholeheartedly on both offense and defense, actively seeking physical confrontations. This relentless effort led to Jordan being substituted before the first quarter concluded, as his stamina had become a significant concern. Time, indeed, is unforgiving. With Jordan absent from the court, the Wizards reverted to their initial state, with Stackhouse and Larry Hughes emerging as the primary scoring threats. However, faced with the tight defense of Ye Feng and Kobe, their scoring efficiency fell short. As the first quarter came to a close, the Lakers held a 7-point lead over the Wizards, 25-18. In the second quarter, Ye Feng remained on the court, leading the team's bench unit. Similar to the Celtics, the Wizards were grappling with a severe shortage of available substitutes, fielding only an 8-man roster for this match. With Jordan yet to recover his stamina, he could not return to play, and Tyronn Lue faced Ye Feng as a mere offering, while Stackhouse, who had played the entire first quarter, required a breather. Larry Hughes, who had already spent 12 minutes on the court, had earned the trust of the head coach. However, he felt no joy in this recognition. As he caught sight of Ye Feng, whose gaze pierced through him like that of a predator fixated on its prey, Larry Hughes sensed an overwhelming unease enveloping him. His body was fatigued, and his spirit was even more so. The second quarter commenced swiftly. With the Lakers in possession of the ball, Ye Feng, with effortless determination, first bulldozed through Larry Hughes, sending Tyronn Lue tumbling as he approached. Moments later, he collided midair with the towering Leitner, standing at 2 meters 11. The instant of impact transformed Leitner's expression dramatically. The situation was not as he had anticipated. He watched helplessly as Ye Feng brushed past him to score with a composed layup. No matter how tall the slender figure, it posed no real threat. This play crystallized for him the true caliber of his opponent. Throughout the ensuing moments, Ye Feng relentlessly attacked the paint, either taking shots himself or assisting teammates. His presence on the court magnified to its fullest. Under the weight of absolute power, all defenders appeared as mere paper tigers. Everyone understood that Ye Feng would opt for reckless drives, yet no one could halt his advance. The mood among the Wizards' bench grew somber as they witnessed Ye Feng single-handedly dismantle their defensive line. Michael Jordan remained silent, contemplating the disarray. What made Ye Feng particularly challenging was that he was not merely a bullheaded finisher. He possessed the ability and willingness to pass. "Doug, do you think we have any chance of trading for Feng from the Dragon Kingdom?" Michael Jordan inquired softly, covering his mouth. Upon hearing this, Doug Collins displayed a look of astonishment, quickly recovering to cover his mouth. Long Guofeng has only signed a minimum salary contract with the Lakers, rendering his trade value exceedingly low. The Lakers are unlikely to entertain any trades. However, I have heard that he has not renewed his contract with them, suggesting he may have intentions to leave. If he wishes to depart, so be it. Michael Jordan, confident in his influence within the realm of basketball, mused that should he extend an invitation, Ye Feng would likely be inclined to join the Wizards. In recent years, Jordan had faced considerable criticism and ridicule from the media and fans due to his poor judgment in the draft while meddling in the team selection process. This frustration brewed within him. If he could secure Ye Feng, it would undoubtedly silence all detractors. Surely, this time his judgment would not falter. Regrettably, had he discovered Long Guofeng earlier, bringing him directly to the Wizards during this draft would have astonished everyone. Jordan envisioned a narrative of triumph in his mind. Yet, time does not reverse. Those scenarios remain mere fantasies, unalterable by reality. Jordan held great optimism for Ye Feng. Even if he could not develop a reliable mid-range shooting ability and had to rely on sheer strength for his drives, his overall prowess was undeniably exceptional. His formidable defensive skills alone warranted a lucrative contract. With a player like Ye Feng alongside Jerry Stackhouse, the team's performance would surely thrive. allowing Jordan to retire with peace of mind. However, as age began to take its toll, Jordan felt increasingly inadequate on the court. To persist would only lead to humiliation. There is no need for it. After this retirement, he is well aware that a return is out of the question. Naturally, he must consider the team's interests, for he is one of the owners of the Wizards. During this contemplation, on the court, Ye Feng has already led the bench players to dominate the opponents, with an offensive onslaught and a defense that left Larry Hughes with no opportunities. The Wizards found themselves stagnating in scoring, and the point differential quickly widened to double digits. Doug Collins, feeling helpless, called a timeout and substituted Stackhouse into the game, which managed to stabilize the situation. By the time Kobe entered the game, the lead remained firmly in double digits, with the Lakers clearly in control. On the other side, the reactivated Michael Jordan sought to engage in a duel with Kobe, hoping to claw back the score, only to find that Ye Feng had not left the court and remained present. Is Phil really comfortable using a 19-year-old player like this? Ye Feng, with his remarkable performance, provided the answer to Jordan. There is no issue. He played a career-high 43.8 minutes in this regular season game, scoring 25 points, along with 13 rebounds, 7 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks. A near triple-double. He was named the most valuable player of the match. The consecutive back-to-back away games did not hinder the Lakers' momentum, as the team secured their 7th consecutive victory. Currently, the Lakers stand atop the Western Conference and the league overall with the best regular season record. Chapter 33. True strength lies in self-empowerment. As the competition concluded, Michael Jordan approached without hesitation. "Rookie, you emerged victorious this time. In our next encounter in Los Angeles, I shall reclaim the crown," he declared. "Next time, we shall both be at our full potential," Ye Feng reminded him with camaraderie. Shaquille O'Neal is expected to rest for 15 regular season games, during which the Lakers' current singular shortcoming will be addressed. With Ye Feng and Kobe on the perimeter and O'Neal dominating the interior, the imagery is simply stunning. However, given the somewhat intricate relationship between O'Neal and Kobe at present, whether the return of the Big Shark will ultimately benefit or hinder the Lakers remains an enigma. Only time will unveil the truth after his comeback. Shaquille is formidable, yet his return may not necessarily bode well for you. With this parting remark, Michael Jordan turned to engage in conversation with Kobe. It was evident that their rapport was quite amicable, resonating with a sense of mutual admiration. Though unspoken, Kobe has always aspired to emulate Michael Jordan. Many aspects of his skills have been surreptitiously learned from the master. Naturally, Kobe would never concede to this. He simply desires to carve out his own identity, not to be known as the successor to Jordan. In this moment, reflecting on Jordan's earlier words, Ye Feng comprehended their significance but felt no apprehension. "As long as my strength remains formidable, I shall remain unaffected. The contract is merely for 1 season. Should circumstances prove unsatisfactory, we can simply part ways." In a moment of reflection, I turned towards the corridor, only to be intercepted by a female journalist. "Feng," she inquired, "given your performance tonight, you are undoubtedly capable of starting for any team in the league. Yet, the Lakers have relegated you to the bench. What are your thoughts on this?" I smiled. Having played nearly 44 minutes and taken the most shots on the team, second only to Kobe, does the distinction between starter and substitute even hold significance anymore? My charming visage momentarily mesmerized the journalist, and by the time she regained her composure, I had already departed. A hint of frustration crossed her face as she recalled my earlier response, prompting a soft chuckle. Nearly 44 minutes of play and possessing a significant share of the ball as a substitute. Truly, there was little reason to dwell on the issue of starting positions. In truth, my standing within the Lakers is firmly established as second only to Kobe. My prowess affords me ample confidence. Having concluded the back-to-back matchup against the Wizards, the Lakers' current road trip has reached its end. The upcoming schedule promises to be less demanding, as they prepare to host the Hawks, Warriors, and Rockets in succession. Among these, the Rockets, led by the illustrious Yao Ming, capture my keen interest. I have consistently monitored Yao's progress, as he continues to face challenges in the NBA, still acclimating to the league's intensity and currently serving as a substitute. The Rockets exhibit patience, willing to grant Yao the time and opportunity to adjust. However, the team's owner seems more focused on the financial gains Yao brings rather than his on-court performance. Logging into the NBA as a top draft pick, Yao Ming has captured the attention of basketball enthusiasts nationwide. Consequently, his team, the Rockets, has naturally become the favored team for many, generating an astonishing amount of fanfare. With such popularity, can revenue possibly lag behind? Yao's individual performance has evidently waned in importance. Simply remaining with the Rockets suffices. Of course, should he excel on the court, that would be even better. For Yao, this situation is a double-edged sword. The pressure he bears is indeed immense. Perhaps a heartfelt conversation with Yao is in order. As the NBA is merely a game, and with his current prowess, he need not face such dismal circumstances, Leaf thought. Before facing the Rockets, they must first contend with the Hawks and the Warriors. Neither of these opponents can be considered formidable. The Lakers, having just completed an arduous away game, are feeling the fatigue, especially at the beginning of the season when players have yet to reach their peak physical condition. The toll of consecutive away games poses a significant challenge both physically and mentally. Fortunately, prior to their match against the Hawks, the Lakers enjoyed a substantial 4-day respite, allowing them to recuperate and prepare to meet their rivals in optimal condition. During this time, Leaf continued with his training regimen, adhering to a disciplined routine. He even made a visit to Kobe's home, where the Black Mamba earnestly requested his culinary skills, a request that was difficult to decline. The motivation behind this was simple. Vanessa had developed a craving for Leaf's cooking. Only someone like Kobe would invite a teammate to prepare a meal for his wife. In recent days, Ye Feng has observed that O'Neal's presence in the arena has increased significantly. Specifically, on training days, he invariably makes an appearance. It remains uncertain whether he finds himself bored at home and seeks a breath of fresh air, or if the Lakers' impressive undefeated streak instills a sense of urgency within him. Ye Feng leans towards the latter interpretation. Through their interactions during this period, he has discerned that the relationship between O'Neal and Kobe is not as strained as he had initially imagined. They exchange greetings when they meet. However, the team's management's attitude towards O'Neal seems to be somewhat nuanced. The true nature of these issues will only surface upon O'Neal's return. For now, pondering over such inconsequential matters is futile. Rather than becoming ensnared in trivialities, Ye Feng chooses to concentrate on the game and his personal development. On the evening of November 12th, at the Staples Center, the Lakers, rested for a full 4 days, faced the challenge of the Hawks on their home court. O'Neal attended the game to support the team, drawing considerable attention. Los Angeles is never short of stars, with numerous celebrities, who were previously only seen on television or the big screen, gracing the venue, rendering it a veritable constellation of luminaries. Among them, the radiant Jessica Alba, only 21 years of age and already making waves in Hollywood, stood out remarkably. How youthful she appeared. During this period, Jessica Alba was truly stunning, Ye Feng mused. He did not know many Hollywood actresses, but Alba left a lasting impression on him. One could say that her beauty resonated with his preferences. Seeing her in person, he realized that she was even more enchanting than on screen. Unable to resist, I stole a few more glances. It turns out you have a penchant for this. Fisher's voice echoed. Not just Fisher, but the other members of the Lakers also followed Ye Feng's gaze, noticing Jessica Alba, and exchanged knowing smiles, secretly relieved. As players of the prestigious Lakers, even those who are mere substitutes or on the fringes of the team are seldom devoid of female companionship. Yet, Ye Feng stood apart, devoid of such company, even dismissing the advances of exquisite women like Khloe Kardashian. This inevitably led to speculation regarding his orientation. Typically, due to Ye Feng's extraordinary strength in his identity as a Chinese national, it was presumed he possessed martial skills, and thus no one dared to broach this topic openly. It was merely a subject of private discussion, especially given Ye Feng's frequent association with Kobe and his visits to Kobe's home. All of this seemed to further substantiate the speculation. Each player harbored a subtle apprehension of attracting Ye Feng's attention. Thankfully, Ye Feng's recent behavior has confirmed his status as a normal man, putting everyone at ease. She aligns perfectly with my aesthetic, Ye Feng stated candidly. Frankly, witnessing his teammates settling down and indulging in diverse romantic escapades, even as a normal man, he too felt a flicker of desire. Upon hearing this, Kobe nodded. Perform well in this game, and I shall provide you with her contact information. You know her? Ye Feng inquired, astonished. Kobe shook his head. No, but I have ways to acquire her contact details. Then it is settled. After casting another glance at Jessica Alba, Ye Feng withdrew his gaze, choosing not to dwell on these trivial interludes, and instead directed his focus towards the imminent match. As long as he could make a name for himself in the NBA, no woman would be beyond his reach. True strength lies in one's own power. The game was soon underway. Chapter 34, The Dragon Country Derby. Ignition. Before the game, the Hawks boasted star players Sharif Abdurrahim, Jason Terry, and Glenn Robinson, rendering their core lineup exceptionally formidable and well-balanced in both interior and perimeter play, at least on paper. In reality, however, Raheem was not as imposing as he appeared. His offensive prowess indeed posed significant challenges for the Lakers' interior defense, yet his defensive frailty presented a glaring vulnerability. Robert Horry rediscovered his long-lost peak performance against Raheem. Jason Terry faced similar issues, as he was a classic case of offense overshadowing defense. Standing under 6 feet tall, his height was a considerable disadvantage. As for Glenn Robinson, having failed to secure a lucrative contract with the Bucks, he joined the Hawks this season. His ambitions evidently diminished. While he still averaged 20 points per game, his efficiency had noticeably declined. Confronted with these three players, Ye Feng realized that his explosive, unorthodox style of play was remarkably effective, yielding exceptional results. Even in his battles against interior player Raheem, he found himself to be the stronger contender. Conversely, Kobe, under the Hawks' relentless double-teaming, exhibited average efficiency. However, by relentlessly attacking the basket, he garnered numerous free throws, ultimately scoring an impressive 28 points, the second highest in the game. In this match, Ye Feng surpassed the 30-point mark for the first time in his personal regular season career, achieving an impressive 33 points, alongside 9 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Merely examining the statistics, one can discern a performance of dominion on both offensive and defensive fronts. Ye Feng and Kobe collectively amassed 61 points. The Lakers triumphed over the Hawks with a score of 99-88, continuing their streak of victories, while aiding his team in securing an outstanding 8-game winning streak. Ye Feng's average statistics have reached a staggering 20. 6 points, 9. 5 rebounds, 5. 5 assists, 3. 2 steals, and 2 blocks per game, nearing the extraordinary averages of 2.01, 0.532, which is indeed remarkable. To witness such a performance from a rookie is a rarity in the annals of NBA history, particularly among guards. Especially in the past decade, during which basketball rules have been refined, no rookie has managed to achieve personal averages as exceptional as those of Ye Feng. However, it is essential to note that Ye Feng has only participated in 8 games thus far, with a substantial 74 regular season games remaining. The true challenges lie ahead. Once teams familiarize themselves with Ye Feng's playing style and characteristics, they are certain to devise strategies against him. Will Ye Feng encounter the infamous rookie wall? Can he transcend this obstacle? These questions have garnered considerable attention and discussion. The majority remain optimistic. For Ye Feng's survival in the NBA relies on his defensive prowess and remarkable strength, distinguishing him from other rookies who may appear more fragile. Should his offensive contributions falter, his defensive capabilities will undoubtedly provide substantial support. For him, that is already more than sufficient. 2 days later, the highly anticipated match between the Lakers and the Warriors unfolded at the Staples Center. Much like the Hawks, the Warriors boasted a collection of formidable players, including the versatile power forward Anton Jamison, the young General Gilbert Arenas, the tenacious scorer Jason Richardson, and the self-proclaimed second-best center in the league, Eric Dampier. Despite the talent within their ranks, the Warriors, after relocating to a new arena and changing coaches and uniforms during the 1997-98 season, seemed to be under a curse. The constant upheaval prevented the team from finding stability, resulting in an inability to translate their potential into commendable performance, ultimately missing out on the playoffs. From the outset of the match, the Lakers exhibited a clear advantage. The Warriors struggled with cohesion, often relying on individual brilliance for scoring, which paled in comparison to the Lakers' efficiency. Adding to their woes, Kobe Bryant experienced an explosive performance, effortlessly sinking shots and executing various acrobatic layups and dunks, amassing an astonishing 45 points throughout the game. Such a version of the Little Flying Warrior was truly terrifying. In the end, the Warriors succumbed to defeat. Gilbert Arenas, who had faced humiliation during the Summer League at the hands of Ye Feng, sought vengeance in this encounter. His progress during this period was indeed noteworthy, yet it paled in comparison to Ye Feng's remarkable advancement. On the defensive end, Ye Feng effectively contained the young general, resulting in arenas shooting below 30%. A dismal performance. With a vow of retribution echoing in his mind, arenas departed without a backward glance. Ye Feng curled his lips, questioning whether losing to him was truly shameful or even humiliating. He certainly knew how to dramatize his own situation. Presently, arenas had yet to reach his prime, posing a minimal threat. The thought of his own consecutive starting games, disrupted only by Derek Fisher's sudden illness, lifted Ye Feng's spirits. With this match, he had now started 3 games in total, leaving just 2 more to unlock the second template. After such a long wait, he finally glimpsed the hope of fulfilling the conditions. However, his attention swiftly shifted to the impending match against the Rockets, set to take place the following day. The regular season had been underway for over half a month, and he was eager to face the much-anticipated Yao Ming. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, this derby match between players from Longwo had garnered significant attention domestically, with millions of fans engaging in discussions about the event. The arrival of Yao Ming in the NBA had sparked interest among many fans in China, who began to explore this new realm. Initially unfamiliar with Ye Feng, the fans were astounded as they researched the Lakers' performance and discovered his remarkable statistics. While Yao Ming struggled to score in double digits, Ye Feng had completed 8 regular season games, never dipping below 10 points, accompanied by astonishing rebounding and defensive stats that left everyone in disbelief. How had such a formidable guard emerged in the country without anyone knowing? As the investigation revealed that Ye Feng was not a player emerging from the established system, the astonishment grew exponentially. One could only marvel at the extraordinary talent required to enter the NBA without any formal training, relying solely on self-practice. It seemed almost implausible. Yet, with the undeniable evidence laid bare, belief became inevitable. As information about Ye Feng continued to disseminate across the nation, an increasing number of fans became aware of him. Intrigued by his journey, upon delving deeper into his story and closely following his progress, they transformed into avid supporters, concurrently turning their attention to the games of the Los Angeles Lakers. Human nature often inclines towards admiration for the strong, and Ye Feng undoubtedly emerged as a formidable figure in the realm of basketball. At least based on the statistics, he surpassed the current Yao Ming by a considerable margin, making it impossible for them to remain indifferent. The Dragon Nation Derby ignited fervor even before the first whistle. David Stern, who was keenly focused on the Dragon Nation market, quickly caught wind of this news. The prospect of tens of millions of viewers from the Dragon Nation tuning in for the match promised an immense surge in viewership. The NBA could not afford to falter in its preparations. Consequently, the arrangements had to be meticulously crafted. What initially began as an ordinary regular season game had elevated in significance dramatically. Both the management of the Lakers and the Rockets received the news and began to prioritize this matchup. Phil Jackson, who had previously exhibited a lack of enthusiasm, indifferent to the outcome, and even contemplating a loss to end the winning streak and alleviate pressure, suddenly shifted his focus. Ignoring the situation was no longer an option. The team owner had made it clear that the venerable Jerry Buss would be present at the game. A loss in front of him would be quite the embarrassment. The Rockets found themselves in a similar predicament. Thus, the day of the competition arrived. Chapter 35. To respect you is to defeat you. Originally, Ye Feng intended to meet with Yao Ming privately before the match to engage in a meaningful conversation. Unfortunately, the circumstances did not permit this. The Rockets only arrived in Los Angeles the night before the game, and by the time they settled into their hotel, it was already past 9 in the evening. At such an hour, seeking out Yao Ming was evidently not ideal, so Ye Feng refrained from doing so. The two merely exchanged a few words over the phone. Yet, some matters are best discussed face-to-face. Telephonic communication lacks a certain depth. The inability to meet Yao Ming privately was undeniably regrettable. However, the stunningly attractive actress Jessica Alba, after the previous game against the Hawks, had provided her number to Ye Feng through Kobe. Both were currently single and possessed striking looks. Jessica was an emerging Hollywood star, while Ye Feng was a rising star in the NBA. Their external attributes aligned perfectly, leading to an enjoyable conversation over the phone. That evening, Ye Feng specifically requested front-row tickets from the team to invite Jessica Alba to the arena. She graciously accepted the invitation. It seemed promising. Yet, such matters could be pondered after the game. Ye Feng held Yao Ming in high regard, and to express this respect, he was determined to give his all to secure victory on the court. It was likely that Yao Ming harbored the same sentiment. This match, which would undoubtedly draw significant attention domestically, was one that neither Ye Feng nor Yao Ming wished to lose. At this moment, within the studio of TNT in the United States, Charles, I have an exceedingly strong premonition that Yao will score more than 19 points in this game. Kenny Smith teased. Beside him, Charles Barkley smirked slightly. I hardly share that sentiment. Yao's height is undoubtedly of historical significance, but that alone is insufficient to secure his standing in the NBA. In contrast, his compatriot, Ye Feng, although an undrafted player, has delivered remarkably astonishing performances. Indeed, Ye Feng's display has been nothing short of extraordinary. Facing his fellow countryman Yao, it remains to be seen how he will perform. One can only anticipate that he will not disappoint us. At this juncture, Kenny Smith abruptly shifted his tone. Similarly, I believe Yao will also exhibit an unprecedented performance against Ye Feng. So, Charles, are you prepared to kiss a donkey's behind? To be candid, Barkley felt a twinge of regret about hastily entering into such a wager, leaving him in a state of anxiety. The thought of actually having to kiss a donkey's behind would be utterly humiliating. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Longhua, CCTV Sports is poised to broadcast the Lakers vs. Rockets match, the highly anticipated Longhua Derby. To this end, they have dispatched Ping to serve as the commentator for the event. At this moment in the studio, Director Zhang, which side do you believe holds the advantage in this match? Sun Ping inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Coach Zhang smiled and remarked, in terms of team strength, the reigning champions, the Los Angeles Lakers, are undoubtedly superior. Although their starting center, Shaquille O'Neal, is currently sidelined with an injury, the overall prowess of the team remains exceptionally formidable. Kobe Bryant can be regarded as the most proficient shooting guard in the NBA at present. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, Coach Zhang's smile broadened as he continued. Moreover, this Lakers team not only retains last season's championship roster, but has also welcomed our nation's outstanding guard, Ye Feng, further enhancing their comprehensive strength. What is your perspective on Ye Feng? Sun Ping inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation and curiosity. With admiration evident in his expression, Coach Zhang replied, I have meticulously reviewed recordings of all the matches Ye Feng has played this season and found his physical attributes to be astonishing. His defensive capabilities are particularly tenacious. Unlike many domestic guards, he thrives on engaging in physical confrontations with opponents. This is indeed quite remarkable. Reflecting on the situation of domestic guards, Sun Ping nodded in agreement. His gaze then shifted to the content displayed on the board opposite them, prompting him to steer the conversation towards Yao Ming. Understanding the cue, Coach Zhang began to evaluate Yao Ming. Compared to Ye Feng, Yao Ming is undoubtedly a figure that domestic fans are far more familiar with. Having faced no rivals within the country, Yao Ming, through relentless effort and compromise, ultimately ascended to the pinnacle of professional basketball, the NBA, entering as the first overall pick. Domestic fans take immense pride in his achievements. Despite the fact that Yao Ming has yet to fully acclimate to the intensity of NBA competition, which has left many fans feeling somewhat disheartened, it does not impede their unwavering support for him, nor does it diminish their allegiance to the Houston Rockets as their favored team. In the previous era, the Rockets almost exclusively enjoyed the spotlight in the domestic arena. However, due to the influence of Yao Ming, numerous fans in the country have begun to take an interest in the Los Angeles Lakers and have developed a fondness for this prestigious franchise. Currently, many domestic basketball enthusiasts possess only a rudimentary understanding of the sport, primarily gauging it through statistics and win-loss records. Hence, the outcome of this derby match will significantly affect domestic fan sentiments, allowing one team to capture a substantial portion of this attention. Yao Ming, however, does not dwell on such matters. With his talent, it is inevitable that he will one day achieve widespread acclaim throughout the nation. It is merely a question of time. His focus lies solely on securing victory in the games. At this moment, within the Lakers' locker room, Robert Horry curiously inquires, Yao, I heard that tens of millions of people in your country are watching this game? To which Derek Fisher, with an exaggerated expression, responds, Oh my God, tens of millions. Is it really possible to have that many viewers? Rick Fox, returning from injury, incredulously adds his own disbelief, as the attention of his teammates converges upon him. Yao Ming replies with a smile, with nearly 1.3 billion people in our country, having a few tens of millions of fans is quite normal. Fox instinctively nods in agreement before realizing, normal? That's tens of millions. The total population of most countries in the world doesn't even reach that figure. The thought alone feels exaggerated. Upon hearing this, Kobe, who typically refrains from conversing in the locker room, remarkably spoke up. Given that so many fans from the Dragon Kingdom are here to watch this game for you, Feng, you may indulge in a little selfishness today. Indeed, we will all support you. We will not allow you to lose face in front of your hometown crowd. Robert Horry, who consistently benefits from the opportunities created by Ye Feng, chimed in immediately. The rest of the team naturally echoed this sentiment, eager to cooperate, especially since it was Kobe who had spoken. In the absence of O'Neal, whatever Kobe decreed held paramount importance. Observing this, Ye Feng smiled and remarked, "Then I shall not hold back, provided that our victory is assured. I prioritize the team's triumph over my personal statistics." His words resonated pleasantly with everyone present. Even Phil Jackson, who was about to enter the locker room, paused in his tracks, smiled, and turned away, seemingly finding no need for further emphasis. Before long, as the visiting Houston Rockets completed their entrance, it was time for Ye Feng and his teammates to take the court. Ye Feng was the penultimate player to emerge, following only Kobe, which lent him considerable stature. In this match, Yao Ming remained a bench player for the Rockets. Their starting lineup included Eddie Griffin, Kenny Thomas, Glenn Rice, Cedric Ceballos, and Steve Francis, boasting remarkable offensive prowess in the backcourt. Veteran Glenn Rice brought experience and a measure of outside shooting to the team. As for the two players in the paint, to be honest, Ye Feng had little recollection of them. Attention has turned to the Los Angeles Lakers, as Phil Jackson has deployed a starting lineup featuring Samaki Walker, Robert Horry, Rick Fox, Kobe Bryant, and Ye Feng. This season, the Purple and Gold Brigade has faced a multitude of injuries. Rick Fox has just made his return for this game, while Devin George sustained a muscle strain during yesterday's practice and will require a week of rest. Given the current roster situation, it falls upon Ye Feng to lead the bench players in this match. The players from both teams have already entered the court. Upon entering, due to the time constraints, Ye Feng exchanged only a few words with Yao Ming before they both returned to their respective benches. At this moment, glancing over at the seated Yao Ming, who was intently focused on the game, Ye Feng nodded in greeting and then steeled himself, concentrating on the match ahead. He is determined to win this game. Chapter 36. Is this still human? How outrageous. Beep. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the referee blew the starting whistle. Simultaneously, the basketball was tossed high into the air. At the pinnacle of its ascent, Eddie Griffin and Samaki Walker leapt almost in unison, stretching their arms with all their might to reach for the ball. Despite Griffin's slightly shorter stature, his athletic prowess was evidently superior, allowing him to gain a significant advantage and touch the ball first, directing it toward his team's south half of the court. Samaki Walker continued his unfortunate streak of losing jump balls, having only won 2 out of 9 attempts, leading to a sense of despondency. The Houston Rockets now possessed the ball. Francis swiftly seized control of the ball, dribbling rapidly beyond the three-point line of the Lakers. Ye Feng immediately closed in, denying him any opportunity to initiate his play. Undeterred, Francis opted for a direct confrontation. He attempted several times, but failed to shake off Ye Feng. To his dismay, the explosive physicality that had proven effective against other point guards in the league faltered this time, unable to unsettle Ye Feng in the slightest. This kid is truly remarkable, Francis mused. Remaining composed, he fixated on Ye Feng's gaze, and with a deft maneuver, he suddenly darted left, taking just a single step forward before executing an unexpected, abrupt pivot to the right. The fluidity of his movements was astonishing, with scarcely any pause during the change of direction, particularly during the transition from stillness to motion. His explosive power was unmistakably evident. It was astonishingly swift. Ye Feng's static defensive prowess was undoubtedly among the elite in the league. Yet when faced with an adversary possessing such explosive force, exceptional dynamic talent, and exquisite technique, his own 80-point explosiveness proved insufficient. Even though he reacted swiftly, striving to shift his center of gravity and adjust his defensive position, a 2-step gap had already opened between them. While his defensive positioning remained intact, he could no longer confine his opponent beyond the 3-point arc. However, Ye Feng was not alone in this battle. Almost simultaneously as Francis broke free, Kobe, just a few steps away, swiftly converged to double-team him. In this scenario, most players would instinctively opt to pass the ball. Yet, fueled by competitive fervor, Francis resolutely chose to continue his confrontational approach. Subsequently, Finding himself unable to extricate from the situation, he directly confronted the dual defense of Kobe and Ye Feng, abruptly halting to take a mid-range shot. The result was a resounding thud. The difficulty was insurmountable, and the shot failed to find its mark. Beside him, the open veteran, Mobley, could only shake his head in resignation. He did not cast blame. He understood that reproaching would be futile, for Francis was simply of that disposition, a characteristic unlikely to change throughout his life. There was no need for further discourse. Robert Horry seized the defensive rebound and promptly passed the ball. With rapid dribbles, he advanced the ball, noticing that Francis did not rush to pressure him, but rather positioned himself firmly at the three-point line. Ye Feng, 2 steps away from the arc, suddenly launched into a formidable drive. However, Francis opted to maintain his defensive stance, arms crossed before him, embodying a posture intent on drawing a foul. Denying his opponent this opportunity, Ye Feng, having conserved his energy, executed a sudden change of direction, aiming to penetrate to Francis's left. With the ball in his right hand and his left hand providing a screen, he afforded no chance for a close steal. Leveraging his remarkable strength, he forcefully surged into the Rockets' paint, threading a pass through the throng to the unguarded Robert Horry. Accustomed to Ye Feng's robust passing style, Uncle Horry effortlessly caught the ball, retreating to the corner beyond the three-point line. After a brief adjustment, he released a shot from beyond the arc. The basketball traced a graceful parabola through the air. Swish! It found the net cleanly, 3 points secured. The score stood at 3-0, with the Lakers in the lead. On the bench of the Rockets, Yao Ming observed in astonishment the entirety of Ye Feng's offensive play. He was well aware of Ye Feng's remarkable strength, yet he was taken aback by the sheer intensity of his performance. Even Francis, a player renowned for his superhuman athleticism among guards, was unable to withstand Ye Feng's prowess. Is this truly human? It is simply astounding. Ye Feng is indeed extraordinary. If he were to anchor the guard line for the national team, they would be invincible in Asia. Even when facing guards from Europe and America, he would hold his ground without faltering. Truly formidable. Yao Ming began to envision the future, only to quickly regain his composure, his eyes flickering with envy and a sense of loss. In comparison, he realized how much he fell short. Still struggling to acclimate to the intensity of NBA competition. I must establish my footing in the NBA as soon as possible, Yao silently resolved. Simultaneously, domestic fans were equally astonished upon witnessing this play. It was their first viewing of a Lakers game, as previous broadcasts had solely focused on the Rockets. Having observed Yao Ming's struggles in the NBA, contrasting sharply with his dominance in the domestic league, fans deeply felt the disparity in competition. Little did they know that Ye Feng would shatter their preconceived notions. It turns out that Asian players can indeed overpower their black and white counterparts in terms of physicality, a rather impressive revelation. In just a single offensive possession, Ye Feng's fanbase in the country surged dramatically. In the studio, Coach Zhang and Sun Ping did not hold back their praise. Ye Feng executed the play with remarkable rationale, fully capitalizing on his advantages and selflessly passing to a teammate in a better position. From this moment, it is evident that Steve Francis has exerted tremendous effort in defense, with his teammates from the Rockets promptly converging to assist. Yet, they were unable to thwart the play. Ye Feng's decision was exceptionally astute, as he embraced the essence of team basketball. It is truly commendable to witness a player from one's homeland excel in a foreign professional league. On the court, the match continues. The Rockets orchestrate their offense, and Francis unleashes his sharpest crossover, skillfully evading Ye Feng by 2 positions. Faced with yet another impending double team from Kobe, he refrains from stubbornly attempting to shoot and opts to pass the ball to Mobley. As soon as the basketball leaves his hands, Francis's expression shifts. It appears as if Kobe had anticipated the pass, as he suddenly leaps, arms outstretched, during his approach. The maneuver may lack elegance, yet its effectiveness is undeniable. He intercepts the pass with precision. Observing the ball soaring towards him, Ye Feng swiftly accelerates, forcefully pushing aside Francis, who had initiated his move earlier, and secures possession of the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, he executes a long pass. Kobe, who has just completed the steal, darts forward like a razor, penetrating deep into the heart of the Rockets' defense. Surprisingly, he refrains from taking the shot himself. Instead, after capturing everyone's attention, he executes a backward pass. A figure clad in the Lakers' number 10 jersey swiftly follows, leaping high, grasping the basketball with both hands, and charging forward with unyielding momentum. From above, he slams the ball into the hoop. Boom. A thrilling alley-oop dunk ignites the atmosphere, as cheers and applause swell like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire Staples Center. Seated in the front row, the stunning Jessica Alba gazed at Ye Feng, who had become the focal point of the entire arena, her eyes sparkling with delight. Ye Feng's handsome visage and the subtly imposing physique he possessed compelled her to unconsciously tighten her legs. The current score stood at 5 o'clock. With 2 points and 1 assist, Ye Feng led the Purple and Gold Legion with remarkable momentum, seizing an early advantage. Chapter 37. An explosive 17 points in a single quarter, a natural basketball icon from the outset, Francis felt the weight of being targeted. In the subsequent offensive possession, he opted to continue his aggressive assault on Ye Feng, intensifying the confrontation. Retreating was not an option for him. He was, after all, Steve Francis. Kobe, as usual, chose to double-team. However, this time he failed to secure the steal, as Francis skillfully controlled the passing angle, allowing the ball to land securely in Mobley's hands. Without hesitation, Mobley took the shot. Reacting swiftly, Kobe attempted to recover, but was a fraction too late. Swish. The mid-range jumper found its mark, breaking the scoring drought for the Rockets. The score was now 5-2. The Lakers regained possession. Ye Feng dribbled past half-court, promptly passing to Kobe, then sprinted towards the corner, seemingly preparing to create space for Kobe's isolation play. Yet, upon reaching the corner, Ye Feng abruptly accelerated along the baseline, heading directly to the basket. Almost simultaneously, Kobe's pass reached him. Receiving the ball comfortably without needing to adjust, Ye Feng soared through the air, forcefully pushing aside Eddie Griffin to complete a layup for 2 points. Francis found himself caught behind, unable to contest the shot in time. Kobe's timing and passing can be deemed impeccable, while Ye Feng once again showcases the aesthetic of violent beauty in a smaller player overpowering a larger one. It's incredibly intense. The current score stands at 7-2, maintaining a 5-point gap. In the subsequent rounds, both the Rockets and the Lakers focused their offensive strategies on the backcourt, rendering the interior players mere facilitators. The Lakers find themselves devoid of options, while on the Rockets side, head coach Rudy Tomjanovich patiently awaits developments. Yet, he is reluctantly aware that the defensive prowess of the Ye Feng-Kobe backcourt duo significantly eclipses that of Francis and Mobley, with a subtle edge in offensive capabilities as well. The disparity in scoring efficiency is glaringly apparent. As the game progresses, the point difference steadily widens. Recognizing the urgency for change, Rudy understands that without intervention, his team is likely to succumb to defeat. He recalls the serious conversation he had with the team owner prior to the match, and his countenance grows markedly grave. Ultimately, with less than 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter and trailing by 8 points, Yao Ming is summoned onto the court, replacing Kenny Thomas. The moment Yao enters, the Rockets' interior height is immediately bolstered. With possession of the ball, Ye Feng makes no hesitation, driving aggressively towards the basket. Confronted by Yao's impending defense and feeling the pressure of his towering 2.26-meter frame, Ye Feng opts not to pass, but instead propels himself into the air. Despite Yao's slender physique, he fails to impose significant pressure during the collision, instead being pushed back 2 steps. Ye Feng successfully banks the shot, securing 2 points and emerging victorious in this direct confrontation with Yao. The point difference has now extended to 10. Yao, your defense is rather gentle. You must adopt a firmer approach. With a light pat on Yao's somewhat awkward backside, Ye Feng swiftly turned to return to defense. There was no time to waste, as Francis had already reached the midcourt line. Unfortunately, Yao's baseline inbounds pass was slightly delayed, and the fast break opportunity was lost. It was evident that Yao and Francis had yet to establish a seamless rapport. With the fast break thwarted, they were forced into a half-court battle. The significance of this Dragon Country derby was well understood by the Rockets players. Previously, when Yao was sidelined, they were unable to execute their strategies. But now that he was on the court, Francis was suddenly revitalized, assuming his role as the point guard. Once Yao had established his position in the paint, Francis immediately opted to pass the ball. Much like Kobe, Francis possessed remarkable passing abilities. It simply depended on his willingness to share the ball. Clearly, he was inclined to support Yao. Receiving the ball beneath the basket, Yao faced Samaki Walker, his determination to win evident in his focused expression. After executing 2 feints, he swiftly spun and glided to the baseline, finishing with a reverse layup that found its mark. It was astonishing to witness such agile footwork from a towering individual standing at 2 meters and 26 centimeters. Yao's performance was truly eye-catching. However, reality afforded him no time for celebration, as the Lakers promptly initiated a fast break. Ye Feng propelled the ball forward, feigning a drive, and as he approached the free throw line, he unexpectedly passed to the right corner. There stood Kobe, ready to receive the ball, and without hesitation, he took the shot. Swish! The sound of the net being pierced signifies everything. With a three-pointer, the point differential extends to 11. The Rockets retaliate in kind, launching a fast break. Before Yao Ming could return to his own basket, he pivoted and sprinted to the Lakers' three-point line, receiving a pass and leaping 10 centimeters off the ground with a single hand to emphatically slam the basketball through the hoop. Boom! His fluidity of movement resembled that of a guard, prompting applause from the Lakers fans in the Staples Center. After entering the game, Yao scored for consecutive points, leaving a remarkable impression. Wasn't this player labeled a draft bust? Why does he seem quite competent? His footwork is nimble, his fundamentals solid, and his basketball IQ appears commendable. Indeed, he possesses some skill, yet he still falls short of the standard I envisioned for a #1 draft pick. As a fellow countryman of Feng, I believe Yao must have some talent. In comparison, however, my preference leans towards Feng. So do I. The game progresses on the court. Whether it is Samaki Walker or Robert Horry, the Lakers' interior players, facing Yao Ming, who stands at 2 meters and 26 centimeters and is in commendable form, exhibit a significant improvement in mindset, no longer hesitant and instead fully immersed in the game. Consequently, during the remaining time of the first quarter, Yao, having been silent for over half a month since the regular season began, experiences an explosive performance. Unfortunately, Yao's stamina remains a concern in the high-intensity confrontations. His energy depletes rapidly. In less than 5 minutes into the first quarter, he was already drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Realizing that he would undoubtedly need a respite in the second quarter, unable to continue playing uninterrupted. However, his expression was undeniably invigorated. In this match, he had, after a long absence, rediscovered the rhythm of the game. At least on the offensive front, he was performing exceptionally well. Yet, on the defensive end, he found himself slightly sore after being collided with by Ye Feng. Despite having a considerable height advantage, his defensive efficiency was rather mediocre. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of nourishment this fellow had consumed to possess such strength. In his mind, he scoffed at the notion. He had managed to compensate for his physical shortcomings solely through sheer power. Even Francis, who constantly boasted of being a super athlete, paled in comparison in this regard. As the first quarter came to a close, while Yao's presence provided the Rockets with an additional offensive option and significantly boosted their efficiency, they struggled to contain Ye Feng and were even less capable of restricting Kobe. The Lakers, too, showcased commendable scoring efficiency. Both teams engaged in a fierce exchange, culminating the first quarter with a score of 29-20 in favor of the Lakers. Yao had played for less than 5 minutes, managing an impressive 5 for 5 shooting with 1 free throw, amassing 11 points, an astonishing efficiency. Meanwhile, Ye Feng played the entire 12 minutes of the quarter, attempting a remarkable 12 shots. Indeed, he alone accounted for 12 attempts in just 1 quarter. It could be said that whenever an opportunity arose, the entire team was eager to create chances for him. He successfully made 7 shots, including 4 dunks and 3 layups, along with 3 free throws, all of which he converted, totaling an explosive 17 points in the quarter. While his efficiency did not quite match Yao's, it was still commendably high. The crux lies not merely in scoring. On the defensive front, Ye Feng also exhibited remarkable prowess. His statistics of 2 steals and 1 block fail to encapsulate the full extent of his contributions on defense. Both players from Dragon Nation performed exceptionally well in the first quarter, much to the delight of domestic fans watching the game. NBA Commissioner David Stern was equally pleased, especially upon learning of the viewership ratings from Dragon Nation, his smile nearly stretching from ear to ear. The development of this market is crucial for overcoming the league's developmental bottleneck, Stern mused. Initially, all hopes rested on Yao Ming, but the unexpected emergence of Ye Feng brought him great joy. The gaze directed towards Ye Feng transformed, with his handsome visage and exceptional skills. Playing for a prestigious team like the Lakers in a major market, he was a natural basketball icon. Stern believed that the key to unlocking the Dragon Nation market might very well reside in Ye Feng. At this moment, the second quarter of the game had commenced. Chapter 38. Who could not love such a Ye Feng? It was evident that the Rockets were determined to win this game. Both Francis and Cardino Mobley, the two core players of the team, remained on the court without respite in the second quarter. Observing this, Phil Jackson was not inclined to let Ye Feng face a 2-on-1 situation and similarly kept Kobe on the floor. The game resumed swiftly, with possession belonging to the Lakers. Kobe aggressively attacked Mobley, enjoying advantages in both height and weight, as well as superior athleticism. Though Mobley displayed commendable defensive effort, the disparity in skill was too great for him to effectively counter. Successfully evading the defense, Kobe penetrated into the paint, executing a reverse layup amidst aerial confrontation. His movements fluid and picturesque. Witnessing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "What a great waste!" In the subsequent defensive sequence, faced with Francis, Ye Feng employed the same relentless defensive strategy as in the first quarter. He immediately pressured forward, engaging in physical confrontation with unwavering determination. The typically tenacious Francis found himself at a loss. This reckless style of defense, indifferent to energy expenditure, was beginning to take its toll on him. Is this lad not fatigued? Is he not concerned about dwindling stamina in the later stages? Francis maintained a composed expression, though internally he felt quite helpless. This time, he opted against a head-on clash and quickly passed the ball. To his surprise, Kobe did not rush in with the same intensity as in the first quarter. Mobley, receiving the pass, faced the equally relentless defense of the little flying tiger. The one-on-one situation made it exceedingly difficult to break free, and the success rate of both aggressive drives and shots was low. The only option left was to have his teammates set screens for assistance. However, against the combined defensive prowess of Ye Feng and Kobe, who possessed an extensive defensive radius, Mobley found himself devoid of opportunities. Even critical passes to Francis were thwarted. Whether it was Ye Feng or Kobe, there was no need for verbal communication. The moment Mobley exhibited signs of wanting to pass, a mere glance would prompt the nearer defender to close in swiftly. In one-on-one situations, either of the two could pose significant challenges for Francis or Mobley on the defensive end. This predicament proved to be quite troublesome for the Rockets. In the final moments before the offensive clock was about to expire, the substitute interior player, Maurice Taylor, received the ball and executed a successful layup. The Rockets players collectively exhaled in relief, while they gazed at the relentless defensive pressure exerted by Ye Feng and Kobe, both of whom were visibly shaken. Having played the entire first quarter, they boldly continued their aggressive defense in the second. Was it truly sustainable? As the game progressed, Ye Feng and Kobe revealed the answer to everyone. It was indeed feasible. If Francis and Mobley had dared to confront them head-on, even the Iron Man would have faltered, yet they chose to retreat instead, already surrendering the psychological edge. With 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter, when Yao Ming re-entered the game, the deficit had swelled to 16 points, presenting a significant advantage for the Lakers. After a brief respite, Yao showcased his extensive arsenal and remarkable athletic form once more. Whether it was mid-range shots, back-to-the-basket plays, or drives reminiscent of a guard, he posed a formidable threat. Additionally, his exceptional passing ability shone through. Standing at an impressive height of 2.26 meters, Yao possessed an outstanding court vision, delivering precise passes with remarkable accuracy. If he could elevate his defensive efforts and stamina, he would emerge as an all-encompassing force in the paint, capable of offense, defense, and playmaking. Such a performance left domestic fans perplexed, questioning why he had previously underperformed, causing them undue anxiety. Was it all an act? Concurrently, the presence of Ye Feng, akin to an Iron Man, who remained on the court without rest, making significant contributions on both ends, astonished the fans. He was simply relentless, truly formidable, a true man. How can one not adore Ye Feng, who delivered a stellar performance? Despite a lesser number of attempts in the second quarter, he still managed to score 11 points, bringing his first half total to 28, along with 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, an outstanding display indeed. In this match, it seemed as if Yao Ming had unlocked his full potential, exuding an unstoppable aura on the offensive end. With a flawless 9-for-9 shooting in the first half, he had accrued an impressive 19 points. It is undeniable that a well-rested Yao Ming is formidable. Meanwhile, in the TNT studio, Charles Barkley appeared quite uncomfortable. While his colleague Kenny Smith was eager to seize the moment, Charles, We all know you are not one to shy away from defeat. The tone shifted abruptly. So when do you plan to kiss a donkey's rear? Barkley muttered a curse under his breath, regretting his earlier bravado. Yet the die had been cast. Should he retract his statement, it would haunt him for a lifetime. Even if he stood firm, this would remain a blemish on his reputation. One can only imagine how this incident will be subject to endless teasing in the future. He resolved never to gamble again. With a serious expression directed at the smirking Kenny Smith, he declared, "It's just kissing a donkey's rear. I accept the wager and will do it." Laughter erupted, and anticipation filled the air. Soon, the halftime intermission came to a swift conclusion, and the second half commenced. Even in the final minutes of the second quarter, Yao Ming exhibited an astonishingly impeccable scoring rate, yet the Lakers maintained a substantial 14-point lead at halftime, determined to deny the Rockets any opportunity. Phil Jackson deployed his full starting lineup at the onset of the second half. The sight of Ye Feng entering the court alongside Kobe Bryant left the Rockets players feeling a sense of anguish. While they could tolerate the presence of Kobe alone, the addition of another physical marvel, equally adept in defense, made it exceedingly challenging for the Rockets. Although Yao's performance was commendable, his stamina posed a significant concern. His body required further acclimatization to the intensity of the NBA's competition, limiting him to approximately 25 minutes of play per game, a situation that failed to address their pressing issues. The Rockets' head coach, Rudy, felt a pang of bitterness, yet he was not prepared to concede defeat. There remained a glimmer of hope that the Lakers might falter. Regrettably, by the end of the third quarter, the Lakers had extended their lead to 15 points. In the current era of the NBA, a 15-point lead heading into the final quarter leaves the opponent with little hope of a comeback. Particularly disheartening was the sight of Kobe and Ye Feng, who had only just exited the court with 3 minutes remaining in the third. Re-entering the game at the start of the fourth quarter, this extinguished any flicker of hope the Rockets harbored for a reversal. Despite needing to maintain appearances, as the final 5 minutes approached, and the gap had not only failed to narrow but had widened to 17 points, the Rockets ultimately resigned themselves to defeat, sending in their entire bench, while Yao remained seated on the sidelines. Similarly, Phil Jackson swiftly substituted his entire bench lineup, marking the official onset of garbage time. This current Rockets team is not yet the future iteration brimming with a plethora of cost-effective, distinctly characterized, and highly capable role players. The bench failed to conjure a miracle. Ultimately, the score settled at 105-92, with the Lakers triumphantly defeating the Rockets, extending their remarkable winning streak to 10 games. The team's flawless start, despite the absence of Shaquille O'Neal, is truly astonishing. In this match, Ye Feng played for 42 minutes, attempting an astounding 25 shots, successfully making 16, and converting 5 of 6 from the free throw line, amassing a total of 37 points, thereby setting a new personal single-game scoring record. Yao Ming, on the other hand, rebounded from his previous struggles. Although he could not maintain a perfect shooting percentage in the second half, he scored 24 points in merely 22 minutes of play, showcasing remarkable efficiency, though regrettably, the team could not secure victory. Chapter 39. The Burden of Fame at the Post-Game Press Conference. I am merely a rookie in my first year, with numerous areas requiring improvement, such as my mid-range and long-range shooting, which I am currently striving to enhance. Without the trust of my coach and the support of my teammates, I certainly would not have been able to perform so commendably on the court. They are truly wonderful. As everyone knows, this game will be broadcast live in my homeland, and I will be facing my compatriot Yao. For me, this is not just an ordinary regular season game. To perform well in such a special match is exceedingly exhilarating. Yao is not merely defined by his height. His skills and basketball intelligence are exceptionally remarkable, and I am confident that he can prove himself in the NBA. Is Charles really set on such a peculiar endeavor? I eagerly anticipate it. In response to the reporter's inquiries, Ye Feng wore a smile, exuding calmness as he spoke eloquently, making it hard to believe that he was merely 19 years old, a rookie who had participated in just 10 regular season games. Meanwhile, the towering Yao, who also attended the post-game press conference, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction after scoring so many points, yet still facing defeat. Nevertheless, his overall mood remained buoyant, filled with anticipation for the future and admiration for Ye Feng. His commendable command of English, coupled with a witty sense of humor, left a lasting impression. After the press conference concluded, Ye Feng promptly sought out Yao, and the two found a secluded room at the Staples Center to converse for a while. You really show no mercy, do you? I felt like you nearly shattered me in that game, Yao lamented, having noticed bruises on his chest after showering in the locker room. In response, Ye Feng maintained a composed demeanor. Brother Yao, you are too slender. You need to gain some muscle to truly adapt to the intensity of the current NBA competition. I am aware of that, but muscle gain takes time. Results won't be visible immediately. We must take it slowly, Yao replied. That is the only way forward. As he surveyed Ye Feng, who appeared unfazed despite having played for over 40 minutes, Yao, still aching from his own 20-minute stint, marveled. What on earth did you consume while growing up? Your strength is remarkable, and your stamina is extraordinary. Talent, I suppose, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Yao, momentarily at a loss for words, hesitated before broaching a new subject. Have you ever considered joining the national team? Of course, Ye Feng replied, showing no aversion to the idea of representing his country. However, he quickly added, but I would only participate in the World Championships and the Olympics. I have no interest in exhibition matches. This posed a dilemma for Yao, although he had ascended to the NBA. His commitments outside of the regular season left him little room to negotiate. He lacked the authority to present demands as Ye Feng had. Nevertheless, acknowledging that Ye Feng was not a product of the system, Yao sensed that the constraints were less severe for him. If they are unwilling, then there is nothing I can do, Ye Feng remarked calmly. With a resigned sigh, Yao conceded, very well, you have your own aspirations, and I will merely act as a mediator. Let us change the topic. The conversation then shifted back to the NBA and the art of basketball. They continued their discussion for over half an hour, only interrupted by the arrival of the Rockets staff, who urged them to conclude their exchange. There is no alternative. The Rockets are currently enduring an away journey, departing from Los Angeles tomorrow for a back-to-back series of away games, leaving no time for Yao Ming and Ye Feng to engage in further reminiscence. As Yao Ming departed, Ye Feng did not proceed to the arena's entrance as usual. Instead, he made his way to the underground parking lot. Before long, he paused beside a pink sedan. The window gently descended, revealing the sweet visage of Jessica Alba. To keep a lady waiting for such an extended period is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Beautiful lady, to express my apologies. Allow me to treat you to a late-night snack tonight. Ye Feng smiled. A late-night snack? Her gaze lingered on Ye Feng's handsome face, and Jessica Alba nodded slightly. All right. Where shall we dine? At my place. The next morning, at 10:30, sunlight filtered through the window's crevices, casting a warm glow. Slowly opening his eyes, Ye Feng instinctively searched beside him beneath the covers, only to find that the enchanting beauty had already departed. Reflecting on the wild events of the previous night, he shook his head. I've been cooped up for too long. I hope I didn't frighten her. After getting up and freshening up, Ye Feng casually prepared a light breakfast for himself. Once he was satisfied and nourished, he began to pack his belongings. Shortly, he would join the team. And in the afternoon, they were set to fly to Dallas for their away game. Such is the nature of the NBA regular season, either engaged in a game or en route to the next venue, with precious little time for rest. As Ye Feng stepped out of his home, he instinctively reached for his phone to check the time, only to notice a message from Jessica sent 2 hours prior. The late-night snack was delicious. Come by when you have time. After replying, Ye Feng tucked his phone back into his pocket and dragged his suitcase towards the training facility. Along the way, he encountered numerous fans of the Lakers, a situation he had to manage. With his continued stellar performance on the court, his fame in Los Angeles had skyrocketed, and he was frequently recognized while walking down the street. It seems I ought to get a car, Ye Feng mused. What used to be a journey of less than 10 minutes had now transformed into a trek of over half an hour, with no guarantee of timely arrival. Such are the tribulations of newfound fame. Upon successfully reuniting with his team, the entire squad boarded a flight to Dallas that afternoon. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, the previous night he had shared a ride with Jessica Alba, returning to his apartment and spending the night together, an event captured and exposed by lurking paparazzi. The combination of a Hollywood starlet and an NBA rising star, two attractive figures, drew considerable attention, eliciting both admiration and criticism. Almost immediately aware of the situation was Khloe Kardashian, who felt utterly dismayed. The prey she had long coveted had been so effortlessly snatched away, leaving her in a state of considerable distress, especially as she witnessed Jessica's rising notoriety. Such attention was rightfully hers. Until he disembarked from the plane, Ye Feng remained oblivious to the revelations conveyed by Rick Fox. who revels in the realm of social media. Both of them were single. What was the issue with their companionship? Extracting his rather unfamiliar Nokia phone from his pocket, which he seldom used for calls, he discovered a message from Jessica Alba. "We've been photographed. What do you intend to do?" "Well, I suppose I shall reluctantly allow you to be my girlfriend." Not responding immediately, he waited until he was seated on the team bus before replying. Almost instantaneously, he received a response. "Then I shall also reluctantly permit you to be my boyfriend. See you in Los Angeles." "Yes, see you in Los Angeles." The moment Ye Feng withdrew his gaze from the phone's screen, he noticed Kobe sitting beside him, gazing intently. The surrounding teammates wore mischievous smiles, causing him to tighten his grip on the phone. "What is going on?" "Feng, you actually managed to win over Jessica. It's unbelievable. You're quite impressive." "Wow. She's the sweetheart goddess of Hollywood. In just a few days, and you've captured her heart. My heart aches." Ultimately, Ye Feng quelled the teasing with the promise of a meal. What left him most exasperated was the fact that, under Phil Jackson's leadership, the coaching staff also intended to partake in the gathering. This would surely be costly. Ye Feng cast a timely glance at Kobe, who regarded him with suspicion. "What are you up to?" "The space I have is rather limited. Might I borrow some from your residence?" Before Kobe could decline, Ye Feng interjected once more. "If you remain silent, I shall assume your consent." He then rose from his seat and proclaimed loudly, "Upon our return to Los Angeles, I shall host a dinner at Kobe's home for everyone." Kobe. The crowd. Chapter 40. Consecutive defeats. The media's true face. Conditions met. Unlike the gregarious Shaquille O'Neal, who relishes the idea of hosting parties at home on a daily basis, Kobe, throughout his extensive tenure with the Lakers, has never entertained guests at his residence. Instead, he frequently invites teammates for additional training sessions. Over time, many have begun to avoid him, as not everyone possesses such extraordinary stamina or can match Kobe's relentless work ethic. This gathering, spearheaded by Ye Feng and masquerading as a dinner, bears a striking resemblance to a party, and to everyone's astonishment, it is to be held at Kobe's abode. What a surprise it is! Even more astonishing is that, despite his evident reluctance, Kobe did not decline, effectively endorsing Ye Feng's decision. How indulgent of him! The world is indeed a strange place. The group exchanged incredulous glances, each feeling the weight of disbelief. Had it not been for Ye Feng's previously confirmed evening with Jessica, they might have questioned his inclinations. Even Kobe, now a family man and soon to be a father, found himself under scrutiny. Regardless, the dinner event was firmly established, with both players and coaching staff in attendance, leaving only the owner's presence to be desired. In terms of players, Ye Feng contemplated the necessity of not favoring one over the other. Thus he resolved to invite that fellow O'Neal as well. This season, he was determined to vie for the championship, and it was imperative to mend the relationship between Kobe and O'Neal. With such thoughts in mind, the night following their arrival in Dallas, the matchup between the Lakers and the Mavericks commenced as scheduled. Facing Steve Nash, Ye Feng played with remarkable ease. The future child of the wind was beginning to reveal his prowess, showcasing commendable passing and playmaking abilities, with precision in his passes and impeccable timing. Unfortunately, his physique was rather slender, yet he penetrated the defense with ease. However, against the Mavericks' formidable inside duo of Dirk Nowitzki and Sean Bradley, standing at 2.13 meters and 2.29 meters respectively, the space beneath the basket became exceedingly constricted. Even if Ye Feng managed to drive to the hoop, the opportunities were often mediocre, compelling him to rely on passing. Robert Horry remained consistently reliable, contributing several assists to Ye Feng, while the Lakers' other big man, Samaki Walker, also exhibited a commendable level of stability, albeit as a dependable target for opposing teams. Aside from these two, the remaining players on the Lakers, including Kobe, struggled with their shooting, which consequently placed the team at a disadvantage from the outset. By the time the final quarter arrived and Kobe regained his shooting touch, it was already too late. Throughout the match, Dirk Nowitzki excelled, hitting 17 of 23 attempts, including 1 out of 3 from beyond the arc and 3 of 4 from the free throw line, amassing a staggering 38 points and leading the Mavericks to a decisive victory over the Lakers. Ye Feng exerted every ounce of his strength, playing a remarkable 43 minutes and achieving personal stats of 19 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. His performance was undeniably commendable. However, the team still faced defeat. The Lakers' winning streak ultimately came to an end at 10 games. Following the loss, the atmosphere was somber. Yet there was a silent sigh of relief among the players. A winning streak, while a source of pride, can also be a burden. As the number of consecutive victories increased, so did the pressure. With the streak now concluded, a sense of lightness returned to their shoulders. The demanding schedule afforded Ye Feng and his teammates little respite. Merely a day after their match against the Mavericks, they found themselves in San Antonio, preparing for a back-to-back contest against the Spurs. It is worth noting that the visiting locker room in San Antonio was quite dismal, rife with petty annoyances. The inconsistency of hot water was one thing, but the occasional visit from wild animals in the locker room was utterly bewildering. The Lakers, already fatigued from consecutive away games, felt an overwhelming weariness. Under such conditions, the team's competitiveness on the court was understandably diminished. In this match, Kobe's shooting touch showed signs of revival. Against the formidable Spurs, he delivered an impressive performance with 28 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists at a shooting accuracy of 43. His formidable individual prowess left a lasting impression. Even when confronted with the Spurs' intense defense, he consistently found ways to put the ball through the hoop, showcasing his exceptional skill. Conversely, Ye Feng encountered difficulties once again. His singular scoring approach, lacking in mid-range and long-range shooting capabilities, was magnified in this game. Tim Duncan's defensive prowess and physical resilience are nothing short of extraordinary. Faced with such an imposing presence in the paint, Ye Feng found himself at a loss upon penetrating towards the basket. Even when he managed to pass the ball, the Spurs' exceptional defensive system ensured that a player would swiftly rotate to provide support. His most formidable offensive weapons, driving to the hoop for layups or dunks, as well as passing after a breakthrough, were rendered ineffective in this match. Nevertheless, his defensive acumen remained sharp. Every Spurs guard encountered difficulties when matched against him. Alas, it was not long before they ceased engaging him one-on-one. In the face of screens, Ye Feng struggled to maintain relentless defensive pressure. Ultimately, after playing a grueling 42 minutes, the third longest in the game, Ye Feng could only muster a mere 7 points, 4 of which came from free throws, while securing a team high of 8 rebounds. Yet, it proved futile. He was undeniably stifled throughout the contest. The Lakers faced back-to-back defeats, their current record standing at 10 wins and 2 losses, having been surpassed by the Mavericks, who now boast only 1 loss, relegating the Lakers to second place in the Western Conference. Following a streak of victories, the team's morale had taken a hit. The media, which had previously heralded the Lakers' quest for a 4th consecutive championship, now brimmed with skepticism and mockery. Waterloo. 2 consecutive losses on the road, the Lakers' unblemished record shattered. The once miraculous Ye Feng falters, scoring only 7 points in a single game. The rookie wall has arrived. Kobe cannot single-handedly reverse the tide. Ye Feng has failed to sustain his exceptional performance. Can this Lakers team contend for the championship? Popovich, Ye Feng is quite talented, but he still needs to continue his development. Tim Duncan remarked, "The future belongs to the young talents of Ye Feng, while the present is ours." He expressed disdain for the media's reporting, stating, "When we achieve victory again, they will once more sing our praises." Kobe, with a look of disdain in his eyes, listened intently. In response, Ye Feng maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "I have never paid heed to such reports. I am merely contemplating what culinary delights to prepare for you during our gathering." "Are you planning to cook yourself?" Kobe asked, intrigued. He genuinely enjoyed Ye Feng's exquisite dishes that perfectly catered to the American palate. Were Ye Feng merely a marginal player on the team, Kobe would have considered enticing him to abandon basketball altogether and instead hire him to cook at his home. Alas, due to financial constraints, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Ye Feng chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Kobe was tempted to offer, "I can provide you with money." But out of respect for Ye Feng's pride, he refrained, opting instead to smile and say, "Your culinary skills excite me far more than hiring those so-called professional chefs." The other team members, aware of Kobe's character, recognized that Ye Feng's cooking must indeed be exceptional. Otherwise, Kobe would not have made such a statement. Anticipation began to spread among them, alleviating the team's lingering gloom from their recent losses. At that moment, however, Ye Feng was more eager to claim his task reward. Previously, he had come off the bench against the Mavericks, but in the game against the Spurs, he had started. The condition of 5 starts had been fulfilled, enabling him to unlock the second template. Due to a previous defeat, I had been in a rather disheartened state, but now, as I prepare to return to Los Angeles. My spirits have lifted. Ye Feng is ready to unlock the second template. Noticing that the crowd around him seems indifferent, he silently invokes the system and mentally commands, "Unlock the second template." Ding! The second template has been successfully unlocked. Personal ability attributes have been scanned. It has been detected that the host is currently a point guard for the Lakers. Now, the system will search for the most compatible Lakers superstar template. Chapter 41. The Peak Magic Johnson Template, Star Level. The superstar most suited to me. Instantly, a name surfaced in Ye Feng's mind as he heard the system's voice. Search complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Peak Magic Johnson template. Initial compatibility fusion rate, 66. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Indeed, it is magic. Ye Feng felt immense joy. The Lakers, the point guard, with these two significant elements. He could not fathom a second possibility. Magic Johnson is undoubtedly one of the top 5 superstars in NBA history, the rightful king of point guards. I wonder how much I will improve after the fusion. Ye Feng was filled with anticipation. Glancing around, he noticed Kobe resting with his eyes closed. And his other teammates were also oblivious to him, prompting him to silently declare, "Fusion." In an instant, Ye Feng felt as though he had immersed himself in a warm spring, enveloped in a comforting warmth. Every inch of his skin, every muscle, even every cell was rejoicing with exuberance. In his mind, scenes unfolded like a slideshow, reminiscent of living a second life, with a torrent of experiences surging forth. Many of the previously obscure and enigmatic insights gleaned from the basketball court were now effortlessly comprehended. Both his physique and skills were in a continuous state of enhancement. This extraordinary state persisted for nearly 5 minutes. To onlookers, Ye Feng appeared to be simply meditating with his eyes closed. Gradually opening his eyes and exhaling deeply, Ye Feng eagerly whispered a command to check his current attribute changes. Ye Feng, age, 19 years, gender, male, height, 193 centimeters, weight, 86 kilograms, wingspan, 204 centimeters, strength, 90, 92, speed, 84, 87, stamina, 92, 98, explosiveness, 82, 86, coordination, 86, 92, dunking, 86, 88, layup, 89, 96, mid-range, 80, 86, 3-point, 71, 80, free throw, 80, 84, ball control, 89, 99, breakthrough, 84, 87, passing, 89, 99, defense, 90, 95, rebounding, 90, 97, overall rating, 88, NBA star, evaluation, a star-level point guard with immense potential and no apparent weaknesses. Remarkable. Ye Feng marveled. Truly, he was worthy of the title Magic Johnson, with attributes that were exceptionally formidable. A 66 template integration had granted him substantial enhancements to his attributes. Originally, Ye Feng had already reached the maximum limit of most of his attributes, and it was exceedingly difficult to enhance them further through training. However, after integrating the Pinnacle Magician template, all of his attribute limits were significantly elevated. Given time to enhance his fusion with the Magician template, Ye Feng would transform into a fortified version of a magician, excelling in strength, defense, and rebounding. The transformation was truly astonishing. Among the changes, the boosts in ball control and passing attributes were particularly remarkable, both soaring to an incredible 89 points, with all limits maxing out at 99. Aside from his 3-point shooting, all of Ye Feng's other attributes surpassed 80 points, allowing him to be aptly described as a 5-dimensional warrior. He reached the NBA's elite standard, boasting 4 attributes above 90 points, indicating an explosive surge in power. If he weren't still on the plane, Ye Feng would have eagerly dashed to the basketball court to personally experience the changes in his prowess. His gaze then settled on the nearby Kobe, who was resting with his eyes closed. It seemed that the latter sensed Ye Feng's gaze. As he opened his eyes and inquired, "Why are you staring at me? Once we land, I'll go home with you." Huh. Kobe's mind momentarily short-circuited, flooded with a myriad of peculiar thoughts, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "Feng, you know, I've gained new insights into my skills. After dinner at your place, let us play a few games." Ye Feng interrupted him, aware that the bewildered expression on Kobe's face indicated he was thinking along the wrong lines. No wonder he had been tricked in his past life. His mind was never entirely pure. "You want to play basketball with me? What else would we do?" Do you have any other balls for me to play with? Suddenly, Kobe felt a warmth rise to his cheeks. Fortunately, the timely interjection from the flight attendant alleviated his embarrassment. The plane was about to land, and the upcoming game against the Bulls was scheduled for tomorrow night. As evening had already fallen and everyone was weary from travel, it was only natural that the coaching staff would not arrange for a practice session. Upon disembarking, the team bus transported the players to the training facility, where the coaching staff announced an immediate dispersal. Ye Feng joined Kobe in his vehicle, heading directly to the latter's villa. The dinner was prepared by him. After a meal and a half-hour of rest, under Vanessa's bemused gaze, Ye Feng accompanied Kobe to the adjacent indoor basketball court for a game of one-on-one. The match was to 21 points, with 2-point shots counting as 1 point and 3-point shots as 2. Ye Feng initiated the offense. The basketball danced at his fingertips like an agile sprite, pulsating with rhythm. Unlike before, the ball felt as if it had become an extension of his own body. It moved precisely as he desired, obedient like a beloved partner. Yet, with a ball handling skill rated at 89, one could only imagine the terror of achieving a perfect score of 99. Ye Feng eagerly anticipated that moment. However, this was not the time for such reflections, as Kobe did not hold back, immediately applying pressure with an aggressive defense. In the past, whenever Kobe employed such tactics, Ye Feng's relatively weak ball handling abilities were starkly exposed, leaving him flustered and unable to orchestrate his moves with confidence. Initially, it was presumed that this encounter would be no different from the others. Kobe was already contemplating what taunts he would hurl at Ye Feng next. However, an unforeseen circumstance unfolded. Ye Feng, after a series of swift dribbles, abruptly changed direction and surged forward with unanticipated vigor. Kobe instinctively retreated to defend, only to find Ye Feng suddenly halt, executing a move reminiscent of a prayer gesture, which caused Kobe's center of gravity to shift noticeably. Almost simultaneously, Ye Feng broke past Kobe in the opposite direction of his weight transfer. Though his explosive power of 82 points may not have been overwhelmingly formidable, it was complemented by an impressive ball handling skill rated at 89 points, a speed of 84 points, and a strength of 90 points, resulting in an overall proficiency that was exceptionally high. The key factor was Ye Feng's remarkable rhythm. He effortlessly created nearly 3 body lengths of separation from Kobe, driving straight to the basket. With a deft maneuver in midair, he evaded Kobe's attempt to block and confidently made the shot, securing 2 points. 1-0. While Ye Feng maintained an outward calm, internally, he reveled in the exhilaration. The breakthrough he had just executed would have been impossible for him in the past. Yet now it came with ease. His improvement in skill was truly remarkable. After enduring so many defeats, he finally sensed a chance to turn the tide. How has your ball handling ability improved so significantly? Kobe expressed disbelief. Ye Feng shrugged nonchalantly. I had an epiphany. Though Kobe clearly remained skeptical, he could not fathom any other explanation. With a serious demeanor, he declared, "Let us go again." Ye Feng, of course, had no intention of declining. In the ensuing exchanges, Kobe defended with increasing intensity, displaying no signs of relaxation or complacency. His defense was further augmented by numerous subtle violations of the rules. However, Ye Feng managed to break free from the suffocating defense, thanks to his exceptional ball control, rhythmic breakthroughs, and a strength that far surpassed that of a typical defender. As he soared for a thunderous dunk, adding another point to his tally, Kobe's expression turned grave. If he had previously harbored confidence in defeating Ye Feng, he now found himself grappling with uncertainty. Chapter 42. Kobe is amazed. Unlocking the third template condition, the duel continued. After scoring 8 consecutive points, Ye Feng was intercepted during another attempt, losing possession of the ball. Now it was my turn to attack. Kobe, filled with fighting spirit, was ablaze with determination in his gaze. Initially, he had agreed to this one-on-one challenge with Ye Feng primarily to hone his offensive skills and relish the physical confrontation. After all, in the face of Ye Feng, his only viable strategy had been to rely on his defensive prowess and formidable strength. Little did he expect that Ye Feng would deliver such a staggering surprise, or rather, a shock. Just yesterday, Ye Feng had been in a much less formidable state, relying solely on brute force to charge through. To think that after just 2 away games, he had made such remarkable progress. The ball control, the rhythm, the breakthroughs. Was this even reasonable? Kobe prepared to immerse himself in the experience. As Ye Feng defended, It was evident that although Kobe had yet to fully realize his technical potential, his athletic ability had significantly surpassed that of his number 24 days, compensating for his technical shortcomings. Even with a defensive capability rated at an impressive 90 points, he could not guarantee success in his defensive efforts. He could only devise strategies to ensnare Kobe in a maelstrom of physical confrontation, utilizing his own strength to impose dominance. However, the Kobe who had once eagerly engaged in close combat now refrained from a head-on clash. Leveraging his remarkable athleticism and breakthrough prowess, he relentlessly scored points. Provoked by a fierce competitive spirit, the little flying hero exhibited a terrifying ability to accumulate consecutive points. The score quickly escalated to 8-15. After enduring a barrage of 10 consecutive shots from Kobe, Ye Feng finally seized an opportunity, executing a successful block. With possession regained, Ye Feng initiated the offense. His exceptional ball-handling skills allowed him to harness his physical advantages with remarkable finesse, unlike before when he could only charge clumsily. When pressured by opponents, he would feel utterly helpless without space to initiate his movements. However, he had transformed. Even a defender as formidable as Kobe found it challenging to secure his defense against Ye Feng's rhythmical and powerful drives. Scoring 8 consecutive points, Ye Feng altered the score to 16-15. Faced with an elite perimeter defender like Kobe, his mid-range shot, merely an 80-point attempt, still lacked the necessary finesse. Moments ago, he had attempted a sudden stop jump shot, narrowly avoiding a block by Kobe. Under immense defensive pressure, his shot almost missed entirely, grazing the rim without finding its mark. Ye Feng acknowledged that his mid-range shooting still required considerable refinement in the face of Kobe's prowess. Instead of taunting his opponent as he usually would after a successful defensive play, he reflected on his recent shot, and Kobe nodded in acknowledgement. From your shooting form, it's evident that you've been diligently honing this skill. Keep up the hard work. Sweat does not deceive. Your efforts will yield results, and I believe you will master your shooting. It was not easy to receive such encouragement from him. Ye Feng smiled. Kobe raised an eyebrow. Am I typically that serious? Think for a moment. Aside from Derek and me, do you have any other friends on the team? I certainly did not come to the NBA to make friends. Yes, you're absolutely right. The confrontation continued, with Kobe granting Ye Feng no opportunities, scoring 6 consecutive points to secure victory in this round. Shall we play another game? Ye Feng believed he could perform even better. He needed to refine the details and abandon reliance on mid-range shots. There was still a chance to defeat Kobe. However, just as Kobe was about to agree, his phone on the sidelines rang. He walked over to answer, only to find it was Vanessa calling. With a wife 7 months pregnant, Kobe felt utterly powerless, promptly gathering his belongings to leave. This left Ye Feng somewhat exasperated. Winning only to leave was rather inconsiderate. He hadn't yet satisfied his competitive spirit. Instead of returning immediately, he chose to familiarize himself with the changes in his capabilities on the court. After another 2 hours of rigorous practice, he finally exhausted every last bit of his stamina before reluctantly departing the gym. He envisioned a future where he could earn substantial wealth and acquire a villa like this one. Given the late hour, he certainly wouldn't head back to his apartment. Instead, he settled into the guest room of Kobe's home. This wasn't his first time doing so. He felt quite at ease. After completing his shower and lying in bed, Ye Feng remembered he still had his phone. He noticed several messages from Jessica, all inquiring whether he had returned to Los Angeles. He responded truthfully. In less than 30 minutes, he found himself at the entrance of the villa, getting into Jessica's car, which he had initially planned to spend the night at Kobe's. Racing back to the apartment, Ye Feng felt the sweet thrill of reunion after a long separation. He lamented that his waist would surely suffer for it tonight. Had he known, he would not have been so rigorous in his exertions. A night of unrestrained passion ensued. It was often said that Western women are fiercely independent. Yet this young lady was surprisingly clingy. Gazing at the utterly exhausted beauty nestled in his embrace, Ye Feng felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his own prowess. After a series of fervent encounters, he too was left feeling weary, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. When he awoke the following morning, he discovered that Jessica had not departed as she usually did, but instead remained asleep beside him. Noticing her gaze fixed upon him, brimming with warmth, Ye Feng chuckled and inquired, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jessica Alba responded with heartfelt sincerity, "I don't know. I just want to keep looking at you." This earnestness left Ye Feng momentarily at a loss for words. Before he could respond, Jessica rose from the bed and began to dress before his very eyes. The morning's inherent intensity was heightened by the sight of her alluring figure, and Ye Feng found it impossible to resist. He sprang forward, unable to contain himself. After some time, fully attired, Ye Feng watched as Jessica drove away, while he himself set off on foot towards the training facility. Feeling a lingering sense of emptiness within, he mused, desire is a double-edged sword. It can be a sharp blade indeed. Such indulgences must be tempered with restraint. The image of fellow Lakers superstar Wilt Chamberlain flashed through his mind, and he pondered that if he could embody the essence of this legendary figure, he would surely be free from the woes of insufficient vigor. The second template has been unlocked. What about the third? As this thought crossed Ye Feng's mind, a familiar system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! The unlocking conditions for the third template have been generated. Condition 1. Attend at least 75 games during this season's regular season. Condition 2. Qualify for the All-Star Game. Condition 3. Be named the NBA Rookie of the Year for this season. The conditions were not particularly harsh. Ye Feng appeared relaxed. Given his current prowess, defeating those rookies was certainly within his capabilities. He was currently at the top of the Rookie of the Year leaderboard, with personal statistics and team performance far surpassing the second-place contender, Stoudemire. As long as he remained injury-free and completed the season, this honor would undoubtedly be his. Considering his popularity, experience, and skills, whether he could secure a starting position in the All-Star lineup was uncertain, but making it into the All-Star roster as a substitute was certainly achievable. Let's strive to unlock the third template by the end of the regular season. Then aim for the playoffs and seize the championship. Ye Feng felt invigorated. Subsequently, he took nearly 50 minutes to traverse a journey that could typically be completed in 7 or 8 minutes. One could only say that the fans were exceedingly enthusiastic. Chapter 43. Do not ask. Just enlightenment. That evening, at the Staples Center, the Lakers faced off against the Bulls. Following 2 consecutive championships and the abrupt retirement of Michael Jordan, the Bulls seemed to have exhausted all their fortunes, rapidly descending into the ranks of the league's underdogs. Subsequently, although the team relied on the draft to acquire the first overall pick, Elton Brand, along with the promising talents of Jalen Rose, Jay Williams, and Danny Marshall, it seemed to be brimming with potential and a bright future. Regrettably, only Elton Brand emerged as an all-star caliber player, and he was subsequently traded. The other players failed to realize their potential. The Chicago Bulls face a long journey ahead if they wish to reclaim their former glory. The Lakers, having recently suffered 2 consecutive road defeats and desperately in need of a victory to bolster their morale and regain their confidence, seized control of the game from the outset. By the end of the third quarter, the deficit had widened to 20 points, and the final period devolved into garbage time. Phil Jackson found himself in a state of bewilderment. His confusion did not stem merely from the ease with which he triumphed over his former team, but rather from the remarkable display of ball handling and breakthrough abilities exhibited by Ye Feng, coupled with a mid-range shooting skill that had become serviceable. Was this the epiphany you spoke of? Phil Jackson murmured, recalling Ye Feng's fervent declaration before the game that he had experienced a moment of clarity the previous day, along with Kobe's hesitant expression prior to the match. Initially perplexed, he now grasped the situation fully. This was an extraordinary revelation. Had he played this way earlier, both the Mavericks and the Spurs would have had a chance to win. Based on his understanding of Ye Feng, he would not resort to sacrificing a game to conceal his shortcomings. Thus, only one possibility remained. Had he truly experienced an epiphany? Could it be? The more Phil Jackson pondered, the more baffled he became. In the realm of bewilderment, none were more befuddled than Jalen Rose, who had been specifically assigned by the coach to guard Ye Feng in this match. The pregame analysis had suggested that Rose's ball handling skills were mediocre, his breakthroughs reliant solely on brute force, and his shooting ability virtually non-existent. Yet, the reality was starkly different. From Ye Feng's perspective, this player, who had once held Kobe to a mere 81 points throughout an entire game, possessed commendable height, weight, and explosive speed, alongside an ostensibly commendable defensive attitude. However, the defensive pressure he applied was, in truth, rather ordinary, leading to an exceptionally peculiar experience in matchups. It felt as though Ye Feng could score at will against such an opponent. This very sensation prompted Ye Feng, initially reluctant to utilize his mid-range shot, boasting a mere 80 attribute points, against such a rival, to ultimately relent. Over the course of 30 minutes, He achieved 12 successful shots out of 16 attempts. He took 8 mid-range shots, successfully landing 6, showcasing remarkable efficiency. The noticeable enhancement in his ball handling and driving capabilities was evident to the naked eye. His passing and organizational skills had improved dramatically compared to previous performances. Following a dismal outing against the Spurs, where he had managed only a scant few points, Ye Feng rebounded magnificently, scoring a team high of 28 points, along with 7 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. The Lakers triumphed over the Bulls, with him being the standout performer. After the game, Ye Feng was summoned by Phil Jackson for a private discussion. Jackson expressed his keen interest in Ye Feng's meteoric rise in skill. Ye Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, could hardly disclose that he was operating under extraordinary circumstances. Ultimately, he could only offer a vague response, leaving the true nature of his improvement shrouded in mystery. Do not inquire further. Just know that it was a moment of epiphany. Phil Jackson clearly harbored doubts regarding this answer. Yet he could conceive of no alternative explanation and thus had to relent. For the Lakers, it was evident that the stronger Ye Feng was, the better. However, when Phil Jackson contemplated Shaquille O'Neal's impending return, a headache ensued. Initially, Ye Feng's offensive repertoire was rather limited, and with O'Neal sidelined due to injury, distributing more ball control was inconsequential. Kobe himself had no objections. The pivotal factor was that Ye Feng had risen to the occasion, seizing opportunities with commendable efficiency, averaging an impressive 20 points per game, ranking second on the team. It can be said that the Lakers' commendable early season performance was largely attributable to Ye Feng's contributions. His presence effectively compensated for the offensive void left by O'Neal's absence. Yet now, as O'Neal prepared to return, the distribution of ball control would become contentious. Had it been the Ye Feng of yore, Phil Jackson would not have experienced such indecision. In comparison, O'Neal's scoring was undoubtedly more stable and formidable. However, with Ye Feng's substantial improvement, not only in playmaking and ball handling, but also in mid-range shooting, he had become a formidable threat. The opponent's previous defensive strategies, which focused on preventing drives while neglecting outside shooting, were now rendered ineffective. The offensive threat posed by Ye Feng had surged dramatically. In this context, reducing Ye Feng's ball control on the offensive end would be a lamentable oversight. After all, his prowess among guards was akin to a dimensional advantage. Even Phil Jackson contemplated that relegating Ye Feng to the bench would be a waste. In a starting role, the combination of O'Neal, Kobe, and Ye Feng would be nothing short of an exemplary solution. No head coach could possibly turn down such a starting lineup. However, whether the trio can cultivate a harmonious chemistry and how the distribution of ball possession will be managed remains uncertain. The pivotal question is whether O'Neal is willing to share the ball as willingly as Kobe does with Ye Feng, which is yet to be determined. Phil Jackson finds himself increasingly troubled by these considerations. For Ye Feng, these thoughts did not linger long. After addressing the reporters at the post-game press conference, he climbed into Jessica's car and returned to his apartment. With the team granted a day of rest tomorrow, it was fortuitous that they had previously arranged to gather for dinner at Kobe's home, set for the following evening, which required some preparation. In the apartment, following a moment of intimacy, Jessica Alba nestled against Ye Feng, asking, "Can I join?" At this, Ye Feng gazed down into her enchanting deep brown eyes and replied, "You are my girlfriend. Why wouldn't you be able to come?" Then, recalling something, he inquired, "Do you have plans for tomorrow?" "I'm free, no commitments," she answered. "Then let us stop by the supermarket to gather ingredients before heading to Kobe's house to prepare together." In that instant, for reasons unknown, Jessica Alba felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. She gazed up at him lovingly and said, "Darling, I want more." "Ah, who was just begging for mercy?" Ye Feng replied with a playful smirk. Without granting her another opportunity to speak, he turned and sealed her lips with a kiss. The following morning, after sharing breakfast, Ye Feng and Jessica ventured to the supermarket to procure the necessary ingredients. They exuded the essence of a couple in love, unabashedly holding hands as they strolled through the aisles. Naturally, they attracted attention, and they did not shy away from being recognized or taking photos together. As for how the media would report, who really cares? With so many people around, an abundance of ingredients was purchased. It was solely due to Ye Feng's extraordinary strength that it was manageable. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge. They arrived at Kobe's residence around noon, and he graciously indulged in a delightful lunch. After the meal, Jessica was beckoned by Vanessa for a private conversation. Just as Ye Feng was instructing the servants on how to handle the ingredients, Kobe summoned him to the gym. There was an unsettling feeling in the air. But considering his recent surge in strength, he believed that victory against Kobe was imminent, and so he dismissed his concerns and proceeded. 2 hours passed, and yet they were still just shy of achieving their goal. Ye Feng felt exasperated. Beside him, Kobe wore an air of arrogance, declaring, "Rookie, you are still far from defeating me." Ye Feng thought to himself, if it weren't for today's team dinner with the coaching staff, he would undoubtedly have unleashed a torrent of fiery spice upon me. After taking a shower and changing clothes in the guest room, Ye Feng began his preparations. With so many gathered for a meal in the winter, it would be a disservice to themselves not to indulge in hot pot. Chapter 44. This household will eventually disperse without me for the Lakers players and coaching staff. The concept of gathering around a communal pot to cook and eat together was a novel experience. In America, the custom typically involves each person ordering their own dish. Amidst this novelty, there was an undeniable sense of discomfort, whether regarding the dining format or the cooking method. However, once everyone tasted the flavors that exquisitely catered to their palates, they found themselves utterly captivated and unable to resist. Oh my, Feng, you are not only a basketball prodigy, but your culinary skills are equally astonishing. After savoring your creations, I suddenly feel that everything I have eaten in the past 20 years pales in comparison. I have previously tried cuisine from the Dragon Kingdom. While its flavors were delightful, I found it difficult to adapt to. However, tonight's fare crafted by you is truly exceptional. It's Dragon Kingdom cuisine, yet distinctly different, likely infused with flavors from this side of the ocean. It is simply exquisite. Winter is indeed the perfect season for hot pot. As they say, this dining style is utterly splendid. To be honest, I was initially a bit disappointed to learn that this gathering was merely a casual meal and not a party, but now I am filled with contentment. Feng, your culinary prowess is of professional caliber. A flurry of admiration poured forth, while Ye Feng maintained a serene smile, continuously adding ingredients to the large pot, even serving Jessica, who, like the others, was somewhat clumsy with chopsticks. The affection in her gaze was nearly overflowing. In the West, dining is generally a solitary affair. She is unaccustomed to such tender treatment. It is often said that to win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. The path to a woman's heart is most effectively paved through time and affection. Ye Feng has accomplished both. Jessica has completely succumbed. As he glanced around at his teammates, all wearing expressions of satisfaction and awe, Ye Feng's spirits soared even higher. For someone who delights in cooking, the recognition and praise for one's culinary creations is a profound source of happiness. It is evident that everyone truly enjoys the hot pot. The appetites of these individuals are truly remarkable. Ye Feng had purchased enough provisions to satiate 30 people, and ultimately, all was consumed. The insatiable O'Neill even appeared somewhat unsatisfied. Feng, promise me that when I invite you to my home, you must not decline, O'Neill declared earnestly. As a voracious eater, he possessed no resistance to delicacies and had undoubtedly been captivated by Ye Feng's culinary creations. Of course, I can think of no reason to refuse. Ye Feng replied with a habitual smile. Upon hearing this, O'Neill burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Feng, from this moment forth, you are my dearest brother. Rest assured. In the team, the big shark will protect you. I have been waiting for your return, so you can join Kobe and lead us to victory." Ye Feng displayed a look of anticipation, eager to discover the heights the Lakers could reach with O'Neill's return, which would rectify the team's most significant shortcoming. Would they indeed secure a fourth consecutive championship? This year's championship is undoubtedly ours, O'Neill asserted with confidence. Upon hearing this, Kobe, who had initially refrained from speaking in an effort to maintain his aloof persona, could not help but interject, "You should first focus on shedding some weight. You always seem to enjoy making such mood-dampening comments when you're in high spirits," O'Neill retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Clearly, Kobe would not indulge O'Neill. "Why don't you just share your current weight?" O'Neill was left with no retort, having been struck at his vulnerable point. Since the commencement of the season, despite the team's deliberate efforts to assign personnel to monitor his progress daily, he found it impossible to restrain his appetite during his recovery period. Consequently, his weight not only failed to decrease, but rather strayed further from the team's expectations. Even if one aims to lose weight, one must first satisfy their hunger. Otherwise, where would the strength come from? Ye Feng jested, skillfully restoring the atmosphere. In the ensuing time, he assumed the role of a buffer between Kobe and O'Neal, ensuring that their interactions did not escalate into unpleasantness. Surprisingly, both Kobe and O'Neal appeared to relish this arrangement, each developing a commendable rapport with Ye Feng. With his objective achieved, Ye Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Albeit feeling somewhat weary, without my presence, this family will inevitably fall apart. Concurrently, Phil Jackson, who had been closely monitoring the situation involving Ye Feng and the others, felt a flicker of enlightenment. He realized that his previous concerns were unwarranted. Ye Feng did not require his apprehension. Rather, it was the relationship between Kobe and O'Neal that demanded urgent attention. If their increasingly strained rapport were to persist on the court, it would spell significant trouble for the Lakers. However, the true nature of the situation would only become apparent following O'Neal's return. As for the specifics of O'Neal's comeback, it had been firmly established. He was set to play in the next match against the Milwaukee Bucks, a team boasting formidable perimeter strength, yet average interior prowess, making them a suitable opponent for O'Neal's return. Nevertheless, the external perception of O'Neal's competitive condition following his return remains skeptical. After all, it is evident to all that his current weight is considerably over the norm. The once mighty Shaquille has now transformed into a hefty figure, raising doubts about his retained prowess. Within the Lakers organization, however, there exists a prevailing sense of optimism. O'Neal has increasingly made appearances at the training facility, engaging in joint practices with the team. Yet, Phil Jackson has consistently refrained from placing O'Neal, Kobe, and Ye Feng on the same squad. Ye Feng has been leading the bench unit against the formidable duo of O'Neal and Kobe, enduring significant defeats. Nevertheless, prior to assimilating the skills of the Magic Man, Ye Feng now harbors confidence in minimizing the margin of loss. Only when one truly faces the prehistoric behemoth Shaquille O'Neal on the court can one appreciate the sheer magnitude of his formidable strength. At 30 years of age, despite his excess weight, O'Neal's abilities remain at their zenith. His technical skills and experience are unparalleled among centers. If he can manage his weight, his dominance in the paint remains extraordinarily formidable. With such a golden asset by his side, Ye Feng believes that as long as the relationship between O'Neal and Kobe does not deteriorate, coupled with O'Neal's support, the championship title should be secure. Of course, the true state of affairs will only be revealed once they step onto the court. This evening, apart from a communal dinner, no other activities were scheduled. The group gathered around the campfire, sharing drinks and engaging in conversation, fostering a warm atmosphere that naturally bridged distances. It was not until 10 o'clock at night that everyone returned to their respective homes. Considering the noise generated by nocturnal activities for couples, Ye Feng graciously declined Kobe's invitation to stay over and returned to his apartment with Jessica. The subsequent events need not be elaborated upon. The following morning, Jessica departed early to prepare for her new play, and it was evident that their encounters would not be as frequent in the near future. This realization prompted her to adopt a notably proactive demeanor the previous night, which was quite refreshing. Similarly, Ye Feng was compelled to continue with his competitions, leaving him with little leisure time. That evening, at the Staples Center, the highly anticipated game between the Lakers and the Bucks commenced as scheduled. The focal point of this match was undoubtedly the return of the healed Shaquille O'Neal. Numerous head coaches from across the league were keenly observing the proceedings. As the reigning champions, the Lakers stood as the hypothetical adversaries for all teams aspiring for the championship. This season, the acquisition of Ye Feng had significantly bolstered the prowess of the purple and gold squad, and with O'Neal's return, all eyes were on how Phil Jackson would strategize his lineup. Would the remarkable chemistry established by the team at the beginning of the season be affected? The actual on-court capabilities of the team were of great concern to many. Under the spotlight, the game commenced. The Bucks fielded an impressive starting lineup featuring Irvin Johnson, sharing the same name as Magic, Tim Thomas, Michael Redd, Ray Allen, and Sam Cassell, showcasing an extraordinarily dazzling array of star power. Likewise, the Lakers roster was equally star-studded. Chapter 45. Is it the era of the OK? No, clearly. It is the era of the Big Three. As anticipated, Ye Feng began the game as a substitute. The Los Angeles Lakers starting lineup consisted of Shaquille O'Neal, Robert Horry, Rick Fox, Kobe Bryant, and Derek Fisher. This was also the championship roster from the previous season. Despite O'Neal's current weight issues, his athletic prowess remains exceptional, as he effortlessly out-jumped Johnson, initiating the Lakers' offense. Subsequently, Ye Feng observed O'Neal firmly establishing his position in the paint, receiving the basketball from Fisher, and seamlessly passing it on to Kobe. O'Neal turned, backing Johnson down with force, creating an open lane ahead, and executed a powerful dunk. Kobe's assist. Ye Feng mused. I can do that too. Playing alongside O'Neal, racking up assists felt remarkably effortless. Throughout the remainder of the game, O'Neal treated the Bucks' interior defense as if it were his own backyard, dominating with aggressive post plays. His immense strength was complemented by astonishing agility and footwork, rendering ordinary defenders utterly helpless. He exhibited an array of scoring techniques beneath the rim: thunderous dunks, graceful hooks, layups, and bank shots. He possessed mastery over them all. One could only conclude that O'Neal's remarkable talent overshadowed his equally impressive skill set. However, he did have a flaw: free throw shooting. It is rare to find a big man in the NBA with free throw proficiency akin to that of Yao Ming. Aside from this vulnerability, due to his recent return, O'Neal's competitive form was not entirely stable. Following his initial 3 plays, many seemingly guaranteed shots failed to find their mark. However, the role of O'Neal transcends mere scoring and defense. His mere presence on the court exerts tremendous pressure on opponents, compelling them to focus their defensive efforts on him. Consequently, the defensive pressure faced by the other 4 positions on the Lakers has significantly diminished. This dynamic facilitates a seamless rotation of play, where O'Neal engages, followed by Kobe, and vice versa, allowing the other 3 players to occasionally find themselves open for a shot. This scenario epitomizes the essence of the triangle offense, where star players exploit isolation opportunities. The comfort afforded to role players by having a dominant interior presence paired with an elite perimeter scorer is unparalleled, especially with O'Neal's formidable intimidation factor. Regrettably, Phil Jackson did not grant Ye Feng an opportunity to shine, following O'Neal's exit in the latter half of the first quarter. He finally took to the court as a substitute. The Bucks' strength undeniably lay in their perimeter play. Yet, Ray Allen struggled to find his rhythm in this match, hindered by Kobe's staunch defense, resulting in an exceptionally low efficiency. He missed his first 3 attempts and continued to shoot poorly, appearing somewhat disengaged. Upon Ye Feng's entry, he faced the 33-year-old veteran, the alien Sam Cassell. Youth can often be a formidable advantage, particularly when confronting a young prodigy like Ye Feng. Endowed with remarkable strength and exceptional defensive prowess, Cassell found himself at a loss. Lacking speed and explosive power, he relied more on his height and seasoned technical skills to navigate and orchestrate plays. However, against Ye Feng's relentless, energy-draining defensive tactics, he felt utterly helpless. How could this young man, merely 19 years of age, possess such a wealth of defensive experience? Cassell was deeply frustrated, realizing he was rendered powerless. In the realm of basketball, where 3 prominent stars grace the court, 2 find themselves effectively contained, leaving Michael Redd isolated and unsupported. His leadership abilities are not particularly remarkable, and his tendency to hold onto the ball makes him an easy target for defensive strategies. Yet, what leaves a lasting impression is the aesthetic quality of his playing style, which many deem unappealing. In the match against Rick Fox, Redd's scoring efficiency was commendable. However, his singular efforts proved insufficient to alter the course of the game. Both Kobe and Ye Feng showcased their offensive prowess with remarkable efficiency, allowing the Lakers to maintain a firm grip on the situation. Confronted with the relatively average one-on-one defensive skills of Cassell, Ye Feng played with an air of ease. Having recently experienced a shift in his own capabilities on the court, he exuded even greater confidence in this game, diverting the defensive focus primarily onto Kobe. The Bucks, employing a strategy of one-on-one defense against drives while neglecting perimeter shots, found themselves bewildered. Wasn't it said that they wouldn't allow any baskets? Yet, how many have already gone in? Cassell was left thoroughly flustered. On the sidelines, even though he had mentally prepared himself, Phil Jackson could not hide his astonishment. This was soon followed by a wave of relief. Thankfully, Ye Feng belonged to the Lakers. What a true treasure he had found. Meanwhile, Kupchak, whom he deemed ineffective, was still grappling with the unresolved contract issues concerning Feng. Did he not realize how many teams were vying for Feng's attention? Phil Jackson felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Simultaneously, Kupchak, who was accompanying owner Bus in the VIP box, wore a look of resignation. I have already discussed the possibility of a contract extension with Feng and have offered the best terms we can currently provide. However, He seems inclined to wait until the season concludes before considering the matter, likely dissatisfied with the offer. The words of Ye Feng, expressing his desire to focus on the game, floated in the mind of Kupchak, leaving him somewhat speechless. Was it not merely a matter of waiting for a better offer? Cloaked in eloquent phrases? Hearing this, the seasoned boss directed his gaze towards Ye Feng, who was excelling on both ends of the court, and then glanced at the young and formidable Kobe. His attention ultimately settled on the plump figure on the bench, his brow furrowing slightly. Given the potential and readiness Ye Feng has demonstrated, the compensation we offer indeed cannot align with his worth. Our salary cap is exceedingly tight. With Shaquille's contract set to expire next year, we have already initiated discussions with his agent team regarding a renewal, and their demands are quite steep. Moreover, Kobe is currently drawing a salary in the tens of millions, bringing us perilously close to the luxury tax threshold. Kupchak elucidated. The implication was crystal clear. The team was already stretched to its limits, bearing the salaries of both Kobe and Shaquille, each commanding a multi-million-dollar contract. With Ye Feng's potential and capabilities, numerous teams would be eager to offer him a lucrative deal, without incurring luxury taxes. It would be challenging to match the salary packages offered by other teams. Understanding this, Bus fell silent, his eyes shimmering with a conflict of emotions. Unbeknownst to these deliberations, Ye Feng led the Lakers in the latter half of the first quarter, extending their lead to 12 points. A double-digit advantage over the opponent was becoming increasingly apparent. The focus now rested on whether Ray Allen could regain his touch and alleviate some of the pressure on Michael Redd. In the second quarter, Ye Feng took charge of the team's bench unit. On the Bucks side, Sam Cassell was undoubtedly too fatigued to continue, while Michael Redd, having played the entire first quarter, also required a respite. In the final 3 minutes of the first quarter, Ray Allen, who had been substituted in, took on a pivotal role. Regarding the gentlemanly Ray, Ye Feng was unwavering in his defensive diligence. Despite Ray Allen's renowned accuracy from beyond the arc, he is destined to evolve into one of the most formidable three-point shooters in NBA history. His athletic prowess is equally remarkable, often showcasing acrobatic dunks. Aware of this reality, Ye Feng deprived Ray Allen of any opportunity for an easy catch, instinctively intensifying the physicality of his defense, thereby imposing considerable pressure on the gentleman. Already struggling with his form, Ray Allen's performance continued to falter. In contrast, Ye Feng was in peak condition, unleashing his full offensive arsenal. Exploiting the Bucks' frail interior defense, Ye Feng drove to the basket while also excelling in mid-range support. Not only did he efficiently accumulate points, but his passing ability, rated at 89, positioned him near the pinnacle of the league's playmakers. Whenever opportunities arose for his teammates, he was able to deliver the ball with precision at a moment's notice. By the time Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal joined the fray, Ye Feng had already recorded 6 assists and scored 17 points by the end of the first quarter. A performance that could only be described as exceptional. The point differential expanded to 17, and with O'Neal and Kobe unleashing a barrage of scoring, the Bucks' last vestiges of resolve were shattered. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed with ease at home, securing their 12th victory of the season without shedding a drop of blood. O'Neal played for 28 minutes, making 12 of 18 shots and converting 3 of 10 free throws, amassing a total of 27 points along with 13 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 blocks. Kobe displayed a relatively moderate offensive desire this game, attempting 15 shots and hitting 8, while making all 3 of his free throws, totaling 19 points, with 5 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals. In 36 minutes, Ye Feng, with the third highest attempts on the team, shot 13 times, successfully landing 10, showcasing an astonishing efficiency. He made 1 of 2 free throws, accumulating 21 points, securing 8 rebounds, delivering an impressive 11 assists, along with 3 steals and 2 blocks. The trio alone scored 67 points, contributing significantly to the Lakers' total of 108 points. O'Neal's return in his first game was remarkable, and the Lakers demonstrated exceptional competitiveness. The enduring chemistry within the team instilled considerable pressure on opposing coaches. Even though Kobe appeared somewhat disoriented with O'Neal's return, Ye Feng's progress was astonishing. The key dynamics of the team remained largely unaffected by O'Neal's comeback, heightening the sense of urgency among rival coaches. The current Lakers are no longer merely characterized by the Showtime duo. They have evolved into a triumvirate of prime-age giants. Chapter 46. Conquering the Road. Pat Riley is truly envious. After concluding their home game against the Bucks, the Lakers face a challenging three-game road trip, including a back-to-back matchup. The intensity is palpable. The first opponent on this journey is the Miami Heat. The season-ending injury of Alonzo Mourning has significantly weakened the iron-willed Miami Heat. Despite Pat Riley's myriad strategies, he finds himself in a bind, as a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. The roster lacks viable players. The starting lineup features Brian Grant, Malik Allen, Karen Butler, Eddie Jones, and Travis Best. The interior presence is noticeably deficient, while the small forward position is occupied by a rookie, and Best has long since passed his prime. Eddie Jones possesses commendable abilities, undoubtedly a star in his own right, having once kept Kobe Bryant on the bench for 2 years, a testament to his formidable talent. Nevertheless, this individual does not require any concern from Ye Feng. Prior to the game, Kobe's gaze towards Eddie Jones was rife with intensity. It was evident that the resentment lingered within him regarding the early years of his career, where despite his ability to dominate Jones in one-on-one scenarios, he was consistently relegated to the bench. 2 years of sitting on the sidelines have placed Kobe at a disadvantage compared to other future superstars, inevitably affecting his personal statistics. His frustration is understandable. After all, in Kobe's eyes, Eddie Jones, who clearly falls short of his own capabilities, occupies a starting position. Such a situation seems unjust. Returning to the game, the Lakers maintained the same starting lineup as the previous match, with Ye Feng continuing to come off the bench. It was anticipated that with Kobe containing the Heat's most formidable player, Eddie Jones, and Shaquille O'Neal dominating the paint, the other players on the Heat would pose little threat, leading to an easy victory. However, the reality was quite the opposite. O'Neal faced a formidable double team from the Heat in the paint, resulting in a less than optimal performance, particularly due to the unorthodox maneuvers and the evident bias of the referees, which posed significant challenges for the dominant Big Shark. On the perimeter, Kobe was unable to impose his will on Eddie Jones as anticipated. The latter refrained from engaging in one-on-one confrontations, instead relying on his teammates' screens to evade defensive pressure. Rather than attacking the rim against O'Neal, he opted for mid-range shots, achieving commendable efficiency. In the duel of point guards, the 1.8-meter-tall Best, though past his prime, still exhibited nimble footwork and remarkable speed, making it arduous for Fisher to contain him. Conversely, Best struggled to handle Fisher, who possessed exceptional strength among point guards. The two found themselves in a mutual offensive exchange. The dynamics at other positions mirrored this scenario, with neither side capable of imposing their rhythm upon the other. Observing the unfolding situation, Phil Jackson refrained from immediate adjustments, opting instead to trust in Kobe and O'Neal. Indeed, he embodied the essence of a Zen coach. With the head coach remaining composed, so too did Ye Feng, confident that they were not trailing. Even in the event of a loss, it would merely be a regular season game, and he harbored no doubts about their chances of victory. As a keen observer, he believed that once he entered the game, the tide would inevitably turn. With 5 minutes and 31 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Ye Feng and Kareem Rush took to the court, while O'Neal and Fisher rested. Simultaneously, Pat Riley of the Heat also made adjustments to his lineup, bringing in Mike James and Rafer Alston, substituting Malik Allen and Best. Both teams have opted for a smaller lineup. In truth, neither side possesses particularly suitable substitutes for the frontcourt, so they have chosen to deploy shorter players. The current score stands at 14-13, with the Lakers leading by a single point. The Lakers have possession. Ye Feng crosses half court. Noticing Mike James rushing forward to apply pressure, he raises an eyebrow and quips, "Is that your name, James?" Mike James is taken aback. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Ye Feng suddenly accelerates, feigning a left-side drive. This prompts Mike James to hastily shift his weight and adjust his defensive stance. At the very instant his balance begins to shift, Ye Feng deftly flicks his wrist, swiftly changing direction to cut to the right, leaving his opponent's grasp in vain, causing Mike James to stumble several paces. The disparity in strength is glaring. While Ye Feng could barely execute the same move before, the fluidity of his actions now is incomparable. Mike James finds himself utterly helpless. Successfully penetrating the paint, Ye Feng faces a collective onslaught from the Heat players, and, amidst the chaos, delivers a pinpoint pass to Kobe, who has made a cut to the basket. What a splendid assist. Without needing to adjust, Kobe takes 3 quick steps and leaps, delivering a one-handed slam dunk. On the Lakers bench, Shaquille O'Neal, who witnessed the entire scene, smirks, not as powerful as my dunks. As possession shifts, the Heat aim for a fast break, but Grant, stationed at the baseline, suddenly looks alarmed as he releases the ball. Mike James, poised to receive, immediately senses something amiss. Just moments ago, he had been celebrating a high five with Kobe before returning to defense, yet Ye Feng has unexpectedly turned back. The cunning Eastern player. After sprinting a few steps into his own backcourt, Mike James narrowly seized the basketball into his grasp, yet before he could exhale in relief, he suddenly felt an emptiness in his hand. What? Instinctively turning his head, he was met with the calm visage of Kobe. When did he arrive? Without a word, Kobe executed a steal, darting towards the basket. As Grant rushed in to defend, Kobe leapt but chose not to take the shot himself. Instead, he tossed the basketball behind him. In that instant, the approaching Ye Feng soared into the air, grasping the ball with both hands and delivering a powerful slam dunk. A gesture of reciprocity. Kobe and Ye Feng exchanged a celebratory high five before swiftly turning to transition back on defense. The Heat's offense. After confirming that neither of the two would return, Grant finally completed the inbound pass within the 5-second limit. Mike James caught the ball, took a deep breath, and, having composed himself, dribbled past half court, promptly passing to Eddie Jones. The latter immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Grant, intending to use a screen to shake off Kobe's defense. However, before Grant could advance, Ye Feng had already closed in on him, emerging from Eddie Jones's blind spot. Swiftly, he and Kobe executed a double team, applying pressure while employing various hand movements to attempt a steal, forcing Eddie Jones to desperately protect the ball. The passing lanes were completely sealed off. When did this guy come over? Eddie Jones felt a surge of frustration. Suddenly, amidst the despair, a glimmer of hope appeared. A minute flaw materialized within the line of sight, revealing the figure of Alfonso Ellis just a few steps away. Eddie Jones, unwilling to delay, hastily opted to pass the ball. Suddenly, a hand emerged, effortlessly seizing the basketball. Eddie Jones was momentarily taken aback, his mind clearing in an instant. Goodness, I've been fooled. A bait-and-switch interception. After completing the steal, Ye Feng surged forward with determination. Grant approached, intending to provide defense, but was met with a basketball hurtling directly towards him. Instinctively, he clamped his legs together, yet it was too late. The ball had already soared past him. Without losing momentum, Ye Feng continued his charge. The crowd erupted in astonishment as he executed a perfect split between man and ball. He reached the basketball, asserting control, and with no defenders in sight, as he crossed the free throw line, he unexpectedly slammed the basketball forcefully into the ground. The ball rebounded, and behind him, a few steps back, Kobe leapt in rhythm, executing a spectacular alley-oop dunk. A hush fell over the arena, soon followed by scattered applause and cheers. This play had utterly captivated the visiting fans. On the Miami Heat bench, Pat Riley observed the bewilderment of Ye Feng and Kobe, who had completely outplayed their team in these few exchanges, his expression serious and his gaze filled with envy. During the Bulls era, you had Michael Jordan. Now, in the Lakers, you not only possess Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, but have also fortuitously acquired a superstar in the making, the formidable talent of Ye Feng. Phil, why does God favor you so? On the court, the game continued unabated. With Ye Feng's entrance, the previously balanced situation had been decisively disrupted. Eddie Jones found himself in despair, while Mike James appeared bewildered, and Karen Butler resigned to the circumstances. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers had established a commanding lead of 11 points. In the second quarter, with Ye Feng at the helm of the bench players, they unleashed a formidable offensive surge of 12-3, decisively securing the victory. The Lakers bench had long been a significant concern, but Ye Feng's presence has effectively mitigated this deficiency. On numerous occasions, it was Ye Feng who guided the bench to widen the point gap. Observing Ye Feng celebrating as he made his way towards the tunnel, Pat Riley felt an increasing pang of jealousy towards Phil Jackson. Given the current star-studded roster of the Lakers, any coach would be a frontrunner for the championship. Vividly, Pat Riley recalled the helplessness he felt during the Bulls' reign over them. With the knowledge that Ye Feng's contract with the Lakers was set to expire in a year and no news of an extension in sight, his gaze suddenly hardened. Not having been able to coach Michael Jordan has always been my regret. I cannot afford to miss out on Ye Feng this time. Chapter 47. The fire has been lit. Come on, McGrady. With an impressive record of 13 wins and 2 losses, the day after the Lakers game, They set off from Miami to Oakland. The identity of their opponent was already clear: the Orlando Magic, the team that Shaquille O'Neal once called home. At that time, faced with a pivotal decision, the Magic's management opted for Anthony Hardaway, ultimately parting ways with O'Neal on less than amicable terms. This led O'Neal to harbor a particular zeal whenever faced with the Magic. This occasion was no exception, even after many years. O'Neal had yet to let go of this long-standing grudge. He aims to demonstrate that the previous decisions made by the Magic were erroneous. Anthony Hardaway possesses extraordinary talent, and it would have been unequivocally justifiable for him to be the cornerstone of the franchise. Unfortunately, the team allowed him to play through injuries repeatedly, ultimately jeopardizing the career of this prodigious talent, once regarded as a potential rival to Michael Jordan. In contrast, Shaquille O'Neal has already achieved a triumphant three-peat, firmly establishing himself as the premier center in the league. From a results-oriented perspective, it appears that the decision was misguided. However, given Hardaway's performance and potential at that time, the choices made by the Magic seem excusable. The matter is settled, and further discussion is unnecessary. In this particular game, much like O'Neal, Kobe also appears to be exceedingly enthusiastic. The current star of the Magic is Tracy McGrady. Presently, the two are ranked first and second in the scoring leaderboard, with McGrady averaging 33.4 points per game and Kobe not far behind at 31.6 points per game. The difference is not substantial. In the realm of literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. In their encounter during the regular season, Kobe undoubtedly desires to engage in a thrilling scoring duel with McGrady to determine supremacy. As for this game, Ye Feng harbors no particular thoughts. After a series of away games, including a grueling match against the Heat, the intensity of competition has been remarkably high. Even though he has physically recuperated, he still feels mentally fatigued. Regrettably, there is little time for rest. On the very night of their arrival in Oakland, they will face the Magic. The Lakers, fatigued from back-to-back away games and travel, find themselves at a disadvantage, while the Magic await them, well-rested and ready for battle. As the game commences, both Kobe and O'Neal exhibit remarkable excitement and proactivity, and McGrady mirrors their fervor. The spectacle of superstars scoring ignites the audience with fervent enthusiasm. Seated on the sidelines, Ye Feng watched with keen interest. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. It was not the performance of his own team that raised concerns, but rather the actions of a third party that left him speechless. Kobe and O'Neal were repeatedly whistled for fouls by the referees on the offensive end, allowing the Magic to capitalize on the situation. McGrady first scored a jumper, then drove to the basket, assisting Mike Miller for a three-point shot. This surge of 5-0 widened the gap to 7 points. In the subsequent plays, it became glaringly obvious that the referees were favoring the home team in their calls. While this was not an unprecedented situation, after all, such bias was commonplace in away games, tonight's officiating was particularly stringent against Kobe and O'Neal. With just over half of the first quarter gone, both stars had already accumulated 2 fouls. Their dissatisfaction was palpable. Given their esteemed status within the NBA, one would expect at least a semblance of fairness in officiating during away games. Yet, such was not the case tonight. With the first quarter nearing its midpoint, the score stood at 8-16, with the Lakers trailing by 8 points. Ye Feng entered the game as a substitute. With O'Neal's return, his previous alternating starting role with Derek Fisher was no longer applicable. Fortunately, unlocking the third template did not require a starting position. Participating in 75 games was sufficient. As long as he could secure playing time and touches, he was indifferent to the rest. Should those be compromised, he felt he might as well bow out of the season in pursuit of a championship. Given his current display of skill and potential, many teams would be eager to take a chance on him. The game continues, and the Magic possess the ball. Kobe is tasked with defending T-Mac, while Ye Feng matches up against Grant Hill. Once a presumed successor to Jordan, Hill has now become a shadow of his former self, plagued by injuries that have severely diminished his competitive prowess. Facing such an opponent, Ye Feng finds the defense relatively manageable, occasionally glancing over at Kobe, prepared to assist at any moment. Sensing his intentions, Grant Hill deliberately maneuvers away from T-Mac, drawing Ye Feng into a less advantageous position. Ye Feng feels compelled to maintain his defense against Hill. After all, abandoning it entirely would be unwise. Thus, it falls to Kobe to handle the situation. In a one-on-one battle, Kobe and the peak T-Mac find themselves unable to contain one another. The outcome hinges solely on who exhibits superior performance on that particular day. In this instance, as T-Mac executes a smooth turnaround jumper, Kobe finds himself utterly helpless to intervene. The shot swishes through the net, and T-Mac allows a faint smile to escape his lips, as if he has merely accomplished an inconsequential task. This infuriates Kobe, and in the subsequent possession, having crossed half-court and reached the three-point line, the little flying warrior raises his hand, demanding the ball, a request Ye Feng willingly fulfills. Although Ye Feng believes he has a better chance against Grant Hill than Kobe does against T-Mac, he does not disappoint. Kobe, utilizing his exceptional back-to-the-basket skills, counters with a fadeaway jumper. Throughout the remainder of the game, the two engage in a direct scoring duel. Ye Feng finds himself somewhat disengaged on the court, expending minimal effort on defense, as the ball rarely makes its way to Hill. On the offensive end, his role is simplified to merely bringing the ball past half-court and passing it to Kobe. Such is the treatment of a superstar, and it is rather impressive. "I will possess it soon enough," Ye Feng mused with confidence. The first quarter swiftly concluded, with the Lakers trailing the Magic by 8 points, 20-28. Although the team faced defeat, a small consolation was found in Kobe's fierce duel with McGrady, where he held his own. However, to Ye Feng, this bore little significance. Of course, such sentiments were best left unspoken. As the second quarter commenced, Ye Feng, as usual, led the bench unit into battle. He observed, somewhat astonished, that McGrady, who had exerted himself to the fullest during the first quarter's 12 minutes, chose not to rest, but instead continued to lead his team. This sparked Ye Feng's interest, especially since his counterpart had opted to face him directly. "Long Guofeng, the media has long praised your defensive prowess. I wonder if you can contain me?" McGrady remarked with confidence in his eyes. In response, Ye Feng maintained his calm demeanor. "Whether I can defend against you, we shall see." Thus, the challenge was set. Having won the jump ball in the first quarter, the Magic began the second quarter in possession. McGrady immediately called for the ball. Having been a mere observer on the court until now, Ye Feng, eager to exert his energy, would not allow McGrady an easy opportunity to receive the ball and initiate his offense, promptly closing the distance between them. Judging by the referee's decisions regarding Kobe and Shaquille, Ye Feng quickly grasped their standards. He played aggressively on defense without incurring a foul. This presented an intriguing scenario. McGrady was unafraid of the confrontation, especially given his clear advantage in height and weight over his opponent. However, soon McGrady composed himself, for he was astonished to discover that Ye Feng's prowess surpassed his own. In the confrontation, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage, relying solely on his height and wingspan to initiate offense. Simultaneously, Ye Feng faced considerable pressure. Despite boasting a formidable defensive rating of 90, he felt somewhat lacking when matched against the peak McGrady, a world-class scorer. He could only depend on his strength and relentless defensive spirit to limit McGrady's impact, but the results were less than satisfactory. In terms of innate talent, McGrady indeed belonged to the elite echelon, outshining even Kobe's abilities by a significant margin. With no success on the defensive end, Ye Feng watched as McGrady effortlessly made his shots, prompting him to seek redemption on offense. In contrast to his offensive prowess, McGrady's defense appeared rather lackadaisical. Leveraging his notable physical advantage and rhythmic ball control, Ye Feng skillfully evaded his opponent, charging towards the basket and launching himself against the Magic's backup center, Antlerk. McGrady pursued closely, intent on blocking. With a pronounced maneuver to evade the impending defenses, Ye Feng deftly flicked his wrist, sending the basketball gracefully through the hoop. The layup was successful. Touching down steadily, Ye Feng refrained from uttering a word and retreated to defend, his gaze fixed on McGrady. The thrill of facing a top-tier scorer head-to-head ignited an exhilarating sensation within him, banishing any mental fatigue. He felt as though he were ablaze. "Bring it on, McGrady." Chapter 48, combined for 89 points, overcoming the Magic. Oh, as a fighter, Ye Feng was quite familiar with the current gaze of McGrady, whose seemingly languid eyes sparkled with unparalleled confidence. He feared no challenge from anyone. He firmly believed he was the strongest among them. As the Magic initiated their offense, the ball immediately found its way into McGrady's hands. With a slight sidestep, he cradled the ball behind him with one hand, preparing to unleash his signature move. Without hesitation, Ye Feng stepped forward, feigning a defensive posture against a drive, while genuinely seeking to gauge the breakthrough capabilities of a top scorer. In an instant, McGrady sprang into action without warning. His innate feel for the game endowed him with a remarkable synergy between body and ball, combined with elite-level explosiveness. In the blink of an eye, he had already positioned himself alongside Ye Feng. Although Ye Feng's awareness had kicked in, his body remained immobile. This was the stark reality of Ye Feng's current state. It was astonishingly swift. He had been outmaneuvered by a staggering 3 steps. As Ye Feng turned to chase desperately after him, he realized the distance between them showed no signs of narrowing. Instead, it was visibly increasing. Boom! As McGrady soared into the paint and executed a one-handed slam, while unleashing a roar of triumph, Ye Feng's expression remained as composed as ever. This particular play was merely an impulsive attempt on his part. It was said that McGrady's talent was uniquely formidable, and now, in his prime, his prowess was truly terrifying. Ye Feng sought to experience firsthand the sheer impact of McGrady's innate gifts. The truth was evident. As long as McGrady was afforded the space to launch, Ye Feng's current defensive capabilities were utterly insufficient to contain him. With the transition of offense and defense, the Lakers began their attack. As Ye Feng dribbled past half-court, his teammates from the Lakers instinctively spread out, granting him the space to engage in a one-on-one duel with Tracy McGrady. The latter, shedding his previously lackadaisical defensive demeanor, approached with a fierce determination, his gaze sharp as a blade, taking deliberate strides forward to increase the intensity. McGrady's impressive height and wingspan posed a significant threat on the defensive end, placing considerable pressure on Ye Feng as he controlled the ball. Fortunately, Ye Feng possessed his own advantages, namely, his strength. Eschewing flashy maneuvers, he embraced a straightforward approach. Ye Feng powered through McGrady, driving into the free-throw line, then leaped with 3 steps, prompting McGrady to leap in an attempt to block. In a breathtaking moment, Ye Feng soared into the air, executing a 2-handed dunk as he descended past McGrady, retaliating with a flourish. As he transitioned back on defense, Ye Feng felt a surge of relief for having played decisively. Almost immediately after landing, McGrady sprang back into action, displaying an alarming vertical leap, complemented by his extraordinary reach and hand size, nearly achieving a block. Damn, that talent is truly formidable, Ye Feng muttered under his breath. In this defensive exchange, he denied McGrady any easy opportunities. In fact, Ye Feng did not retreat at all. He opted for a full-court press, closely marking McGrady. While he had conserved his energy during the first quarter, McGrady had battled fiercely against Kobe for 12 minutes, followed by continuous play in the second quarter. If he could not withstand this, Ye Feng would concede defeat. The home crowd erupted in astonishment at Ye Feng's relentless defensive effort. It was nothing short of madness. Anticipation filled the air as they turned their gaze toward their star player, wondering if McGrady would rise to the challenge. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, McGrady did not flinch. He did not beckon for assistance from his teammates, but instead chose to confront Ye Feng head-on. Such was his code of valor. In a one-on-one confrontation, it is undeniably a pure engagement between you and your opponent. The unencumbered team act showcases his terrifying agility, with his exceptional physical prowess on full display. As he maneuvered past half-court, he adeptly executed a series of swift directional changes, successfully receiving a pass before launching into a powerful drive. Ye Feng, closely shadowing McGrady, denied him any opportunity to break free. The two players were nearly entwined as they descended into the paint, where Ye Feng was once again overwhelmed by sheer talent. Height, wingspan, and vertical leap. He found himself at a disadvantage in all 3 aspects. Despite his utmost defensive efforts, the moment McGrady leaped, it became evident that he could not contest the shot. All he could do was attempt to obscure his vision, yet McGrady, executing a dunk, required no precision. Such attempts proved futile. It was a rather frustrating experience. However, in the following possession, McGrady found himself in a similarly vexing predicament. He exerted every ounce of effort to push, to cling, and to make contact, even resorting to some subtle infractions, yet he was still forcefully displaced by Ye Feng, who bulldozed his way to the basket for a score, leaving McGrady feeling somewhat disheartened. This only fueled his determination in the ensuing offensive play. Observing this exchange from the bench, Kobe felt an exhilarating urge to enter the game, wishing to replace Ye Feng. He relished such contests, thriving in the challenge of going head-to-head against equally matched adversaries, his gaze constantly directed toward Phil Jackson, his intentions unmistakably clear. He yearned to step onto the court, Sensing this eagerness, Shaquille O'Neal couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, how amusing it is that this fellow behaves like a child, unwilling to let Ye Feng tire out Tracy, and instead desiring to take matters into his own hands. Is such fervor truly necessary? Suddenly realizing that their opponent was none other than the Magic, the urgency intensified. They simply could not afford to lose this match. Eyes turned towards the court. O'Neal undoubtedly recognized the prowess and potential of Ye Feng, which is why he was willing to foster a closer relationship, even at the expense of his own ball possession to some extent. If Kobe could achieve it, so could he. Yet, it was evident that Ye Feng had formed a closer bond with Kobe, which left O'Neal somewhat displeased. He could only bide his time. At this moment, Phil Jackson paid no heed to Kobe, his gaze fixated on Ye Feng, who was exchanging blows with McGrady on the court, pondering, has he truly ascended to such heights? With an impressive display of raw power, Ye Feng significantly elevated his threat on both offense and defense. Even the formidable McGrady struggled to completely contain him, which spoke volumes. In the midst of repeated collisions, McGrady was being worn down. It was foreseeable that unless adjustments were made by the Magic, McGrady's stamina would soon be depleted. When Kobe and O'Neal eventually entered the game, the Lakers would possess a considerable advantage. Without McGrady's firepower and defensive attraction, the other players on the Magic would find it challenging to shoulder the burden. Grant Hill was far from his prime. Shawn Kemp was nearing retirement. And while Mike Miller was accurate with his three-pointers in this game, he required a significant presence to draw defensive attention, severely lacking in his ability to score independently. Recognizing these factors, Phil Jackson's gaze grew increasingly appreciative. Ye Feng played with intellect, and he admired such players. On the court, the second quarter was swiftly approaching its midpoint. In other words, Ye Feng and McGrady battled for an entire half of the quarter, with a 9-point deficit favoring the Lakers. McGrady demonstrated a slightly superior scoring efficiency compared to Ye Feng. However, the Magic team could hardly find joy in this, as McGrady appeared visibly fatigued after consecutive games. In contrast, although Ye Feng was also gasping for breath and experiencing significant physical exertion, his movements on both offense and defense remained unblemished, displaying agility and decisiveness. Magic head coach Doc Rivers expressed his helplessness in this situation. He had specifically called a timeout to remind McGrady, yet the latter chose to disregard him. Had it been any other player on the team, Rivers would not have tolerated such insubordination, but McGrady was an exception. The management's regard for McGrady far surpassed that of his head coach, at least for the time being. Rivers dared not take a hard stance and could only indulge him. Consequently, despite the Magic leading in score, the future looked exceedingly challenging. As the latter half of the second quarter unfolded, with Kobe and Shaquille entering the game, Phil Jackson opted to keep Ye Feng on the court. It was the first time the Lakers trio was on the floor together. Ye Feng ceased to guard McGrady and began orchestrating plays, primarily focusing on defending Grant Hill, which posed little pressure. Refreshed and re-energized, Kobe once again faced McGrady, showcasing an overwhelming fervor. In light of this situation, McGrady found himself regretting his decision to engage in a war of attrition with Ye Feng. Not only had he failed to outlast Ye Feng, but he was also genuinely exhausted. Unfortunately, it was too late. In his initial collaboration with Shaquille on the court, Ye Feng profoundly appreciated the formidable prowess of the big Aristotle. In the span of a half, he delivered a total of 8 assists to O'Neal, 6 of which were converted into successful plays. The assists soared as the half concluded, with the Lakers having remarkably turned the tide, leading the Magic by 2 points. Essentially, they transformed a deficit into an 11-point advantage within just half a game. The halftime intermission lasted a mere 15 minutes, insufficient for McGrady to recuperate. Yet the Magic could not afford to be without him, nor did he wish to rest on the sidelines. Observing this, Phil Jackson strategically deployed Kobe and Ye Feng to alternately tire McGrady in the second half. The latter appeared utterly deflated, compelled to abandon one-on-one engagements and rely on his teammates for screens, which he found somewhat humiliating. Ultimately, his stamina was entirely sapped. The Magic's offensive potency diminished significantly, while the Lakers surged forth with relentless vigor. Under the focused defense of Ye Feng and Kobe, O'Neal assumed the mantle of primary scorer, fueled by his indomitable spirit and impressive scoring efficiency. In the end, with O'Neal amassing 38 points and 13 rebounds, Kobe contributing 29 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals, along with Ye Feng's 22 points, 8 rebounds, 13 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, the trio collectively netted 89 points, triumphing over the Magic and securing victory in this back-to-back away match. McGrady played the entire 46 minutes, achieving a game-high 42 points. Yet his efforts were rendered futile in the face of defeat. This game starkly illustrated that the Magic's potential was limited when McGrady encountered difficulties. No other player emerged to support him. Even the formidable Michael Jordan required the assistance of Pippen and Rodman to clinch championships, yet McGrady found himself bereft of such allies. The outcome is already predetermined. With their victory in this match, the Lakers have secured their 14th win of the season, currently holding the second position in the Western Conference, while the Mavericks, also with 14 wins and 2 losses, stand at the top. Chapter 49, An Eye for an Eye. That foam from the Dragon Kingdom is quite remarkable. Yet he is unlikely to be content merely as a supporter of you and Shaquille. McGrady's expression was resolute. In Ye Feng, he saw a reflection of his former self. Beside him, Kobe wore a smile, casting his gaze toward Ye Feng. It matters not. I am willing to compete fairly with him and Shaquille. The strong prevail while the weak fall behind. This is the unchanging principle of the basketball court. Haha, you might have to remain in the second-in-command position for a while. McGrady teased, feeling a pang of envy, even a hint of jealousy. In contrast, as a sole leader, despite holding an exalted status within the Magic, the lack of competitive strength within the team was an undeniable reality that troubled him greatly. McGrady, too, yearned for a formidable teammate. Furthermore, as Kobe mentioned, if a powerful ally could persuade him, and the team could offer him the respect and rightful status he deserves, he would not mind being the second option. After all, on the basketball court, prowess reigns supreme. Of course, McGrady did not believe anyone could sway him. Nonetheless, the Magic lacked players of Ye Feng's caliber. Currently, the veterans are aging, the injured are numerous, and the few young players possess only average skills. It has become exceedingly difficult, unbeknownst to McGrady's inner thoughts. Upon hearing his teasing remarks, Kobe displayed a confident demeanor. I hardly believe that Maple can reach such heights. There is no player in this world capable of convincing me otherwise. Ah, the little flying warrior exuded a similar confidence. Who knows what the future holds? McGrady chuckled. Kobe, too, wore a smile. Let time be the judge. Having not engaged in the exchange between Kobe and McGrady, Ye Feng managed to sidestep the obstruction posed by a beautiful reporter before returning to the locker room alongside the exuberant O'Neal. After successfully avenging his former team, O'Neal was in high spirits. Ladies and gentlemen, following this away game, the Big Shark is throwing a party, and attendance is non-negotiable. Everyone must come. At these words, the crowd initially brightened, but their gazes quickly shifted away from O'Neal, converging instead upon Ye Feng. Observing this, Ye Feng, who was still reflecting on the match and his matchup with McGrady, understood their intentions. Of course, I'll attend Shaquille's party. Ha ha ha. When the time comes, you'll have to put in extra effort for the food, Feng. O'Neal beamed, reminiscing about the hot pot he had longed for, noting that even his once favorite pizza and burgers had lost their appeal. Not a problem. I've got it covered, Ye Feng assured. After all, O'Neal had household staff to assist, so he wouldn't be overly burdened, merely needing to oversee the arrangements. Given the group's culinary preferences, he could effortlessly cater to their desires. In this post-match press conference, Phil Jackson was accompanied by Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, leaving Ye Feng to relish the tranquility. However, unbeknownst to him, these two individuals, who were increasingly at odds with one another, had surprisingly reached a consensus in their praise for him, indulging in a form of backhanded flattery. Even Tracy McGrady from the Magic employed a similar strategy. Faced with this predicament, Ye Feng felt a sense of helplessness as he was being thrust into the spotlight, inevitably becoming the subject of scrutiny and analysis by opponents. Nevertheless, given his current prowess, he was unperturbed by such so-called targeting. Although Phil Jackson did not explicitly articulate his thoughts, Ye Feng could sense that during their time on the court together, the head coach primarily envisioned him in the role of a facilitator. With O'Neal and Bryant as scoring options, there was little need for him to exert additional effort, especially considering the limited distribution of ball possession. After all, both O'Neal and Bryant were ball-dominant players. Ye Feng harbored no particular concerns regarding this arrangement. At least for the current season, he was indifferent. As for the uncertainties of the future, he felt no inclination to dwell on them. Following the conclusion of their back-to-back games against the Magic, The Lakers were set to face the Memphis Grizzlies in their final match of November. Once again, they would be competing on the road against an opponent that had only entered the NBA in 1995 and had yet to make a playoff appearance. In pursuit of better prospects, the team had relocated from Vancouver, Canada, to Memphis, a city with a richer basketball culture. Currently, the franchise was still striving for stability. The overall strength of the team is rather mediocre. However, it boasts several players with considerable skill and potential. This year's fourth overall pick, Drew Gooden, has demonstrated impressive adaptability and has a commendable on-court presence, averaging 12 points per game. The interior player, Paul Gasol, is undoubtedly a star player and the absolute cornerstone of the Grizzlies. Second-year standout Sean Battier also serves as a valuable role player. Beyond these three, the player who captures Ye Feng's attention is Jason Williams, famously nicknamed White Chocolate. Known for his flamboyant playing style, he is renowned for his extraordinary passing skills that elevate the entire team's performance. If all goes as expected, Ye Feng will find himself matched up against him in this game. As anticipated, the match commenced with Ye Feng coming off the bench. Initially, it seemed that defeating such an opponent would pose little challenge, yet unexpected difficulties arose. After a series of away games and merely a day's rest, most of which was consumed by travel to Memphis, the entire Lakers team appeared severely fatigued. Consequently, the anticipated swift advantage failed to materialize. Were it not for the Grizzlies' overall mediocrity, the current equilibrium of the game would likely be quite different. Observing Derek Fisher being continuously outmaneuvered by Jason Williams elicited a mix of frustration and helplessness from Ye Feng, who suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the struggling player. It was clear that Fisher was ill-equipped to handle such an adversary. Nonetheless, Jason Williams is a double-edged sword. While he can deliver unexpectedly dazzling passes on the offensive end that enhance the spectacle of the game, he can also be a liability defensively, allowing opponents to slip by with ease. Fisher quickly realized he could evade his defender with little effort. Regrettably, the young player lacks possession of the ball. Kobe and Shaquille essentially operate in a one-on-one style. The other Lakers players find it exceedingly difficult to contribute. The duo occasionally passes the ball, but it is a rare occurrence. Shaquille, confronted by the slippery Paul Gasol, finds himself in an away game, where he must exercise caution in both defense and offense. A single misstep could lead to a foul. This renders his play rather unsatisfactory. The notoriously temperamental Shaquille could hardly endure such frustration, quickly accumulating 2 fouls in the first quarter. Kobe, on the other hand, performs commendably against Battier's defense. The latter has yet to evolve into a defensive maestro and remains rather inexperienced, proving no match for the flying guard. With Kobe's solo efforts and Shaquille commandeering half of the ball's possession, the Lakers struggle to subdue the Grizzlies. Ye Feng makes his appearance in the latter half of the first quarter. Faced with Jason Williams, he charges forward without hesitation. Paul Gasol, still somewhat timid, resists physical confrontation, and his strength pales in comparison to that of Drew Gooden, a rookie whose capabilities are even less impressive. Not all newcomers to the NBA possess the prowess of Duncan, who arrived at the pinnacle of his career. The majority of NBA rookies exhibit weaknesses in physicality upon entering the league. On the offensive end, Ye Feng relentlessly attacks Jason Williams, penetrating the paint and drawing defenders, leading to either a personal layup or a pass to a teammate. This, in turn, enhances Kobe's scoring efficiency significantly. The Lakers' offensive momentum surges. On defense, Ye Feng and Kobe seem to erect 2 impenetrable barriers at the perimeter, instantly elevating the team's defensive intensity to new heights. Jason Williams discovered that the tricks he employed against Fisher were rendered utterly ineffective against Ye Feng, who remained impervious to his tactics. In fact, on numerous occasions, due to a lack of competitive prowess, he was unable to execute his technical maneuvers. Furthermore, with Kobe occasionally joining in to provide double-team support, the situation became exceedingly challenging. Absent the orchestrating finesse of White Chocolate, relying solely on Gasol and Drew Gooden to create offensive opportunities proved inadequate to maintain equilibrium on the court. The point differential began to widen. By the second quarter, as Ye Feng led the bench unit against the Memphis Grizzlies reserves, the Lakers had already established a 5-point lead. With unlimited shooting privileges, Ye Feng seized control of the ball, alternating between penetrating the paint and shooting from the perimeter while continuing to excel defensively. In under 4 minutes, he extended the lead to 11 points, prompting the Grizzlies to bring their starters back into the game. In a surprising move, Phil Jackson chose to keep Kobe on the bench, opting instead to insert Shaquille O'Neal into the lineup. With the formidable presence of the Diesel on the court, it was imperative to capitalize on his strengths. Ye Feng began to set up plays for O'Neal, who transformed into a prehistoric behemoth beneath the basket, wreaking havoc on the rim. It felt reminiscent of the days when Kobe willingly played the supporting role and O'Neal relished every moment on the court. However, he became somewhat overzealous in his defensive efforts, allowing Pau Gasol to seize an opportunity and draw another foul. With 3 fouls against him, it felt as though a brace had been placed on the Big Shark, constraining him psychologically, albeit without significantly affecting the overall outcome. As the first half drew to a close, the Big Diesel had, as anticipated, accumulated 4 fouls. Yet the Lakers enjoyed a commanding 16-point lead, a substantial advantage indeed. After Kobe's entrance onto the court, he collaborated seamlessly with Ye Feng, unleashing a flurry of successful shots that ignited a wave of offensive fervor. As the second half commenced, the Lakers underwent a significant tactical transformation, relentlessly attacking the basket, employing their adversaries' tactics against them. Pau Gasol found himself repeatedly drawing fouls, his vigor evidently diminished. In the face of adversity, the Grizzlies displayed a palpable lack of spirit, their competitiveness visibly waning. Ultimately, the scales of victory tipped in favor of the Lakers. In this match, Ye Feng played for 40 minutes, nearly exhausting his final reserves of energy. It must be said, however, that defense proved to be exceedingly taxing. Nevertheless, his impressive statistics of 18 points, 9 rebounds, 14 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks were remarkable. Regrettably, he fell just short of a triple-double by a single rebound, as the Grizzlies capitulated too quickly, depriving him of that opportunity. Shaquille O'Neal exited in the final quarter after accruing 6 fouls, but still managed to amass an impressive 33 points and 16 rebounds. Kobe, on the other hand, secured the highest score of the game with 34 points, his spirits equally buoyant. The trio collectively scored 85 points, while the entire Lakers team totaled 104 points, marking a triumph that belonged to them. In this era of defense-centric NBA play, averaging over 20 points per game is indeed commendable. Thus, the trio's combined tally exceeding 80 points is nothing short of astonishing. The moniker of Big Three is gradually gaining widespread recognition. Following their match against the Grizzlies, the Lakers returned to Los Angeles with an impressive record of 3 consecutive victories on the road. With only a day of respite ahead, they would soon face the formidable Timberwolves, led by Kevin Garnett, on their home turf. The opponent's strength is not to be underestimated, and the demanding schedule leaves little room for recovery. However, the Lakers, amidst their busy schedules, took some time to indulge in a party organized by O'Neal. Chapter 50, Rookie of the Month, League Elite. They had just disembarked from their flight this afternoon, and fatigue weighed heavily upon them, including Ye Feng. As for the party, simplicity was the order of the day. That evening, they opted for hot pot complemented by a barbecue around a campfire. Under Ye Feng's guidance, O'Neal had the servants prepare the necessary ingredients well in advance, and the villa was fully adorned for the occasion. In America, having wealth equates to wielding power. One can resolve any matter with money. 2 large iron pots were already steaming, releasing an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water, making it impossible to resist swallowing. As the saying goes, winter calls for hot pot. Feng, you must acclimatize to the rhythm of the game. A season comprises 82 matches spanning nearly half a year. Half the time, we will be on the road, inevitably encountering consecutive away games. During such times, we must learn to allocate and adjust our energy and stamina. Kobe imparted his wisdom as a seasoned veteran. Before Ye Feng could respond, O'Neal interjected with a smirk. Come on, when you first entered the league, you weren't nearly as impressive as Feng. That was in the past. Kobe retorted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment akin to recalling childhood missteps in front of others. O'Neal chuckled. You're just being redundant. You. As the two fell back into their familiar banter, Ye Feng hastily interrupted. The meat is ready. Let's eat before it gets cold. At last, my beef rolls are ready, exclaimed O'Neal as he eagerly reached for the pot with his chopsticks. However, before he could grasp them, another pair of chopsticks swiftly intervened, snatching away the substantial portion of beef rolls he had coveted right before his eyes. The taunting voice of Kobe echoed in his ears, slowpoke. O'Neal glared at Kobe with displeasure. It was one thing to compete for the top position on the court, but to deny him the ball and audaciously seize his food was utterly intolerable. Enraged, he directed his chopsticks towards Kobe's bowl. Yet, the little flying man would not allow O'Neal to succeed so easily. Thus, they engaged in a playful battle of chopsticks, creating a scene that appeared rather grotesque. Ye Feng sighed inwardly, reflecting on how, at times, Kobe could be quite insufferable. It seemed that Michael Jordan shared a similar temperament, always relishing competition. No wonder they got along so well. After observing for a while, and seeing that their antics didn't escalate into genuine hostility, but rather exuded a sense of camaraderie, he turned his attention to conversing with Fisher and the others nearby. "Feng, the results for November's Rookie of the Month have been announced, and you've won," exclaimed the surfing enthusiast Rick Fox with a grin. The others around him remained composed, showing no signs of surprise. It was that Ye Feng had poor interpersonal skills within the Lakers. Rather, they had already anticipated this outcome. Since ascending to the top of the rookie rankings, he had never faltered. His astonishing average of 86 points, 32 rebounds, and 6 assists per game rendered him a dominant force among this year's rookies. Even within the entire league, comprehensive data assessments position him within the top 15. With an astounding average of 3 steals per game, he stands unrivaled at the pinnacle of defensive statistics. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Ye Feng is poised to claim the title of steals champion this season. Moreover, he averages 2 blocks per game, securing the top rank among guards. He is the most adept at both stealing and blocking shots, showcasing exceptional defensive prowess. Averaging 20 points per game, his scoring is also of elite caliber within the league. The data reflects an overall ability that can be deemed top tier, particularly among rookies, where he appears to dominate with a striking disparity. Should Ye Feng not be awarded the Rookie of the Month, it would undoubtedly suggest a shadow of bias. The public remains unfazed by this, hence their calm demeanor. Ye Feng himself, however, remains largely indifferent, reiterating the age-old sentiment. In comparison to the Rookie of the Month, I yearn more for the championship. You certainly must put in considerable effort then, Fisher replied with a smile. Having already secured 3 championship rings, he values tangible achievements over accolades. After all, he is not a core player. Accumulating more championships holds little significance for his historical standing. This sentiment resonates with most players on the current Lakers roster, many of whom are remnants from the three-peat era, sharing similar thoughts to Fisher. For a team aspiring to win a championship, such mindsets should ideally be absent. This explains why many championship-winning teams, while retaining their core roster, actively seek to trade for fresh talent in the new season. In this regard, the Lakers' management appears somewhat inadequate. To achieve the coveted championship, it cannot rely solely on one individual. Collective effort is essential. Ye Feng's expression was earnest. He refrained from saying much, mindful that disrupting the current light-hearted atmosphere could yield unintended consequences. Moreover, he lacked the position to voice such thoughts. The present-day Lakers were undoubtedly Shaquille O'Neal's and Kobe Bryant's team. With a chuckle, he reassured, "Rest assured, with the big shark around, a championship is within our grasp." O'Neal remained as confident as ever. In contrast, Kobe exhibited a more composed demeanor. Compared to last season, both the Mavericks and the Spurs have significantly strengthened, posing a considerable threat to us. True, we have lost to them in the regular season, but I am back now, and I assure you, we will reclaim victory next time we meet. Well, it will depend on your performance. Tim and Dirk are formidable opponents. Humph, the Big Shark is the league's premier center. Upon hearing this, Kobe found himself at a loss for words, realizing he could offer no counterargument. Despite his disdain for O'Neal's laid-back attitude, he had to concede that, in the current NBA, this hefty figure was indeed the strongest at the center position. Observing Kobe's reaction, O'Neal's spirits soared, and he reached for the pot again. However, before he could grasp a piece of meat, Kobe snatched it away just as it neared O'Neal's chopsticks. "Kobe, if I am lacking in skill, I cannot blame anyone but myself." Witnessing the two descend into playful chaos once more, Ye Feng and his companions exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads in laughter. Here we go again. Why does Kobe so relish teasing Shaquille? Who truly knows? However, had it been anyone else daring to act in such a manner, Shaquille would undoubtedly have confronted them, yet he refrains from doing so with Kobe. Upon hearing the disjointed remarks of those around him and witnessing the playful banter between Kobe and Shaquille, Ye Feng couldn't help but reflect. Their relationship appears quite amiable. Shaquille, Kobe. The two exchanged glances, ceasing their playful antics. each casting disparaging looks at the other. Due to the impending game the following evening, the gathering did not extend late into the night. The party, attended solely by the Lakers players, concluded by 9:30. Everyone returned to their respective homes. Jessica was occupied filming a new movie in Hollywood and could not join the reunion, leaving Ye Feng to retire to bed alone. However, at that moment, he found himself lacking the inclination for rest. While the time spent with Kobe and the others had felt relatively unremarkable, upon returning to his apartment and lying down in solitude, an overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloped him, having exerted himself to the utmost in every match. Even with a stamina rating of 92, the toll of consecutive away games had taken its effect. He was certainly weary, not a machine. Before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following evening, Kevin Garnett, who had averaged 21 points, 15 for rebounds, 8 assists, 2 blocks, and 3 steals, was honored as the Player of the Month for November, leading the current 13-4 Timberwolves in their challenge against Ye Feng. In comparison to Ye Feng's accolade as Rookie of the Month, Garnett's recognition as Player of the Month undoubtedly held greater prestige. As the current top 2 versatile power forwards in the league, Kevin Garnett's prowess is indisputable, showcasing remarkable strength. His confrontation with Shaquille O'Neal became the focal point of the match. Chapter 51, Unstoppable, truly insurmountable. Indeed, each time he faces a formidable interior player, O'Neal exhibits immense enthusiasm. Whether it stems from a fondness for clashing with elite centers or from a desire to uphold his status as the league's premier center remains uncertain. Regardless, even before the game commenced, O'Neal appeared exhilarated, his expression radiating eagerness. "Feng, I have seen plenty of news about you lately. The Rookie of the Month award is well-deserved." Prior to the game, Kevin Garnett promptly approached, disregarding Kobe Bryant standing nearby, and playfully continued, "I hear you renewed your contract with the Lakers. What do you think? Are you interested in joining the Timberwolves next season to collaborate with me on something great? Kevin, are you seriously trying to poach players in front of me?" Kobe interjected, visibly displeased. A few steps away, O'Neal, still brooding over Garnett's prior approach to Kobe instead of himself, contemplated delivering a hard collision to Garnett during the game. Upon hearing the conversation, he could not resist intervening. "Feng is my closest brother. He won't be leaving Los Angeles. That is for you to say. But it ultimately depends on Feng's own wishes," Garnett replied, fixing his gaze intently. Observing the situation, Ye Feng chuckled softly. "I'm sorry, Kevin, but Minnesota is simply too cold." "Ah, how I long to refute, yet the insincere words linger on the tip of my tongue, unable to escape, much to Garnett's frustration. Indeed, Minnesota is far too frigid a place for any individual to endure. Were it not for the ample compensation and the respect and stature bestowed upon him by the team, he would have contemplated departure. Ha ha ha. Witnessing Garnett's discomfited expression, O'Neal could not suppress his laughter, while Kobe exhaled in relief. He relished the camaraderie of playing alongside Ye Feng and yearned to always have such a formidable teammate by his side. The backcourt they formed was arguably the strongest in the league, unmatched to this day. Even disregarding the team's overall strength, Ye Feng remained one of his few close friends in the NBA, a bond to be cherished. The thought of Garnett luring him away ignited a fierce determination within Kobe. However, reality dictated that their leisurely conversation could not persist, and soon they returned to their respective benches, preparing for the impending match. The audience was not kept waiting for long. As the game commenced swiftly, the Timberwolves fielded a starting lineup of Rasul Butler, Kevin Garnett, Gary Trent, Kendall Gill, and Troy Hudson. Aside from Kevin Garnett, Ye Feng admitted he was unfamiliar with the other 4 starters. In the pre-game analysis, Phil Jackson notably mentioned Szczebiak, who posed a considerable threat. Yet Szczebiak had been sidelined for the season due to injury. This left Garnett without a capable ally by his side. Even so, Garnett continued to lead the Timberwolves to an impressive record of 13 wins and 4 losses at the season's outset, second only to the Mavericks, Lakers, and Spurs in the Western Conference. The prowess of the peak big ticket is evident. Unfortunately, it is apparent to any discerning observer that the Timberwolves are squandering Garnett's prime years. Given the current roster of the Timberwolves, even a player as formidable as Kevin Garnett could only hope to guide the team to the playoffs, and it is doubtful they would progress past the first round. This record holds little significance for Garnett, one of the top 2 power forwards in the league, and is tinged with a sense of melancholy. It is poignant to reflect that he dedicated his prime to the Timberwolves and later joined the Celtics to secure a championship before retiring. One could argue that Garnett has not wronged the Timberwolves. However, that is a discussion for another time. Returning to the game, the Lakers maintained their original starting lineup. With Ye Feng coming off the bench, the referee's whistle signaled the official start of the match. Garnett, quick to react, with his towering height and explosive power, outjumped O'Neal, allowing the Timberwolves to initiate their offense. The ball swiftly found its way into Garnett's hands. As a center, O'Neal, who should have been matched up against Rasho Nestorovic, voluntarily switched to defend Garnett. In a contest of sheer strength, O'Neal would undoubtedly prevail. Aware of this, Garnett wisely opted against a direct confrontation. While he may lack in brute force, his footwork is swifter and his physique more agile, coupled with his exceptional shooting ability and well-rounded, solid skills. He poses a significant threat on the offensive end, and indeed, this was the case. O'Neal was unable to entirely contain Garnett, just as Garnett could not effectively restrict O'Neal. The two players bypassed any tentative phase and immediately entered an explosive confrontation. The distinction lay in the fact that O'Neal was supported by Kobe, while Garnett lacked a similarly dependable teammate. Nevertheless, Garnett, with his formidable presence on the court, coupled with his exceptional vision and passing skills, delivered numerous advantageous plays for his teammates. The game was momentarily balanced. Unfortunately, this equilibrium was short-lived. With the latter half of the first quarter witnessing the entrance of Ye Feng, Phil Jackson chose not to substitute O'Neal, thereby intensifying the Lakers lineup. Upon entering the game, Ye Feng was acutely aware of his responsibilities, which encompassed defense and orchestrating plays. Faced with the formidable perimeter defense duo of Ye Feng and Kobe, the Timberwolves' backcourt experienced unprecedented pressure, leading to a series of turnovers. The Lakers seized the opportunity, with Kobe scoring for consecutive points, thus gaining the upper hand. Garnett, evidently unwilling to concede, responded by executing a challenging fadeaway jumper over O'Neal's defense, helping his team regain composure. However, in the ensuing possession, O'Neal received a brilliant pass from Ye Feng and executed a thunderous dunk, igniting the crowd. The Lakers surged forward, eliciting a crescendo of cheers from the audience. For the visiting Timberwolves, these sounds became an intangible burden, weighing heavily upon their shoulders. It was evident that with Ye Feng's arrival, the Lakers swiftly established a position of dominance. I believe he deserves a starting role. This is not to suggest that Derek is inadequate, but rather that Ye Feng is more suited for the starting lineup. The combination of Feng and Kobe in the backcourt presents an intimidating defensive intensity, effectively severing all connections between the Timberwolves' backcourt and frontcourt, leaving Kevin in a state of isolation and helplessness. This stark disparity in the team's raw strength is evident. Kevin Garnett is undoubtedly formidable, yet at best, he can only neutralize Shaquille. The presence of Feng and Kobe places the Lakers in an unequivocal advantageous position. Shaquille and Kobe need no introduction. Both are battle-hardened superstars who have earned their fame and worth. In contrast, Feng's performance is truly astonishing, his first season in the league, and he is already exhibiting such dominance and consistency, promising an unlimited future. One can only imagine how envious Kevin Garnett must be. A teammate like Feng is simply irresistible. The commentators, with a relaxed demeanor, exchanged words, generously bestowing accolades upon Ye Feng. Around them, Lakers fans cast appreciative glances, relishing the praise. The commentator remarked, on the court, the Lakers steadily expanded their lead, and Garnett's individual efforts could not alter the unfolding dynamics. The frustration mounted with each passing moment, leading to an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. He realized that Ye Feng could effortlessly defend from the point guard position to the small forward position, despite a noticeable disadvantage in height and weight, consistently prevailing in confrontations. This extraordinary strength left him utterly perplexed. Is this the prowess of Dragon Country martial arts? Beyond his defensive capabilities, Ye Feng's exceptional organizational skills liberated both Kobe and Shaquille, allowing them to focus solely on scoring. The offensive efficiency has surged dramatically. The Lakers' assault resembled an unstoppable tide, relentless and overwhelming, leaving their opponents utterly beleaguered and incapable of countering. Defending against them was simply futile. The inability to bolster their own offensive effectiveness only exacerbated the widening gap in the score. At the onset of the second quarter, facing the Timberwolves bench, Ye Feng scored 8 consecutive points, leaving no one to impede his progress, thereby securing the victory. Ultimately, no unexpected developments occurred. The Lakers trio once again amassed a total of 80 points, decisively overpowering the Timberwolves. Ye Feng felt a sense of helplessness. In his 29 minutes on the court, he efficiently recorded 23 points, 8 rebounds, 12 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, falling short by just 2 rebounds of achieving his first career triple-double. It was disheartening. Garnett implored, "Please, gather your thoughts." Chapter 52, the third defeat of the season. The revenge match approaches. Feng, seriously contemplate my proposition. We could become the most formidable duo in NBA history. With that poignant remark, Kevin Garnett departed the court, filled with a profound sense of frustration. The match against the Lakers starkly illuminated the chasm between his team and the elite contenders, a gap that could not be bridged merely through effort and tenacity. If this trend continued, he feared he would never be able to lead the Timberwolves to a championship. Was merely reaching the playoffs sufficient? Certainly not. Yet, the current iteration of the Timberwolves was woefully inadequate for championship contention. This realization weighed heavily on Garnett's heart. Gazing at the departing figure, Ye Feng shook his head slightly, pondering with a sense of disbelief. Indeed, your prowess is undeniable. Together, with the addition of some competent role players, we stand a chance at claiming the championship. However, disregarding the abominable climate of Minnesota, can the Timberwolves truly meet my salary demands? This season, as a newcomer, I have yet to establish a reputation. Thus, a minimum salary contract is hardly noteworthy. Yet, next season, having proven my worth, I shall not be content with such meager compensation. A contract in the 7-figure range is the least I would expect. As an undrafted player, my salary is unbound by league regulations, should they wish for my allegiance. A modicum of sincerity is certainly required. Kevin Garnett, in his sophomore year, astonished the entire league by signing a contract exceeding $100 million with the Timberwolves. And next season his salary will approach $30 million. How could the Timberwolves possibly accommodate my salary expectations? Not to mention the dismal weather in that forsaken place, coupled with a small market and minimal influence, would be detrimental to my development. Those who desire to go may do so. I certainly shall not. Retracting his gaze, Ye Feng prepared to depart, only to discover Kobe and Shaquille standing a mere 2 paces away, their expressions grave as they scrutinized him. What are you doing? Feng, you aren't actually considering it, are you? Shaquille inquired with evident concern. Ye Feng curled his lip in response. What do you think? Leaving aside the limited potential of the Timberwolves, the market in Minnesota pales in comparison to that of Los Angeles. There is simply no compelling reason to be enticed. Kobe, with utmost seriousness, began to analyze the situation. Listening from the sidelines, O'Neal nodded repeatedly, almost ready to exclaim, I think so too. Observing this, Ye Feng chuckled and said, Isn't this quite good? You don't have to bicker every time you're together, making others think your relationship is strained. My connection with this fellow is merely average. Humph. As if I am eager to cultivate a closer bond with you. Watching O'Neal and Kobe begin their familiar exchange of disdain and banter once more, Ye Feng shook his head and walked toward the aisle, prompting the two to hastily follow. Garnett's seemingly jesting yet earnest remarks had instilled a sense of trepidation in both. The significance of Ye Feng was now abundantly clear to Kobe and O'Neal. Whenever the three of them shared the court, the Lakers' performance, both offensively and defensively, improved significantly. The backcourt, in particular, became an impenetrable fortress. The team's bench also required Ye Feng's guidance to compensate for the average capabilities of the Lakers' substitutes. With Ye Feng on the team, there were virtually no vulnerabilities. Such a teammate is not one to be easily relinquished. Reflecting on this, both Kobe and O'Neal couldn't help but mentally berate Kupchak. This fool. Isn't Feng's performance already outstanding enough? Does he not realize how many people have their eyes on Feng? Why hasn't the contract renewal been finalized yet? Kupchak, unwittingly caught in the crossfire, does he not wish to renew? The team's salary cap constraints prevent offering a higher price, and furthermore, Ye Feng is reluctant to sign at this moment. Of course, he would never voice these thoughts, leaving him to silently bear the brunt of the criticism. At the post-game press conference, Kobe, Shaquille O'Neal, and Kevin Garnett shared a remarkable camaraderie as they lavished praise upon Ye Feng. This seemingly affectionate flattery left Ye Feng somewhat speechless. While Garnett's antics could be tolerated, it was truly perplexing to see his teammates engaging in such behavior. Thankfully, Ye Feng's well-rounded abilities shielded him from the repercussions, or else he would have faced significant challenges. The following day, the Lakers hosted the Memphis Grizzlies at the Staples Center, where they offered no quarter to their opponents. The home team, the purple and gold, concluded the battle by the end of the third quarter. O'Neal scored 24 points. Kobe contributed 27, and Ye Feng tallied 18 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists for steals, and 2 blocks, dominating the court collectively. The relentless schedule provided little respite, as the entire Lakers team flew to Utah the next day. That evening, they commenced their away game against the Jazz. With back-to-back games, the challenge of playing in a high-altitude arena, combined with the Jazz's fiercely aggressive defense and the home court advantage granted by the referees, significantly hindered the Lakers' competitive performance. O'Neal and Kobe both struggled with their shooting, failing to achieve even a 40 success rate. Ye Feng, too, found himself on the brink of fouling out, as he faced the crafty and experienced John Stockton, whose penchant for underhanded tactics proved to be a learning experience for the somewhat naive Ye Feng. Ultimately, the game ended with a score of 85-93, marking a disappointing away defeat for the Lakers and their third loss of the season. Ye Feng achieved a remarkable feat, scoring the highest points for his team with 24, while also securing 11 rebounds, 4 of which were offensive. However, despite playing for an exhausting 45 minutes, he could only muster 6 assists. The overall performance of the team was dismal, burdened by the disappointment of their defeat. Ye Feng and his teammates returned to Los Angeles. After a day of rest, they faced the Dallas Mavericks at home, marking the second encounter between the two teams this season. In their previous away game, the Lakers suffered a loss, and this time on their home court. They were eager for revenge. Unlike the previous encounter where their interior defense was overwhelmed, Shaquille O'Neal had returned, significantly bolstering the Lakers' inside strength. Complemented by Ye Feng and Kobe Bryant's presence on the perimeter, optimism surrounded the match. To everyone's surprise, Phil Jackson made adjustments to the starting lineup. After a hiatus of over 10 days, Ye Feng was once again in the starting 5. Consequently, the Lakers' starting lineup for this game included Shaquille O'Neal, Robert Horry, Rick Fox, Kobe Bryant, and Ye Feng. Undoubtedly, this was the strongest lineup the current Lakers could field. On the Mavericks side, the starting 5 comprised Raef LaFrentz, Dirk Nowitzki, Michael Finley, Adrian Griffin, and Steve Nash, presenting a formidable challenge as they had previously defeated Ye Feng's team. The sound of the buzzer signaled the commencement of the game. The referee tossed the basketball high into the air, and as it began its descent, O'Neal and Nowitzki leaped simultaneously, both striving to extend their arms to seize the ball. Ultimately, it was O'Neal who triumphed, being the first to touch the basketball and deftly directing it towards his team's half. However, his accuracy was lacking, causing the ball to soar into an unoccupied area of the Lakers' territory. Swiftly recognizing the trajectory of the ball, Steve Nash sprang into action, racing into the Lakers' half. Just as he was about to make contact with the basketball, a hand intervened, seizing the sphere, none other than Ye Feng. With an elegant maneuver, Ye Feng controlled the ball, effortlessly evading Nash's attempt to steal it. He advanced the dribble 2 steps, crossing the midline, when suddenly, without warning, his right hand propelled the ball forward with vigor. The basketball transformed into a streak of light, precisely slicing through the entire Mavericks defense, landing directly into the waiting hands of O'Neal beneath the basket just after the jump ball concluded. What a splendid pass. There was no need for adjustment. O'Neal caught the ball, took 3 steps, and forcefully barreled into Raef LaFrentz, leaping to execute a powerful slam dunk. Boom. The sheer force and his considerable weight caused the entire rim to tremble, as if it might collapse at any moment. The shark was ferocious. The visual impact was astounding. In just one possession, the atmosphere in the arena was completely electrified. Ye Feng's brilliant assist and O'Neal's emphatic finish created a scene of unparalleled beauty. Kobe. Chapter 53. An aggressive onslaught, breaking records, 42 points in a single quarter. Current score, 2-0. Mavericks possession. Nash raised his hand in preparation to receive the ball, only to notice LaFrentz, responsible for the inbound pass, signaling towards him. Instinctively, he turned his head. Their eyes met. Ye Feng averted his gaze. Seeing no opportunity for a surprise attack, Nash had no choice but to retreat and defend. Standing at the midpoint, he awaited Nash's approach. Observing Ye Feng assume a defensive stance, a dull throb began to resonate in Nash's head, conjuring memories of their previous encounter, where Ye Feng had relentlessly challenged him. How brutish. That brutish powerhouse. Following that match, Nash had been sore all over for 3 days before he fully recovered. Aware of the inevitable disadvantage, Nash was not inclined to court misfortune. Upon reaching the center line, he instinctively adopted a protective ball-handling posture, signaling for Lafrance to set a screen. The latter, not daring to delay, swiftly approached and delivered a solid block against Ye Feng. As he liberated himself from the defense, Nash was just beginning to breathe a sigh of relief when a figure clad in the Lakers' number 8 jersey suddenly surged forward. Who else could it be but Kobe? One after another, it seemed relentless. A twinge of frustration surged within him, yet his mind remained clear. He promptly passed the ball to Adrian Griffin, who was now unguarded against Kobe. Just as the basketball slipped from his fingertips, Ye Feng, having been momentarily impeded by Lafrance, re-entered Nash's line of sight, causing his eyes to widen in alarm. This is it. Crack. The sound echoed sharply. Nash felt as if he had been struck hard across the face, pain radiating through him. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng swiftly advanced, while Lafrance attempted to impede him, stepping forward to engage. However, upon the first collision, Lafrance felt an overwhelming force emanating from Ye Feng, propelling him aside as he staggered several steps before regaining his balance. By the time he steadied himself, Ye Feng had already crossed the mid-court line. As Nash, undeterred in his speed, barreled forward, he soared into the air just as he crossed the free-throw line, executing a powerful one-handed slam dunk that brought the score to 4-0. Following a steal, he embarked on a solo fast break, delivering another emphatic dunk. Ye Feng's dazzling performance elicited continuous applause and cheers from the crowd. The ball returned to the Mavericks' possession. Observing Ye Feng, who was attempting to intercept from a few steps away, along with Kobe, poised to double-team him from a short distance, Nash felt immense pressure. This is merely a regular season game. Must it be taken so seriously? It was just one previous victory against you both. After a 3-second pause, he finally raised his hand to receive the inbounds pass, only to be met with the sight of Ye Feng at mid-court, ready to thwart his advance, which left Nash in a state of exasperation. Employing the same tactic once more, he maneuvered around Rafe Lafrance's screen to shake off Ye Feng's grasp. Before Kobe could close in, Nash accurately passed the ball to Michael Finley. Finley, possessing commendable physical attributes and a reliable shooting touch, approached the game with a positive defensive mindset, though his ball-handling skills and ability to penetrate the defense were rather mediocre. On the Lakers' side, Rick Fox, fully aware of the situation, focused on defending against Finley's shot rather than his drive, keenly targeting Finley's vulnerabilities. Recognizing his limitations, Finley opted not to force a drive, but instead passed to Dirk Nowitzki. Shaquille O'Neal immediately closed in on Nowitzki, his imposing physique and fierce gaze instilling a sense of apprehension in the latter, as Nash's urgent warning echoed in his ears. Watch out beside you. Subconsciously glancing aside, he noticed that Ye Feng had unexpectedly rushed over, intent on attempting a steal from Nowitzki's blind spot. Realizing the situation, Nowitzki immediately raised his hand to protect the ball. Yet, just as he did, a large hand swatted the basketball away. Kobe, who was ever vigilant, sprinted a few steps forward to retrieve the ball, swiftly advancing it up the court. Ye Feng closely followed, while O'Neal hesitated for a moment before also making his way to the front court. Faced with the dual pressure from Finley and Nash, Kobe maneuvered through the narrow space to pass the ball. Ye Feng received it, maintaining his speed as he barreled towards the basket. As he approached the free-throw line, he noticed Michael Finley, who had finally caught up to him, attempting to block his path. In a faint gesture, he seemed to pass the ball to the right side towards Kobe, but at the last moment, he unexpectedly altered the trajectory of the pass, launching the basketball forcefully against the backboard. The ball rebounded perfectly into the hands of O'Neal, who thundered down the court like a speeding freight truck, exuding an unstoppable force as he charged into the paint. Witnessing this, Finley dared not intervene. It was merely professional basketball. There was no need to risk injury. Boom. With a signature two-handed slam dunk, O'Neal landed and erupted in a triumphant roar. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. The formidable defense, the fluid fast breaks, coupled with the exquisite passing and scoring, transported the veteran fans back to the era of Showtime with the purple and gold. In those days, the Lakers boasted legends such as Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and the immensely talented rookie James Worthy, who played the game with such panache. Currently, the Lakers boast the league's foremost center, Shaquille O'Neal, alongside one of the four great shooting guards, Kobe Bryant, and the equally gifted, exceptionally talented, and rapidly progressing player, Ye Feng. From the very outset of the match, the trio graced the court simultaneously, delivering an astonishingly spectacular offensive display. Unbeknownst to many, Ye Feng has not only garnered the recognition and affection of Lakers fans, but has also ascended to the esteemed position of the team's third star. The iconic OK duo? No. The current Lakers are now known as the KOF Trio. The live commentary, sparked by an epiphany, bestowed upon these three a new moniker, which was met with unanimous approval from the Lakers supporters. Turning our attention back to the game, the Lakers swiftly seized the initiative, launching a 6-0 offensive blitz against the Mavericks, establishing psychological dominance over their adversaries. In the ensuing defensive exchanges, under the combined pressure of Ye Feng and Kobe, the Mavericks' offensive engine, Steve Nash, found himself entirely stifled. Adrian Griffin's organizational capabilities were mediocre at best, and Michael Finley struggled with ball control, rendering him an unreliable orchestrator. As for Dirk Nowitzki, well, his passing skills are fairly commendable, albeit limited to simple ball relocation. Expecting him to frequently manage playmaking from the post is clearly an unreasonable demand. Observing his team's offense stagnate, Mavericks head coach Don Nelson decisively called a timeout and opted to adjust the lineup, substituting Adrian Griffin for former Lakers point guard Nick Van Exel, thereby implementing a dual point guard strategy. Ye Feng exchanged a glance with Kobe, ultimately opting to defend Nash, while Kobe took on his former teammate, Nick Van Exel. The game resumed, and the Mavericks initiated their offense. Nash had resolutely decided to avoid physical confrontation with Ye Feng in this match. Upon seeing Ye Feng approach, he promptly called for a screen from his teammate. After evading a few positions and noticing that Kobe had not returned to defend, he exhaled in relief, and, just as Ye Feng was about to close the gap, seized the moment to pass the ball. Rafe LaFrentz cut inside to receive the pass and charged toward the basket. However, before he could leap, he was met with Shaquille O'Neal's imposing defense. Hesitant to engage directly, he decisively passed the ball to Dirk Nowitzki. Kobe, having anticipated the play, sprinted forward, nearly executing a steal. In response, Nowitzki confidently took a mid-range shot, the basketball tracing a graceful arc through the air before forcefully descending into the hoop. Swish! The jumper found its mark, breaking the scoring drought for the Mavericks. The current score stood at 6-2. The Lakers quickly inbound the ball, and at the moment Nowitzki caught it, Ye Feng had already surged into the front court. In just a few strides, he had crossed into the Mavericks' three-point line, facing only Michael Finley as the defender. Feigning a strong drive, Ye Feng's gaze shifted left, yet the ball was deftly passed to the right. Unfazed, Rick Fox received the pass uncontested and completed a layup, raising the score to 8-2. The Lakers maintained a 6-point lead. The Mavericks' dual guard strategy prevented their offense from stagnating, yet it was evident that they struggled to contain the Lakers defensively. Not a single player along their backcourt could withstand Ye Feng's relentless onslaught, let alone the versatile scoring abilities of Kobe. As for O'Neal, he remains invincible beneath the basket. His defensive prowess continues to exert formidable pressure on the Mavericks. While on the offensive end, Ye Feng has begun to concentrate on orchestrating plays, transforming into a veritable commander on the court, significantly enhancing the team's scoring efficiency. The Lakers displayed an extraordinarily fluid offensive rhythm, achieving a staggering shooting percentage exceeding 70% in the first quarter, amassing an astonishing 42 points. In this era of the NBA, it is quite rare to see a single quarter score surpassing 30 points, let alone 40. The ferocity of the Lakers' offense is evident. In contrast, despite Nowitzki's commendable efficiency, with a shooting percentage above 50%, he found himself powerless as his teammates struggled offensively. Managing only 14 points in the quarter, an admirable effort, yet insufficient. The Mavericks collectively scored a mere 20 points in the first quarter, with Nowitzki contributing the lion's share. While this single quarter score isn't particularly poor, the stark 22-point deficit displayed on the scoreboard left all Mavericks players in a state of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Why are we trailing by such a margin? Chapter 54. Being too exceptional can be a burden if it were merely Kobe and O'Neal. Such terrifying offensive firepower could not be showcased. The Lakers' remarkable transformation is largely attributed to that prodigious young talent, from the Dragon Country. Mavericks head coach Don Nelson mused, his gaze fixed upon Ye Feng on the Lakers bench, who was sharing light-hearted moments with his teammates. Not only does he possess exceptional defensive skills, but he is also an outstanding floor general, whose presence significantly amplifies the scoring capabilities of both Kobe and O'Neal. He developed an intense fascination for Ye Feng, unable to resist drawing comparisons between his starting point guard, Steve Nash, and the latter, although Nash's playing style aligns more closely with his tactical philosophy. In terms of overall personal prowess, Ye Feng is indeed impeccable. Not only is he proficient in both offense and defense, but he also exhibits remarkable composure on the court, alongside exceptional organizational skills. It is baffling that such a player, previously unable to secure playing time in the NCAA and lacking any notable reputation, ultimately went undrafted. One cannot help but be puzzled. Given this young talent from the Dragon Nation, there should be no issues with playing the point guard position, if necessary. A dual point guard strategy could pose a significant threat. Don Nelson, often referred to as the mad scientist, is never short of innovation and imagination, and he began to envision the possibilities. He realized there was great potential. With Ye Feng's addition, the Mavericks' fast-paced strategy would reach new heights of perfection. However, a pressing question arose: how to acquire Ye Feng? Upon coming to this realization, Don Nelson chuckled and shook his head. If he were part of the Lakers' management, he would undoubtedly spare no effort in retaining Ye Feng, even if it meant incurring luxury tax penalties. The only uncertainty lies in whether the Lakers possess the audacity to do so. Should they lack the resolve, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for other teams. Setting aside this concern, Don Nelson turned his attention to the bewildered Nowitzki and others, preparing to offer some encouragement. Although his relationship with the Mavericks owner had become somewhat strained, his reputation within the team remained exceedingly high, quickly revitalizing the team's morale. Yet, despite this, the 22-point deficit weighed heavily on even Don Nelson, leaving him somewhat disheartened. However, there was no outward display of emotion. The intermission was brief, and the next quarter commenced swiftly. Ye Feng played the entirety of the first quarter without rest, as Phil Jackson opted to keep him on the court, now positioned as a shooting guard, with Derek Fisher taking on the role of point guard. On the Mavericks side, Nick Van Exel and Michael Finley led the charge. With possession of the ball, Van Exel controlled the play, and Fisher, well acquainted with him, swiftly applied pressure. In times past, Van Exel would have undoubtedly chosen to drive aggressively. Yet now, over 30, his speed had waned, and his once flamboyant demeanor had mellowed considerably. He calmly signaled for a screen from a teammate, creating space and evading Fisher by 2 steps, penetrating the lane and drawing in the defense. He glanced at the tightly guarded Michael Finley before deftly passing the ball to the open Bradley. The latter, however, fumbled the opportunity, failing to convert the layup. Van Exel had anticipated the trajectory of the rebound, dashing towards the basket to claim it, only to have the ball snatched from behind him. As he landed and turned, he caught sight of Ye Feng's retreating silhouette. In a matter of strides, Ye Feng accelerated, charging forth like an armored vehicle on full throttle, with no one on the Mavericks roster daring to impede his path. Boom! Securing the rebound, he surged into the Mavericks' paint, delivering a powerful one-handed slam dunk, adding 2 more points for the Lakers. In the first quarter, the game was primarily focused on orchestrating plays, with Ye Feng delivering an impressive 9 assists. However, he resolved to play for himself in the second quarter, and indeed, he did just that. On the defensive end, he remained unwaveringly committed, leaving Michael Finley in considerable discomfort, as he found himself ineffective on the court, feeling it would be better to rest on the sidelines. Offensively, Ye Feng assumed the role of a dominant player. In just 6 minutes of play during the second quarter, he attempted 7 shots, successfully making 6 of them, thus scoring 12 points. During this period, the opportunities presented to Devin George and Fisher were too enticing to resist, prompting him to assist them twice, earning 2 additional assists. With a commendable stat line of 18 points, 11 assists, 5 rebounds, and 2 steals, Ye Feng exited the game in high spirits. He contemplated securing 5 more rebounds in the second half, envisioning his first career triple-double. During halftime, he conferred with O'Neal to carve out a position for himself, hoping for a few rebounds to achieve his goal, knowing that Big Shaq would likely oblige. Yet, reality did not grant him this opportunity, as he did not participate in the second half. Upon Ye Feng's departure, the Lakers held a substantial lead of 27 points. even with such an advantage. Upon their return to the court, Kobe and O'Neal had no intention of easing up, relentlessly overpowering the Mavericks, who had already lost 6 points of their earlier deficit, causing the margin to exceed 30 points, relegating the second half to garbage time. As for the triple-double, it would have to wait for another day. What troubled Ye Feng even more was the post-game press conference, where Phil Jackson surprisingly opted to bring him along with O'Neal. Ye Feng genuinely detests interviews that can easily lead to misinterpretations and sensationalism. However, he feels compelled to maintain the dignity of the head coach. After taking a shower and dressing appropriately, he departed the locker room under the somewhat gleeful gaze of Kobe. "Feng, you must acclimate to such activities. We not only need to triumph on the court and excel in our performance, but we must also learn to garner attention off the court. Only then can we enhance our commercial value and secure larger contracts." Shaquille imparted his wisdom with a smile. In response, Leaf offered no verbal retort, merely nodding dismissively. Observing this, Shaquille slightly shook his head, thinking to himself, he is still too young. In time, he will come to realize the veracity of my words. Had Leaf been privy to Shaquille's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly scoff. Does he still need to seek attention? Given his identity as a representative of the Dragon Kingdom, supported by a market of over 1 billion people, he need not perform exceptionally in the NBA. Simply remaining in the league would attract a plethora of endorsements. Money? That is easily attainable. As for lucrative contracts, no team would turn away a player capable of generating substantial attention and revenue. Despite David Stern's earnest efforts to preserve the innate competitiveness of the NBA, it remains fundamentally a commercial league, where capital aligns with profit. The untapped basketball market in the Dragon Kingdom represents a significant opportunity for profit. The key to unlocking this market lies with Leaf and the great Yao. Thus, O'Neal's remarks did not bother Ye Feng in the slightest. The two, accompanied by Phil Jackson, smoothly arrived at the post-game press conference. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by Don Nelson's words, infused with admiration. "No head coach can resist a player like Ye Feng. And I am no exception. If given the opportunity, I would certainly wish to become Feng's coach. I believe we would create something truly remarkable together." This statement was almost a direct invitation to everyone, revealing his desire to recruit Ye Feng for the Mavericks. Realizing the bluntness of his words, Don Nelson quickly continued. "Of course, I am not openly seeking to recruit Ye Feng. I am merely expressing my appreciation and fondness for him, which I trust everyone can understand." The reporters responded, "Do you think we should believe this?" O'Neal retorted, "My goodness, another one coveting my brother." Phil Jackson pondered, "Should I not have brought Feng along?" Sensing the atmosphere becoming increasingly peculiar, Ye Feng sighed. Being too exceptional can be a burden. During the subsequent press conference, he appeared remarkably composed, deliberately sidestepping questions regarding contract renewal. These individuals were merely attempting to stir up trouble, persistently probing from various angles about the renewal. It was truly exasperating. The joy of having successfully avenged the Mavericks had already diminished significantly. Upon returning to the locker room, he casually discarded the small notes secretly passed to him by a few female reporters into the trash bin, organized his belongings, and then departed. To speak candidly, Ye Feng himself remains uncertain about whether to renew his contract with the Lakers. Time and again, the matter has been brought to light, prompting him to gain a clearer understanding of his current standing. This realization has further solidified his resolve to temporarily refrain from re-signing. One must prioritize self-interest. After all, maximizing benefits is essential. He mused that the decision could wait until after the season. With that thought, he shifted his focus to the upcoming games. The Lakers' next match would take place at home against the Jazz, presenting yet another opportunity for revenge. Chapter 55, Successful Revenge, ascending once more in their previous encounter. The Lakers were beset by unfavorable conditions, leading to an anticipated defeat. This time, however, they returned to their home court, free from the high-altitude challenges and the bias of away officiating, having enjoyed a day of rest prior to the game. And with the matchup against the Mavericks concluded in the first half, the Lakers' main players were well-rested and prepared for this revenge battle. On the evening of December 8th, at the Staples Center, the Lakers faced off against the Jazz, a traditional powerhouse of the Western Conference, with attendance exceeding 90%. Jessica Alba, who had been absent for several days, finally made time to attend the game and cheer for Ye Feng. Not only Jessica, but also Khloe Kardashian along with her sisters Kourtney and Kim Kardashian, and their 7-year-old sister Kendall, all graced the event. It remains a mystery how they acquired tickets. But the quartet found themselves seated in the front row, just 5 seats away from Jessica Alba, remarkably close indeed. Sensing the intense gaze of Khloe Kardashian upon him, Ye Feng couldn't help but glance at Jessica Alba, who, with her seemingly serene expression and signature sweet smile, subtly lowered her shawl to reveal her exquisite figure. He found the situation somewhat amusing. Was this a competition? Not dwelling on such thoughts, his attention swiftly shifted back to the game. Besides Jessica Alba and the Kardashian sisters, many prominent Hollywood stars occupied conspicuous front-row seats, making the venue truly radiant with starlight. The presence of these celebrities alone was worth the price of admission. A quintessential aspect of a Lakers game. This was Los Angeles, and such was the allure of the illustrious Lakers. However, the intensity of this match paled in comparison to the previous encounter against the Mavericks. Prior to the game, Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone engaged in jovial conversation, their camaraderie evident as they embraced each other. It was no wonder that Malone would later choose to join the Lakers, forming the formidable F4 super lineup. Ye Feng wondered if his presence would alter Malone and Gary Payton's decisions regarding joining the Lakers. In his recollection, both had joined as free agents rather than through trades. If they were to come aboard and the Lakers matched his salary demands, should he also remain? The idea of creating an F5 super luxurious star ensemble seemed quite intriguing. As for criticism regarding forming a super team, they were merely 2 veterans on the brink of retirement without a championship to their names, surely. No one would still consider them at the level of true superstars, would they? Even when faced with criticism, Ye Feng remains unperturbed. The Lakers are the team of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. He is merely a third wheel, merely aiming for a championship. And it is unlikely that anyone would hold him to excessive scrutiny. Reality, however, does not afford Ye Feng much time for idle musings, as the game is set to commence shortly. In this match, Ye Feng continues to be a starter. During routine training sessions, Phil Jackson has begun to pair him with O'Neal and Bryant. Presumably, if he showcases his potential in these few games, his position as a starter should be secure. Contemplating his modest salary, Ye Feng feels a twinge of discomfort. With little remuneration comes substantial responsibility, a veritable grind. With the sound of the opening whistle, Ye Feng's thoughts are abruptly redirected to the task at hand. O'Neal wins the tip-off against Ostertag, and the Lakers initiate their offensive. As they cross half-court and Ye Feng glances at the focused visage of Stockton before him, he opts not to feign but rather to drive aggressively. He effortlessly brushes past the seemingly despondent Stockton, penetrating into the free-throw line. At that moment, Kobe has already evaded his defender, swiftly cutting without the ball, while O'Neal has claimed a favorable position beneath the basket, signaling for the ball. Robert Horry has also discreetly retreated to the three-point line, taking advantage of Karl Malone's attention being diverted towards Ye Feng, ready to receive and shoot. The options for passing are abundant. Fortunately, Ye Feng does not suffer from indecision. He strides confidently towards the basket, preparing for a confrontation with Karl Malone. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the basketball slips through the gap between defenders, landing precisely in Kobe's grasp. The little flying warrior catches the ball and ascends, executing a one-handed dunk to score. The Lakers take the lead. The score stands at 2 o'clock. "Hi, Feng. I believe my position was quite advantageous just now." O'Neal seemed somewhat displeased. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng chuckled. "Next time, I'll pass it to you." "All right." For some inexplicable reason, I sensed a hint of grievance in O'Neal's expression, a tinge of pity that evoked sympathy. Shaking my head, I dismissed such unsettling thoughts and focused on defense. The Jazz initiated their offense. Stockton promptly called for Ostertag to set a screen. Ostertag, standing at an impressive height of 2.18 meters, proved to be quite effective in this role. Almost simultaneously as Stockton shook off Ye Feng's grasp, Karl Malone made a decisive inward cut. The basketball was delivered at the perfect moment. This was a staple tactic of the Jazz, simple yet effective. As Malone received the ball, he prepared to take a mid-range shot, but was abruptly interrupted by the sudden defensive effort of O'Neal, disrupting his rhythm. Consequently, he pivoted to protect the ball and sought an opportunity. Observing this, Kobe quickly made a decision to abandon his defensive assignment against Carl Porter Chaney and move to double-team. However, Malone, with cunning intellect, opted not to pass to Chaney but instead directed the ball to the perimeter, finding Stockton. This left Ye Feng, who had moved in for a steal a few steps away from Stockton, empty-handed. Novice, Your defensive strategies have long been thoroughly analyzed by us, Stockton scoffed. Without uttering a word, Ye Feng expressed his determination through action. He closed in, escalating the intensity of the confrontation. Having learned from their previous encounter, Ye Feng was now adept at navigating Stockton's subtle maneuvers. He was no longer easily ensnared. With a steadfast grip on the ball, Stockton found himself in a predicament akin to being ensnared by a constrictor, each movement demanding an effort several-fold greater than usual, draining his energy. He seized the moment and swiftly passed the ball, as if it were a scalding hot potato rather than a basketball. Matt Harpring received the ball and launched a three-pointer from the perimeter, while Rick Fox, alert and poised, executed his defensive response without faltering. Compared to their previous encounter, this time on home turf, both stamina and spirit had rejuvenated, unhampered by the altitude's effects. The Lakers' defensive reactions were significantly swifter, imposing greater pressure on the Jazz. The difficulty of the top shot three-pointer was evident. Duong. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Karl Malone and Shaquille O'Neal grappled fiercely in the paint, neither willing to yield an inch. In the midst of this struggle, Ostertag, leveraging his height, outmaneuvered Robert Horry to secure the offensive rebound. However, as he landed, he realized his hands were empty. Ye Feng, having executed the steal, pivoted and launched a powerful long pass. Kobe, who had already begun his advance, caught the ball just beyond the three-point line, drove towards the basket, leaped with determination, executed a 180-degree turn in midair, and performed a two-handed reverse dunk, adding 2 more points for the Lakers. In terms of in-game dunks, the number 8, Kobe, held a prominent position within the entire league. The score stood at 4-0. The Lakers asserted their dominance from the outset, establishing a commanding lead over the Jazz. Observing this, Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan furrowed his brow slightly. This match has become perilous. The truth is, during the ensuing match, Ye Feng began to relentlessly exhaust Stockton. The latter, being a year older than Karl Malone, is now 40 years old and approaching 41. This age, for an NBA player, could be considered a time of venerable wisdom. Yet, both Malone and Stockton have maintained an impressive level of athletic performance. Thus far this season, Malone continues to contribute with a remarkable 2084 statistics, while Stockton has delivered 118. Even with the advantage of tactical systems, their individual performances remain undeniably exceptional. Ye Feng harbors deep respect for these two athletes, who, at their current age, continue to exhibit such outstanding competitive prowess. Thus, he is determined to give his all in the contest. This is the greatest tribute he can pay them. As for Stockton, he has been limiting his playing time to under 30 minutes per game this season, and in this particular match, he played for merely 20 minutes. It is not a matter of desire to play, but rather a limitation in his capacity to do so. The struggle against Ye Feng has depleted much of his stamina. If he were up against defenders from other teams, Stockton might not find himself in such distress. After all, not everyone possesses Ye Feng's remarkable defensive skills, experience, and extraordinary endurance, showing unwavering commitment on the defensive end without concern for how it might affect their offensive performance. It is akin to a scholar encountering a soldier, leaving Stockton in a state of discomfort. Without the orchestrating prowess of Stockton and the organization he provided, coupled with Karl Malone's diminished efficiency under Shaquille O'Neal's vigilant defense, relying solely on Matt Harpring and the sophomore Andrei Kirilenko proved insufficient to contend with the formidable trio of the Lakers. Ultimately, the score stood at 110-85, with the Lakers decisively defeating the Jazz on their home court, achieving a measure of revenge. Unbeknownst to them, they had completed 22 games, surpassing a quarter of the regular season. Presently, their record stands at 19 wins and 3 losses, eclipsing the Mavericks with the same record, thus reclaiming the summit of the Western Conference and, indeed, the league itself. Chapter 56. Unfamiliarity breeds recognition. The transformation of Kobe young man. Isn't it said that you from the Dragon Kingdom value respect for the elderly and affection for the young? Next time, refrain from such rudeness. John Stockton jested with commendable grace after the game. In response, Ye Feng smiled and remarked, "I merely intended to express my respect for seniors. You need not feel obligated to respect me." Stockton interjected. This prompted a chuckle from Karl Malone, who was swiftly silenced by a stern glare from Stockton, rendering him obedient. Despite Malone's imposing physique, With arms thicker than many thighs, he was firmly under Stockton's thumb within the Jazz organization. Observing this dynamic, Ye Feng found himself intrigued by how Stockton wielded such influence. If Kobe possessed a similar capability, the Lakers' most pressing concern would be effortlessly resolved. Alas, the young Black Mamba was straightforward and lacked the cunning and finesse to master such an art. Kobe, at this moment, observing Ye Feng engaged in lively conversation with Karl Malone and others, the astutely aware O'Neal exchanged a glance with Kobe, momentarily setting aside their grievances and approached together, fearful of being outmaneuvered. Ever since Don Nelson had attempted to recruit Ye Feng, both of them had grown increasingly sensitive to the situation. Noticing their intentions, Stockton mischievously remarked, "Feng, would you be interested in partnering with us? If you join, you'll take the helm of the team." "Really?" Ye Feng feigned a look of intrigue, his gaze shifting to the current leader of the Jazz, Karl Malone. The latter chuckled, "John and I are both aging veterans, nearing retirement. If you come aboard, the position of leader is yours." Upon hearing this, both Kobe and O'Neal displayed expressions of indignation. "Karl, John, this is utterly unethical. Feng will not join you." Once again, the two stood united in their defense of Ye Feng. However, it didn't take long for them to recognize the teasing expressions on Karl Malone and John Stockton's faces, along with Ye Feng's barely contained laughter, leading them to realize they had been played, leaving them momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Ye Feng and the others could not help but burst into laughter. These two were simply too amusing. After a brief chat, they eventually parted ways. Ignoring the fervent gaze directed at him by Khloe Kardashian, Ye Feng made his way towards Jessica Alba. "Shall we go to my place tonight?" he inquired. Jessica Alba nodded obediently. Stepping forward, she took the initiative to embrace Ye Feng, even rising on her tiptoes to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. After this charming display, she turned her gaze towards Khloe Kardashian, eliciting an immediate disappearance of the latter's smile. With a swift turn, Khloe exited the arena, visibly flustered and aggrieved. Her two sisters exchanged a meaningful glance with Ye Feng before they too departed. However, the 7-year-old Kendall Kardashian trailed behind her three sisters, occasionally casting curious glances in Ye Feng's direction, her eyes filled with intrigue. "Are you declaring your territory?" Ye Feng remarked with a smile. Throughout the encounter, he had remained indifferent to the Kardashians' reactions. "You've caught on," Jessica replied, her smile radiating sweetness, exuding an irresistible allure that made one yearn to indulge. It had been quite some time since Ye Feng had engaged in such pleasures, and he found himself longing for it. Yet, this was the basketball court, with countless spectators and numerous cameras focused on them, necessitating that little Ye Feng endure some restraint. Fortunately, Phil Jackson spared him the embarrassment by not insisting he attend the post-game press conference. After a refreshing shower in the locker room, Ye Feng successfully reunited with Jessica in the garage, and they drove back to their apartment. The ensuing events need not be elaborated upon, as they likely hold little interest. Their brief reunion felt akin to a newlywed bliss, both fervently expressing their longing and affection for one another. However, following this fleeting encounter, Ye Feng and Jessica parted ways the next day, each resuming the pursuit of their respective careers. That afternoon, Ye Feng joined his team as they traveled to Golden State, preparing for their upcoming away game against the Warriors. This marked the second clash between the two teams in the regular season. In the previous match, O'Neal had yet to make his return, and the Lakers triumphed effortlessly over their opponents. This time, however, the formidable Shaquille O'Neal has returned, gradually regaining his competitive edge through real gameplay. The interior strength of the team has surged dramatically, leaving them with no justification for defeat. Indeed, the reality mirrored this sentiment. Confronting Eric Dampier, who frequently boasts of being the second-best center in the league during a time when exceptional centers are exceedingly rare, O'Neal delivered a performance of sheer dominance. In a collision, he incapacitated Dampier, who did not return for the remainder of the match. The Shark was simply unstoppable, with a significant advantage in the paint. Ye Feng faced off against Arenas on the perimeter, where he also enjoyed a clear edge. It was evident that after nearly a month apart, the young general had made considerable progress, likely due to immense dedication. Unfortunately, Ye Feng's advancement was even more pronounced, as he effectively suppressed his opponent on both offense and defense. Conversely, Kobe struggled against Jason Richardson, with a low defensive success rate. Richardson exhibited an exceptional shooting performance, sinking all 6 of his three-point attempts and finishing the game with an impressive 12 of 17 from the field, amassing a total of 30 points without any free throws. Regrettably, his teammates failed to provide sufficient support. Ultimately, the Warriors could not defy the odds, and the Lakers secured a victory with a score of 106-90. Ye Feng played for 35 minutes, recording outstanding statistics of 22 points, 7 rebounds, 13 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks, firmly outpacing Arenas, who managed only 11 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. After the game, Arenas approached Ye Feng, stating, "Ye Feng, you've bested me again this time, but I will definitely reclaim victory next time. I await your challenge." Ye Feng remained composed in response. The two individuals found themselves acquainted through an unspoken confrontation. After a brief embrace, they parted ways. When they meet again, one can only hope that the other has grown stronger. However, it is a pity that those I have surpassed will only ever glimpse my back. With a calm smile, Ye Feng turned and swiftly walked a few steps to Kobe's side. "Our little flying ace seems to be encountering some troubles in this match. TSK. It appears he has faced the formidable rookie wall once more." Shaquille O'Neal emerged from an unexpected corner, eliciting a twitch at the corners of Kobe's mouth. "What the hell is this rookie wall? This marks my 7th season in the NBA." His statistics of 17 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists are not without merit. However, in comparison to ordinary players, they appear rather mediocre for Kobe. When juxtaposed with Ye Feng and O'Neal, his performance seems somewhat lacking. Kobe felt a sense of helplessness. His efficiency was commendable, with a shooting percentage reaching 50%. The reason for his modest scoring lies primarily in the fact that with Ye Feng firmly established as a starter, his ball handling time had significantly diminished. For a shooting guard accustomed to orchestrating plays with the ball, adjusting to a more off-ball role requires time. At present, Kobe is evidently still in the phase of adaptation and adjustment. Were it any other player experiencing such a reduction in ball handling time, Kobe would undoubtedly resist. Yet, with Ye Feng as the focal point and his own scoring efficiency visibly enhanced, he found himself compelled to reassess the situation. Ultimately, he resolved to embrace change. In stark contrast, O'Neal harbored no such concerns. Once the basketball found its way into his hands, it was seldom relinquished. He has always occupied the role of the offensive finisher. The debut of Ye Feng was reminiscent of the Kobe Bryant from previous seasons, the one eager to assist and facilitate the game. The big shark, on the court, played with remarkable ease, naturally boosting his efficiency and producing impressive statistics. It would be inconceivable to suggest that the ever-competitive Kobe was unaffected by this situation, especially after being playfully teased by Ye Feng and O'Neal. This provoked a surge of determination within the little flying assassin. Consequently, as they returned home for a match against the Hornets, Kobe erupted spectacularly. Chapter 57. The near triple-double virtuoso. Ye Feng's confidence this season. The Hornets had just relocated from Charlotte to New Orleans. Geographically, they ought to belong to the Western Conference. Yet they remained in the Eastern Conference for this season. At the season's outset, this team, which should have been in turmoil, astonished everyone with an impressive home record of 11 consecutive victories. Unfortunately, they subsequently faced a series of injuries, leading to a noticeable decline in performance. Currently, with a record of 16 wins and 7 losses, they held the 3rd position in the Eastern Conference, a commendable ranking, albeit marred by a recent streak of 4 consecutive losses that had dulled their spirit and cast a shadow over the team due to ongoing injuries. On a brighter note, the Hornets star player, the formidable Jamal Mashburn, known as the Monster, had maintained a rare streak of full participation this season. Fueled by determination, Kobe proactively requested to match up against Mashburn before the game. Phil Jackson acquiesced. From the very beginning of the match, the two engaged in a fierce contest, showcasing an extraordinary level of personal skill and intense rivalry. Regarding the star Jamal Mashburn, Ye Feng was not well acquainted with him. However, the performance displayed by the opponent in this match truly astonished him. With precise mid-range shooting, exceptional back-to-the-basket techniques, and commendable ball handling skills coupled with impressive physical attributes, even a defender as formidable as Kobe could not entirely restrain his scoring. At one point, both players found themselves in a state of mutual explosion. This individual was reminiscent of a 1990s Carmelo Anthony, existing as a veritable kaleidoscope of offensive prowess. Yet, the other players on the Hornets team failed to provide Mashburn with sufficient support during the game. Byron Davis, who relished using his strength to overpower his matchups, was thoroughly targeted by Ye Feng. He was most unfazed by such physically imposing point guards. With a strength attribute soaring to 90, Ye Feng seldom found himself at a disadvantage, even when facing interior players. Only monstrous big men like Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone posed a challenge he had yet to overcome. The three centers on the Hornets, each standing over 2 meters tall, were no match for Ye Feng in terms of sheer strength, let alone O'Neal. Each of them was systematically overwhelmed by O'Neal during the game. Ultimately, Jamal Mashburn achieved an impressive 21 points on 9 of 16 shooting, along with 10 rebounds and 6 assists. However, in the face of Kobe's explosive 35-point scoring display, O'Neal's substantial double-double of 25 points, 17 rebounds, and 5 blocks, as well as Ye Feng's near triple-double performance of 16 points, 7 rebounds, 15 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, the Hornets ultimately succumbed to defeat. Following a previous loss to the Jazz, the Lakers celebrated a 4-game winning streak, showcasing their momentum and flair. Especially after Ye Feng was mentioned as a starter, the Lakers' offense flowed like mercury, exquisite and smooth, reminiscent of a revival of Showtime. Consequently, the attendance at home games has soared, consistently exceeding 90%, often reaching full capacity. This pleased the venerable Jerry Buss immensely. However, he soon found himself in a quandary. The original plan seemed no longer applicable, yet he was reluctant to incur exorbitant luxury taxes. The situation was fraught with difficulty. The owner hesitated, while the coaching staff, led by Phil Jackson, continually urged for Ye Feng's contract renewal. The team's 2 primary stars, Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal, also stood firmly in support of Ye Feng, expressing their desire to play alongside him in the upcoming season. Caught in the middle of this triad, Kupchak felt utterly helpless. Realizing he was in a precarious position, the discomfort was palpable. The regular season continued to unfold seamlessly. Following a match against the Hornets, after merely a day of rest, the Lakers faced the challenge of the Magic, led by Tracy McGrady, once again at the Staples Center. In stark contrast to their previous encounter, this time the Lakers emerged victorious without much struggle. Although Ye Feng and his teammates had braced themselves for a fierce battle, the Magic's performance was surprisingly lackluster. With everyone but McGrady seemingly in a daze, the Lakers secured an effortless victory. Kobe continued his stellar performance from the last game, clearly dominating in his personal duel against McGrady, scoring a remarkable 31 points, overshadowing McGrady's 28. The individual's remarkable scoring performance over the course of 30 consecutive games cannot be overlooked. One must concede that the adaptability of the little flying hero is truly exceptional. He has seamlessly adjusted to his current role, excelling even when off the ball. Meanwhile, the team's other core player, O'Neal, faced his former team and continued to shine, amassing an impressive 26 points and 13 rebounds throughout the game, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. As for Ye Feng, he continued to grapple with the elusive triple-double, transforming into a near triple-double specialist. Achieving a triple-double is indeed a formidable challenge. Both O'Neal and Kobe exhibit commendable rebounding abilities, and as a point guard, Ye Feng cannot perpetually drive towards the basket. He often falls short by just 2 or 3 rebounds, which is rather frustrating. Even more vexing is McGrady, whose team, belonging to the Eastern Conference, has limited opportunities to face off against their Western counterparts, having lost both encounters with the Lakers this season. To reclaim his honor, he must wait for the playoffs. However, given the Magic's current capabilities, reaching the finals seems an unattainable goal, thus rendering the quest for retribution futile. In a fit of frustration, McGrady directly challenged Kobe to a duel that evening. Naturally, the latter was unafraid of the confrontation and readily accepted the challenge. Ye Feng felt compelled to witness the clash between these 2 elite scorers. What began as a simple desire to observe quickly escalated into a 3-way battle. Feng, at your age, I certainly lacked your versatility. What do you say? Would you consider joining the Magic? If you can defeat me, you shall become the leader of the team. McGrady smiled, casting a furtive glance towards Kobe. Observing the rage etched on the face of the little flying hero filled him with delight. Previously, the dialogue between Ye Feng and Karl Malone had been scrutinized by eager media outlets, who enlisted lip-reading experts to interpret their exchanges, garnering significant attention. It was evident that McGrady also had a penchant for gossip, directly employing the tactics of the team's star player to garner interest. Why does everyone assume I'm leaving? Is it inconceivable that I would choose to remain with the Lakers? Ye Feng remarked, arching an eyebrow. Recently, everyone he encountered, be it coaches, players, or reporters, seemed convinced of his impending departure from the Lakers, which left him perplexed. Has the Lakers organization expressed a willingness to match your salary demands? McGrady countered. Kobe, who was about to speak, instantly silenced himself and turned his attention to Ye Feng. Both Kobe and O'Neal were unaware of the dynamics between Ye Feng and the management, and they were genuinely curious yet hesitant to inquire directly. With McGrady broaching the subject, they were keen to listen intently. I haven't even begun formal discussions with the management. Where does the notion of matching salaries come from? Ye Feng replied candidly. This revelation took McGrady by surprise. You haven't negotiated yet? Why should I rush into discussions? Understanding dawned upon him. Ye Feng exuded confidence. Not too shabby. In that moment, McGrady found himself admiring Ye Feng's self-assuredness and audacity. Were he in the same position, he doubted he would possess such resolve. The regular season is excessively lengthy, and the NBA arena is fraught with unforeseen occurrences. Seizing the moment when one is performing remarkably and the management is willing to offer lucrative contracts is a prospect most players in the NBA readily embrace, often without a second thought. Rarely does one encounter an individual like Ye Feng, who remains composed. He is nothing like a mere undrafted rookie still earning a minimum salary. This young man is ambitious and possesses an extraordinary level of self-confidence. Such a prodigy is unlikely to be content playing a secondary or tertiary role. Tracy McGrady's gaze is piercing, while Kobe Bryant appears contemplative. However, the sudden sound of a door opening soon shatters the silence. With a commanding presence, Vanessa, visibly irate and sporting a pronounced belly, appears at the corridor's entrance. Ye Feng reacts swiftly. Ahem, I seem to have left something in the locker room. Without waiting for Kobe and McGrady to respond, he hastily departs down the opposite corridor. That night, Ye Feng remains oblivious to what transpired with Kobe, only aware that the latter failed to attend the team's practice the following day, reportedly taking leave to be with Vanessa. Even the little flying warrior could not appease her after a whole night. With little energy to invest in Kobe's domestic affairs. Following the conclusion of the game against the Magic, the Lakers are poised to embark on a challenging 4-game road trip, which includes a back-to-back away game. For Ye Feng and his companions, this undoubtedly presents a formidable challenge. Chapter 58. The second place is the greatest loser, a continuation of grudges. The first opponent in this 4-game road trip is the Minnesota Timberwolves. Upon arriving smoothly in Minnesota, as soon as they stepped out of the airport, a biting cold wind struck them like a flurry of sharp blades, causing discomfort to the skin of Ye Feng and his companions. The temperature hovered around -10 degrees Celsius, an unbearable chill. The streets outside the airport were nearly deserted, an overwhelming sense of desolation enveloping them. In stark contrast, the winter warmth of Los Angeles felt like paradise. Kevin had astonishingly endured life in this city for 7 years, which was truly commendable. Ye Feng found himself increasingly admiring Garnett. If it were him, he would undoubtedly be unable to tolerate such an environment. The conditions were poor. The market for basketball was limited, and the team's management left much to be desired. In such a situation, even with a lucrative salary, there was little room for personal growth, making it hardly worth consideration. Hearing Ye Feng's lamentations, Shaquille O'Neal, shivering uncontrollably, urged, Feng, enough with the sentimentality. Let us hurry to the car. I cannot bear to stay in this wretched place for a second longer. I wish we could finish the game tonight and leave. Can't even withstand this little cold? Shaquille, you truly are pathetic, Ye Feng retorted. Among the entire Lakers team, only Kobe would speak to O'Neal in such a manner. Casting a disdainful glance, O'Neal replied, You would need to take off your jacket to have the right to say that to me. What a lowly provocation. Kobe tightened his thick down jacket, quickening his steps to enter the vehicle. O'Neal could hardly suppress an eye roll. This guy is insufferable. Why don't you give him a good thrashing? Ye Feng suggested playfully. O'Neal, taken aback, responded, Aren't you two friends? Indeed. What relevance does this have to my desire to witness Kobe being struck? It appears there is none. So, when do you intend to confront him? Upon hearing this, O'Neal found himself at a loss for words, tightening his clothing and swiftly boarding the vehicle. Ye Feng could not help but shake his head at the spectacle. All talk, yet none willing to engage in a true brawl. He then ascended into the warmth of the bus. Throughout the journey, the topic of confronting Kobe was left unspoken. It was merely idle chatter, after all. One could not truly engage in such an altercation. The entire team arrived at their lodgings without incident. Unlike previous visits to new cities, which often incited a desire to explore and seek thrills, this time in Minnesota, not a single Laker wished to venture outside. They all remained ensconced within the hotel. The coaching staff mirrored this sentiment, sharing the same reluctance to move. On the following evening, their match against the Timberwolves commenced punctually. Prior to the game, Ye Feng and his teammates could not resist venting their frustrations to Kevin Garnett regarding the harsh climatic conditions in Minnesota, only to be met with the disdainful gaze of the big ticket. This is just the beginning. Before long, Ye Feng and his companions grasped the profound implications of Garnett's words. The Timberwolves had shamelessly set the arena's heating to a notably low level. Garnett and his teammates were evidently well acquainted with this discomfort, their resilience akin to that of seasoned warriors against the chill, unaffected by the frigid environment. In stark contrast, Ye Feng and his team found themselves utterly frozen, their performance stifled from the outset of the match, as the Lakers collectively struggled to find their rhythm. Ye Feng was no exception. His shooting was subpar, forcing him to approach the basket as closely as possible before attempting a shot. However, whether driving to the hoop himself or passing to O'Neal and Kobe, his efficiency remained mediocre. The Timberwolves had implemented a targeted defensive strategy, causing them significant distress. By the end of the match, the Lakers' shooting percentage languished at a mere 39.2, while the Timberwolves boasted an almost 45 accuracy. The disparity in efficiency was stark. Ultimately, the Lakers succumbed to an 8-point defeat, left reeling by the sudden onslaught of such chill. The loss was particularly frustrating, leaving them yearning for a rematch. On the other hand, Kevin Garnett was in high spirits after the victory. He suddenly felt that remaining in Minnesota might not be such a bad choice after all, and he could utilize such tactics more frequently in the future. Unfortunately, by the time the playoffs commenced in April, such strategies would lose their effectiveness. Garnett's teasing remarks elicited a twitch at the corners of Ye Feng's mouth, yet he refrained from retaliating verbally, resolutely deciding that the next time they faced the Timberwolves in Los Angeles, he would ensure their defeat. This sentiment mirrored that of O'Neal and Kobe. The trio, accompanied by their teammates, hastily exited the arena, eager to leave without delay. During the post-game press conference, they expressed their disdain for the Timberwolves' unscrupulous tactics, lamenting that when faced with defeat, they resorted to underhanded methods. Upon returning to their hotel, the entire team promptly began packing their belongings. As an elder, Phil Jackson evidently has little resistance to the frigid climate of Minnesota. After obtaining unanimous consent from his players, he arranged for the team staff to charter a flight out of the icy city overnight. The journey began with a disappointing loss, the team falling victim to their opponent's cunning strategies, leaving everyone feeling deeply frustrated. To compound their woes, just a day later, they faced the Nets and suffered yet another defeat. The chill of Minnesota had not thawed in New Jersey. Shaquille O'Neal shot 5 of 19, Kobe Bryant 8 of 23, and Ye Feng 6 of 15, with all three displaying rather mediocre shooting percentages. The most efficient player on the team was Robert Horry, who managed a modest 4 of 8. However, this proved insufficient against the Nets, led by Jason Kidd, as the Lakers succumbed to a 4-point loss, marking their second consecutive defeat of the season. This was a rematch steeped in rivalry. Last season, the two teams had met in the finals, where the Lakers had swept the Nets to claim the championship, leaving the latter humiliated. This match marked the first encounter of the new season between the two teams. The Nets were well prepared, seizing victory and restoring their confidence. While the Lakers boasted formidable paper strength, they were not invincible. Even with the acquisition of Ye Feng, which addressed their most significant shortcoming, they remained vulnerable to defeat. As the vanquished, the Lakers had no words to express. They could only endure in silence. In competitive sports, the voice of the defeated is often rendered erroneous. Such is the stark reality of athletic competition. The Lakers, having suffered consecutive defeats on the road, now hold a record of 22 wins and 5 losses. And before they could fully settle into their position at the top of the Western Conference, they have been surpassed by the Mavericks, who stand at 23 wins and 4 losses, dropping the Lakers to second place. In this match, Ye Feng directly faced off against Kidd, profoundly experiencing the formidable prowess of this legendary point guard. While his scoring ability may be somewhat lacking, his skills in playmaking, defense, and rebounding are truly exceptional. It is no wonder that many media outlets and so-called experts have likened Ye Feng's development trajectory to that of Jason Kidd. The two are indeed remarkably similar at present. Ye Feng, however, has no time to dwell on this, as the grueling schedule provides little opportunity for the team to savor the bitter taste of defeat. The next game is already on the horizon. After concluding their match against the Nets, the Lakers swiftly flew to Philadelphia, the hometown of Kobe. They are set to face the 76ers, led by Iverson, in a back-to-back away game. This encounter is yet another rematch from the finals. The difference this time is that in the finals from 2 seasons ago, the 76ers at least managed to secure one victory, preserving some dignity. Of course, the 76ers would not share this sentiment. After finally reaching the finals, finishing as runners-up is viewed as a significant failure. How could they not bear a grudge? Against the Lakers, the 76ers are fully energized, determined to secure a victory. Meanwhile, the Lakers, having encountered 2 consecutive losses on the road, are in dire need of a win to uplift their spirits. Naturally, they are committed to fighting tooth and nail for this match. The stage is set for an epic showdown. Chapter 59, A Swift Victory. Iverson's self-doubt. Ye Feng is not a fan of Iverson, but the name of this basketball prodigy resonates profoundly. This is a warrior on the court who has epitomized personal heroism, and is one of the 4 prominent point guards currently active. At one point, he was even regarded as the strongest among them. Allen Iverson stands at the pinnacle of his career. Ye Feng initially wished to experience the formidable prowess of this fighter firsthand, but during the pre-game analysis session, Kobe proactively stepped forward, expressing his desire to take on the primary defensive role against Iverson. Philadelphia is the hometown of the Black Mamba, laden with sentimental ties. Likewise, Iverson holds a unique significance for Kobe. As the unequivocal number 1 pick of the illustrious 1996 draft, Iverson eclipsed numerous prodigies, among whom Kobe was included. Thus, the Black Mamba has always harbored a competitive spirit towards Iverson, aiming to demonstrate his superiority through a more powerful performance. During their previous encounter in the finals, his display was evidently overshadowed by Iverson's brilliance, with the team's triumph largely attributed to Shaquille O'Neal. Now, nearly 2 years later, an evidently improved Kobe is eager to reclaim the spotlight. Ye Feng harbors no objections. Iverson's prime still spans several years, affording him ample opportunities, and there is no rush. Ultimately, Phil Jackson acquiesced to Kobe's request. On the evening of December 20th, at the Wachovia Center, the much-anticipated match between the Lakers and the 76ers commenced as scheduled. During the jump ball, Shaquille O'Neal overpowered Todd, making first contact with the basketball and directing it towards his team's half. Ye Feng swiftly seized control of the ball, initiating the Lakers' offensive onslaught. With O'Neal's return, the Lakers seldom find themselves at a disadvantage during jump balls. As he dribbled past the halfway line, Ye Feng glanced at the focused and spirited Allen Iverson before him. Without hesitation, he attempted a forceful drive. To his surprise, he found that Iverson's explosive power far exceeded his own, with an exceptionally swift acceleration and a decisively agile approach. His defensive aggression was palpable, were it not for the infusion of the peak Magic Johnson template, which significantly enhanced his ball-handling skills. Ye Feng would likely struggle to maintain control of the ball. What astonished him most was Iverson's remarkable ability to contend, which seemed incongruous with his height and weight. Although he could not quite match up to Ye Feng, he undoubtedly stood at an exceptional level among point guards. With a sigh of admiration, Ye Feng seized the opportune moment when Iverson attempted a steal and shifted his weight to pivot and change direction, creating a 3-step distance between them. He directed his gaze toward the right, where Kobe habitually raised his hand high for the ball, but instead, the basketball was unexpectedly lobbed toward the rim. A colossal figure soared skyward, catching the pass with both hands and emphatically slamming the ball down into the hoop. Boom. The crowd was momentarily stunned by the spectacular alley-oop dunk. As the home fans regained their composure, boos and curses erupted from the stands. The 76ers quickly inbound the ball, attempting to initiate a fast break. However, Ye Feng and Kobe responded with remarkable speed, denying the opposing team any chance for a counterattack. On the defensive end, Kobe immediately sought out Iverson. Prior to the game, Kobe had clearly expressed his desire for a one-on-one opportunity with Iverson, requesting not to double-team him temporarily. Ye Feng, relishing the moment, cast a sidelong glance at the serious-faced Eric Snow beside him, opting to play the role of an observer on the court. At this stage, Kobe's defensive prowess undoubtedly ranks among the elite in the league, comparable in metrics to that of Iverson. Aside from strength, his other physical attributes are markedly superior. Overall, one might argue that his defensive capabilities exceed those of Iverson, particularly when confronting an opponent like Allen Iverson, who possesses a unique combination of power and explosive agility, which would render Kobe's defense more advantageous. However, even he cannot fully contain Iverson. The latter's explosiveness, coupled with his exceptional and consistent ball handling skills, allows him to execute astonishing, decelerating directional changes, earning him the moniker of ankle killer. Once he successfully initiates his movement, it often signifies the inevitability of defensive failure. Nevertheless, Iverson is not entirely insurmountable. There remain tactical points of vulnerability. In one-on-one scenarios, the only viable strategy is to apply relentless full-court pressure, denying him the opportunity to receive the ball or advance with it. During the 2001 NBA Finals, the Lakers employed this defensive technique to a degree that curtailed Iverson's performance. Tyronn Lue, in particular, elevated his value throughout this series by demonstrating his capability to guard Iverson effectively. As the game commenced, Kobe appeared reluctant to adopt such an aggressive strategy immediately, preferring instead to explore alternative approaches. This decision ultimately proved futile. Witnessing Iverson evade his defense, sprinting towards the Lakers' basket with the grace of a cheetah, even in the presence of Shaquille O'Neal, he audaciously launched himself into the air. Executing a layup that resulted in 2 points while careening out of bounds was nothing short of astonishing to Ye Feng. The intensity displayed was remarkable. Such fervor, a quintessential display of personal heroism. What of his teammates? They were entirely absent from the narrative. It is no wonder that so many admire Iverson. His style of play is undeniably captivating. Ye Feng, filled with admiration, contemplated as he raised his hand to receive the baseline pass, advancing steadily into the front court. With an undeniable advantage in the paint, there was no need for a fast break. Given that this was a back-to-back game on the road, their physical stamina was certainly not in their favor. Thus, a methodical approach was undoubtedly wise. Observing this, Phil Jackson on the Lakers bench nodded approvingly. Ye Feng's remarkable ball handling and playmaking abilities astonished him, filling him with delight. After much deliberation, he decided to elevate Ye Feng to the starting lineup, which proved to be extraordinarily effective. Not only did it fully unleash O'Neal's scoring prowess, but after a brief period of adjustment, Kobe also developed an exceptional chemistry with him. Throughout the match, Ye Feng's composed demeanor on the court greatly pleased the Zen master. What coach could resist such a player? On the court, O'Neal received a brilliant pass from Ye Feng and once again dominated his opponent with a powerful dunk. The score read 4-2, with the Lakers in the lead. The 76ers took possession of the ball. In this defensive possession, Kobe altered his strategy, opting to apply full-court pressure on Iverson, much to the dismay of the home crowd, which erupted in boos. Such a targeted approach in a regular season game warranted ire, and despite being a Philadelphian himself, Kobe was met with harsh criticism. The more he was jeered, the more resolute he became in his defensive mission. Iverson undoubtedly found himself in a predicament. However, having learned from the lessons of the 2001 finals, he refrained from solely relying on himself to confront the challenge head-on. Instead, he utilized his teammates for screens to shake off the defense, received the ball, and then executed a spectacular drive to the basket, launching himself into the air once more. Truly fearless, O'Neal asserted himself without hesitation, his hand rising to block decisively, causing Iverson to once again soar out of bounds, his layup falling short. The referee, timely in his judgment, blew the whistle, calling a foul on O'Neal. The formidable Shark was evidently dissatisfied, yet powerless to alter the ruling. Kobe too wore a frown of discontent. Realizing his defensive efforts against Iverson were futile, he promptly approached, saying, "Feng, let me take the next round." Ye Feng nodded, his gaze fixed on Iverson standing at the free throw line, a glimmer of respect flashing in his eyes. Iverson converted one of 2 free throws, his expression stern, clearly displeased with his performance. Aware that his free throw accuracy was subpar among guards, he regrettably acknowledged his lack of dedication to practice, a flaw beyond his height, his aversion to training. The score stood at 4-3, with the Lakers in possession. After advancing past half-court, Ye Feng executed a swift crossover with Kobe, delivering a hand-to-hand pass while seamlessly switching their defensive assignments. Confronted by Iverson, Kobe took a few powerful strides inward before executing a sudden stop and a fadeaway jumper, the ball swishing through the net. It was evident that Kobe's shooting touch was quite fine this game. This basket ignited Iverson's competitive spirit, and in the ensuing play, he mirrored Kobe's approach, sinking a mid-range shot. Kobe, naturally unwilling to concede, responded in kind. For the following minutes, the two engaged in a fierce scoring exchange. Faced with Iverson, who was neither as tall nor as hefty, and possessing a reliable mid-range shot, the 76ers' interior defense proved mediocre, allowing for a favorable success rate in driving to the basket, thus alleviating the overall pressure. Reflecting on Allen Iverson, the challenge becomes evident. With Shaquille O'Neal commanding the Lakers' interior, penetrating the paint feels akin to confronting an insurmountable mountain, dramatically elevating the difficulty of scoring. Furthermore, Iverson's shooting consistency pales in comparison to Kobe Bryant's, ultimately positioning him at a disadvantage in the contest for points. The disparity in the team's raw strength is stark. The Lakers hold a clear advantage. In the first quarter, Ye Feng hardly played, merely facilitating with 7 assists after penetrating the defense, while only attempting 3 shots, each of which he converted, yielding 6 points, 4 rebounds, and a steal. Such comprehensive statistics in a single quarter suggested that a triple-double was within reach. Yet, Ye Feng could not find joy in this performance. For the strength of the Philadelphia 76ers surpassed his expectations, not in superiority, but in their alarming weakness. Aside from Allen Iverson, there seemed to be no other player capable of posing a significant threat. Keith Van Horn, recently acquired in a trade, proved utterly ineffective, struggling to score efficiently against Shaquille's imposing presence in the paint, relying solely on perimeter shots. His performance echoed that of Dirk Nowitzki, yet he lacked the latter's scoring prowess. Former 6th Man of the Year, Aaron McKie, appeared lost on the court, with a shooting percentage falling below 40. The 1991st overall pick, Derek Coleman, possessed undeniable talent but suffered from a poor professional attitude, with his competitive form declining year after year, rendering him nearly obsolete. A team of such caliber as the 76ers poses no real threat. Meanwhile, throughout the first half, it was Kobe Bryant who primarily focused on guarding Iverson. In the second half, as Ye Feng began to relentlessly double-team and provide supplementary defense against Iverson's scoring efficiency plummeted precipitously. One-on-one, he was undeniably formidable. But against two defenders who were not only well-coordinated but also possessed exceptional defensive skills and athleticism, even someone as powerful as Iverson could not withstand the onslaught. The Lakers concluded the third quarter victorious, putting an end to their losing streak and halting their downward spiral. Observing that he fell just 2 rebounds short of a triple-double, Ye Feng felt a tumult of emotions. Was this triple-double truly beyond his grasp? On the other side, Iverson, having suffered defeat, wore a vacant expression, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of the previous finals against the Lakers. Comparing that match to the current one only deepened his despondency as he murmured in a voice audible only to himself, "Can I truly lead the 76ers to a championship?" Chapter 60. Am I really this popular? Choosing an agent, it should have been a joyous occasion, having secured victory with minimal effort and successfully halted the away losing streak. Yet, Ye Feng felt a sense of dissatisfaction, akin to finally securing a date with his dream goddess only to discover she was unable to enjoy ice-cold drinks that day. The 76ers were disappointingly lackluster, rendering the experience rather mundane. The truth also became evident. On the basketball court, no matter how formidable one's individual prowess, without reliable teammates, one could only dominate the weak. When faced with a truly strong team, the difficulty of securing a victory escalates dramatically. Even the peak version of Allen Iverson was not exempt from this reality. A team reliant on a single star finds itself in a most awkward predicament. An opponent does not need to completely restrain your singular prowess. It suffices to specifically diminish its efficacy. If the surrounding players fail to provide adequate support, victory becomes easily attainable. This match serves as a prime illustration. In the third quarter, as Ye Feng began to collaborate with Kobe in containing Iverson, the 76ers swiftly crumbled. After the game, Iverson wore a grave expression but graciously approached Ye Feng and his companions to exchange pleasantries. At the press conference, he candidly acknowledged the defeat, shouldering the responsibility without casting blame on his teammates. A true gentleman. Furthermore, he, alongside O'Neal and Kobe, lavished praise upon Ye Feng. This seems to have become a customary practice for the Lakers post-game, with opponents consistently accommodating. Ye Feng felt a sense of helplessness, truly apprehensive of being exalted to his detriment. A day later, in Toronto, at the Scotiabank Arena, the final battle of this away journey commenced. After McGrady's departure, Vince Carter bore the sole burden of leading the Raptors forward. As one of the premier shooting guards, Carter's prowess is undeniably exceptional. His remarkable dunking ability makes his games highly entertaining, and his popularity is immense. Ye Feng's most vivid recollection of Carter is that breathtaking one-handed dunk, simply mesmerizing. How could one dunk in such a fashion? This was Ye Feng's genuine reaction upon witnessing Carter's dunk for the first time. He had anticipated experiencing the flair of this UFO in the game, only to find that he was sidelined due to injury. Without Vince Carter, the Raptors resembled a formidable beast with its teeth extracted, significantly diminished in threat. Despite the exhausting journey and consecutive away games, the Lakers, though lacking peak physical condition and feeling fatigued, effortlessly secured victory on the road. With a record of 2 wins and 2 losses away from home, Ye Feng and his teammates returned to Los Angeles. The matchup against the Raptors marked the Lakers' final game of December. The team's season record concluded at 24 wins and 5 losses, firmly positioning them in second place in the Western Conference, trailing only the Mavericks. Although they did not ascend to the top, this record is undeniably impressive. With the return of Shaquille O'Neal, as anticipated, Ye Feng's share of the ball has diminished, leading to a decrease in his average points per game from 20 to 19.3, thus no longer being a member of the 20-point club. This decline is expected to continue, as fewer shot attempts naturally result in reduced scoring. In contrast to his scoring, Ye Feng's assists have seen a significant increase, now averaging over 10 assists per game. Playing alongside O'Neal and Kobe Bryant makes racking up assists remarkably effortless, especially with the former. Once the ball is delivered accurately, it almost guarantees an assist. Moreover, Ye Feng's defensive prowess remains formidable. As a point guard averaging 19.6 points, 10.3 assists, and 3.2 rebounds, his performance is nothing short of elite, embodying the essence of a two-way player. His outstanding contributions on the court earned him the accolade of Rookie of the Week for every week in December, and he is expected to clinch the Rookie of the Month award as well. In stark contrast, the second-place contender, Stoudemire, averages merely 14.8 points, presenting no substantial threat. In December, the prestigious Player of the Month award was bestowed upon Dirk Nowitzki of the Dallas Mavericks. The seasoned veteran led his team to remarkable achievements, securing the top position in both the Western Conference and the league. His personal statistics were impressive, averaging 24.6 points, 11.3 rebounds, 3.5 assists, and 1.3 blocks per game. This accolade was undoubtedly well-deserved. However, both Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal expressed their dissatisfaction with the decision. Particularly, Bryant, who averaged 30 points per game, felt slighted as his team's performance was only marginally inferior to that of Nowitzki's. He believed he was equally deserving of the honor, which left him quite displeased. Determined to elevate his efforts, Kobe was never one to settle for anything less than unanimous acclaim. Conversely, O'Neal, despite voicing his discontent, quickly dismissed the matter from his mind. Following a 5-day hiatus from games, coinciding with the new year, the team granted a 3-day break. O'Neal proclaimed that a celebration was imperative. Meanwhile, upon returning to Los Angeles, Ye Feng received a call from the team's general manager, Kupchak. Initially, he presumed this was a long-awaited discussion regarding his contract renewal, and he contemplated how to navigate the conversation. However, the reality was quite different. "Feng, you must find an agent." Kupchak's voice carried a tone of resignation. Various businesses were unable to reach Ye Feng directly, prompting some to approach him instead. What began as occasional calls gradually escalated to 7 or 8. And now had transformed into a barrage of daily inquiries, predominantly from China. Numerous brands aspire for Ye Feng to endorse their products. Most have presented direct offers. And while the prices are not exorbitant, the sheer volume is staggering. A rough calculation indicates that the total could exceed several $million, dwarfing the salary offered to Ye Feng by the Lakers by several multiples. With less than 30 games played this season, it is truly unfathomable to consider the earnings Ye Feng might accumulate if he sustains such remarkable performance throughout the season and if the Lakers clinch the championship. It is likely his income could multiply several times over, potentially reaching tens of millions of dollars. This is utterly astonishing. Reflecting on this, Kupchak suddenly felt that the contract renewal limit set by the owner for Ye Feng seemed rather low. the player might not even find it appealing. This was beyond the purview of a general manager's discretion. Promptly, he informed Old Bus, and overwhelmed by incessant calls from various businesses, Kupchak decided to reach out to Ye Feng directly. Am I really this popular? Ye Feng mused, realizing he had perhaps underestimated his own worth. It appeared he needed to find an agent and assemble his own team. To focus on his game and personal development, he would need to delegate matters beyond basketball to others. Lacking connections in the United States, Ye Feng sought advice from Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal regarding this situation. Both exhibited a remarkable synergy in recommending their respective agents to him. Ye Feng acknowledged their astute suggestions. Both Kobe's and O'Neal's agents expressed keen interest in Ye Feng. Had it not been for Kobe and O'Neal's prior intervention, they would have eagerly approached him much earlier. Now, Ye Feng has relented, and neither Kobe nor Shaquille O'Neal stands in his way any longer. They promptly come forward to recommend themselves. At the party hosted by O'Neal, Ye Feng meets with Kobe's agent, Rob Pelinka, and O'Neal's agent, Perry Rogers. Both individuals are well prepared, articulating their visions for Ye Feng's future development, expressing great optimism regarding his prospects. After attentively listening to their respective plans and philosophies, Ye Feng refrains from providing an immediate response. It is not until the conclusion of the party that he arrives at a decision. Pelinka and Rogers' strategies and development philosophies are largely similar. Throughout the event, Kobe and O'Neal merely connected with their respective agents, remaining silent otherwise. Their stance is unmistakably clear. They wish for Ye Feng to make his own choice. In the absence of any significant conflicts or discrepancies, Ye Feng ultimately opts for Kobe's agent, Pelinka. The rationale is straightforward. Pelinka's commission request is merely a modest one, 5, with a 5 cut from endorsements, both exceptionally low. In contrast, Rogers demands 2, 5 and 8. While the differences may appear slight, considering the astronomical figures that Ye Feng's salary and endorsement deals will likely reach in the future, each percentage point could entail millions of dollars. Who would decline the prospect of greater earnings? Naturally, the choice falls to the agent with the lower commission. Upon learning that he has been selected by Ye Feng, Pelinka is elated. That very evening, they sign the agent contract, formalizing their relationship. However, his joy is short-lived. After the public announcement of the phone number, numerous merchants who had long wished to connect with Ye Feng actively sought him out. A barrage of dozens, even hundreds, of calls inundated him. Pelinka was momentarily bewildered. Even Kobe had never enjoyed such popularity. After a brief period of confusion, Pelinka regained his composure, his excitement mounting. He had made the right bet. However, the thought of Ye Feng's explicit statement that he would only consider endorsements after the All-Star game left him feeling quite pained, as if he were deliberately pushing away money that had come knocking at his door. This only further solidified his resolve to treat Ye Feng with the utmost seriousness. A super talent capable of restraining his desires, backed by a vast market of over 1 billion people, promised an immeasurable future. As Ye Feng's agent, Pelinka knew that patience would undoubtedly lead to substantial rewards. Contemplating these matters filled Pelinka with immense exhilaration. Meanwhile, during the team's break, Ye Feng took a trip to Hollywood, not only to visit Jessica Alba on set, but also to prepare to welcome the new year together. Chapter 61. The Little Overlord Assembles. Comprehensive Enhancement. Almost all-star darling, what brings you here? Jessica Alba was taken by surprise at Ye Feng's sudden appearance on set, especially as he treated the entire crew to hot coffee, boosting his own standing. A wave of unprecedented happiness enveloped her. In this era of America, few people made such visits. The first time is always unforgettable. On that day, under the playful banter and flirtatious glances of the entire crew, Jessica departed early, driving with Ye Feng to the summit by the sea. The gentle sea breeze caressed their faces as they nestled together, sharing a kiss to welcome the new year. To avoid the possibility of being caught by lurking paparazzi, Ye Feng restrained his impulses and refrained from indulging in more intimate acts with Jessica in the car. The two, already deeply infatuated, endured nearly half an hour before hastily returning to the hotel. This evening, Jessica Alba was particularly proactive and passionate. However, while Ye Feng reveled in the tender affection of the beautiful woman, Amare Stoudemire, who found himself suppressed and ranked second in the Rookie of the Year standings, was cornered by an overly inquisitive reporter on the street. After having consumed a bit too much alcohol, the young star displayed his displeasure. Feng? He merely had the benefit of good fortune. If I were playing alongside Shaquille and Kobe, my statistics would undoubtedly be more impressive. Numbers do not fully encapsulate a player's true prowess. The Lakers' outstanding performance is indeed commendable, but it is primarily due to Shaquille and Kobe's contributions, with little to do with Feng. The Rookie of the Year award should not rely solely on statistics and team success. I believe the selection criteria should be revised. We will soon face the Lakers in back-to-back games, and the court will reveal the truth of who is truly superior. You will know shortly. Initially, Stoudemire's remarks were merely the uninhibited musings of someone intoxicated, spoken to a reporter from a tabloid, and he paid little heed to them before heading home to sleep. Little did he anticipate the significant repercussions that would ensue. It escalated. Stoudemire has underestimated the current prominence and influence of Ye Feng, as well as the Lakers' management's regard for him, and even more so, the esteem in which O'Neal and Kobe hold him. As the most celebrated and outstanding representative of the Dragon Nation and the Asian community in the NBA today, Ye Feng has captured the admiration of numerous Asian basketball enthusiasts and aspiring young players in the United States. He has unequivocally demonstrated that individuals of Asian descent are not inferior to their black and white counterparts in the realm of basketball. Following Stoudemire's direct criticism of Ye Feng, Asian fans and young players in America reacted vehemently. Upon recognizing this situation, the Lakers' official response was remarkably swift, promptly voicing their support for Ye Feng. Feng is one of the core players of the team, and his contributions are indispensable to our remarkable success. The opportunity to enhance their rapport with fans was not one the Lakers management would overlook. In the afternoon, upon receiving the news, O'Neal and Kobe also publicly expressed their support. O'Neal stated, Feng has demonstrated through 32 games of consistent and outstanding performance that the current Lakers are not merely the OK duo. We now possess an even more formidable KOF combination. And Feng is essential. Kobe added, Amare is indeed talented, but there is no doubt that Feng is the strongest rookie of this season. Other players within the Lakers organization also voiced their support for Ye Feng. The entire Purple and Gold Legion has reached a remarkable consensus on this matter. Even those players who secretly harbor jealousy and disdain towards Ye Feng have chosen to lend their support, showcasing the team's extraordinary unity. At this juncture, anyone who dares to dissent would likely find themselves swiftly expelled. On the Suns' side, they undoubtedly stand firmly behind their players. Despite the fact that this debacle can be traced back to Stoudemire's reckless remarks, the momentum cannot be allowed to falter. Consequently, both teams possess an unmistakable sense of confrontation, akin to a standoff. The upcoming matches between the Lakers and the Suns, originally anticipated as mere routine regular season games, have now been imbued with a unique significance: the Rookie of the Year showdown. Ye Feng versus Stoudemire. The NBA League is subtly fueling this discussion, further intensifying the excitement surrounding the matchups. It is anticipated that the outcomes of these two games, along with the statistical performances of Ye Feng and Stoudemire, will garner substantial attention, elevating their popularity to new heights. Conversely, the losing party may find themselves adversely affected by this surge in visibility. Ye Feng had actually become aware of this situation the following morning, but paid it little mind. However, as the team took the field, with fans actively defending their interests and the league discreetly promoting the narrative, the situation escalated dramatically. Upon returning to the team after spending 2 days in tender moments with Jessica, and on the very day they resumed their quest in the regular season, he arrived at the arena only to be approached by O'Neal, who stated unequivocally, "Brother, in the upcoming 2 games, with the league's premier center, the Big Shark, setting screens and establishing position for you, just feel free to drive into the paint. No longer suppress your desire for scoring. Showcase your prowess and let everyone know that you are undoubtedly the finest rookie and an indispensable core player of our team." Kobe's expression was earnest. Before Ye Feng could respond, Phil Jackson, who had just emerged from the corridor, clapped his hands, capturing everyone's attention and fixing his gaze directly on Ye Feng. Feng, in the upcoming 2 matches against the Suns, you shall possess unlimited freedom to shoot. Feeling somewhat moved by such recognition, Ye Feng was also a bit surprised at the seriousness exhibited by both his teammates and the coaching staff. Initially, Ye Feng believed that, even without special consideration, his abilities would allow him to outperform Stoudemire, provided no extraordinary mishaps occurred. Yet now, from the coaching staff to the players, everyone seemed poised to assist him in amassing impressive statistics. What could Ye Feng do but agree? Such opportunities are rare, and he was eager to discover the limits of his capabilities. Nearly a month had passed since he unlocked and integrated the peak Magic Johnson template. With the intense competition of the regular season, combined with daily training and extra practice, the integration of both the Ben Wallace and Magic templates had significantly advanced. Accompanying Ye Feng, all attributes have experienced varying degrees of enhancement, specifically as follows. Ye Feng, age, 19 years, gender, male, height, 194 centimeters, weight, 87 kilograms, wingspan, 205 centimeters, strength, 90, 92, speed, 85, 87, stamina, 94, 98, explosiveness, 83, 86, coordination, 88, 92, dunking, 86, 88, layup, 90, 96, mid-range shooting, 82, 86, three-point shooting, 73, 80, free throws, 81, 84, ball handling, 92, 99, breakthrough, 85, 87, passing, 92, 99, defense, 92, 95, rebounding, 93, 97, overall rating, 89, NBA star, evaluation, a nearly all-star caliber point guard with a weakness in three-point shooting. The most significant improvements are undoubtedly in ball handling and passing, both surpassing the 90 mark and currently standing at a commendable 92. It is indeed a testament to the maximum value of 99 points, as the difficulty of overcoming the bottleneck is considerably less than that of other attributes. It is foreseeable that these two aspects will be among the fastest to enhance among Ye Feng's numerous attributes exceeding 90 points. Naturally, aside from passing and ball handling, all of Ye Feng's other attributes have also experienced some degree of improvement. In just a month, such comprehensive and substantial progress has left Ye Feng immensely satisfied. With great confidence, he looks forward to the upcoming match against the Suns. Reality afforded him little time for preparation. The day after the team reconvened following their break, the entire Lakers squad embarked on a journey to Phoenix, where they were set to face the Suns. Chapter 62. Rookie, you pale in comparison to Maple currently. The Suns boast a record of 20 wins and 12 losses, placing them 7th in the Western Conference. This performance can only be deemed mediocre, and it may not suffice for a playoff berth. Nevertheless, the Suns roster is undeniably formidable. Shawn Marion and Stephon Marbury are both undisputed stars in the prime of their careers, each averaging 20 points per game this season. Together, they contribute an impressive 40 points to the Suns' scoring average. Moreover, this season, the Suns have also acquired Amare Stoudemire, a physically explosive and exceptionally talented rookie who has significantly bolstered their previously lacking interior strength. Coupled with the seasoned veteran Anthony Hardaway and the promising Joe Johnson, the Suns possess a commendable lineup on paper. Regrettably, despite the presence of such talented players, they have failed to establish a harmonious chemistry on the court. The crux of the issue lies with the team's core, Shawn Marion and Stephon Marbury. Both believe they should be the unequivocal leaders of the Suns, leading to a mutual rivalry that hinders their cooperation. Moreover, the management of the Suns remains indecisive, unable to commit to a particular player's ascendance, resulting in a team that should possess formidable competitive prowess but has yet to realize its full potential. Given the mediocre performance this season, such circumstances are, regrettably, understandable. Faced with such an adversary, Ye Feng finds himself at a loss for justifiable reasons for defeat. However, his aspirations extend beyond mere victory. The team has granted him unrestricted authority to unleash his capabilities, thus he must secure a resounding triumph. This applies equally to both the team and himself. At this moment, within the Footprint Center, the players from both teams have taken to the court. Your good fortune shall come to an end tonight. With a disdainful snort, Stoudemire turned and walked away. Observing this, Ye Feng felt no anger, but rather amusement. Has this fellow delved too deeply into his role? Does he hold himself in such high regard? Considering the Suns' roster strength and Stoudemire's performance this season, what fuels his arrogance and confidence? Ye Feng believes it is essential to confront him with the harshness of reality. The game is about to commence. The Lakers maintain their previous starting lineup, with Ye Feng firmly established as a starter, while Derek Fisher remains unperturbed, comfortably assuming his role as a backup. There is no room for discontent, as he cannot compete with Ye Feng. The Suns have deployed a starting lineup featuring Scott Williams, Amare Stoudemire, Anthony Hardaway, Shawn Marion, and Stephon Marbury. With stars, promising rookies, seasoned veterans, and a reliable center, their lineup appears quite formidable. Beep. Without keeping the spectators waiting for too long, the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the game. The basketball was tossed high into the air. Shaquille O'Neal, with unwavering focus, leaped as the ball began to descend, overpowering Stoudemire to be the first to touch it. The Lakers launched their offensive. The ball swiftly found its way into the hands of Ye Feng. Instead of the usual methodical approach of waiting for O'Neal to position himself before striking, Ye Feng seized the moment, initiating a rapid advance. As Stephon Marbury approached, he was violently shoved aside, nearly falling to the ground, stumbling back several steps before regaining his balance. What immense strength this rookie possesses. His expression fell, feeling humiliated by a first-year player, naturally resulting in a sour mood. With no time to dwell on the opponent's feelings, Ye Feng charged towards the basket. A few steps away, Sean Marion hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided against abandoning his defensive Kobe. Stoudemire, arriving just beneath the basket, felt a surge of confidence and moved in to confront Ye Feng, determined to impart a significant lesson. He regretted his earlier bravado that had amplified the situation. It affected not only himself but also the team, leading to a stern talk with the head coach, leaving him quite displeased. However, since the situation had unfolded, he resolved to make the best of it. Stoudemire remained confident in his abilities, recalling his previous victory over Ye Feng in the preseason, where he had discerned the rookie's weaknesses clearly. Lacking a stable shooting technique, his scoring relied solely on powerful dunks and layups. When confronted with a formidable interior presence, his offensive prowess would significantly diminish. After all, was he not a strong interior player? The advantage lay with me, thought Stoudemire. In a mere fraction of a second, as he was momentarily distracted, Ye Feng had already arrived before him, exhibiting no hesitation or pause, and leaned against him directly. With the momentum from his forward thrust and his inherent strength, the instant their bodies collided, it was evident that Ye Feng held the upper hand. The once self-assured Stoudemire was now filled with disbelief. It had only been 2 months since their preseason encounter, yet how had Ye Feng's strength increased so dramatically? This defied logic. Reflecting on the highlight reels he had watched prior to the game, Stoudemire had initially scoffed at Ye Feng. Now, however, he felt a painful sting of embarrassment. It was not that the players Ye Feng faced were weak, but rather that Ye Feng was overwhelmingly strong. With a powerful shove, Ye Feng effortlessly executed a graceful layup, evading the outstretched hand of the retreating defender who attempted to block him. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the basketball obediently swished through the net. As he landed smoothly, observing Stoudemire, who struggled to regain his balance against the backboard, Ye Feng maintained an air of calm. Is that all? Stoudemire felt underestimated. In the ensuing play, he immediately positioned himself in the paint against Robert Horry. Firmly establishing his ground and raising his right hand to demand the ball, his gaze resolute and menacing. As a prodigy, he could not allow himself to be overshadowed by a rookie in direct confrontation. He was determined to retaliate. However, on the Suns' side, the ball handler, Stephon Marbury, completely disregarded Stoudemire, his gaze fixed on his opponent. Ye Feng, rookie, you are quite arrogant. So what? Ye Feng maintained a calm demeanor. With a swift motion, he advanced, akin to a serpent coiling around its prey. Having previously felt Ye Feng's strength, Marbury was not foolish enough to engage in a direct clash. He shifted his hips and made a sudden pivot. With remarkable explosiveness coupled with exceptional ball-handling skills, Marbury swiftly found himself alongside Ye Feng. Young coach Marbury's breakthrough is quite sharp, Ye Feng mused. Prepared for this, he was not easily shaken off, quickly adjusting his footwork and center of gravity, remaining just a half step behind while continuing to exert defensive pressure. Noticing this situation, Marbury's lips curled into a slight smirk. Not bad defensively. Then, from just inside the free throw line, he abruptly stopped and jumped, but before he could release the shot, a hand appeared before him, aimed directly at his eyes. Just as the palm was about to make contact, Marbury released the ball, his expression shifting. Rebound. Duong. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, failing to find its mark. Beneath the Lakers' basket, Stoudemire, who had not gained possession, was infuriated but remained composed, recognizing that as a rookie in the team, he could not provoke Marbury. Since the team's star refused to pass him the ball, he resolved to seize it himself, forcibly pushing aside Robert Horry to seize a favorable position. Stoudemire leaped with determination towards the descending basketball, his eyes shimmering with confidence. He aimed to snatch the rebound and execute a powerful putback dunk, seeking to reclaim his pride after being outplayed by Ye Feng moments earlier. Just as his hands were about to make contact with the ball, a large hand suddenly appeared in his line of sight, effortlessly snatching the basketball from his fingertips. My goodness! Stoudemire seethed with fury, his gaze filled with menace as he turned to confront the instigator. Before him stood the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, his expression fierce and imposing. Well, that was an interruption, O'Neal remarked, having secured the ball and immediately passing it to a teammate while casting a glance at Stoudemire. Rookie, you are nowhere near the level of Feng. Stoudemire was taken aback, his outrage simmering just beneath the surface. Had it been anyone else, he would have surely retaliated verbally or even physically. However, facing O'Neal, with his robust physique and intimidating demeanor, Stoudemire opted for a more prudent approach. He refrained from responding verbally and swiftly turned to retreat on defense. His gaze fixated on his own half of the court. In his line of sight was Ye Feng, advancing the ball with remarkable speed, accompanied by Kobe, who was drawing Shawn Marion away from Feng. This scenario undoubtedly evoked envy within him. In contrast, his own situation with the Suns was far from comparable. As for Ye Feng, with Shawn Marion distracted by Kobe, the remaining players on the Suns posed little threat to him, including the relentless Marbury, who was determined to intercept the ball. As he stepped inside the three-point line, Ye Feng executed a graceful three-step jump, engaging in a physical contest with Marbury midair. Triumphantly, he prevailed. This mild confrontation bore little impact on Ye Feng, who, with a full leap, grasped the basketball with one hand, spun it in the air, and forcefully slammed it into the hoop, adding 2 points to his tally. The Lakers surged ahead with a score of 4-0. Chapter 63. Remember the momentum. Have you consulted me? The Suns held possession. Stephen Marbury dribbled past the half-court line. Faced with Ye Feng's staunch defense, Coach Marbury sought to evade the quagmire of entanglement, which was both time-consuming and laborious. Just as he prepared to initiate his move, Stoudemire swiftly stepped in to provide a screen against Ye Feng. Well done, showing initiative. Marbury adeptly shed his defender but was immediately met with Kobe's timely assistance, causing a flicker of irritation. One after another, it seemed incessant. Despite the competition with Marion for the team's leadership, Marbury decisively passed the ball. Upon receiving it, Marion prepared to shoot, only to realize that Ye Feng had already closed in. Ignoring the disparity in height and weight, Ye Feng pressed up against him without hesitation, initiating a physical confrontation. As a small forward with commendable athleticism, Shawn Marion preferred to avoid physical clashes and lacked the capacity for individual ball handling, relying heavily on assists. He was indeed a player suited for off-ball tactics. Suddenly ensnared by Ye Feng, Marion found himself at a loss for effective options. He certainly could not force a difficult shot against such defense. He promptly shifted the basketball to the center. Stoudemire, who had just set a screen for Marbury, made a swift cut toward the basket, raising his hand to receive the pass as he prepared for a thunderous dunk. However, he was confronted by the imposing figure of O'Neal, whose massive hand loomed like a paddle, ready to block the shot. The sheer force of Stoudemire's core strength allowed him to alter his motion midair, transitioning from a dunk to a pass, albeit with a somewhat awkward execution that betrayed a lack of body coordination. Nevertheless, the pass was executed with precision. Stoudemire felt a sense of satisfaction with his quick thinking. But soon, smack, a Lakers player he least wanted to encounter appeared in the passing lane and executed a steal. It was none other than Ye Feng. The moment Stoudemire cut in to receive the ball, Ye Feng had noticed O'Neal poised to make a move. Trusting in the dominance of the big shark, he deliberately distanced himself from Marion, positioning himself strategically between the two passing lanes. To his surprise, his gamble paid off. Watch out! Kobe's urgent warning echoed. Ye Feng instinctively shifted the ball to his other hand. Marbury unexpectedly appeared at his side, reaching in to attempt to steal, but Ye Feng deftly evaded him. Remaining vigilant, he sensed hurried footsteps approaching from the other side. With a flick of his left hand, he skillfully passed the ball through Marbury's legs, sending it accurately into Rick Fox's hands. Seizing the moment, Ye Feng surged forward into the offensive zone. The Lakers launched a fast break. Kobe controlled the ball, dribbling past half-court, and executed a seamless pick-and-roll with O'Neal. As everyone anticipated that Kobe would take the shot or drive to the basket, The agile little flying warrior unexpectedly chose to discreetly pass the basketball into Shaquille O'Neal's hands. The formidable big shark, positioned high, executed a lob pass towards the rim. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, who had initially trailed Marbury to the corner beyond the three-point line, seized the moment when Kobe and O'Neal crossed paths. After a feint towards a 45-degree angle, he swiftly changed direction and darted towards the basket, catching Coach Marbury off guard. With a powerful leap, he received O'Neal's pass and completed an emphatic dunk. Boom! The thunderous, gravity-defying slam incited a scattered applause from the home crowd, who soon realized the magnitude of the moment and erupted into boos. Ye Feng had already amassed 6 points, igniting his offensive prowess while also contributing significantly on defense, propelling his team to a 6-0 lead over the Suns. In stark contrast, Stoudemire appeared somewhat lackluster, with no comparison to the two current performances. With the Suns in possession, Marbury, eager to break the scoring drought, disregarded the calls from Marion and Stoudemire, opting for a forceful drive. However, Ye Feng's defensive positioning and footwork were impeccable, preventing Marbury from slipping past him. The likelihood of a successful shot was minimal. Aware of this, Marbury sought to penetrate the paint, but as he entered the key, he found himself ensnared by a joint effort from O'Neal and Robert Horry. With 3 defenders on one, Kobe and Rick Fox maneuvered to intercept any potential passes. The Lakers had woven an intricate web of defense around Marbury. It was over. Marbury regretted his impulsiveness, but it was too late. Seizing the fleeting moment when the opponent was distracted, Ye Feng extended his hand into the blind spot, successfully making contact with the basketball and sending it soaring away. Robert Horry retrieved the ball, lifting it high while bracing himself with his formidable elbows. Though his intimidation factor did not rival that of Shaquille O'Neal, it was sufficient to shield the ball. After surveying the situation on the court, Uncle Horry opted to pass the ball to Kobe. The Suns soon discerned that the Lakers intended to focus their plays around Ye Feng, naturally shifting their defensive attention predominantly towards him. Simultaneously, they pondered whether they should be more considerate towards their young teammate, granting him more opportunities. Stoudemire chimed in, affirming, "Yes, indeed, we must." The Lakers launched another counterattack. Kobe, with the ball in hand, executed a vigorous drive towards the basket, not opting for his usual forceful shot, but instead delivering a precise pass through the crowded defense. Positioned just inside the three-point line at the right corner, Ye Feng received the pass, bending his knees and leaping upwards, his gaze fixed intently on the hoop. At the apex of his jump, he flicked his wrist and released the ball. It traced a graceful parabolic arc through the air, ultimately crashing into the hoop amidst the collective gaze of the audience. Swish! The net rippled as the mid-range shot found its mark, adding 2 points to Ye Feng's tally. With his mid-range shooting attribute now at an impressive 82 points, his accuracy in the absence of defenders had become quite commendable. Ye Feng reveled in the opportunity to experiment with his shooting during the game, provided the chances were favorable. Attempts at forced shots were still beyond his current capabilities. Shoot boldly. The big shark will grab the rebound. Shaquille O'Neal grinned, his enthusiasm palpable. Beside him, Kobe offered encouragement. Do not fear missing your shots. Be more confident. Your mid-range game has already developed practical capabilities. Ye Feng felt a sudden surge of emotion, such as the allure of brotherhood in basketball. A few steps away, Robert Horry and Rick Fox, while envious, felt no jealousy. Ye Feng's strength and potential merited this treatment. The current score stood at 8 o'clock. The Suns called for a timeout. If the game continued in this manner, the player's mental state would surely deteriorate. This timeout proved to be quite timely. By this point, even spectators with little understanding of the game could discern that Ye Feng's performance on the court far surpassed that of Stoudemire. If the entire match continued in such a fashion, the so-called Rookie of the Year debate, which had been heatedly discussed over the past few days, would be rendered a farce. What could Stoudemire possibly compare to Ye Feng? The timeout soon concluded, and the players returned to the court. The Suns regained possession. Marbury, still in control, appeared remarkably composed this time, using a screen to shake off Ye Feng's relentless defense. Faced with Kobe, who came to assist immediately, he resisted the urge to pass and attempted to drive, only to find that, like Ye Feng, he was equally troublesome to elude. Once Shaquille O'Neal turned his attention to him, Marbury seized the moment to pass to Anthony Hardaway, who, despite having a notable reputation, had a rather subdued presence on the court. As a former teammate, O'Neal felt a complex mix of emotions seeing Hardaway, now plagued by frequent injuries, increasingly fragile, and his skills evidently diminished, relegated to the role of a supporting player. After all, Hardaway had once been his brother. The conflict lies not with Hardaway, but rather with the management of the Magic. The relationship between the two is predominantly one of competition. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, O'Neal resolved to concentrate solely on the game. Confronting Rick Fox's defense, the once formidable and explosive Anthony Hardaway, now lacking in vigor, feigned a turn to drive inward before unexpectedly dishing out a pass. In motion without the ball, Shawn Marion received the pass beyond the three-point arc at the corner and decisively leapt to release a three-pointer. The choice of shot was impeccable, executed with remarkable speed. However, his shooting form was undeniably awkward. As the defending Ye Feng swiftly arrived to contest, he leaped instinctively to obscure Marion's view. Despite the height and wingspan disparity, Marion's explosiveness was equally commendable, and in his hurried ascent, he was unable to secure a block. Swish! The sound echoed as the basketball seamlessly glided through the net, sending ripples across the mesh. Without a doubt, it was a successful three-pointer. Marion clenched his fist, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Nevertheless, the Lakers offered no respite for the Suns to revel in their moment. They quickly executed a baseline inbounds play. Ye Feng received the ball, elegantly pivoted to evade Marbury's gamble for a steal, and dribbled swiftly across the midcourt. With a long bounce pass that sliced through the Suns' entire defensive line, he accurately delivered the ball into Kobe's hands. The little flying warrior caught the pass and, with composure, executed a two-handed slam for the score. The tally stood at 10-3. Just as the Suns were beginning to shake off their scoring drought and build momentum, their spirits were abruptly quashed. The sensation of discomfort was palpable. Observing the situation, Ye Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. Want to gain momentum? Did you consult me first? Meanwhile, the head coach of the Suns observed the high-fiving and celebrating defense of Ye Feng and Kobe, ultimately fixating his gaze on Ye Feng. Unable to suppress his astonishment, can he truly be a rookie? With his defensive prowess, ability to drive, and remarkable shooting skills, coupled with exceptional playmaking, is he really just a first-year novice? Chapter 64. Ye Feng's disappointment, a serious consequence at this moment. The inner thoughts of the Suns' head coach were entirely beyond Ye Feng's comprehension. In this match, the entire Lakers team had centered their strategy around him, granting him complete control over the ball. He could play as he wished, a luxury that felt utterly delightful. No wonder everyone aspired to be the leader, to become the tactical nucleus of the team. The sensation was entirely different. Ye Feng mused, who wouldn't relish being revered in such a manner. Not lingering on these thoughts, he quickly refocused on the game. Such opportunities were certainly rare for him this season, and he was uncertain if he would encounter a second chance. Naturally, Ye Feng intended to cherish this moment fully. As for the so-called competition for Rookie of the Year against Stoudemire, that notion had long since been cast aside. The future powerhouse possessed immense strength, yet at present, he was merely average. He still fell short of the star caliber, let alone the fact that Ye Feng had already surpassed the pinnacle of stardom, reaching the threshold of a semi-all-star. According to the system's classification of professional players, the only tiers above him were all-star, superstar, and the basketball god. The disparity was vast, rendering any comparison futile. In Ye Feng's eyes, Stoudemire had long faded from significance. He merely wished to savor the game. Fully immersed in the competition, Ye Feng exhibited an exceptionally high level of skill on both the offensive and defensive ends. This remarkable performance caught the attention of several head coaches and assistant coaches within the league, leaving them in awe. Previously playing as a supportive role alongside Kobe and O'Neal, his true potential was not fully revealed. Now, as Ye Feng steps into a pivotal role as the tactical nucleus of the team, his comprehensive individual capabilities speak for themselves. However, what is most astonishing is his leadership quality. He has unequivocally demonstrated the prowess to be the strategic cornerstone of the team. Moreover, at just 19 years old, turning 20 in 3 months, he is in the prime of his developmental years, with the potential for further growth. Initially, the teams that had their sights set on Ye Feng were predominantly those with aspirations for the championship. Now, however, many struggling teams, lacking foundational core players, are captivated by his brilliance. For them, the prospect of acquiring a ready-made cornerstone like Ye Feng is far more appealing than risking everything in the draft. Phil Jackson, The head coach of the Lakers has also recognized this truth. Amidst his pride and joy, there lingers a tinge of urgency. The game continues without pause. As the first quarter swiftly concluded, Ye Feng took to the court with fervor, attempting 11 shots and successfully sinking 8 of them, alongside 2 flawless free throws, totaling an impressive 18 points. He also contributed 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals, an all-encompassing and efficient performance that can only be described as flawless. In stark contrast, Stoudemire managed a meager 2 points and 2 rebounds, leaving much to be desired. The disparity has become so pronounced that the audience and fans have ceased discussions regarding the competition for Rookie of the Year. Given the current state of this match, it is highly probable that Ye Feng has already secured this honor, even with the season not yet reaching its midpoint. His prowess is indeed overwhelming. In the first quarter, the Lakers established a significant lead, finishing at 29-17, a 12-point advantage that was strikingly evident. As the second quarter commenced, Ye Feng continued to lead the team's bench players, wielding unrestrained authority on the court and maintaining his dominant performance. Despite the Suns keeping Marbury on the floor, they were unable to close the gap. By the time Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal entered the game, the lead had further extended to 16 points. With the OK Duo's appearance, the Suns faced a relentless barrage both inside and outside the arc, their fighting spirit long extinguished. Observing the deficit swell beyond 20 points, Ye Feng could not help but sigh. It seems a triple-double is out of reach this game. Indeed, this was the case, as the Lakers led by 23 points at halftime. In the second half, Ye Feng played for less than half a quarter before being substituted. He did not return to the game, as the remaining time devolved into garbage time. The Suns immediately replaced their lineup with all substitutes, effectively conceding defeat. Phil Jackson, of course, would not allow Ye Feng to remain on the court to inflate his statistics further. Such an endeavor would be far too conspicuous. Ye Feng had no interest in such antics. Consequently, his individual statistics for this match were finalized at 25 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. In less than 25 minutes of playing time, Ye Feng delivered an impressively comprehensive and outstanding performance, leaving a profound impression on all spectators of the match. By the time the domestic audience became aware of the ongoing discussions surrounding Ye Feng and Stoudemire, as well as the outcome of the game against the Suns, an hour had already passed since the match concluded. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Are the American media truly blind? That African-American center managed to score only 5 points in this game, while Ye Feng accumulated 25 points in under 25 minutes. Can there be any comparison between the two? It is perplexing that they would be juxtaposed in a so-called Rookie of the Year debate. What does the opponent possess that could possibly measure up to Ye Feng? Ye Feng is undeniably formidable. Given the opportunity, he can score effortlessly. His defensive intensity remains high, and his playmaking skills are exceptionally refined. He has even developed a reliable mid-range shot, demonstrating an all-around capability that is nothing short of remarkable. I have begun to envision the splendid partnership of him alongside Yao Ming in the national team. What a beautiful sight that would be. Yao has now adapted to the intensity and rhythm of the NBA, consistently achieving double-doubles in recent games, occasionally even showcasing performances reminiscent of 2010. No one dares to label him as a bust any longer. However, he still cannot rival Ye Feng's prowess. The Lakers are experiencing an impressive surge this season, boasting a commendable roster and a promising chance at clinching a 4th consecutive championship, while Yao continues to strive to help his team secure a playoff berth. Speaking of which, the NBA All-Star Weekend voting is about to commence. We must ensure that both Ye Feng and Yao Ming receive our votes. No doubt, we have a significant number of supporters. In this era, when the internet had yet to become widespread, forums had already begun to flourish. Within the largest basketball forum in the country, fans engaged in fervent discussions. Their focus swiftly shifted to the impending All-Star Weekend voting. As the current face of the NBA in China, Ye Feng and Yao Ming undoubtedly stood to gain the most from this event. As for Wang Zhijiwell, having only averaged 10 minutes of playing time per game with the Clippers, it was evident he had not been utilized effectively, and his presence in the domestic arena was likewise minimal, partly due to being sidelined by the authorities. Such circumstances were indeed unfortunate. While fans passionately debated these matters, the Basketball Association was also deliberating on Ye Feng, whose burgeoning fame in the NBA had become uncontrollable within the nation. The discussion was straightforward. Should Ye Feng be integrated into the national team, and if so, when? In contrast to the currently thriving Yao Ming and the promising and formidable Ye Jianlian in the men's basketball frontcourt, the aging and declining state of the backcourt players raised considerable concerns. There were those who were old and those who were young, yet none who inspired confidence. In this context, Ye Feng's sudden rise could potentially remedy this issue. However, he was not a product of the domestic training system, had no relatives or friends in the country, and was still competing in the NBA. Compared to the tightly controlled Yao Ming, there were numerous reservations surrounding his inclusion. The decision of whether to incorporate him remained a matter for further consideration. However, one thing is certain: unlike Deji, they can no longer contend with Ye Feng. Attempting to handle Ye Feng as they did with De Yao is simply unfeasible. Thus, they must find a compromise that is acceptable to all. Ye Feng's attitude and demands are of paramount importance. Unbeknownst to him, after concluding the away game against the Suns, they hurried back to Los Angeles. That very evening, they faced the Suns once more at the Staples Center. Playing at home, Ye Feng retained his unbridled freedom to shoot. It was evident that the Suns had not yet recovered from their defeat the previous night. Their performance was quite lackluster, especially as they were once again playing away. Initially, there was hope that Stoudemire might rejuvenate his spirit, making the match somewhat interesting, but to everyone's dismay, he faltered. Ye Feng felt a profound disappointment, and the consequences were grave. After 3 quarters of play, and having been on the court for less than 25 minutes, Ye Feng delivered an impressive stat line of 26 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, an outstanding performance indeed. With ease, he led the team to a second consecutive victory over the Suns, earning the lion's share of the credit. The competition for Rookie of the Year had devolved into a farce. Not only did they lose the game, but Stoudemire also suffered a personal defeat, leaving him utterly dejected. Chapter 65, Fierce Rivals. A game that cannot be lost. Following their effortless consecutive victories over the Suns, Ye Feng and his team had little time for rest or celebration. A day later, a formidable opponent arrived. The Kings, currently boasting a record of 22 wins and 8 losses, ranking 4th in the Western Conference. The Kings, boasting the talents of superstars Mike Bibby, Chris Webber, and Peja Stojakovic, along with the formidable skills of role players such as Vlade Divac, Jim Jackson, and Doug Christie, possess a remarkably robust roster. Their prowess stands in stark contrast to the Suns, a team rich in star power, yet lacking effective cohesion. Not only does the Kings lineup exude strength, but head coach Rick Adelman's exceptional coaching acumen further enhances their capabilities. By employing the sophisticated Princeton offense, he has successfully transformed the Kings into a formidable and aesthetically pleasing force in the NBA. Last season, they pushed the Lakers to a thrilling 7-game Western Conference Finals, during which they held a significant advantage in the decisive Game 7, nearly dethroning the Purple and Gold dynasty. This performance left the Lakers sweating bullets, on the verge of losing their chance at a three-peat. Retaining their core lineup for the current season, the Kings remain a formidable contender. However, the controversial officiating during last season's Western Conference Finals left many of the Kings players feeling aggrieved. Following the conclusion of the championship series, starting point guard Mike Bibby ignited public discourse by boldly declaring, "The Kings are stronger." This statement sparked widespread attention, prompting an increasing number of viewers to revisit highlights of the contentious calls, leading many to conclude that the officiating was indeed questionable. Speculations arose regarding how the series might have unfolded absent these controversial decisions, with many believing the Kings would likely have emerged victorious. Even though the Lakers ultimately claimed the championship and solidified their dynasty, discussions surrounding this contentious topic have only intensified. After all, if the Kings were to triumph in a decisive Game 7, given their prowess, it is highly likely they could claim the championship. This would imply that the Lakers effectively pilfered the Kings' title, leading many to perceive the value of the Lakers' championship diminished, tarnishing the brilliance of their three-peat. Originally, having successfully secured the championship, completed a three-peat, and established a dynasty, the Lakers players were in high spirits. However, the emergence of such news and discussions became quite irksome for them, fostering discontent towards the Kings. The Kings, too, mirrored this sentiment. Players from both sides harbored a deep-seated animosity towards one another. Ultimately, it was time that dulled these sharp edges. Nevertheless, their encounters in the regular season reignited these unpleasant memories, especially for those players who were part of the teams last season. Both teams' management and coaching staff placed immense importance on this matchup. Following last season's Western Conference Finals, this marked the first regular season clash between the two teams in the new season. Whether for the Lakers or the Kings, the desire to win was exceedingly high, each eager to prove their superiority. A loss for the Lakers would solidify the assertion that the Kings are indeed the stronger team. Conversely, if the Kings were to falter, the sympathy they had garnered over perceived injustices would evaporate entirely. Neither side wished to be defeated. Even before the game commenced, supporters from both factions had already begun to exchange barbs. The Lakers, as a prestigious franchise, undoubtedly boasted a vast legion of supporters. Conversely, the Kings have emerged as a formidable force in the NBA in recent seasons, not only excelling in performance, but also captivating fans with their style of play, leading to a substantial following. The attention surrounding this match reached unprecedented heights, prompting the league to seize the opportunity and designate it for nationwide broadcast. In such an electrifying atmosphere, the game between the Lakers and the Kings commenced as scheduled. Ye Feng continued to start, partnering with Kobe in the backcourt, while Rick Fox took on the role of starting small forward, and Shaquille O'Neal alongside Samaki Walker fortified the paint. Robert Horry, having struggled with his shooting in recent games, found himself relegated to the bench. On the Kings' side, their starting lineup included Vlade Divac, Chris Webber, Peja Stojakovic, Doug Christie, and Mike Bibby, a formidable quintet indeed. Divac, known for his ability to swap positions with Kobe, and Webber, one of the top 5 power forwards in the league, showcased remarkable versatility. Stojakovic, arguably the best three-point shooter among big men in the current NBA, boasted an impressive shooting percentage from beyond the arc. Though Doug Christie may not exhibit a strong offensive drive, his defensive prowess is sharp, particularly with his quick hands and formidable stealing capability. As for Mike Bibby, while he may not command much attention on the court, quietly executing the team's strategies, a glance at his post-game statistics reveals his outstanding performance. Each member of this starting 5 possesses exceptional talent, a testament to their compatibility with the Princeton system's high demands for basketball intelligence and individual skill, resulting in an explosive offensive display. Such an opponent undoubtedly poses a significant challenge to the Lakers' aspirations for the championship this season. At this moment, the starting players of both teams have taken their positions on the court, enveloped in an air of solemnity. Even the typically playful and humorous Shaquille O'Neal wears a serious expression. Both sides place immense importance on this match. Taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Ye Feng dispels all trivial thoughts from his mind, focusing intently on the game. In the center circle, the referee, without delay, glanced at the ready Divac and O'Neal before blowing the whistle to signal the start of the game. With a sharp sound, O'Neal and Divac leapt simultaneously toward the basketball, which was at its apex, about to descend. Both towering at 2.16 meters, they differed significantly in weight, with O'Neal outweighing Divac by nearly 70 pounds. Not only did O'Neal's weight surpass that of his opponent, but his explosive power was also on an entirely different level, allowing him to make contact with the basketball first, thus granting the Lakers an early offensive advantage. Ye Feng advanced the ball across half-court with a measured pace. Observing Mike Bibby's defensive stance, more focused on preventing a drive than a shot, he swiftly passed the ball to the right. With a burst of energy, he maneuvered past Bibby and into the three-point line. As Kobe received the pass, he immediately opted for a return. The timing was impeccable. Ye Feng comfortably caught the ball, feigning a drive to the basket, but unexpectedly launched the basketball high above the rim. In the Kings' paint, O'Neal soared like a spring lamb, grasping the ball with both hands amidst gasps from the crowd, executing an alley-oop dunk with resounding force. Boom! Divac was knocked aside, and Chris Webber remained distant as O'Neal, upon landing, turned and sprinted back towards the Lakers' half of the court. Deprived of the opportunity to celebrate his scoring, the Kings executed a swift baseline inbounds pass, launching an immediate fast break. After crossing half-court, Bibby promptly passed the ball to Webber. The latter, feigning a back-to-the-basket move against Walker, unexpectedly tossed the basketball behind him. Christie, slipping along the baseline, made his way over with Kobe in pursuit, receiving the ball and racing to the corner. He pivoted and leapt, prompting Kobe to hastily jump to block. However, the shot was never taken. Instead, the pass was altered mid-air, landing in the hands of Peja at a 45-degree angle. Through his off-ball movement, Peja had successfully evaded Rick Fox's defense, and with decisiveness, he released a three-point attempt. Though his form was not impeccable, the speed of his release was astonishing. Fox rushed to close the gap, but fell short, left only to watch Peja complete his shot. Swish! The sound resonated sharply as the three-pointer found its mark. The score stood at 2-3, with possession awarded to the Lakers. The Kings' transition defense was remarkably swift. Yet, the Lakers had no intention of pushing the pace. Ye Feng, unhurried, dribbled past half-court, waiting for O'Neal to establish his position before delivering a lob pass beyond the three-point line. The big shark caught the ball and executed a powerful spin move, pushing Divac back several steps. Just as he prepared to leap for a thunderous dunk, a hand struck forcefully against his wrist. The sharp sound echoed, indicating a hard foul. The referee's whistle blew immediately. O'Neal, his expression solemn, approached the free throw line, converting one of two attempts. The score leveled at 3-3. The Kings now organized their offense, with Ye Feng closely trailing Bibby, seeking opportunities for physical confrontation and potential steals. Even in less favorable circumstances, one can disrupt the rhythm of ball control. By restraining the opposing point guard, one essentially extinguishes the offensive focal point of the adversary. This tactic proves effective against other teams' guards, consistently yielding positive results. However, when it comes to Mike Bibby, or more accurately, this Kings team, the strategy loses its potency. Although Bibby is designated as the point guard, he does not serve as the organizational linchpin of the squad. Chris Webber's assist tally surpasses his own, and even the center, Divac, frequently orchestrates plays from the high post. In terms of playing style, Divac can be viewed as a less potent version of Paul Gasol, possessing exceptional capabilities in high post facilitation. There is a reason he could be traded for the rookie Kobe. Besides these two, Peja and Christie also exhibit commendable passing skills. Consequently, Ye Feng discovers that his tight defense on Bibby is futile. The Kings boast multiple points of organization and scoring. Every position is capable of orchestrating plays and scoring, showcasing remarkable proficiency even without the ball. The difficulty in defense is immense, particularly when the Kings players are in peak condition and brimming with energy. While failing to exert significant pressure on the defensive end, the Lakers also encounter difficulties on the offensive front. Chapter 66. Toying with Webber. Adelman breaches the defense. Isn't it true that the regular season also employs the hack-a-shack strategy? Ye Feng finds himself somewhat perplexed. Once could be deemed a coincidence, but twice suggests a troubling pattern. Shaquille O'Neal has stepped to the free throw line 3 times in rapid succession, which suffices to indicate the situation at hand. The Kings intend to execute the hack-a-shack strategy in this match. Indeed, considering their interior configuration, they can only resort to such tactics to manipulate O'Neal's mindset. The effectiveness is certainly commendable. After all, it is well known that O'Neal struggles with free throws, maintaining a shooting percentage that hovers around 50. Rather than conceding 2 points, it is wiser to allow just one. This approach is not exclusive to O'Neal. The Kings' defense against Kobe is equally intense. Doug Christie possesses formidable stealing abilities, and when combined with his teammates' support and double-teaming, Kobe's efficiency has also diminished, resulting in turnovers. Observing the scoreboard reading 12-4, and noticing the lack of any reaction from their coach, who remained stoically seated in contemplation, Ye Feng understood that as the on-court commander, he needed to instigate change. Upon reaching the three-point line of the Kings, Ye Feng initiated a powerful drive. Mike Bibby, exerting every effort to contest from the side, was unceremoniously shoved aside at the moment of contact, wearing an expression of helplessness. As a fitness enthusiast, Bibby had always been confident in his strength. During the pre-game analysis, he acknowledged Ye Feng's formidable power, but still believed he could hold his ground. To his dismay, he found himself utterly overmatched. One must practice diligently. I need to increase my strength training time from now on, he mused. He could accept defeat, but being overpowered in strength by a player in the same position was an affront to the sweat he had poured into his fitness regimen. At that moment, Ye Feng had already penetrated the King's paint, and facing Chris Webber's defensive support, he did not flinch, boldly charging forward. It is a feat only Ye Feng could accomplish. A point guard taking on a power forward head-on. Arrogant rookie, feeling the immense force emanating from Ye Feng, and realizing he could not block the shot, Webber steeled himself and pressed in with both arms. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air at the opportune moment. Weber's overt defensive maneuver was far too conspicuous to overlook. Moreover, this was Staples Center, the Lakers' home court. It was only fair and just to uphold integrity. Although Ye Feng's layup failed to find the net, he successfully drew a foul from Weber, an advantageous outcome. Chris Webber is the tactical linchpin of the Kings. If he were to be constrained by fouls, it would undeniably benefit the Lakers immensely. Standing at the free throw line, Ye Feng maintained a serene demeanor, sinking both shots with precision. The score now stood at 6-12, with the Lakers trailing by 6 points. On the defensive end, Ye Feng and his teammates struggled to contain the Kings, whose continuous passing, agile off-ball movement, and synchronized pick-and-rolls rendered them nearly unguardable. Particularly, Peja Stojakovic was a formidable challenge, shooting with reckless abandon. Faced with such an insurmountable defense, Ye Feng decided to press forward offensively, relentlessly attacking the basket to create opportunities. In one-on-one situations, he confidently challenged any opponent. Should the Kings employ a double team against him, he adeptly opted to pass the ball. Kobe, in perfect harmony with him, also began to penetrate the basket frequently. The Lakers struck from both sides, leaving the Kings' two towering interior defenders in a state of exasperation. If they chose to defend aggressively, they risked fouling, which would diminish Shaquille's defensive prowess. For the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, engaging in a one-on-one scenario is almost akin to a gift, as the Kings cannot possibly commit a foul on him with every possession. Should one choose not to defend, both Ye Feng and Kobe possess remarkable scoring abilities beneath the basket. Ye Feng, endowed with extraordinary strength, is simply uncontainable by the average interior player, while Kobe's diverse offensive techniques, coupled with his explosive athleticism, render him highly efficient in scoring close to the rim. It proves to be an arduous challenge. The first quarter concludes in an atmosphere where neither side can effectively guard the other, and the pace of the game accelerates. Notably, with 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, after O'Neal takes a breather, Ye Feng seizes the opportunity to propel the tempo, initiating a fast break against the Kings. Through their individual prowess and seamless synergy, he and Kobe managed to bridge the scoring gap. The Lakers conclude the first quarter trailing by a mere 2 points, 25-27. Observing this outcome, Rick Adelman furrows his brow slightly. Ye Feng's influence on the court exceeds his expectations. The audacious strategy of drawing fouls has proven to be quite a headache for him. Unlike other point guards, who would have been severely impacted by a few encounters, Ye Feng stands apart. His strength rivals that of interior players, and his physical resilience renders him unafraid of confrontation. This presents a significant dilemma. If it were merely O'Neal and Kobe, the Kings might still possess the means to impose limits. However, the addition of the versatile Ye Feng alters the equation entirely. The second quarter begins promptly, with the Kings substituting 4 players, led by Chris Webber, who commands the bench unit. Meanwhile, Ye Feng continues to lead for the Lakers. In contrast to the starting 5, the Kings lineup featuring 1 star and 4 supporting players lacks the same intensity. The fluidity of passing and off-ball movement had considerably diminished, rendering the game less flawless than before. While simultaneously guarding Bobby Jackson, Ye Feng divided his focus, keenly observing the dynamics of other positions on the court, searching for opportunities to intercept the ball. After playing the full 12 minutes of the first quarter, Chris Webber exhibited a less fervent desire to score in the second quarter, finding himself closely marked by the newly entered, energetic Robert Horry. In an effort to conserve energy for the ensuing match, Webber primarily engaged in restraining the Lakers' defense or positioned himself at a high spot to orchestrate plays, creating opportunities for his teammates. This strategy was emblematic of the Kings' approach. Even if Chris Webber possessed commendable stamina, he could not endure such exertion indefinitely. The Lakers' tactical philosophy was rather straightforward, centering the entire team's efforts around Ye Feng. The two teams exchanged seemingly harmonious offensive sequences for several possessions, with the score fluctuating, yet the Kings consistently maintained their lead. Everything appeared unchanged, until an unexpected turn of events transpired. During a possession for the Kings, Ye Feng abruptly shifted direction, stretching his arm as far as possible to barely graze the basketball with his fingertips, causing it to deflect. With a swift pivot and a few quick strides, he bent down to retrieve the ball, executing an agile behind-the-back maneuver to evade Bobby Jackson's defense, charging towards the Kings' basket. He feigned a jump, but it was merely a ruse. Almost simultaneously, a tall figure clad in the Kings' number 4 jersey soared into the air. Who else could it be but Chris Webber? With a calm demeanor, he observed the opponent flying out of bounds, allowing Ye Feng to effortlessly lay up for 2 points. Without a glance at his opponent, he turned and swiftly returned to defense. Fixating on Ye Feng's retreating figure, Chris Webber clenched his teeth, his rage surging uncontrollably. In the ensuing possession, Webber abandoned his previous role as a high-level orchestrator. Upon receiving the ball, he deftly pivoted, subtly nudging Robert Horry with his left elbow, causing the veteran to falter momentarily, a grimace of pain crossing his face. The referee, however, remained silent. Seizing the opportunity to evade his defender, Webber was poised to make a decisive move when he suddenly sensed a figure advancing rapidly towards him, directly entangling him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Ye Feng. "Why are you everywhere?" Webber thought, his feet unyielding as he took 3 swift steps and leaped into the air. Yet, Ye Feng matched his ascent, attempting to block him. In midair, Webber executed a graceful dodge, evading Ye Feng's attempt, but just as he was about to release the ball, a hand unexpectedly emerged from behind, swatting the basketball away. A few steps away, Devin George seized the ball and passed it to Fisher, who swiftly propelled the ball down the court. Unfortunately, his speed was not sufficient, allowing Jim Jackson to catch up. In the ensuing clash, Jim Jackson's expression shifted dramatically as he found himself pushed aside by Fisher, who, despite lacking in height and bulk, managed to score with a layup. Inwardly, Jackson cursed. "Kobe plays like this, that rookie from the Dragon Kingdom does too, and even you rascal, are the same. Are you all spending every day in the weight room? How can you possess such strength?" Regrettably, no one paid heed to his grievances. Thanks to Fisher's 2 points, the Lakers successfully edged ahead of the Kings by 1 point. The game continued, and Webber's frustration was palpable. Initially toyed with by Ye Feng, and subsequently overshadowed by Uncle Hua, the team found themselves trailing in the score, a predicament that could only be attributed to him. Regaining the lead was imperative. On the Kings bench, Rick Adelman observed the visibly unsettled Chris Webber, his brow furrowed in concern. Given Chris's current emotional state, he was exceedingly vulnerable to exploitation. Just as he hesitated between calling a timeout to help Webber recalibrate his mindset or substituting Mike Bibby into the game, a wave of cheers jolted Adelman back to reality. Upon discerning the situation on the court, his expression soured, revealing a sense of defeat. This fool. Chapter 67, 23. Is it really happening this way? On the court, as soon as Chris Webber received the ball without making any move, he was immediately met with Robert Horry's staunch defense. He chose not to pass and did not promptly seek an outlet. In the span of merely 2 seconds, Ye Feng had converged on him, with Devin George also advancing. It was a 3-on-1 situation. In a triangular formation, Derek Fisher prowled the perimeter, poised to intercept Webber's potential pass. A sudden clarity washed over Webber. Once again, he had lost focus. The Lakers were clearly intent on exploiting him. Had he passed the ball sooner, he could have avoided this predicament. But it was now too late. As Webber's attention was drawn to Ye Feng and Horry, he overlooked Devin George, who successfully intercepted the ball. The Lakers transitioned swiftly into a counterattack, and the ball quickly found its way into Ye Feng's possession. As Jim Jackson and Bobby Jackson closed in from both sides, Ye Feng did not act recklessly. Instead, he pivoted and retreated, maintaining possession for a brief moment before making a no-look pass that found the hands of Derek Fisher, who was in a position of solitude. With precision, the little fish launched a 3-pointer from the 45-degree angle, decisively releasing the ball. The crisp sound of the net confirmed his success. The 3-pointer was in. The Lakers extended their lead to 4 points, prompting the Kings to call for a timeout. Mike Bibby and Peja Stojakovic were swiftly substituted into the game. While Chris Webber received special attention from Rick Adelman, it was evident that this timeout was orchestrated specifically for Webber. In response, the Lakers strategically brought Kobe into the game early to bolster their perimeter strength. The match resumed without affording Mike Bibby the opportunity to dictate the tempo. As Ye Feng immediately closed in on him, the opponent's explosiveness was not particularly formidable, alleviating any concerns of being evaded by a sudden burst of speed. Faced with Ye Feng's aggressive defense, Bibby appeared quite helpless, a reversal of roles reminiscent of his usual tactics against opponents. Indeed, those who engage in this game must eventually face the consequences. Given the current circumstances, let alone controlling the tempo, merely safeguarding possession and preventing a turnover had already consumed a significant portion of his energy. With no time to linger on the ball, Bibby seized the moment to pass to Clark, who was positioned at the high post. Clark, holding the basketball aloft, surveyed the court for less than 2 seconds before making his pass. In comparison to Divac, it was evident that Clark's capabilities fell short. Without hesitation, Weber received the ball and immediately transferred it to the corner. Peja Stojakovic was already in position, arms raised before him in anticipation of a catch. However, Kobe unexpectedly appeared in the passing lane, successfully intercepting the ball without hesitation and immediately launching a long pass down the court, just outside the three-point line. Ye Feng leaped to secure the basketball, and as he landed, he flicked his wrist deftly, allowing the ball to glide through his legs and bounce back up. Perfectly controlled by his left hand, he skillfully evaded Bibby's attempt to steal the ball, propelling himself forward with explosive force, thus shaking off the off-balance defense of Bibby. With no defenders in sight, Ye Feng confidently drove to the basket, executing a powerful two-handed dunk, adding crucial points to the Lakers' score. These 2 points were indeed pivotal. Upon returning from the timeout, the Kings, revitalized and eager to score, found themselves thwarted, their deficit widening, leaving their spirits quite low, akin to being struck hard in the chest. With a 6-point lead, the Lakers had established an initial advantage. The Kings regained possession, moving the ball actively. This time, Peja successfully received a pass, but Kobe's timely defense limited his shooting opportunity, forcing him to pass the ball away. Chris Webber received the ball, facing Robert Horry, and executed a hook shot for 2 points. Now composed, Webber posed a significant threat. In a one-on-one scenario, Horry found it challenging to contain his scoring. After successfully scoring, Webber was elated, but a basketball soaring overhead reminded him to temper his excitement as he hurried back on defense. Yet it was too late. Ye Feng and Kobe displayed exceptional synergy, passing and advancing with precision, piercing through the Kings' defensive trio. Ultimately, Kobe engaged in a fierce confrontation, skillfully driving to the basket for a 2-point layup while drawing a foul from Jim Jackson, who was visibly frustrated. Simultaneously, he found himself in a state of helplessness. Despite the intensity of his defense, Kobe managed to score, showcasing an unreasonable level of strength. Approaching the free throw line, Kobe exchanged glances with Devin George, who was poised to secure a rebound, and with a moment of intuition, they silently acknowledged one another. To onlookers, it appeared merely as a brief exchange of eye contact, devoid of any discernible peculiarity. Kobe initiated his free throw, inhaling deeply before executing his signature preparatory motion, his gaze fixed intently on the hoop as he released the ball. Meanwhile, Chris Webber and other Kings players swiftly positioned themselves to contest the rebound, only to be astonished by the sheer force behind Kobe's free throw. It resembled less of a foul shot and more of an attempt to demolish the rim. Realizing the urgency too late, they were caught off guard. In a flash, Ye Feng sprang into action, snatching the rebounding ball midair, and without waiting to touch the ground or assess the situation behind him, he effortlessly tossed the ball backward. Kobe, already in position beyond the three-point arc, received the pass with ample space around him. After a quick glance at the hoop, he took a composed shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air before swishing through the net. Swish. Not merely 1 point, nor 2, but a triumphant 3. The pass was executed flawlessly. Kobe exchanged a high five with Ye Feng, who had returned on defense, astonished that he had opted for a 3-pointer rather than a 2. Ye Feng couldn't help but marvel. "It's still you," with such audacity. Kobe, brimming with confidence, replied, "I firmly believe I can make it." Having entered the fray, Ye Feng merely nodded in a perfunctory manner, suppressing a sarcastic remark within. Kobe, 23. With that, he effortlessly netted a 3-pointer, extending the Lakers' lead to 9 points. Meanwhile, the Kings players wore expressions of utter disbelief, as if they had just experienced a calamity. Could it truly be played this way? To their further dismay, it seemed as if this 3-pointer had unlocked Kobe's full potential, igniting an unparalleled shooting fervor. Over the next few minutes, the little flying hero scored 9 consecutive points, adding to the previous 5, totaling an impressive 14 points in rapid succession. It appeared that every shot he attempted found its mark, a display of prowess that defied all logic. During this period, the Kings missed 2 shots, widening the gap to a daunting 13 points. Observing his team's demoralization, Rick Adelman, with a heavy heart, called for a timeout, substituting in his starting lineup. The Lakers also adjusted their roster, with Ye Feng exiting the game while the remaining 4 were the starters. Kobe's exceptional performance undoubtedly roused Shaquille O'Neal, who, upon entering the court, was eager to showcase his skills but fell victim to repeated fouls by the Kings. He stepped to the free throw line, converting only 2 of 4 attempts, a disappointing 50% success rate. Frustration brewed within him. Just then, Kobe seized the ball, continuing his scoring exhibition, though not as efficient as before. He maintained a commendable level of performance. In the Kings camp, Chris Webber remained on the court without respite, clearly exhibiting signs of immense physical fatigue, especially under the relentless scrutiny of Shaquille O'Neal. His performance was stifled, compounded by the Lakers' intensified focus on Peja, resulting in a significant decline in the Kings' offensive prowess. However, with the absence of Ye Feng's constraints, Bibby began to showcase his offensive talents, unimpeded by Fisher's attempts to contain him. In former times, Phil Jackson might not have harbored any particular concerns, but with Ye Feng's remarkable precedent, Fisher's defensive lapses were increasingly irksome to the Zen master. Regrettably, Ye Feng was no machine, incapable of playing the full 48 minutes every game, and even if he could, it would be unwise to do so. Casting a glance towards Rick Adelman, Phil Jackson mused, "I am not fond of overworking my starters." The first half swiftly drew to a close, with the deficit narrowing to 11 points. Yet the Lakers still maintained a considerable advantage. The halftime intermission lasted a mere 15 minutes, barely sufficient to address physiological needs. As the second half commenced, Chapter 68, twin 20-point victories over the Kings, Ye Feng's stellar contribution. As the third quarter began, both the Lakers and Kings fielded their full starting lineups. Trailing by a substantial 11 points while playing away, the pressure on the Kings was immense, especially as victory was imperative. However, following the halftime adjustments, Webber and his teammates had regained their composure, launching into a fluid and spectacular offensive display right from the outset. This starting lineup had been meticulously honed by Rick Adelman, allowing each player to fully exploit their roles within the Princeton offensive system. In contrast to their offensive prowess, the defensive intensity of the Kings is undoubtedly lacking. However, their defense is quite targeted. They continue to employ a strategy of fouling Shaquille O'Neal, with each player taking turns to commit fouls, effectively aggravating the Big Shark. In his mounting frustration, O'Neal's efficiency noticeably declines, resulting in excessive movements on the offensive end that make him susceptible to fouls. This, in turn, exacerbates his irritability, plunging him into a vicious cycle. As for Kobe Bryant, the Kings maintain their customary strategy of double-teaming him. Unlike other opponents, even when faced with 2 or 3 defenders, Kobe can typically find opportunities to shoot. However, with Christie's swift hands, any moment of carelessness can lead to a steal, compounded by his teammates' assistance in the double team, making life exceedingly difficult for the little flying warrior. The starting lineup consists of only 5 players, and the Kings have expended nearly all their resources in their focused defense on O'Neal and Bryant. When it comes to Ye Feng, they merely assign Mike Bibby to guard him one-on-one. After a few exchanges, Ye Feng, having discerned the situation, does not hold back. While he may usually play a supporting role, when the moment calls for it, he steps up without hesitation. In such a context, both O'Neal and Bryant are more than willing to allow Ye Feng to take more shots, as his shooting percentage is undoubtedly higher than theirs. Consequently, during the remaining time in the third quarter, Ye Feng is granted the freedom to shoot at will. Bibby's success rate in defending him is alarmingly low, as Ye Feng's versatility is unmatched. Possessing the strength to dominate among guards, coupled with exceptional ball handling and playmaking abilities, Bibby finds himself at a loss. Ye Feng's tactical approach is refreshingly straightforward. The strategy involves penetrating the paint against the Kings, seizing opportunities to shoot independently, and when double-teamed, passing the ball to an open teammate, occasionally taking mid-range shots. His shooting percentage from that distance remains commendable when defensive pressure is minimal. A guard who not only excels at breakthroughs but also possesses shooting skills is undeniably a considerable threat, leaving the Kings defensively overwhelmed. In one quarter, Ye Feng bore the weight of the Lakers' offensive efforts, scoring 15 points and providing 4 assists, with the majority of the team's points being linked to his contributions. As the scoreboard not only failed to reflect a narrowing gap, but instead extended to a 13-point lead, Phil Jackson's gaze fixated on Ye Feng. Amidst admiration and amazement, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Could the exceptional Ye Feng be retained by the Lakers? Or would he be content to remain as the third or second option? Noticing Phil Jackson's unwavering stare, Ye Feng subtly stepped away from the venerable coach, pondering. The Zen master and genie bus have already been outed regarding their relationship. He must be a normal man. With this thought, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He held a deep respect for Phil Jackson. The old man was impressive. Dating the daughter of the team owner was nothing short of audacious. Indeed, American culture appears quite liberal, had this been in his homeland. A wealthy heiress dating a man nearly 16 years her senior would invite scorn. The intermission was brief, and Ye Feng quickly refocused, preparing to re-enter the game. Indeed, he did not rest in the fourth quarter, as Phil Jackson opted for him to join Kobe in leading the bench unit into battle. Within the ranks of the Kings, both Divac and Peja are not particularly renowned for their physical prowess, and Doug Christie has already crossed the threshold of 30. Unlike the future era of small ball, the current NBA is characterized by intense physical confrontations, resulting in significant energy expenditure. The trio that played through the entirety of the third quarter lacks the capacity to continue. Consequently, the Kings can only rely on Chris Webber and Mike Bibby to lead the charge. Rick Adelman, feeling quite helpless, finds his gaze inadvertently drawn toward the other side. He finds himself yearning for the athletic prowess of the physical marvels Kobe and Ye Feng. While Kobe is undoubtedly unattainable, if he could lure Feng over. Given the latter's capabilities, his slightly shorter stature would pose no issue for the shooting guard position. The key lies in the remarkable athleticism of this young talent, who possesses substantial potential for development and would undoubtedly adapt to my tactical system. The more Adelman contemplates, the more fervent his gaze becomes. Phil Jackson, noticing this intense scrutiny directed at him, cannot help but furrow his brow. Surely, he does not covet my phone? A wave of discomfort washes over him. On the court, the final quarter has commenced. The Lakers initiate the offensive onslaught. With Christie no longer a hindrance, Kobe feels liberated from pressure. He effortlessly executes a back-to-basket move against Jim Jackson, scoring 2 points with ease. This season, through relentless practice, the young Black Mamba has perfected his post-up technique, exponentially increasing his threat on the court. He can execute back-to-basket plays from any area within the three-point line, undeterred by location or opponent. When he chooses to employ this skill, it is nothing short of extraordinary. Such as his terror, Kobe effortlessly sank 3 consecutive shots, embodying an unwavering determination to continue his onslaught. The Kings, unable to withstand his prowess, resorted to double-teaming him, effectively allowing Kobe to draw the attention of 2 defenders. Engaging in a relentless display of skill, he seamlessly transitioned between offense and defense. By the end of the third quarter, Ye Feng had discerned the weaknesses in Bibby's defense, easily breaching it and subsequently facilitating passes to exploit the Kings' defensive adjustments. This maneuver had become second nature to Ye Feng, with Fisher and Robert Horry reaping the most significant rewards. First came Kobe, then Ye Feng, leading to a harmonious distribution of scoring opportunities across the team. As the final quarter commenced, the Lakers unleashed a formidable offensive barrage, rendering them nearly unstoppable, while on defense, they concentrated on limiting Webber's impact. This strategy struck at the very heart of the Kings' vulnerabilities. With Peja and Divac absent from the court, Webber found his performance severely constrained. Deprived of both high and low post support, the Kings' once fluid offense began to falter. Instead of narrowing the deficit, the gap widened, prompting Rick Adelman to reluctantly reintroduce Divac and Peja to the fray, followed closely by Christie, which finally nudged the team's offense back on track. Yet, a daunting 16-point deficit remained challenging to overcome. In the latter half of the fourth quarter, having engaged in a relentless assault on the basket, the Kings found themselves in foul trouble. Aside from Mike Bibby, who lingered on the perimeter with 3 fouls, every other player had accrued at least 4 fouls. And Webber was burdened with 5. Under such circumstances, Shaquille O'Neal was finally liberated. The Great Shark, who had been frustrated for the majority of the game, seized control in the final minutes, asserting his dominance. Ye Feng delivered an impressive performance, recording a remarkable 10 assists in a single quarter, culminating in a staggering total of 22 assists throughout the game. He also scored 28 points, along with 6 rebounds, 4 steals, and 1 block, marking the first time in his career that he achieved a double-20 statistic. The Lakers emerged victorious in this match, with a final score of 112-97, and Ye Feng's contributions were pivotal to their success. In contrast, The mood among the Kings players was one of considerable dissatisfaction following their defeat. They departed the court hastily without exchanging pleasantries. The rift between the teams is undoubtedly significant. Meanwhile, the Lakers celebrated their victory and engaged with their fans before participating in post-game interviews, leaving the arena on a high note. Having triumphed over their formidable rivals, the Purple and Gold Brigade successfully vindicated themselves. However, during the post-game press conference, Kings head coach Rick Adelman's remarks elicited excitement among reporters. If it weren't for Feng, we would have undoubtedly won this game. His performance on the court warrants a maximum contract. Among this year's rookie class, Feng is undoubtedly the strongest, bar none. We lost to the Lakers because of Feng, not merely to the formidable duo of O'Neal and Kobe. It was evident that Rick Adelman was not gracious in defeat, his words brimming with admiration for Ye Feng, subtly implying that without him, the Lakers would have been merely a team comprised of the famed duo. It was a clear attempt at sowing discord. The journalist spontaneously recalled the contentious officiating from last season's Western Conference Finals, a scene remarkably reminiscent of the past. Their faces alight with exhilaration. The sensational material was at hand. Wouldn't that ensure a bounty? As for whether Adelman truly intended that, does it even matter? The following day, numerous basketball publications and magazines were rife with related reports. On one hand, they continued to elevate Ye Feng while simultaneously resurrecting old grievances. Once again, the Lakers found themselves in the eye of the storm, with the legitimacy of their dynasty once more called into question. Originally, the Lakers, having triumphed in their match, were in high spirits. However, upon encountering these articles, they felt as though they had consumed something utterly repugnant, particularly the players from the championship roster of the previous season, who were transported back to the moment when their victory had been publicly scrutinized for the fairness of the Western Conference Finals, casting doubt on the authenticity of their championship and dynasty. It was eerily identical. It was infuriating. That old man was undoubtedly intentional. Shaquille O'Neal's face was a mask of fury. Beside him, his primary lieutenant, Devin George, wore a similarly vexed expression. Next time we meet, we must obliterate them again. It is imperative. The others echoed in agreement. All eyes then turned to Ye Feng. Observing this, he pondered whether, once he accumulated wealth, he might learn from Atan and invest in or directly acquire basketball publications, thereby controlling public opinion and avoiding being elevated only to be brought down. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "Dear Feng, my dearest brother, it has been far too long since we last dined together. Now, the once fierce and gritting-teeth demeanor of O'Neal has transformed into one of amiability, his face adorned with a pleasing smile. Not only the big shark, but the other members of the Lakers also wear similar expressions. Even Kobe, who had remained silent during the earlier protests, now gazes at him with anticipation, bringing a smile to Ye Feng's face. No problem, it's settled. This incites the crowd to erupt in cheers. That evening, all the Lakers players gathered at Kobe's villa. Initially, they were meant to dine at O'Neal's residence, but the little flying hero voluntarily requested to host the dinner in his own abode. Ye Feng, seeing no objections from O'Neal and the others, readily agreed. The ingredients were procured by the servants, and the necessary cookware was readily available, having not been taken away previously. Consistently indulging in hot pot had grown monotonous, so this time Ye Feng prepared a hearty northeastern stew, simple, delicious, and generous in portion, perfectly satisfying O'Neal's requirements. 3 large iron pots were set up in the courtyard, with the guests divided into 3 groups, gathered to eat, drink, and engage in lively conversation, creating a spirited atmosphere. Observing his teammates deftly maneuvering their chopsticks brought Ye Feng a sense of accomplishment. The trio of Ye Feng, O'Neal, and Kobe shared a single pot, not due to hierarchical status, but rather because O'Neal's insatiable appetite necessitated such an arrangement. Adding even one more person would likely leave someone unsated. During this period, with Ye Feng acting as a mediator, the relationship between O'Neal and Kobe has significantly improved compared to before. The synergy between the two on the court has once again been restored, yet in private, their banter remains irresistible. Just like now. "Shaquille, you are indulging far too much," Kobe remarked with a serious expression. After much effort, he had finally managed to reduce O'Neal's weight somewhat, and he hoped this meal wouldn't undo that progress. A large iron pot filled with carbohydrates and meats, undoubtedly delicious, but the caloric content is exorbitant. Realizing this, Kobe felt a twinge of urgency. Upon hearing this, O'Neill, who had been thoroughly enjoying his meal without a care, cast a sidelong glance. It's a rare indulgence. Kobe, don't be a buzzkill. He bore an expression that warned, should you dare to advise me further, I shall retaliate. Before Kobe could respond, Ye Feng interjected. All right. A rare indulgence isn't such a big deal. We can always take Shaquille to the gym for some practice afterward. You should just indulge him. Kobe took a deep breath and ultimately chose to compromise. Observing this, O'Neill smiled and winked. Feng, my good brother, you truly are kind to me. Ugh. Ye Feng feigned a gagging motion. Just as he was about to tease O'Neill, he noticed Pelinka approaching briskly with a briefcase. Feng, we need to discuss a few matters. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ye Feng gestured to Kobe and O'Neill before entering the villa with Pelinka. Watching the two depart, O'Neill hastily swallowed the morsel in his mouth and curiously inquired, do you have any idea what it's about? When did you become so gossipy? Kobe expressed disdain. Shaquille fixed his gaze intently on Kobe. Will you speak or not? It was likely concerning the sneaker contracts. After a moment's hesitation, Kobe divulged the information. Oh, it seems our good brother is about to strike it rich. Not necessarily. It depends on whether those two contracts can sway him. You know how Maple is, strong-willed and confident. Indeed, this individual is keen on maximizing benefits, ambitious, and rather greedy. Shaquille nodded in agreement, then suddenly realized, two sneaker contracts, Nike and Adidas at this point. He fell silent, recognizing his own folly. Given Leaf's current popularity and performance on the court, coupled with his identity as a person of Asian descent from the Dragon Kingdom, it is evident to anyone with sense that having Leaf as a spokesperson is a surefire investment, likely to yield substantial profits. Surely, both Nike and Adidas are aware of this. A few steps away, Derek Fisher and others were discreetly eavesdropping, their expressions revealing a mix of envy, jealousy, and astonishment. Meanwhile, Leaf and Pelinka had already arrived in the living room of the villa. Take a look. Both Nike and Adidas have sent over their contracts. Pelinka said with a smile. It seems the offers are quite substantial. Leaf took the contracts and began to peruse them. These were preliminary drafts, not the final versions. And he read swiftly. Key points such as duration, amount, and obligations were clearly highlighted by Pelinka, making them easily comprehensible. Before long, the contract details were thoroughly examined. It was a 5-year agreement worth $35 million. Had they reached a consensus? Ye Feng raised his gaze. Pelinka shook his head, indicating that it was not the case. This was not the final offer. There was room for negotiation. If my memory serves me correctly, Kobe signed a 5-year contract for $45 million last year, Ye Feng remarked, hinting at a comparison. Understanding his implication, Pelinka's expression turned serious. As it stands, you have played barely 40 games. Although you have demonstrated considerable talent and potential when compared to Kobe, who has firmly established himself and secured 3 championships. Even with the added advantage of the Chinese market, there remains a significant gap. Noticing Ye Feng's calm demeanor and lack of anger, Pelinka continued, at this stage, it is nearly impossible for your sneaker contract to surpass Kobe's. I was merely inquiring, Ye Feng retorted stubbornly. I comprehend. Pelinka, adopting an understanding expression, asked. The contents of the 2 contracts are quite similar. Regarding the amounts, I will negotiate on your behalf. What I wish to ascertain now is whether you have reached a conclusion in your mind. Yes. Ignoring Pelinka's astonished look, Ye Feng stated candidly, given that the amounts, duration, and terms are not vastly different, I choose Nike. Why? Because Nike is the largest sponsor in the NBA. Chapter 70, A Fiery Performance. 7 consecutive victories. Rising to the top once more. Ye Feng is a pragmatic individual. Given that signed stars with Nike in the NBA receive certain privileges, unless Adidas offers an overwhelmingly attractive deal, he would find it difficult to decline Nike's proposal. As he opened his mouth, the words lingered on his lips. But Pelinka found himself unable to articulate them. Ye Feng presented a stark contrast to the image he had of individuals from the Dragon Nation. Was it truly this blatant? There was no attempt at concealment. Am I mistaken? Ye Feng's expression remained composed. Some truths may sound rather harsh, yet they reflect reality. At times, the choices one makes indeed outweigh the effort expended. While he could, given sufficient time, though it would not require too long, achieve a level of prowess that stands unparalleled in the league within 2 to 3 seasons. The constant interference from referees due to footwear issues would render such progress futile. Regardless, neither Nike nor Adidas are paragons of virtue. Were it not for the absence of suitable domestic brands, Ye Feng would not find himself choosing between these two. Since he must select one from them, he would undoubtedly opt for the brand that would most benefit his career. Nike is indisputably the optimal choice at present. Indeed, your reasoning is impeccably sound. As Pelinka regained his composure, admiration flickered in his eyes. Upon comparing Kobe and Ye Feng, he noted that, although the latter was younger, his approach to issues was far more mature. In that moment, Pelinka had silently elevated Ye Feng to a status on par with Kobe. The matter of negotiation shall rest in your capable hands. I have but one request. Ye Feng gazed intently at Pelinka, whose demeanor was earnest. 5 years is too lengthy. I hope for a shorter contract duration. Understood. Leave it to me. Pelinka nodded. He shared the same sentiment. Given the momentum that Ye Feng was currently exhibiting, signing a long-term contract would be exceedingly unwise. He harbored great confidence in Ye Feng. After exchanging a few more words, Pelinka departed, intending to engage in negotiations with Nike and Adidas alongside his team of agents, solidifying the contract. The sums involved were substantial, and the process would undoubtedly take time. There was no rush. After all, Ye Feng's professional career had only just commenced, brimming with infinite possibilities. Parting ways with Pelinka, Ye Feng swiftly returned to the courtyard to continue indulging in the culinary delights. Observing this, O'Neal and Kobe refrained from inquiring about the related matters, instead diverting the conversation to the recently initiated All-Star voting. "Feng, how on earth do you have so many votes?" O'Neal asked, a hint of envy in his tone. The voting window had barely opened for a day, yet Ye Feng's tally soared, firmly securing the top position. He had left behind not only Kobe but also other superstars like Iverson and McGrady, who had seen a surge in popularity over the past 2 seasons. If he maintained this lead until the end, it would be truly remarkable for a rookie to become the All-Star vote leader. In response, Ye Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "There's nothing I can do. I have a vast backing." Huh. O'Neal looked momentarily perplexed, while Kobe regarded him as if he were a fool. Feng's backing is the Dragon Kingdom. With over 1 billion people, there are easily tens of millions of basketball fans. I almost forgot, you are from the Dragon Kingdom. Does that mean victory is assured for you? O'Neal remarked, a mix of realization and astonishment evident on his face. In response, Ye Feng remained acutely aware. How could it be possible? The vast majority of fans, even if they are aware of the All-Star voting, do not know how to participate, nor do they comprehend the process. In our country, I am not the only one striving in the NBA. The support is undoubtedly significant, yet it is far from guaranteeing victory. That's good, O'Neal sighed in relief. Kobe, Ye Feng, I don't want my brother to struggle, yet I fear he might drive a Range Rover. This is truly too real. Ye Feng found himself at a loss for words, contemplating whether he should pass the ball to O'Neal less frequently on the court. Sensing the underlying issue in his subconscious remarks, O'Neal quickly apologized. "Feng, you know I didn't mean it that way." "You absolutely did mean it," Kobe interjected, stirring O'Neal's ire. "Do you want to fight, Kobe?" O'Neal retorted, visibly agitated. "We are basketball players. Let us not behave like boxers. Any conflicts should be resolved on the court." Kobe remained unfazed. O'Neal, refusing to relent, declared, "Since you are so eager to be humiliated, I shall oblige. Don't act as though victory is assured for you." "Humph. It seems I haven't put you in your place for too long. You've grown rather overconfident. Let the court reveal the truth." Meanwhile, Ye Feng, observing the unfolding spectacle, noticed that after exchanging fierce words, both their gazes converged upon him. "Feng, you join us too." As he gazed upon the unwavering determination etched upon the faces of the two individuals, Ye Feng found himself resigned to the notion of sacrificing his own desires for the greater good. Naturally, his teammates, eager for entertainment, insisted on playing the role of spectators. Thus, after indulging in a hearty meal, the trio, amidst the cheers and encouragement of their fellow companions, made their way to the private gym adjacent to the villa, embarking on a series of alternating one-on-one matches. The outcome held little significance. The essence lay in the sheer enjoyment of the game. O'Neal executed a sudden stop-and pop jump shot beyond the three-point line, while Ye Feng engaged in a back-to-the-basket duel against O'Neal, reminiscent of Kobe's signature moves. Before long, it wasn't merely the trio who participated. Other team members could no longer resist joining in. creating an atmosphere brimming with camaraderie and joy. Alas, such moments of bliss are often fleeting. Their next destination was Denver, where they would face off against the Nuggets for the third time this season at the high-altitude arena. In their previous encounters, each team had claimed victory on their home turf, resulting in a stalemate. This time, the Lakers arrived in Denver a day early, acclimatizing to the altitude before the scheduled match against the Nuggets the following evening. Prepared thoroughly, the Lakers executed their game plan with remarkable fluidity, showcasing seamless cooperation on both offense and defense, displaying aggressive tactics that allowed them to seize control of the game, leaving the Nuggets with no opportunity to retaliate. They dominated the court and emerged victorious with ease. However, Phil Jackson, the head coach, appeared somewhat bewildered. Though he typically focused on confirming daily training routines and overarching team strategies, seemingly aloof to the finer details and seldom quick to call for timeouts, he possessed a profound understanding of every facet of his team. However, the outstanding competitive state displayed by Ye Feng and his team tonight greatly exceeded his expectations. What astonished Phil Jackson even more was the transformation of O'Neal and Kobe, reminiscent of a couple who, after enduring the 7-year itch, had rekindled the passion of their honeymoon phase. Truly remarkable. What had transpired recently? Prior to this match, it seemed that Feng had organized a gathering at Kobe's villa for the entire team, and beyond that, there was little else to note. Winter candidly remarked that he was indeed curious about what had occurred within the team over the past few days to foster such unity. Previously, Kobe had primarily collaborated with Ye Feng on the court, yet in this game, he seamlessly integrated into the team's tactical framework, frequently connecting with O'Neal in a dazzling display reminiscent of the legendary Showtime duo, much to the delight of onlookers. If they could maintain this synergy, coupled with Ye Feng's formidable support, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the championship was within reach. Just a gathering? As he gazed intently at Ye Feng, Phil Jackson's eyes shimmered with an unusual light, though he refrained from elaborating further. One game alone could not be conclusive. He decided to observe a while longer. Merely a day later, upon returning to their home court, the Lakers faced the challenge posed by the Raptors. Vince Carter remained sidelined due to injury. Yet the Lakers continued to exhibit the exceptional form they had shown against the Nuggets, resulting in a resounding victory. In this match, Ye Feng scored a modest 12 points. Yet he transformed into the orchestrator on the court, delivering an astonishing 18 assists in just 32 minutes of play, leading his team to execute an exhilarating style of offensive basketball. His defensive prowess remained as formidable as ever, showcasing excellence on both ends of the court. The arena was filled with chants for MVP. Following this victory, the Lakers celebrated their 7th consecutive win, surpassing the Mavericks to reclaim the top position in the Western Conference. Chapter 71. Contract finalized. 3 years for $24 million. Shaquille's villa. Less than 3 days later, the entire Lakers squad gathered for another dinner, ostensibly to celebrate their return to the pinnacle of the Western Conference. Ye Feng felt somewhat embarrassed to point this out. However, it was evident that the frequency of team dinners had increased, and the camaraderie among teammates had noticeably deepened. Previously, everyone tended to keep to themselves. Even when they did socialize, it was often in small groups. Most of the time, after games, they would disappear from sight. Such gatherings, where the entire team came together, were rare throughout the season. In essence, they had not shared much time together. It could only be said that the allure of delicious food was too great to resist. With the strengthening of relationships, the atmosphere naturally became much more relaxed. The current team dynamic is markedly more harmonious compared to when Ye Feng first joined the Lakers. For the sake of team cohesion, Ye Feng realized he had to endure a bit of discomfort himself. This time, he opted against the chaotic hot pot and instead prepared rice and noodles, essentially cooking 3 large pots of dishes and serving rice and noodles in a buffet style. The simple yet exquisite cuisine, a unique blend of Eastern and Western flavors, combined with Ye Feng's exceptional culinary skills, tantalized the taste buds of O'Neal and his companions, leaving them in awe and delight. Their unrefined expressions of enjoyment evoked a subtle sense of superiority in Ye Feng, who couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast between domestic and international dining experiences. Truly, they belonged to different realms. After dinner, the group dispersed into pairs, engaging in video games, board games, and lively conversations, each indulging in their own comforts. Ye Feng initially intended to watch television, but was persuaded by Kobe to join a couple of rounds on the outdoor basketball court. Each game was to 21 points. Although Ye Feng still fell short of victory, he came remarkably close, scoring 19 points in the second round. Had it not been for the little antics Kobe employed on defense, victory might have been within reach. O'Neal, meanwhile, opted out of the game, having devoured an astonishing 8 plates of food, leaving him sprawled on the sofa, unwilling to move, while he still boasted that he could eat more. Even Kobe's playful jabs failed to elicit a response from him, a testament to his current state. Should he continue to feast? The first superstar in NBA history to succumb to a food-induced demise could very well be born. With a game against Gary Payton's Supersonics scheduled for the following evening, the gathering concluded early, with everyone heading home around 9 o'clock. The next night, as the match commenced as anticipated, O'Neal engaged in a lengthy conversation with Payton, and it was evident that the latter's spirits appeared rather subdued. Reflecting on the recent reports regarding the strained relationship between Payton and the new owner of the Supersonics, which may lead to a potential trade, a glimmer of understanding crossed Ye Feng's eyes. The game commenced swiftly. The Supersonics' performance this season has been enigmatic. They have triumphed over formidable teams like the Spurs while unexpectedly succumbing to the struggling Clippers in a significant defeat on their home court. Their fluctuating performance creates an air of unpredictability. On paper, the Supersonics undoubtedly fall short compared to the Lakers. The team's cornerstone is Gary Payton, a veteran point guard regarded as one of the most formidable defenders in NBA history. Ye Feng's defensive prowess is also well recognized, having earned the title of the strongest rookie of the 2002 draft class. The clash between the two has become a focal point of this matchup. This season, Gary Payton still boasts impressive statistics, demonstrating his undeniable skill. Acknowledging the veteran's capabilities, Ye Feng approached this duel with unwavering focus. The sentiment was mutual. From the outset, Gary Payton aggressively engaged, exhibiting fierce defensive maneuvers, unfazed by the physical challenges he faced. Despite being at a disadvantage in strength, he remained undeterred. Confronted by such a tenacious opponent, Ye Feng stood his ground. Both players were wholly immersed in their matchup, with the intensity of the confrontation reaching extraordinary heights. Phil Jackson opted to empower Ye Feng, allowing him to shadow Payton throughout the game. In 37 minutes of play, Payton attempted 16 shots, successfully making only 6, resulting in a shooting percentage of less than 40. Ye Feng's defense against Gary Payton was undoubtedly triumphant. In the realm of offense, he undoubtedly triumphed, achieving nearly a 50% shooting accuracy and securing 21 points, along with 7 rebounds, 11 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. In this direct confrontation between the veteran and the emerging point guards, Ye Feng emerged victorious. On the team front, the Lakers decisively defeated the Supersonics with a score of 116-98, successfully extending their winning streak to 8 games. Next time in Seattle, I shall reclaim victory, Gary Payton declared earnestly. Ye Feng replied with confidence, I shall not lose. The two shared a brief embrace, exchanging no further words, before returning to their respective locker rooms. The emergence of superstars from the 1990s is indeed exhilarating. Reflecting on the matchup with Payton during the game, Ye Feng could not help but express his deep sentiments. Previously, he had believed that Payton's decision to join the Lakers as a free agent stemmed not only from a desire for a championship, but also due to a significant decline in his abilities. This match profoundly illuminated the fallacy of that belief. The glove remains formidable. Among all the point guards Ye Feng has faced this season, Gary Payton poses the second greatest threat, surpassed only by Jason Kidd. With my presence, I wonder if he will still join the Lakers next season? Ye Feng's curiosity intensified. The upcoming 2 regular season games for the Lakers would also take place at the Staples Center, providing a significant respite with a 6-day gap between matches. Such a leisurely pace amidst the demanding regular season schedule is indeed a rare luxury. During this interval, Pelinka reached out to convey that the agent team had commenced formal discussions with executives from Nike and Adidas regarding a sneaker contract. As anticipated, there remains considerable room for price enhancement, yet it cannot surpass that of Kobe. Both Nike and Adidas have expressed their agreement to Ye Feng's desire for a short-term contract. They, too, are reluctant to engage in a long-term agreement with him, given the multitude of uncertainties that lie ahead. With fewer than 40 regular season games under his belt, he lacks a representative standing. Consequently, the negotiations proceeded with remarkable ease, culminating in a consensus within a single day, a development that took Ye Feng by surprise. Nike's final offer amounted to $24 million over 3 years, accompanied by a commitment to release at least one signature shoe for Ye Feng during the contract period. The terms are undoubtedly generous, showcasing Nike's confidence in Ye Feng's potential. In contrast, Adidas presented a slightly higher offer of $26 million over 3 years, yet without the assurance of a signature shoe. Thus, the decision was straightforward. Ye Feng ultimately opted for Nike. The news swiftly spread, and the endorsement fee of $24 million was publicly disclosed, generating significant buzz. It is unprecedented within NBA history for an undrafted player, having played less than half a season, to secure such a substantial shoe contract. During the subsequent shoe signing ceremony, in the presence of hundreds of media representatives, Ye Feng inscribed his name on the contract, officially establishing himself as a Nike athlete. While the sum of $24 million may appear substantial, when converted to Chinese yuan at the current exchange rate, it represents merely a modest target. However, given the high personal income tax rate in Los Angeles and the share that his agent Palinka will take, the final amount Ye Feng receives will be less than half of the total. Indeed, for Ye Feng, this sum is undoubtedly substantial. However, it remains uncertain at this juncture what next season will entail, hence there is no urgency to purchase a new residence. The current apartment is quite satisfactory and he has grown accustomed to it, so relocating is not a pressing need. Nevertheless, acquiring a vehicle has become essential, a matter for another time. Amidst a sea of white and black journalists, a familiar face, a trace of yellow, swiftly captured Ye Feng's attention. Although he recognized the individual, it seemed the latter was unaware of his identity. After addressing a flurry of questions from the reporters and noticing that the individual merely smiled knowingly without approaching, Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement and briefed Palinka. Once all matters were settled, within a suite at the hotel hosting the signing ceremony, Ye Feng observed the familiar figure approaching and smiled, saying, "Hello, Coach Zhang. I am Ye Feng. You know me?" Coach Zhang expressed surprise. In response, Ye Feng chuckled. "I believe that anyone in China who follows basketball is likely familiar with Coach Zhang. You flatter me, little Ye." "I am at a loss for words," Coach Zhang replied, feeling a bit bashful. Yet, recalling the purpose of his trip to the United States, he refrained from further pleasantries and directly addressed the matter at hand. "Time is of the essence, so I shall dispense with unnecessary conversation. Little Ye, we have come specifically from China to conduct an exclusive interview with you." "Absolutely no problem," Ye Feng replied without a moment's hesitation, much to the astonishment of Coach Zhang and his accompanying staff, who were pleasantly surprised by his prompt agreement. However, their time is limited. The funding approved by the station is constrained, and they are not permitted to stay overnight. They must return to their homeland tonight, necessitating a sense of urgency. Aware of this situation, Ye Feng naturally strives to cooperate as much as possible. This exclusive interview poses no harm to him. He has no justification for refusal. As his prominence within the country continues to rise, fans grow increasingly curious about Ye Feng. Yet, the information available to them remains exceedingly scant. In China, Ye Feng is rather ordinary. Apart from his towering stature reminiscent of a basketball player, he possesses no distinctive traits. His recent substantial contract with Nike and his remarkably stable performance in the NBA, coupled with the team's outstanding record and championship aspirations, have heightened the curiosity of domestic fans to an unparalleled extent. The television station decisively seized the opportunity presented by Ye Feng's contract with Nike, sending director Zhang and his team for the interview. As an official sports television station, they aim to be the pioneers in this endeavor. In response to Director Zhang's inquiries, Ye Feng spoke candidly, having nothing to conceal. "Before arriving in America, I was uncertain whether I would succeed. However, I knew that if I did not come, I would undoubtedly regret it for the rest of my life. Therefore, I made what many considered a wildly reckless decision. I sold all my possessions to pursue my basketball dream in America. From a results-oriented perspective, I have succeeded. But I do not recommend this path to others, as it is fraught with uncertainties. I was merely fortunate. This season, my objective is to assist the team in securing the championship. The Lakers are the defending champions, and anything less than a title would be deemed a failure. During my vacation, I intend to return to my homeland, for the Dragon Country is indeed my true home. I am eager to serve the national team. Yet I have yet to receive a call-up from the men's basketball squad. The leaders must have their considerations. All I can do is continually enhance my skills and showcase the prowess of our Dragon Country basketball players in the NBA. With a calm demeanor, Ye Feng spoke eloquently, prompting Director Zhang to nod in quiet approval. It was evident that, like the great Yao Ming, Ye Feng possessed a heart of steel. Such players would undoubtedly not falter on the international stage. This thought made Director Zhang's gaze toward Ye Feng even more fervent. Ye Feng was poised to perfectly remedy the current shortcomings of the national team. His inclusion would undoubtedly elevate the team's strength significantly. However, contemplating the specific circumstances at home and the fact that Ye Feng was not a player within the established system, he could not help but sigh inwardly. The complexities of the situation were numerous, and he knew he could not navigate them alone. Amidst a relaxed and cordial atmosphere, the interview concluded smoothly. Due to the constraints of time, Director Zhang and his team graciously declined Ye Feng's invitation for a meal and set off for the airport without delay. As Ye Feng watched them depart, his eyes reflected respect, recalling the earnest anticipation in their eyes when the topic of the national team arose. He too felt a surge of hope. They must be on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet, he wondered what conditions they might propose. Unproductive speculation aside, Ye Feng resolved to remain steadfast in his principles, refusing to compromise or retreat, and to continue enhancing his personal abilities. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, no problem shall be insurmountable. The regular season continues its course. Following a resounding victory over the struggling Cavaliers and a commanding win against the undermanned Heat, the Lakers have extended their winning streak to 10 games. With the schedule tightening once more, they are set to embark on a challenging back-to-back road trip, facing the Hornets and the Rockets. This season, the Lakers have already encountered both teams, fostering a mutual understanding. On the evening of January 15th, the Lakers will face the Hornets on their home turf. Throughout the game, Ye Feng will be matched up against Baron Davis, successfully limiting the opposing player's shooting percentage to below 30. Ye Feng has cultivated considerable defensive acumen against such physical point guards. His teammates also displayed remarkable prowess during the match, with O'Neal dominating the Hornets' interior and achieving a substantial double-double, while Kobe amassed a game-high 31 points. The KOF duo ruled the court, leading the Lakers to a comfortable victory and extending their winning streak to 11. That evening, Ye Feng received a call from Yao Ming. "Yao, your call comes at just the right moment," Ye Feng jested. On the other end, Yao chuckled. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." "Not at all. I just finished showering and was about to sleep." "Indeed, it's getting rather late. I'll be brief." Without further ado, Yao got straight to the point. "What time will you arrive tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to dinner." "Absolutely," Ye Feng replied, eager to accept the invitation. He promptly shared the time of his flight arrival and the name of the hotel where the team would be staying. Upon ending the call, Ye Feng noticed Kobe, who was observing him from the adjacent bed. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Is there something on your mind? Take me along tomorrow." Kobe responded with an air of certainty. Ye Feng couldn't help but chuckle at his unabashed demeanor. "You certainly lack modesty. Do we really need to be polite between us?" Kobe retorted, "That may not be necessary, but I must consult with Yao." "That is acceptable." Ye Feng promptly dialed Yao, explaining the situation. After a moment of surprise, Yao ultimately acquiesced. Ye Feng considered that when sensitive topics arose, they could communicate in Mandarin, relieving any potential awkwardness since Kobe would not comprehend. Meanwhile, despite appearing calm on the surface, Kobe felt a weight lift from his heart upon learning Yao's approval. His insistence on joining was primarily driven by a fear that Ye Feng might be swayed by Yao. The night passed in silence. By midday the following day, the entire Lakers team boarded a plane bound for Houston. Several hours later, the aircraft landed smoothly. After more than an hour, Ye Feng and the others finally arrived at their rented hotel. The lengthy journey had left them fatigued, prompting everyone to retreat to their rooms early. Ye Feng and Kobe were no exceptions. However, after setting down their luggage, they made their way to the hotel entrance to await Yao's arrival. This had already been communicated to Phil Jackson, who had given his consent, so their actions were not unauthorized. Before long, Yao arrived in a vehicle to pick them up. Half an hour later, they found themselves inside Yao's rented villa. "Is this your home?" Ye Feng asked, somewhat astonished. Yao inquired with a smile, "What do you think? I had assumed you would take me out to a restaurant for a grand meal. What delicacies can be found in the restaurants here in America?" "Ah, I see. So it falls upon you to cook today?" "No, it's your turn to cook," Kobe interjected. "I cannot comprehend." Could you perhaps speak in English? It makes me appear quite foolish. Chapter 73, A Brazen Recruitment. How awkward this is as fellow denizens of the bustling metropolis, Ye Feng and Yao shared similar tastes. However, in consideration of the foreign Kobe, it was essential to cater to all three, striking a balance in their culinary choices. Kobe remarked, in America, aren't you the foreigners? With 3 individuals present, Ye Feng prepared 6 dishes. Fortunately, all the ingredients had been prepped, and a housekeeper was on hand to assist with washing and preparation. Within a little over an hour, everything was accomplished, showcasing remarkable efficiency. "Ah Feng, your culinary skills are truly commendable," Yao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. After swallowing his food, he earnestly remarked, "Why not consider joining us in Houston next season? Are you not even attempting to conceal this?" Ye Feng smiled in response. Speaking directly in English, he no longer regarded the little flying warrior as a Lakers player. His gaze shifted to the astonished Kobe nearby. Before Yao could respond, Kobe hastily interjected, "Yao, if you refrain from mentioning that, we can still remain friends. Feng is mine." As soon as the words left his mouth, the little flying warrior realized his phrasing was amiss. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly added, "Feng is my dearest brother. He shall remain in Los Angeles. Who can truly predict the events of the future?" Yao chuckled softly. In his eyes, Ye Feng possesses the prowess to assume the role of the team leader. However, with the Lakers, he would likely only rise to the status of third in command. Thus, it is highly probable that he will depart. Should he have the opportunity to join the Rockets, he would gladly accept the position of third, allowing Ye Feng to take the second or even surpass the elder Fu to become the foremost leader of the team. Yao, however, was not particularly concerned about such matters. His focus lay solely on the team's performance and accolades. Listening to their conversation, Ye Feng offered no verbal response, merely nodding slightly. This caused a sense of unease to wash over Kobe, who then turned his gaze towards Ye Feng, saying, "Feng, you know that as long as we are united, it is entirely possible for us to seize another championship, or even achieve a consecutive three-peat. We can do it," Yao interjected, clearly buoyed by his recent stellar performances which had instilled him with confidence. Casting a sidelong glance at Yao, Ye Feng restrained himself from retorting. Given the current roster of the Rockets, even with his addition, the prospect of clinching the championship seemed a distant dream. Merely escaping the Western Conference would be a formidable challenge. Teams like the Lakers, Spurs, Kings, and even the Mavericks all posed significant competition, making any match against them a daunting task for the Rockets. Moreover, Ye Feng harbored a disdain for the team's penny-pinching owner, who lacked understanding of the game. Unless there were changes in ownership and the acquisition of a suitable head coach, Ye Feng would categorically dismiss the idea of joining the Rockets. Of course, these considerations were for another time. As he stated firmly, "I am not inclined to dwell on such matters right now. Please do not make it seem as though my contract is about to expire tomorrow. Let us cease this topic and discuss something else." Ye Feng's expression was earnest, eliciting a pleased reaction from Kobe. Yao's heart was tinged with regret. He was not a fool and could clearly perceive that Ye Feng seemed disinterested in joining the Rockets. Had Ye Feng been privy to Yao's current sentiments, he would surely have retorted that even if he harbored such intentions, they would be futile. For David Stern would never permit them to coexist on the same team, especially now, as Ye Feng had established his worth and reputation within the NBA. Their separation into different teams would undoubtedly maximize their respective interests. This scenario mirrored the past incident involving Chris Paul's potential move to the Lakers, which, on the surface, appeared flawless and seemingly devoid of league issues. Yet, it was evident to all that David Stern was averse to the notion of Chris Paul joining forces with Kobe Bryant. Granting Kobe a Pau Gasol had already been sufficient for championship success. Had it been Chris Paul, his ascent would have been meteoric. In that era, Kobe's individual prowess and leadership capabilities were indeed remarkable. As for Ye Feng and Yao, their abilities were secondary. Stern's primary concern was undoubtedly the matter of profitability. Returning to the main topic, in the ensuing moments, neither Yao nor Kobe broached the subject of Ye Feng's contract or his prospects for the next season, instead shifting their discussion to the state of the national team. All three harbored aspirations for the upcoming Athens Olympics. Unlike Yao, who was assured of his participation, and Kobe, who, despite his desire to compete, was certain to be summoned by the Dream Team, Ye Feng found himself in a rather awkward predicament. He did not reject the idea of joining the national team and was confident that he would be called upon. However, There had been no communication thus far. It was likely that his proposed conditions had encountered dissent from higher authorities, preventing a consensus from being reached. Thus, he would have to continue waiting. If your nation does not summon you, Feng, you might contemplate joining us. With your prowess, you would undoubtedly secure a place in the dream team. Unreservedly, Kobe made this suggestion in the presence of Yao. Upon hearing this, Yao promptly clarified, Feng, you are likely aware of the complexities within our country, but your entry into the national team is assured. It is merely a matter of timing. He continued, furthermore, I am still quite young. Even if I miss the upcoming Olympics, I will only be 25 at the next one. Feng smiled, subtly declining Kobe's proposition. He had no intention of changing his nationality. No citizen of Dragon Country would ever refuse to fight for their homeland. However, if the nation deemed his presence unnecessary, he saw no reason to hasten toward sacrifice, preferring to let things unfold naturally. Upon hearing his words, both Kobe and Yao were momentarily taken aback, quickly replaced by expressions of envy, despite their own youth. The meal extended over 2 hours, primarily as Feng and Yao reminisced, while Kobe played the role of the third wheel. By the time Feng and Kobe returned to the hotel, it was already 10 in the evening. Rather than accompanying Feng to his room, Kobe excused himself, promising to return later. They parted ways in the hotel lobby. Unbothered, Feng returned to his room, took a refreshing shower, and then lay on his bed. He sent a text to Jessica, confirming that she was neither asleep nor preoccupied. The two then engaged in a lengthy phone conversation. Initially, Feng had not intended to define their relationship so swiftly. He and Jessica had viewed their connection as a fleeting romance, merely fulfilling mutual desires. Little did he expect that the other party would take it so seriously. After careful contemplation, Ye Feng realized that having such a beautiful, affectionate, and understanding girlfriend, who was also career-driven, might not be a bad thing after all, and thus he decided to make their relationship public. Unbeknownst to him, they had already been together for nearly 2 months, and their mutual familiarity had blossomed. As for what the future holds and whether they could endure, who can say? It is enough to cherish the present moment. At the same time, Ye Feng was unaware that after parting ways with him, Kobe directly went to Shaquille's room. Unlike Kobe, who insisted on sharing a room, Shaquille had no intention of sleeping in the same quarters as another man. Given his status within the team, the Lakers had naturally provided him with a single room. At that moment, these two individuals, rumored to be in contention for the title of team leader and thought to be at odds, were secretly conversing. From what you've said, it seems that Feng is indeed not considering a contract renewal at this time. There's no need for us to bring it up any further. We should focus on the game. This season, our quest for the championship will be significantly more challenging than last season. I share your thoughts. But tonight, Yao was rather brazen in trying to lure Feng away right in front of me. In tomorrow's game, you must apply some pressure on him. Rest assured, I too wish to have a word with this little giant from the Dragon Kingdom. Then it rests upon you. After an extensive half-hour discussion, Kobe finally left Shaquille's room. Upon returning, he found Ye Feng engaged in a lively conversation with Jessica. Unwilling to concede, the little flying warrior, after taking a shower, promptly dialed Vanessa. You have a girlfriend, I have a wife. Clearly, I emerge victorious. After nearly half a minute of anticipation, the call finally connected. Before Kobe could utter a word, Vanessa's voice, laden with irritation, erupted from the other end. Kobe, can you let me get some decent sleep? I'm due next month. Without granting Kobe a chance to respond, she abruptly hung up the phone. A twitch played at the corners of Kobe's mouth as he cast a glance at Ye Feng, who had turned away from him, shoulders shaking with evident suppressed laughter, a faint blush creeping onto his otherwise dark cheeks. This was undeniably awkward. Chapter 74, the second derby match. Don't judge a book by its cover. The following evening, at the Toyota Center, the match between the Lakers and the Rockets was about to commence. This season, the domestic broadcast had covered nearly all of the Rockets games, and naturally, this one was no exception. The Dragon Country Derby's second encounter was about to begin. Anticipation had been building early among fans across the nation. Those with the means and time had already stationed themselves in front of their televisions, eagerly awaiting the start of the game. In an era when the internet was not yet widespread and the concept of bullet comments did not exist, fans found ways to engage in fervent discussions on online forums. The moment had finally arrived. I had been looking forward to this match since last week. The CCTV Sports channel had been woefully inadequate, typically only broadcasting the Rockets games. To watch the Lakers and Ye Feng, One could only wait for the derby match, with the two teams facing off merely 4 times in a season. Far too few. Indeed, we could only glean glimpses of Ye Feng's performance through highlight reels and edited videos, leaving us yearning for more. Indeed, Ye Feng's prowess is remarkable, averaging an impressive 19.7 points, 10.3 rebounds, and 3.2 assists per game, showcasing a legitimate near triple-double performance that positions him as a frontrunner for the Rookie of the Year award. His individual brilliance not only elevates his status, but also places the Lakers among the favorites for the championship. Should they clinch the title, he would become the first individual from the Dragon Kingdom to earn an NBA championship ring as a core player. Recently, Yao Ming has also regained his rhythm on the court, performing admirably, and I am eagerly anticipating the collision of their talents in the upcoming match. The CCTV Sports channel will once again broadcast this game live, enlisting the renowned duo of Zhang Ping for commentary. In the studio, Zhang Ping, aware of the recent trip to the United States for an exclusive interview with Ye Feng, inquires knowingly. Zhang, prepared for this moment, responds with a smile, acknowledging, "Indeed. We successfully met with Ye Feng and conducted a comprehensive interview. He was remarkably sincere, answering every question with candor." It is evident that Zhang holds Ye Feng in high regard. Ye Feng is indeed commendable, both in character and basketball skills, and he is poised to become the leading figure among domestic guards in the future. The high praise from Zhang signifies Ye Feng's exceptional talent. Although Zhang Ping yearns to delve deeper into the details of the interview, time constraints prevent such an exploration, prompting him to steer the conversation back to the forthcoming match. As for the interview, let us discuss it privately later. For now, let's have Zhang analyze this upcoming game. Nodding in agreement, Coach Zhang immediately began his analysis. In terms of team strength, the Lakers clearly hold the advantage. However, the Rockets are not entirely without a chance. Their recent performance has been commendable, and playing on home turf offers them a glimmer of hope. That said, it was evident to anyone listening that Coach Zhang had a stronger belief in the Lakers' prowess. The fans watching the live broadcast could discern this as well, though none voiced any objections. After all, the Lakers currently stand as the top team in the Western Conference, while the Rockets, despite Yao Ming's recent adaptation to the intensity and rhythm of NBA play, find their overall strength lacking, lingering in the lower half of the playoff picture. The disparity in strength is significant. The Lakers have reached their peak form, with O'Neal returning from injury and regaining his competitive edge, thus addressing the team's most notable weakness. In this match, the question arises whether Yao Ming can withstand the onslaught of the league's premier center, which sparks curiosity and anticipation. On the court, both teams' players have completed their introductions. Yao Ming stepped forward to engage in friendly banter with Ye Feng. Before long, Francis approached. "Rookie, this time I will show you what I'm capable of." The memory of their last encounter, where Ye Feng had left him in a rather embarrassing position, still fresh in his mind, Francis returned to his home court with a determination to retaliate. "Steve, you are one of the top 5 guards in the league. Being acknowledged by you fills me with great honor." Flattery is universally appealing, and Francis is no exception. His gaze softened significantly. However, Ye Feng swiftly shifted the tone. "In order to express my respect for you, Kobe and I will exert our utmost effort on the defensive end during this match." Francis paused, momentarily taken aback. Ye Feng was already a considerable challenge. The addition of the equally formidable defender, Kobe, was enough to cause a sense of trepidation, even for one so confident in his own abilities. Were it not for the importance of maintaining appearances, he would have retorted, "There's really no need for that. A one-on-one would suffice." Reality did not afford Ye Feng and the others the luxury of further conversation as the game was about to commence, and they returned to their respective benches. Soon, the starting players for both teams entered the court. On the Lakers' side, Phil Jackson deployed a starting lineup featuring Shaquille O'Neal, Samaki Walker, Rick Fox, Kobe Bryant, and Ye Feng. The somewhat underwhelming Robert Horry remained a substitute. On the Rockets' end, they fielded a starting 5 comprising Yao Ming, Eddie Griffin, James Posey, Coutinho Mobley, and Steve Francis. As Yao's performance became increasingly impressive and stable, he was elevated to the starting lineup, with his playing time gradually increasing to over 30 minutes. After all, the Rockets had their sights set on the playoffs this season, and Yao's formidable presence in the paint could not be squandered. At this moment, both team starters had taken their positions on the court. Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming stood opposite each other, flanked by referees, their gazes locked, brimming with competitive spirit. O'Neal appeared particularly intrigued by the tall and recently impressive Yao. Yao Ming found himself in a similar predicament, facing the league's foremost center, arguably the world's best. Such a formidable opponent exhilarated him, igniting a desire to gauge the chasm between himself and the elite. The sound of the opening whistle signaled the commencement of the match. Leveraging his height advantage, Yao Ming outmaneuvered Shaquille O'Neal to make the first contact with the basketball, deftly directing it back to his team's half of the court. The Houston Rockets initiated their offensive strategy. As Francis crossed the halfway line, Ye Feng closed in on him with fervor. The intense pressure of Ye Feng's defense invigorated Francis, compelling him to maintain his focus and attempt a breakthrough. However, he quickly realized that Ye Feng's defensive anticipation was remarkably astute, his reflexes lightning fast, effectively blocking any potential openings. In the short span of their absence, how had this young man's defensive prowess escalated so significantly? Francis couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, recalling how Yao Ming had also exhibited rapid improvement. Unlike Francis, who had reached his peak and surpassed his growth phase, both Ye Feng and Yao Ming were still in their youth, brimming with potential for further enhancement. Youth was indeed a blessing. As the game commenced, Ye Feng immediately intensified the pressure, reaching out in an attempt to steal the ball. Although Francis evaded the attempt, Ye Feng maintained his defensive position, with no viable one-on-one opportunities. Francis exchanged a knowing glance with Eddie Griffin, who promptly rushed over to set a solid screen against Ye Feng. Is this truly considered legal? Ye Feng sighed, unaware that Eddie Griffin harbored the same thoughts. Fully aware that his opponent would exert force during the screen, Ye Feng was not one to relent. He met the impact head-on, yet tempered his strength. Eddie Griffin appeared stable in stature, but the force was undeniably painful. This tactic was one he had learned from John Stockton, who always employed such subtle maneuvers during matchups, skillfully avoiding the referee's scrutiny. Faced with an unsolvable dilemma, Ye Feng decided to adopt the same strategy. With Kobe as a test subject, he quickly mastered these techniques. As the focus shifted back to the game, Francis, having evaded Ye Feng's tight defense, took just a few steps before being intercepted by Kobe. Instinctively, he intended to pass to Mobley, but recalling his previous experience, he remained vigilant. A quick glance at the passing lane revealed that Ye Feng had already positioned himself to intercept, causing a wave of cold sweat to break out. The defensive synergy between these two was astoundingly effective, rendering it nearly impossible to counter. Consequently, he altered his passing route and delivered the ball to Eddie Griffin. Griffin, receiving the ball high, appeared momentarily bewildered but quickly reacted, lofting the basketball to the towering Yao Ming beneath the hoop. Yao, facing Shaquille O'Neal, faked a shot, feinted left, then surged right along the baseline. His deft ball-handling skills, combined with exceptional protection and rhythm, made him resemble a 226-meter guard, eliciting gasps of awe from the crowd. However, this astonishment soon gave way to sighs of disappointment. O'Neal swiftly turned, leaping high with a powerful swing of his arm, mercilessly blocking Yao's reverse layup. The basketball was forcefully swatted out of bounds. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. Despite his imposing stature, his agility and explosive power are astonishing. This individual's innate talent is truly remarkable. The gaze of Yao reflected a profound envy. In terms of natural ability, he is leagues apart from O'Neal, exhibiting a vast disparity. The Rockets retained possession of the ball, with only 11 seconds remaining on the shot clock. The Rockets prepare for a baseline inbounds. Chapter 75, Raw Strength, Another Victory, Good News. Catino Mobley decisively drives towards the basket, initially intending to perform a dunk, but with O'Neal ahead and Kobe behind. He prudently abandons this audacious notion. Instead, he executes a layup with a change of hands in midair. The maneuver may not be aesthetically pleasing, yet it proves effective. Finding an opening, he flicks his wrist and releases the ball. Smack! Mobley's expression freezes. What the? I just got blocked. As O'Neal descends, his left hand suddenly swipes out, the tips of his fingers just brushing against the basketball, sending it soaring away. Ye Feng and Francis leap almost in unison. Lacking the explosive power of his opponent, Ye Feng opts for physical confrontation. In midair, he collides with Francis, sending him tumbling to the ground. The referee instantly blows the whistle. Beep. A foul is called on Ye Feng for charging. Firmly grasping the basketball, he lands steadily, choosing not to glance at the sprawled Francis. Instead, he meets the serious expression of the referee with silence. This ruling offers a glimpse into the officiating standards for their team as visitors. Caution must be exercised in future confrontations. Are you all right, veteran? Ye Feng cast his gaze upon the sprawled figure of Francis on the floor. As he reached out, Francis grasped Ye Feng's hand to rise, grumbling. What on earth have you been eating to grow so strong? It's a gift. It has nothing to do with diet, Ye Feng retorted. Francis remained unconvinced. The words Dragon Country Kung Fu swirling in his mind. However, this was not the moment for such musings. The Rockets prepared for a sideline inbound pass. With less than 10 seconds left on the shot clock, the Lakers employed a man-to-man defense, their most formidable trio, the KOF3, perfectly matched against the Rockets' strongest players. It was a direct clash of titans. As Francis maneuvered without the ball, he received a pass, but before he could make a decisive move, Ye Feng closed in once more, adjusting the intensity of the confrontation to avoid giving the referee any reason to intervene. Not fixating on personal offense, Francis utilized a screen to shake off Ye Feng by 3 positions, charging towards the basket. Confronted by O'Neal, he showed no sign of retreat, launching himself into the air. In the midst of the clash, as Ye Feng and O'Neal converged upon him, Francis executed a deft maneuver, evading the block with a slight adjustment and finishing with a layup. The ball struck the backboard and fell through the hoop, igniting a thunderous roar of applause from the crowd. The underdog had triumphed magnificently. The difficulty of the shot soared to celestial heights, a guaranteed highlight reel moment. The score stood at 0-2, with the Lakers now in possession. As they crossed half court, Ye Feng glanced at the poised Francis before him, a faint smile gracing his lips, and promptly lifted his hand to pass the basketball to O'Neal, who had established his position in the paint. The latter, with the ball firmly in both hands, raised his robust elbows and executed a dominant spin, forcefully displacing Yao Ming, before completing a powerful two-handed slam dunk, leveling the score at 2-2. Why not take the initiative yourself? Are you afraid? Francis taunted. Unfazed, Ye Feng maintained his composure, stating, as a point guard, my duty is to deliver the basketball to the teammate most likely to score. Francis, whose desire for personal offense significantly surpassed his inclination to pass, found himself at a loss for words. During the ensuing moments of the game, Francis and Mobley began to relentlessly penetrate the paint, yet both struggled to shake off the tight defense imposed by Ye Feng and Kobe. The speed at which Ye Feng and Kobe executed switches and offered help defense was exceptionally swift, intensifying the pressure on them defensively. Aware of this, Francis and Mobley frequently resorted to using pick and rolls to evade their defenders. Each time they penetrated the lane, they consistently sought out Shaquille O'Neal as their target. Recognizing their intentions, O'Neal remained remarkably composed, avoiding fouls on the defensive end. On the offensive front, Ye Feng continuously fed the ball to O'Neal. Currently, Yao Ming was still significantly outmatched by O'Neal. Not to mention, the disparity in physical mass alone was a formidable obstacle. It was no surprise that Yao opted to bulk up. His physique was indeed too slender. When considering the league's many formidable big men, he struggled to hold his ground. However, the extent to which he should increase his weight remained a matter for careful deliberation. In a previous life, Yao had undoubtedly been overweight. The knees, ankles, and toes have been subjected to undue weight and pressure, exacerbated by the head coach's excessive reliance on him and the toll of national team competitions. His body has remained in a precarious state for years, frequently injured, severely impacting his NBA career. At this moment, any words of counsel would surely fall on deaf ears for Yao Ming. Ye Feng intends to wait for an opportune moment to offer a gentle reminder. But that is a matter for another time. Let us return to the court. On the court, the Lakers clearly exhibit a positional advantage with Shaquille O'Neal, while Kobe Bryant also showcases a distinct edge. Although Cuttino Mobley's defensive attitude is commendable, it still falls short in effectively guarding Kobe. On the offensive front, Ye Feng increasingly relishes the sensation of wielding control over the ball, orchestrating plays, and commanding the battlefield. He embodies the role of the on-court commander and serves as the engine driving the Lakers' offense. His ability to enable both Kobe and Shaquille to willingly sacrifice ball possession to play off the ball speaks volumes about his organizational prowess. He hardly resembles a mere 19-year-old rookie. In the TNT studio, Charles Barkley unabashedly expresses his fondness and optimism for Ye Feng. Seated beside him, Kenny Smith refrains from his usual banter and instead nods in agreement. Feng exhibits remarkable maturity on the court. He has emerged as the Lakers' third formidable asset. We can clearly see that whenever he is present, the scoring efficiency of both O'Neal and Kobe significantly increases. This Lakers team now possesses a competitiveness that surpasses even that of their three-peat era. The question of whether our competitiveness has surpassed that of the 3 consecutive championship periods remains uncertain, regardless of the strength on paper or impressive statistics. If a championship is not secured in the end, such accomplishments bear no significance. This season, the competitive pressure in the Western Conference is immense. Should the Lakers manage to navigate through the playoffs and ultimately clinch the championship, the value of that title would be extraordinarily high. The playoffs are still a ways off. For now, we shall focus on this match. The Rockets are indeed putting forth great effort, yet the disparity in raw strength is evident. They have reached the pinnacle of their capabilities, yet still fall short. Indeed, unless the Lakers create turmoil within their ranks in the upcoming matches, the chances of the Rockets emerging victorious appear slim. On the court, as articulated by Barkley and others, the Rockets have laid bare their utmost potential, yet the point differential continues to widen. This illustrates the gap in inherent strength. As long as the Lakers maintain their form, the likelihood of defeat is minimal. No strategy can alter this reality. When one is outmatched, one is simply outmatched. The first quarter concluded under such a palpable atmosphere, with the Lakers achieving a remarkable shooting percentage of over 60, amassing a total of 32 points. The Rockets also performed commendably, tallying 25 points. Entering the second quarter with a 7-point deficit, Ye Feng led the bench unit to confront the Rockets' reserves, guided by Francis. In the first quarter, scoring opportunities were scarce, as the focus remained predominantly on orchestrating plays. However, in the second quarter, Ye Feng unleashed his scoring instincts, frequently driving to the basket with determination. Indeed, whenever a favorable opportunity arises for his teammates, he is more than willing to deliver a well-timed pass. Francis appears rather helpless on the defensive end. Although he is eager to defend, his efforts become futile when overwhelmed. Moreover, Ye Feng's ball-handling rhythm has significantly improved compared to before, and coupled with his remarkable strength, his threat during breakthroughs has surged dramatically. If even Kobe, with his defensive prowess, struggles to contain the outside threats, it is evident that Francis stands no chance. In a fierce exchange, Ye Feng led his team to extend the Lakers' lead to double digits. Upon the return of Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal to the court, they unleashed a relentless barrage against the Rockets. On the defensive end, the Rockets' interior and perimeter were utterly overwhelmed. By halftime, the deficit had reached 15 points, showcasing the Lakers' substantial advantage, particularly in the backcourt. As long as Shaquille is on the floor, the Lakers enjoy a significant edge in the paint. However, once the Big Shark takes a breather, Yao Ming finds himself in a favorable matchup against any other Lakers big man, consistently swatting shots on the defensive end, though it regrettably yields no tangible results in narrowing the score gap. In the second half, the Lakers demonstrated exceptional control, maintaining their lead until the final whistle. After 35 minutes of play, O'Neal achieved remarkable statistics with over 60 shooting, amassing 32 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, and 5 blocks. Kobe, on the other hand, scored a game-high 37 points. Ye Feng contributed with 17 points, yet his 18 assists, along with 8 rebounds, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, underscored an outstanding performance. In the face of the Lakers' outstanding performance in KOF, the Rockets found themselves under pressure, with Francis scoring 27 points, Mobley contributing 18, and Yao Ming achieving a double-double with 10 points and 10 rebounds, ultimately leading to their regrettable defeat. The Lakers have achieved a remarkable 12-game winning streak, currently boasting a record of 34 wins and 5 losses, firmly seated at the top of the Western Conference and the league. They have created a 2-game buffer ahead of the Mavericks, which is undoubtedly good news. Additionally, there is another piece of uplifting news. O'Neal is getting married. Chapter 76, Uncontainable. Ye Feng rises. In both derby encounters, Ye Feng emerged victorious. Although the second match did not afford him the unlimited freedom of the first, his performance remained captivating, perhaps even more so than before, much to the delight of domestic fans. Serving as the on-court commander, one of the 2 primary defensive anchors on the perimeter, and the undisputed core of the bench unit, Ye Feng's tactical significance within the Lakers has, almost imperceptibly, become comparable to that of O'Neal and Kobe. The KOF combination is well-deserved and not merely a phrase. With Ye Feng's current comprehensive abilities and potential, he has already reached the level of a foundational player for a team. Should he choose to, many NBA franchises would be eager to build around him as their cornerstone and tactical nucleus. Having evolved to this level of prowess in less than half a season, one can only speculate how far Ye Feng might progress if given more time. Will his mid-range shooting become more consistent? Can he develop a three-point shooting ability, transforming into a versatile player? The mere thought excites numerous NBA teams. At the tender age of 19, the future holds limitless possibilities. Returning to the homeland, rarity enhances value. The domestic broadcasts of the Los Angeles Lakers games are scarce, with only 2 instances of the Derby match being aired. Ye Feng displayed an exceptionally high level of athletic prowess, leaving a profound impression on the local fans. Especially after this latest Derby, his popularity surged dramatically across the nation. Many fans even began to call the official number of the CCTV sports channel, hoping for an increase in the broadcast of Lakers games. In the realm of basketball, the spectacle provided by guard players often surpasses that of interior players. Furthermore, Ye Feng possesses outstanding external attributes, exuding charm, complemented by his remarkable performance on the court. His height is more relatable, enhancing the sense of immersion for the spectators. Many domestic fans have been captivated by him, becoming his ardent supporters. The rise of Ye Feng is utterly unstoppable. In the largest basketball forum in the country, at least 7 out of 10 threads are currently dedicated to discussions about him, clearly indicating his immense popularity. Amidst all this, Ye Feng, as the protagonist, has little time to concern himself with such matters. After concluding the match against the Rockets, he returned to Los Angeles with his team. A day later, on January 19th, Shaquille O'Neal's wedding unexpectedly took place. The ceremony was relatively modest, held in a church in Los Angeles. In the presence of Ye Feng, Kobe, other teammates, numerous friends outside the basketball realm, and family, Shaquille exchanged rings with Shawnee Nelson, sealing their union with a kiss. It seems that Shaquille's wedding was somewhat hastily prepared, with no prior indications of such a momentous occasion. Ye Feng felt a twinge of curiosity. Kobe glanced at him several times, confirming that he was indeed addressing him, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Do you think? Considering my relationship with Shaquille, I would know? Well, Ye Feng realized he could not refute that point. Derek Fisher, who was seated behind him, hesitated before leaning in. Originally, Shaquille wasn't planning to get married so soon. He wanted to enjoy some time being single, but Shunny is pregnant, so, you understand. Comprehension dawned upon Ye Feng as he nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Fisher, which puzzled the little fish. Why are you looking at me like that? Derek, it feels like you know everything that's happening within the team. Ye Feng could not help but admire Fisher's remarkable social and informational prowess. Upon hearing this, Fisher offered a shy smile. I simply enjoy making friends. You are impressive, just slightly more so than Kobe. Kobe. The wedding ceremony concluded swiftly, leading into the reception. The feast featured not only traditional Western fast food such as barbecued meat, hamburgers, hot dogs, and salads, but also incorporated elements of Dragon Country cuisine. A deliberate choice to distance himself from Ye Feng's influence. Of course, Ye Feng did not prepare the dishes himself. Managing the catering for such a large gathering alone would be exhausting. Instead, he sought out a well-regarded Dragon Country restaurant in Chinatown and enlisted the chef's assistance. Those who immigrated to America from Dragon Country long ago had already blended their culinary traditions with Western flavors, resulting in a delightful fusion. In the United States, there is no tradition of a wedding night revelry. Instead, O'Neal hosted a jubilant evening soiree filled with song, dance, and merriment. Amidst the vibrant atmosphere, this unexpected wedding concluded splendidly. After a brief interlude, everyone returned to the regular season journey, as the time for relaxation had not yet arrived. The day following O'Neal's wedding, the Lakers faced the challenge of the Clippers at the Staples Center. O'Neal, accompanied by his newlywed wife, attended the game to rally support for the team. Utilizing his recent nuptials as a reason, this indolent fellow requested a 3-day leave, opting out of the next 2 matches. Had it not been for Ye Feng's contributions, the team's performance would not have been so commendable, and the management might not have acquiesced to his absence. However, the team currently faced no pressure regarding their performance, allowing for such leniency. The management did not place significant importance on securing the top position in the Western Conference. After all, if a championship eludes them, the number of times they finish first in the West holds little significance. With the absence of the big shark anchoring the paint, the Lakers' interior strength undeniably diminished. Nevertheless, the Clippers' prowess was rather mediocre, primarily lacking a competitive spirit, having long since resolved to embrace a losing strategy. In a rare turn of events, Ye Feng seized the opportunity for extensive ball possession, playing 37 minutes, attempting 21 shots, successfully making 14, and converting 3 out of 4 free throws. Amassing a total of 31 points along with 7 rebounds, 12 assists, 6 steals, and 1 block, an impressive performance on both ends of the court. Yet, he did not earn the title of the game's best player. In this match, Kobe displayed an extraordinary performance, taking 25 shots and successfully sinking 16 of them, including 5 out of 7 three-pointers and 8 out of 9 free throws, amassing an impressive total of 45 points, the highest of the game. His ability to effortlessly score from beyond the arc left Ye Feng envious. Glancing at his own meager three-point attribute of merely 73, he couldn't help but sigh, realizing he had to strive harder. Naturally, the Lakers emerged victorious with a final score of 105-88. After the game, Ye Feng approached De Ji, who had only played a minute during garbage time and recorded a single assist. Unlike the ambitious demeanor he exhibited at the season's outset, De Ji's eyes now reflected a profound despondency. Within the Clippers, he had failed to earn the trust and favor of the head coach, resulting in a woefully limited playing time, relegating him to the periphery of the team. His feelings towards Ye Feng were rather complex. Recalling their initial encounter at the beginning of the season, he had felt a kinship with Ye Feng. However, they now stood worlds apart. While he struggled to find court time, Ye Feng had ascended to become the Lakers' third key player. The stark contrast only deepened De Ji's frustration, inevitably breeding a sense of jealousy. Yet, upon reflecting on Ye Feng's prowess and performance on the court, he found some solace. His lack of playing time could hardly be blamed on others. It was merely a matter of his style and abilities not aligning with the current NBA landscape. As a center whose competitive edge fell short of NBA standards, excelling in offense but lacking in defense, De Ji felt increasingly out of place in this era, reminiscent of the style of Dirk Nowitzki. However, the seasoned player at least manages to maintain a satisfactory level in both offense and defense, allowing him to still take the court without being utterly overwhelmed. Coupled with factors such as language and personality, it is entirely understandable that De Ji is unable to play. His current predicament, marked by exclusion from the national team, leaves him utterly drained and distressed both inside and out. In response, Ye Feng was at a loss for how to provide comfort, resorting to a brief embrace of his older brother, patting him gently on the back. After agreeing to practice together when time permits, the two parted ways. This scene did not escape the watchful eye of Phil Jackson, who had been closely observing Ye Feng's situation. The Zen master turned to his companion, Winter, and inquired, "Is that Feng's compatriot?" "It seems so," Winter replied with a nod. Familiar with his old partner's character, he quickly grasped Phil's implication. "Phil, are you suggesting?" "Indeed." Chapter 77. Don't underestimate my three-point shot. Hope for three-pointers. A day later, on the evening of January 22nd, at the Staples Center, the game between the Lakers and the Warriors was in full swing. In a moment of intense physical confrontation, Ye Feng suddenly seized the opportunity, snatching the basketball from Arena's hands. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he forcefully pushed past an opponent who appeared utterly defeated, swiftly bending down to scoop up the basketball that was still bouncing on the floor. Without even glancing at the situation on the court, he launched the ball forward. Underneath the Warriors' basket, Kobe soared into the air, catching the perfectly timed pass from Ye Feng with both hands, and with the momentum of his forward leap, he emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. KF connection. A long pass across the vast expanse of the court culminated in a stunning alley-oop dunk. The precision of the pass and the brilliance of the dunk were mesmerizing. The deafening cheers from the crowd reverberated throughout the arena. Suspended in midair, with one hand grasping the rim, Kobe pointed towards Ye Feng with the other. Upon noticing, Ye Feng promptly responded with a gesture, eliciting an even more fervent roar from the audience, as if they were about to overturn the entire stadium. Yet, this was merely the tip of the iceberg in this match. Confronting the lackluster defense of the Warriors, Ye Feng and Kobe consistently executed plays of highlight reel caliber, much to the delight of the spectators. What an exhibition! It is almost unbelievable that at the beginning of the season, Feng was merely a player reliant on brute force for scoring, with little finesse in ball handling and passing. Now, aside from his continued lack of three-point shooting ability, he has exhibited remarkable improvement in all other aspects of his game, leaving me utterly bewildered. Kenny Smith's face was a portrait of incredulity. It defies all logic. How can this be? It's absurd. Beside him, Charles Barkley wore a look of disdain. In our world of geniuses, a commoner like you will never comprehend. Charles, you consider yourself a genius? Kenny Smith shot him a glance. Why wouldn't he? All right, you are a genius. Kenny, are you just humoring me? No, you are indeed a genius. Their playful banter brought smiles to the faces of viewers at home, who were accustomed to witnessing this delightful exchange between the two. On the court, the performance between Ye Feng and Kobe continued to unfold. In defense, their synergy proved formidable as they jointly subdued Antoine Jamison, reclaiming possession of the ball. Kobe swiftly advanced with the ball, feigning a strong drive towards the basket, only to deliver an instantaneous assist to Ye Feng. The Warriors' defensive focus was predominantly on Kobe, leaving only Gilbert Arenas to contest Ye Feng, who effortlessly created space and soared for a one-handed dunk, adding 2 more points for the Lakers. Unbeknownst to them, the final minutes of the fourth quarter had arrived, with the score gap having stretched to a considerable 18 points. Every player on the Warriors' perimeter had been thoroughly outplayed by the duo of Ye Feng and Kobe. Arenas, who previously relished bantering with Ye Feng, now appeared notably subdued during this match. The disparity was too vast to entertain any thoughts of competition. It would be foolish to engage in a battle one was destined to lose. Arenas felt a deep sense of confusion, despite his relentless training and efforts to improve. The chasm between himself and Ye Feng seemed to widen rather than close. How could one endure such a predicament? After a couple more rounds, Ye Feng and Kobe were substituted by Phil Jackson. The outcome of the match had long been decided, and neither player possessed any inclination to inflate their statistics during garbage time. Ye Feng concluded the game with an impressive 33 points, marking his second consecutive game scoring over 30, alongside 8 rebounds, 13 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks. He had grown accustomed to narrowly missing a triple-double. Perhaps this was simply fate. Kobe, too, delivered an outstanding performance, amassing a game-high 43 points, continuing his streak of scoring over 40 points. With Shaquille O'Neal resting, both players enjoyed increased ball-sharing opportunities, naturally leading to an uptick in their scoring. Notably, Ye Feng's scoring has surged nearly twofold compared to before. Fans could not help but speculate that Shaquille O'Neal's continued absence might not be of great consequence. The Big Shark, newly married, certainly deserves a few extra days of rest. However, what they received was not the anticipated news of O'Neal's extended break, but rather the announcement that Kobe would soon be sidelined. With Vanessa about to give birth, Kobe took a leave of absence to accompany her to the hospital, necessitating a week's rest. This meant he would miss 3 regular season games, including 2 high-stakes matchups against the Nets and the Kings. Initially, Kobe had no intention of taking such an extended leave. He merely wished to be present on the day of Vanessa's delivery. However, for reasons unknown, Vanessa managed to persuade the fiercely competitive Black Mamba to request a full week off. Given the circumstances surrounding the birth of his child, the Lakers management found it impossible to deny his request. Consequently, on January 24th, in a crucial home game against the Nets, only O'Neal and Ye Feng were left to lead the team. This marked their second regular season encounter with the Nets, and it would also be the final one of the season. Having lost the previous match, Ye Feng and O'Neal were determined to secure victory, even in Kobe's absence. As the game commenced, O'Neal effortlessly leaped to win the tip-off against Collins, allowing the Lakers to initiate their offense. Faced with Jason Kidd, Ye Feng felt compelled to maintain his focus, feigning a drive to the basket, prompting Kidd to retreat 2 steps without a moment's hesitation. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Ye Feng mused, "How dare they underestimate my three-point shooting?" With unyielding momentum, he suddenly stepped forward, exerting force beneath his feet, and propelled himself into motion, charging towards the basket with Kidd in tow. This caught the attention of Collins and Martin from the Nets. However, Ye Feng did not continue his drive inward, but unexpectedly passed the basketball out. O'Neal, already poised for action, leapt with vigor, grasping the ball with both hands and, despite Collins being a beat late, slammed it into the hoop. Boom. An alley-oop dunk over an opponent. At that moment, Collins could only think of retreating, but alas, the game had only just begun. His duel with O'Neal was merely commencing. The Shark was ferocious. Given the matchup, whenever Ye Feng tossed the basketball into the air, it was virtually guaranteed to result in an assist. The score stood at 2 o'clock. The Nets organized their offense. Kid's ball handling was far from flashy. It exuded a sense of simplicity yet was remarkably steady, leaving Ye Feng with no opportunity for a steal, even when he closely pursued, seeking physical confrontation. The results were less than favorable. Despite not being particularly explosive in his athleticism, Jason Kidd was nearly flawless in his role as a point guard. Ye Feng's explosiveness was not exceptional either, rated at only 84 points, slightly inferior to Kidd. While he held a clear advantage in strength, his opponent's experience and skills, coupled with exceptional physical conditioning developed through rigorous training, allowed for precise ball control and organization. Ye Feng understood that it was impossible to completely dominate such a rival through mere confrontation and defense. He could only strive to apply as much defensive pressure as possible. Little did he know, at this very moment, Jason Kidd was internally astonished. This young man has made remarkable progress in such a short span of time. Without the slightest hesitation, as Collins moved to set a screen, he deftly maneuvered around it. After penetrating a few steps inward, he delivered an unembellished, yet exceedingly precise pass, slicing through the Lakers' defense to find Kenyon Martin. The latter leaped to receive the ball, and, seizing the advantageous moment before Shaquille O'Neal could advance, executed a powerful dunk, leveling the score at 2-2. The Lakers orchestrated their offense without haste. Ye Feng methodically awaited O'Neal's positioning before passing him the ball. It was not a matter of cowardice on Kidd's part, but rather the overwhelming advantage O'Neal held over Collins. Before long, an assist was recorded. In the following several exchanges, Ye Feng predominantly facilitated for O'Neal. When faced with multiple defenders, O'Neal would opt to pass the ball out. He was not a reckless bull, engaging in one-on-many confrontations that would exhaust his stamina too quickly. Regrettably, during this match, both Rick Fox and Derek Fisher struggled with their shooting, missing opportunities that could have turned the tide. However, this was not a significant concern, with O'Neal anchoring the paint for rebounds. Coupled with Ye Feng's relentless pursuit of the boards for support, the Lakers demonstrated a pronounced advantage in rebounding from the outset. This left Nets head coach Byron Scott feeling quite helpless. Throughout the season thus far, they had averaged 2 fewer rebounds than their opponents, and against formidable interior rivals. This deficit had escalated to 8. Collins was too feeble, lacking in rim protection. While Kenyon Martin possessed explosive athleticism, he fell short in height. One could hardly expect Richard Jefferson and Jason Kidd to shoulder the responsibility of securing rebounds, could they? The former currently ranks second in the team for average rebounds, while the latter stands third. This is hardly a statistic to boast about. It starkly illustrates the significant issues that the Brooklyn Nets face concerning rebounding. The team had originally traded for Mutombo with the hope of addressing this very problem. Yet who could have anticipated that the venerable veteran would succumb to injury after only a handful of preseason games, sidelining him for 2 months? The loss of the remarkable scoring ability of Keith Van Horn has been exchanged for an injured player. Who can withstand such a setback? The overall combat effectiveness of the Nets this season has undoubtedly diminished compared to last. Nevertheless, as long as Kidd remains, the foundation is still intact, and they remain one of the Eastern Conference's elite teams. As the seconds and points tick away, halfway through the first quarter, during a timeout, it was revealed by the assistant coach that I had already secured 4 rebounds, 3 of which were offensive, along with 3 assists, and I had personally scored 5 points. Suddenly, a triple-double in my career seemed within reach. On the team front, the Lakers led by 2 points at 12-10, with possession still in their hands. If they could score in the next possession, the gap would continue to widen. Chapter 78. The Rookie Wall? Non-existent. The first triple-double. Derek Fisher dribbled past half-court, catching a glimpse of the clear, yet foolish gaze of Kidd's. Curling his lip, he raised his hand to pass the ball. The moment I received it, I executed a swift change of direction. Just as Kidd attempted to close in, he was knocked off balance. By the time he regained his footing, I had already surged ahead. With a few swift steps, Ye Feng surged towards the basket of the Brooklyn Nets, confronting Kenyon Martin head-on. Audacious. Kenyon Martin was not one to yield easily. In that fleeting moment of aerial confrontation, a look of incredulity flickered across his confident visage. What the hell? Is that it? Forcefully displacing Kenyon Martin, Ye Feng effortlessly executed a layup, securing 2 points. The referee's whistle pierced the air just in time. Beep. A defensive foul was called on Kenyon Martin. Naturally, Martin was indignant, even though he had instinctively leaned forward in defense. The embarrassment of conceding a foul while failing to defend effectively was palpable. In this era, there were no video replays to amend the call, and the referee paid no heed to Kenyon Martin's protests. However, Jason Kidd was quick to react, pulling Martin back as he attempted to confront the referee, urging him to temper his impulsiveness. A technical foul would be a costly mistake. Swish. The additional free throw was successful, bringing the score to 21. The Lakers led the Nets by 5 points, 15-10. Previously, when the Lakers had their full roster at home, they triumphed effortlessly. Now, with Kobe resting and lacking a key outside presence, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Jason Kidd rapidly recalled the details of the game, his gaze ultimately resting on Ye Feng. This young man may not possess the scoring prowess of Kobe, yet his talent for orchestrating plays surpassed Kobe's significantly, facilitating a remarkably fluid Lakers offense, complemented by his exceptional rebounding skills. It was primarily in this regard that they found themselves at a disadvantage. As the reigning triple-double king, Kidd not only possesses exceptional passing abilities, but also harbors considerable confidence in his rebounding skills. However, in this match against Ye Feng, he found himself utterly outmatched, leading to a profound sense of frustration. Shaking his head to dispel such distractions, Kidd refocused his attention on the game. Facing Ye Feng's relentless and tenacious defense, he recognized the necessity of unwavering concentration. A moment's lapse could result in a turnover or disrupt the rhythm of play. Any misstep on his part could significantly diminish the Nets' offensive intensity, thus he could not afford any mistakes. During the Nets' offensive sequence, Kidd skillfully controlled the ball, executing a splendid bounce pass to Jefferson. The latter received the ball and aggressively drove towards the basket. Confronted by O'Neal, he hesitated, opting against a forceful attempt and instead chose to pass the ball out. Collins, catching the ball without pausing, executed a smooth hook shot. Feeling the familiar touch at his fingertips, Collins thought to himself, "This shot is in." Yet, he was met with O'Neal's imposing block. Rick Fox dashed from the sidelines to retrieve the ball. In an instant, Ye Feng, amidst Kidd and Kittle's defensive pressure, successfully seized the basketball. Without missing a beat, he executed a series of rhythmic dribbles, employing a feint that momentarily deceived both Kids and swiftly maneuvered past Kittle's. Kidd, hindered by Kittle's screen, was unable to close in quickly enough, watching as Ye Feng surged toward the Nets' half of the court. The latter, upon encountering an opponent, staggered slightly but regained his balance. With a burst of speed, Ye Feng charged forward like a warrior carrying a bundle of explosives, resolutely propelling himself into the offensive zone. In a matter of seconds, he surged into the Brooklyn Nets paint, with Kidd and other players in relentless pursuit. Despite his impressive speed of 85 points, it still felt somewhat lacking. In this unexpected situation, Ye Feng astonishingly tossed the basketball behind him. Jefferson instinctively leaped to intercept the ball, only to find a massive shadow obscuring his vision. An overwhelming force followed, knocking him to the ground. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain, he looked up to behold the soaring figure of O'Neal, both hands firmly grasping the basketball. The big shark had taken flight. Boom. The alley-oop wreaked havoc on the rim. Staples Center was instantly filled with a cacophony of gasps and cheers. To the ears of the Nets players, this sound was jarringly discordant. The score stood at 17-10. A 7-point gap had emerged. The Nets players felt an immense pressure, their spirits dampened. Meanwhile, Ye Feng and O'Neal celebrated with a high five during their return to defense, engaging in mutual admiration. O'Neal was playing with remarkable ease this game. Whenever an opportunity arose, Ye Feng would pass the ball effortlessly, allowing him to score without the need for adjustment, especially against the lackluster Collins, who seemed incapable of mounting any resistance. By the midpoint of the first quarter, O'Neal had already reached double digits in scoring. Newlywed and fierce on the court, O'Neal was enjoying a dual harvest in both love and career. In the ensuing minutes, noticing O'Neal's energy waning, Ye Feng began to increase his own offensive frequency. Phil Jackson, initially poised to intervene, realized he had no need to do anything. Ye Feng was adeptly making adjustments on the court himself. This is a skill reserved for seasoned top-tier point guards, yet it has manifested in a mere 19-year-old. Even Phil Jackson, who has weathered many storms, is taken aback. The prospect of clinching the championship this season seems tantalizingly close. For consecutive titles, an honor he has yet to grasp. The thought alone stirs excitement. Though his countenance remains composed and unruffled, one must maintain their persona. The first quarter swiftly concluded with the Lakers scoring 30 points, of which Shaquille O'Neal contributed an impressive 16. Ye Feng recorded 8 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal in this quarter. The debut joint effort of the duo yielded an almost flawless performance. Their seamless and incisive collaboration evokes memories of the Showtime era for the fans. It seems that Kobe's brief respite has little bearing. With the first quarter ending at a score of 30-21, the Lakers hold a 9-point lead. The second quarter commenced rapidly, with O'Neal resting while Ye Feng took the reins. On the other side, Kidd and Jefferson remained on the court. At the outset, Jefferson charged into the paint, executing a thunderous dunk to signal the Nets' determination to close the gap. In response, Ye Feng was unyielding. After utilizing a screen from a teammate to shake off Kidd's defense, he barreled towards the basket, maneuvering through multiple defenders to successfully finish with a reverse layup, maintaining the 9-point margin. Even when confronted by the Nets' formidable starting big men, he shows no trepidation, let alone against the backup interior players. Even if he does not score, he is adept at drawing fouls. With a layup attribute that has soared to 91, his repertoire of moves flows effortlessly, and his evasion skills have significantly improved. Unless confronted by elite interior players or facing a personal slump, it is nearly impossible for him to be blocked. Throughout this season's 40-plus games, Ye Feng has discovered a delightful aspect. His competitive state remains remarkably consistent, provided that his physical condition does not falter significantly and his spirit is not excessively fatigued. He consistently upholds the performance level indicated by his attributes. This greatly ensures his effectiveness on the court. The so-called rookie wall. Such a phenomenon could never manifest before him. Following the second quarter, Ye Feng began to relentlessly attack the basket, racking up points while his assist statistics continued to rise. By the time Shaquille O'Neal entered the game midway through the second quarter, the point difference had not only failed to diminish but had actually expanded to 11 points. The Lakers surged with momentum, while the Nets felt increasingly exhausted. Particularly for Kidd, witnessing O'Neal's entrance, he was disheartened to see Ye Feng, who relentlessly pursued him, remain on the court. Nevertheless, he maintained an exceptionally high level of performance. Kidd remains formidable, yet it proved to be of little consequence, as O'Neal scored consecutively upon his entry, penetrating the Nets' interior defense. Left with no choice, the Nets resorted to fouling him. The Big Shark's free throw accuracy remained as reliable as ever, with a 50% success rate. Exchanging fouls for opportunities to narrow the score gap is generally acceptable, yet the Nets' scoring efficiency was unable to improve. With O'Neal dominating inside and Ye Feng excelling from the perimeter, the Lakers' defense remained steadfast. Jefferson had yet to take a second's respite, feeling excessively fatigued and struggling to regain his momentum. Kenyon Martin's self-scoring ability was rather average. The partnership between Kidd and Collins requires no further elaboration. They are heavily reliant on Kidd's passing, though their efficiency remains moderate. Kidd expressed the profound difficulty he faces. By halftime, the Lakers had extended their lead to 14 points. In the second half, Ye Feng persisted with a strategy of attrition, ensuring that Kidd remained on the court without respite, while O'Neal occasionally took brief rests. The point differential consistently stayed above 10 until the conclusion of the match. O'Neal played for 41 minutes, achieving a game high of 40 points. Ye Feng, akin to Kidd, logged 45 minutes on the court, recording 28 points, 12 rebounds, 13 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, marking the first triple-double of his career. The Lakers triumphed over the Nets, successfully avenging their earlier defeat. Chapter 79, Keep Going. The future is yours. Following the loss, the mood among the Nets players was somewhat somber. Nevertheless, Kidd approached with grace, sharing a brief embrace with Ye Feng. Feng, your rate of improvement astounds me. I wonder what surprises you will bring when we meet next. Jason, you are the most formidable point guard I have faced. There is much I still have to learn from you. The accolades are often shared in a manner akin to a procession, as one does not strike a smiling face. Ye Feng has become quite adept at this American custom of mutual praise. Flattery suffices. Indeed, upon hearing his commendation, Kidd's lips curled into a slight smile. Keep going. The future is yours. With the regular season confrontations concluded, Ye Feng looked earnestly at Kidd, Jason, I look forward to our encounter in the finals. Upon hearing this, Jason Kidd's demeanor immediately grew solemn, a fiery determination igniting in his gaze. When that moment arrives, we shall not falter. Victory will be ours. Let us await the outcome. As he watched Jason Kidd depart, Ye Feng pondered. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seems the Nets will indeed triumph in the Eastern Conference this season, securing their place in the finals. If we can break through the Western Conference, a fourth consecutive championship will be virtually assured. In comparison to the plethora of elite teams in the West, the most formidable contenders in the East are undoubtedly the Nets and the Pistons. Although they have yet to face off this season, after 2 encounters with the Nets, Ye Feng felt confident that if they were to meet in the finals, under the best-of-7 format, their chances of losing would be exceedingly slim. Thus, the greatest challenge to the Lakers' pursuit of a 4th consecutive title lies in overcoming the Western Conference. The Spurs, Kings, and Mavericks all present formidable opposition, and the Timberwolves and Trailblazers are no less worthy adversaries. Each opponent requires earnest consideration, one step at a time. First, we must secure a place in the playoffs, Ye Feng resolved. Amidst his thoughts, he heard Shaquille's voice. Feng, what are you thinking? Let's go. That very night, Kobe sent a message informing him that Vanessa had successfully given birth to a daughter. He had become a father. The following afternoon, at Kobe's request, Ye Feng rose early to prepare a nourishing soup and made his way to the private hospital where Vanessa was staying. Feng, you've arrived, she greeted him warmly. The door was opened by Vanessa, and upon seeing Ye Feng, particularly the insulated box he held, her eyes instantly sparkled with interest. Vanessa, are you certain you gave birth last night? Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Upon scrutinizing her, he noticed that although Vanessa appeared somewhat pale and her belly had flattened, she otherwise seemed almost unchanged. Her eyes shone brightly, indicating a remarkable vitality. As he handed her the insulated box, Vanessa, taken aback, inquired, "Is there a problem?" "No, I merely find you impressive. In our country, women must undergo at least a month of recuperation after childbirth before they can fully recover," Ye Feng explained. Before Vanessa could respond, he curiously asked, "Where's Kobe?" "He's over there, watching the game footage from last night's match against the Nets," Vanessa replied, showing signs of fatigue. However, her attention quickly shifted to the nourishing soup, as she had long been in awe of Ye Feng's culinary skills. After ushering Ye Feng into the VIP hospital room, she began to savor the soup in the living area, exclaiming in delight. The two truly complemented each other. Left alone in the room with no one paying him heed, Ye Feng shook his head and first went to check on Kobe's daughter. A little girl with dark skin and wrinkled features, she bore a faint resemblance to Kobe, suggesting she was indeed his biological child. At this moment, Ye Feng harbored no particular thoughts about children. Even on his day off, he remained dedicated to watching game footage. What an admirable commitment. Ye Feng then settled down beside Kobe. The latter's gaze was fixed on the screen, not immediately turning away. After another round of observation, his eyes returned, revealing a somewhat complex expression. "Feng, do you ever feel a bit constrained when both Shaquille and I are on the court together?" "Not at all," Ye Feng replied, puzzled. "Why do you ask?" "I watched your game against the Nets last night and noticed that you had several excellent opportunities. With your current abilities, your success rate should be quite high. Yet you still opted to pass the ball to Shaquille. Wouldn't you have taken the shot yourself?" "Why would I?" Kobe replied, with an air of certainty. "You're truly something." Ye Feng chuckled, seeing the incredulous look on Kobe's face. "I'm a point guard, and you're a shooting guard. My actions are justifiable." Though he said this, there was an underlying feeling that it might not be particularly kind to Kobe. Observing from the sidelines, Kobe, who had not played, was deeply moved by the game he watched on video. Had he been in Ye Feng's position, he knew he could not have acted in the same manner. "I can score and ensure my success rate, so why should I pass to you?" Understanding Kobe's sentiment, Ye Feng maintained his composure. "As long as the team wins, I'm indifferent. You really don't care about personal accolades? I'm only 19. When one has the capability, they should strive for it. There's no need to overthink." "Fine. Play however you wish," Kobe conceded. 5 years his senior, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Youth is indeed a valuable asset. Upon reflection, he realized that this was merely Ye Feng's inaugural season in the NBA, and there was no need to contest everything, especially with Shaquille O'Neal on his Lakers team. Ye Feng's disposition was actually more conducive to fostering unity and enhancing their performance. The remarks he had just made were more from the perspective of a friend and brother rather than that of Kobe Bryant, the team's core player. Recalling his own first season, sitting on the bench and averaging less than 8 points per game, he could not help but compare it to Ye Feng's current impressive average of 28 points per game, which utterly eclipsed his own performance. Next season, Ye Feng would undoubtedly become even stronger. There was nothing to be concerned about. On the basketball court, prowess speaks volumes. As long as Ye Feng continued to grow in strength, he would attain all that he desired. Turning off the television, Kobe spoke earnestly. I initially planned to rest for 7 days, but Vanessa is recovering remarkably well. Since I am of little use here, I will participate in the upcoming away game against the Kings. Honestly, you needn't return. Shaquille and I can manage them. Ye Feng replied with a smile. Kobe's lips twitched slightly. I want to come back and play. Suit yourself. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. It was indeed unlikely for someone whose sole passion was basketball to rest for such an extended period during the regular season. Glancing at Vanessa, who was still sipping her soup but had clearly heard Kobe's words yet refrained from responding or expressing anger, Ye Feng understood that the couple had already come to an agreement, and there was no need for further persuasion. After spending nearly 2 hours here and partaking in a lunch at a private hospital that was said to be quite healthy yet tasted like chewing wax, Ye Feng departed. He first returned home to prepare a couple of dishes for himself. After satiating his hunger, he made his way to the team's training facility, where he practiced alone. Their upcoming opponent was the Suns, and the match would take place away from home. There was a 4-day adjustment period, during which the team granted a 2-day holiday. Jessica had once again left Los Angeles to shoot a film, and Ye Feng found himself with little to occupy his time apart from training. The first payment from Nike had already arrived, and after deducting taxes and the agent's commission, he was left with over $300,000. Pondering the possibility of purchasing a car in Los Angeles, venturing out without a vehicle proved to be quite inconvenient. Meanwhile, the All-Star Weekend voting, which he had consistently overlooked, had begun to stir up some controversy. Chapter 80. Rankings and the awkwardness of being second with only 1 week remaining until the deadline for All-Star Weekend voting. Ye Feng currently held the top position in the Western Conference with 138 million votes, surpassing the second-place Kobe by nearly 100,000 votes. Not only was he leading the Western Conference, but he was also the top vote-getter in the entire league. If this ranking remained until the conclusion of the voting, Ye Feng would be crowned the voting champion of this year's All-Star Game. It was undeniably astonishing for a rookie to attain such a title. This development had left many players within the league feeling discontented, including several superstar-level athletes, although none had openly voiced their grievances. Ye Feng's remarkable performance on the court was evident to all. In his rookie season, he has exhibited a remarkable overall performance with impressive statistics of 28 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists per game. His prowess on both offensive and defensive fronts is astonishing, and he has consistently demonstrated stability without any significant fluctuations, showing no signs of encountering the so-called rookie wall, which is truly commendable. At the age of 19, he has outshone many of his peers. Thanks to his exceptional on-court displays and his outstanding physical attributes, he has garnered immense popularity in the United States, standing out as the most prominent figure among the 2002 draft class, even rivaling many seasoned stars. Thus, considering the current voting results, even with the demographic factors of a populous nation like China, few contest the legitimacy of his acclaim. Strength must come from within, and he is undeniably formidable. What has captured public attention is that he has surpassed his teammate Kobe to claim the top spot. Without him, Kobe would currently be the leading player in total votes for the Eastern and Western conferences. The rankings create a certain awkwardness regarding who stands second. If both were still on the same team, with one as the core and the other as the rookie, it would undoubtedly be a captivating scenario. Many spectators have adopted a curious mindset towards his leading position, especially those teams that do not wish for him to re-sign with the Lakers and are eager to acquire him for the next season. They are keen to observe the reaction of the ever-competitive Kobe. This is a significant reason why, following his ascension to the top, few have openly protested. If this situation leads to a rift not only between Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal, but also between Kobe and him, it would undoubtedly be advantageous news for other teams. Anticipation is certainly warranted. On the leaderboard, fellow compatriot Yao Ming currently ranks third in the total votes for the Western Conference, holding the first position among centers. This implies that if this ranking remains until the voting deadline, Yao will be the starting center for the All-Star game. Given Yao's performance this season and the rather mediocre standing of the Rockets, it is evidently contentious and has sparked considerable debate. After all, Shaquille O'Neal, the premier center of the league, is relegated to the bench. Many have begun to voice their concerns to the league, arguing that votes from the Dragon Country should not be counted, deeming it unfair to other players, with Yao being the focal point of this contention. Naturally, should the league heed this suggestion, it would also affect Ye Feng. The league's response was swift. David Stern emphatically stated that the NBA prides itself on fairness and justice, affirming that as long as actions are within the rules, they would not be targeted, and categorically refused to adopt their proposal. It would be absurd for him to impose restrictions on such matters while striving to develop the market in the Dragon Country, enhance the NBA's influence, and break through the league's developmental bottleneck. Wouldn't that be akin to shooting oneself in the foot? In the Western All-Star team, both Ye Feng and Yao are starters, and the reaction from the Dragon Country would undoubtedly be fervent, which is a scenario Stern would relish. As for the dissatisfaction from players, fans, and teams, he remains entirely indifferent. As long as the interests are secured, that is all that matters. Regarding these controversies, Ye Feng learned about them from Rick Fox, the Lakers surfing expert, and immediately called Yao. Yao, we are in quite a predicament. Even with abundant votes, we are being criticized. It seems I am the one being scolded. But your words are indeed the voice of the masses, remarked Yao with a hint of bitterness. However, upon reflecting on his own performance alongside Ye Feng on the court, he found himself devoid of envy, realizing he could not compare. Sensing that Yao's spirits were not as dismal as they appeared, likely untouched by external distractions, Ye Feng felt a sense of relief. The two continued their conversation, sharing updates on their current situations, and exchanged fierce banter regarding their upcoming showdown before finally ending the call. Before the All-Star weekend, the Lakers had 5 more games to contend with, and it was far too early to relax. Even with their impressive record of 37 wins and 5 losses leading the league, the regular season pressed on. After a long hiatus, they found themselves back in Phoenix to face the Suns. Shaquille O'Neal seemed somewhat distracted during this match, lacking a strong offensive drive, while Kobe was still sidelined. Consequently, Ye Feng naturally seized control of the ball, granted the freedom to shoot at will, and became the focal point of the offense. With the team providing support, observing Stoudemire across the court, Ye Feng grasped the intentions of his teammates. He held nothing back. This season, he embraced a rare moment of selfishness. He attempted an astonishing 29 shots, predominantly driving to the basket, successfully landing 20 of them, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Without a single three-pointer, he also earned 7 free throw attempts, converting 6. He poured everything into the game, achieving a career high of 46 points, leading the Lakers to triumph over the Suns and extending their winning streak to an impressive 16 games. Ye Feng's singular focus on offense unleashed a ferocious display of skill, leaving spectators in awe. This night belongs to Feng from the Dragon Kingdom, who, with a stunning display of offensive prowess, shattered all doubts. His scoring ability is as formidable as his defense and assists. It is evident that the Suns have no answer for Feng. Neither Stephon Marbury nor Shawn Marion could thwart his penetrations to the basket. Allowing Feng to drive inside essentially guarantees a loss of points. His progress is astonishing, showcasing impressive ball control, explosive drives, and refined layup techniques, with a newfound threat from mid-range. This is merely his inaugural season in the NBA, and his future is boundless. Recently, the media has been touting the impending arrival of LeBron James, who is expected to create significant waves in the league. However, in my perspective, it is Feng, who has already proven himself in the NBA, that truly embodies the essence of a prodigy. The on-site commentators were visibly exhilarated, seemingly forgetting their impartiality and disregarding the furious glares from the surrounding Suns fans, their words overflowing with praise for Ye Feng. It is clear that the league is subtly promoting this narrative, as David Stern relishes in crafting new stars. The league thrives on the emergence of fresh talent. The same few faces can lead to aesthetic fatigue. After the match, Feng was escorted by Phil Jackson to the post-game press conference. Given his remarkable performance tonight, failing to bring him along would likely result in Jackson being inundated by the reporters' inquiries. Considering his personal safety and Feng's composed demeanor, Phil Jackson wisely opted not to keep Feng sheltered in the locker room. To be honest, I never anticipated that my votes would consistently place me in the first position. I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the fans who supported me. Without their backing, such an achievement would be unattainable. Kobe, undoubtedly, feels a sense of discontent regarding my leading position and his second place. Therefore, we have agreed to engage in a private contest of 10 matches, and I hope to secure at least one victory. Yao has not violated any rules, and his vote count is legitimate. If blame must be assigned, it can only be attributed to our fortunate birth in a magnificent and great country. Shaquille is my dear brother, and if he fails to be a starter in the All-Star game, I would certainly feel a twinge of regret. However, it is merely an exhibition match, and I believe he, like me, will not dwell on it too much. Our objective this season is the finals, the championship, and a fourth consecutive title. The entertainment aspect is just that, entertainment. As I faced the reporters and their challenging inquiries, I maintained a smile, effortlessly navigating the situation. Upon returning to the locker room, just as I was about to leave, I noticed Shaquille standing beside me. "What's the matter, my dear Feng?" "To soothe my sorrow over not being a starter in the All-Star game, I believe you must do something," he said, a facade of sadness etched on his face. Though it was apparent he was merely acting. Nevertheless, I decided to play along and promptly declared, "How about I prepare a grand feast for you?" "Deal," he replied. "Feng, you truly are my best brother." Ye Feng was utterly speechless, feeling as though he had become the patriarch of this Lakers team. One Kobe was already a handful, and Shaquille occasionally required his consolation as well. While the busyness was one thing, the real challenge lay in the fact that they were reluctant to address him as father, which was quite troublesome. Kobe and Shaquille were left perplexed. Before indulging in a grand feast, Ye Feng and his companions needed to engage in a formidable dialogue with the Kings. Not having traveled with the team to Phoenix, Kobe had flown directly from Los Angeles to Sacramento, waiting for them at the hotel where the team was staying. Observing Kobe's palpable fighting spirit and eagerness to hit the court, Ye Feng couldn't help but wonder aloud. With such unwavering dedication to your career, are you not concerned about being usurped? It is often said that behind every successful man stands a wise woman, and Vanessa's support was undoubtedly a significant asset for Kobe. However, this could be somewhat cruel for her. Yet, from the team's perspective, Kobe's character was undeniably commendable. He was truly a top-tier athlete. With Kobe on the court, the chances of victory against the Kings were greatly enhanced. It seemed that the little flying warrior was also determined to win this intense matchup, which was why he had chosen to return to the team early, despite his exhausting schedule. Initially, Ye Feng held this belief, but soon, it was swiftly dismissed. That very night, he found himself dragged by Kobe, who had just landed and arrived at the hotel, to a gymnasium to engage in a spirited